Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 273, Discarding Sword. Chapter 273, Discarding Sword. The match had yet to begin, but the platform was already surrounded until not even water could trickle through. On the platform, Tianyu was meditating on the ground, a long sword placed horizontally across his crossed legs. TSK, this is the first time I'm seeing senior apprentice brother Tianyu taking a match so seriously. He actually arrived on scene an hour early. It's nothing to wonder. Yi Yuan's sword intent is extremely powerful. I reckon that it can completely restrain senior apprentice brother Tianyu. Such a match is too stifling. There's no way even if senior apprentice brother Tianyu doesn't want to take it seriously. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's sword intent has already surpassed our imaginations. I've always chased after him as my goal. I didn't think that a Yi Yuan would jump out this time. After seeing his sword intent, I feel that there's no more hope in this lifetime. That's really true. The might of Yi Yuan's sword intent can really make people despair. I truly don't know how senior apprentice brother Tianyu plans on dealing with Yi Yuan's sword intent. Actually, I still hope that senior apprentice brother Tianyu can win. After all, he's the leader of us core disciples. Tianyu's mind did not wander. He sat for an hour on the platform. Not that Tianyu was deliberately mystifying things, but because he really took this match very seriously. Originally, it was just having a junior with tremendous power, but he did not think that in a blink of an eye, he became a powerful foe. Especially Yi Yuan's words before moved Tianyu's heart to a large extent. Every martial artist knew the importance of walking their own path. But this was an extremely bumpy and arduous road. Not many dare to walk it. From birth, people started with copying. Talking and walking were merely so. The martial path was the same. From mimicking other people's path to trudging out one's own path. But what was different about the martial path was that trudging out one's own path was too difficult. A single misstep and time would waste away, delaying cultivation time. This way, the loss outweighed the gains. Except, one's potential would be used up very quickly if they did not walk their own path. Then their cultivation realm in this lifetime would also halt there. This was an optional question, but not every martial artist dared to make this decision. If Tianyu chose to walk his own path, once there was no progress within a few years, then all of the advantages he possessed now would fade into nothing. Of course, if he carved out his own road, then he would walk much further in the future than he had walked now. Tianyu wanted to make a choice through this match. Although he had watched a few of Yi Yuan's matches, to truly experience Yi Yuan's strength, it was naturally not as realistic as fighting him personally. He wanted to see just which step had Yi Yuan reached. Yi Yuan arrived, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The crowd automatically opened up a path to let Yi Yuan through. Looking at the Tianyu who was currently meditation on the stage, Yi Yuan was also stunned. Tianyu also opened his eyes at this time and looked at Yi Yuan as he said calmly, I know that you cleared the 9 heavens road at the Essence Chi realm, and I thought that you would be a powerful foe of mine sooner or later. It's just that I didn't think this day would arrive so quickly. But Yi Yuan did not reply directly. Instead, he asked, did senior apprentice brother Tianyu reach long ago? Tianyu nodded and said, for an hour. Already. This battle is of utmost importance to me. I want to find my own Tao. Yi Yuan said, Tao lies in the heart. With senior apprentice brother Tianyu's talent, I believe that finding your own path won't be hard. Tianyu shook his head and said, those who know won't find it hard, those who find it hard don't know. It might perhaps be very easy to you, but not everybody has the courage to take this step. Yi Yuan had already reincarnated for some time and had more or less adjusted to life in the lower realms. But that sort of worldview he had that exceeded this plane was still frequently out of tune with the people and matters around him. To people in the divine realm, grasping true intent was a very universal thing. But to people of the lower realms, true intent was far, far away. Yi Yuan's words sounded like someone who did not try to see things from other people's perspective. Tianyu's talent was absolutely second to none in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect, but when placed in the entire southern domain, it was not considered much. And the southern domain's geniuses were nothing much when placed in the entire endless world. In the entire endless world, just how many people could grasp true intent? Even if Tianyu's talent was heaven-defying, grasping true intent was still something that was far from reach. However, Yuan had another way of looking at things. He smiled and said, "That's not right, senior apprentice brother Tianyu. I feel that for senior apprentice brother Tianyu, the saying that those who find it difficult don't know, doesn't exist. You should say that you're playing the game. As the saying went, the spectators see the game better than the players. How can senior apprentice brother Tianyu know that you can't if you don't jump outside of the chessboard?" Tianyu's expression changed when he heard that. After chatting with Yuan the previous time, Tianyu had been reflecting on himself these 2 whole days. But Yuan's words earlier struck the core of his heart. Yuan continued, "Cultivation is originally going against the heaven. Without a great dauntless heart, it's impossible to walk far. If you don't even have the courage to jump out of the chessboard, then your accomplishments in this lifetime would be limited to this." Tianyu's body trembled when he heard this. The mental state that he adjusted for an hour was immediately shattered by Yuan's words. He knew that Yuan's words were right. But wanting to take this step really required enormous courage. Why could Long Tang comprehend the elementary form of true intent? It was because he sensed that fearless courage from Yuan and cast away everything before finding his own path. Otherwise, Long Tang would only be a bird inside the cage, forever unaware of what the skies outside looked like. After keeping silent for a long time, Tianyu held his sword and got up, saying, "Since that's the case, let me see your Tao." Yuan said smilingly, "Please advise." Tianyu did not attack right away, but opened his mouth again to say, "I'll only unleash one sword strike." "Yuan, let me see just how powerful your sword Tao is." When he finished, Tianyu's aura changed abruptly, as if his entire being became a sharp sword. Tianyu wielded his sword in front of his chest and drew a full moon. Then, he put away his sword momentum. The full moon peeled away, becoming 4 streaks of azure-colored sword chi, hurtling towards Yuan. Luminous moon high above. It's actually luminous moon high above. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's improvement in this half a year is truly so swift that it makes my blood run cold. Hiss. Luminous moon high above is an extremely powerful martial technique from the 3rd layer of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Even Crystal Formation Realm disciples might not be able to comprehend this move. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu is only half-step Crystal Formation Realm, but he actually comprehended this move already. Truly terrifying talent. If Yuan did not appear, he would absolutely become a formidable foe for senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu. It's just that, is this move effective against Yuan? Releasing the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art with 4 beams of sword chi, Tianyu's comprehension towards sword intent had already reached a very high level. Luminous moon high above, this move was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even among the sword-cultivating elite disciples, only an extremely small number could comprehend it. For Tianyu to be able to comprehend this move at half-step Crystal Formation Realm, his talent was clear at a glance. It was just that this move was still too weak towards Yuan. The Yuan who had grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent was virtually immune to such moves. Only to see him do a casual slash, 4 beams of sword chi similarly shot out, and actually reached first despite being released later, extinguishing Tianyu's 4 streaks of sword chi. Tianyu gave a long sigh upon seeing the situation and directly discarded the sword in his hand. Chapter 274, The Legend Ends. Chapter 274, The Legend Ends. No. No way. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu actually abandoned his sword. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's skills all lie on his sword. Since he abandoned the sword, could this be conceding defeat? Sai, a martial technique on the level of luminous moon high above was snuffed out by Yuan in the time it takes to raise a hand. What's there to fight still? At least this was senior apprentice brother Tianyu. If it were some other person, they most likely wouldn't even have the courage to use their sword in front of Yuan. Seeing Tianyu discarded his sword, it caused such a furor among the crowd. A sword user forsaking his sword was undoubtedly breaking off an arm themselves. Tianyu's action at this time made everyone think that he was going to admit defeat. There was actually quite a number of people who already predicted this scene. Yi Yuan's sword intent was seriously too powerful. It was simply an insurmountably huge mountain. Yi Yuan stared at Tian Yu, but his expression became solemn. This was absolutely not Tian Yu conceding. On the contrary, he definitely had other trump cards. Because Tian Yu's current expression in his eyes was not dim like a failure's at all. Instead, it was brimming over with vigor and spirit, like the feeling of burning with eagerness to try. Indeed, the disparity between you and me is huge in terms of sword Dao. Originally, I thought that you only comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Now, it seems like you've already completely grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent. When Tian Yu's words came out, it caused another huge commotion among the crowd. Ti Wujiu, who was always calm, faltered slightly and said, "No wonder Yi Yuan is so formidable. Turns out he has already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. It looks like he comprehended it on the Nine Heavens Road. It's just that in the thousands of years since the establishment of our Tranquil Cloud sect, only a scathing few people could fully comprehend the true intent that Forefather left behind. And these people were all members during the Northern Domain era. The recent few thousand years, not a single one could comprehend it in its entirety. This Yi Yuan is truly remarkable." Cheng Wu, who was by the side, was astounded long ago and sighed with a start. True intent. Yi Yuan, he actually grasped true intent. That is true intent. How can it be grasped by people so easily? This, my opponent, is actually somebody who grasped true intent. Ti Wujiu shot him a glance and comforted him. "Little Wu, this is an opportunity for you. Cast aside your thoughts about gains or losses. You'll reap great rewards." But Cheng Wu said in a beaten manner, "Sai, each and every one of you are too perverse. I don't have that level of perception. Exchanging blows with him is also futile." Ti Wujiu shook his head while smiling and did not say any more. He was aware of Cheng Wu's talent. Although not outstandingly talented, he was not those sort of ordinary, mediocre people. It was just that his personality was reserved and he would easily flinch back when encountering problems. Such a personality was hard to accomplish anything great. Especially on the martial path, it was very difficult to have achievements. Cheng Wu falling to the bottom of the elite disciples was not unrelated to his personality. But it was useless for others to talk about this kind of thing no matter how much they try. He must realize it himself. True intent, the weight that these two words represented was seriously too great. When the audience below the stage heard Tian Yu's words, they lost their cool. "Did you hear what Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu just said? He said that Yi Yuan grasped true intent. It's grasped, not comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Impossible. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan will surely become a powerhouse like Forefather Yu Wuya in the future? How many years has it been since a powerhouse like that has appeared in our Tranquil Cloud sect? I refuse to believe it. How is this possible? How can something like comprehending true intent be so easy?" While debates ran wild below the stage, Yi Yuan, who was opposite Tian Yu, smiled and said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu has sharp eyes. However, you're probably not going to admit defeat so easily, right? Tian Yu, acknowledge it magnanimously. Since you've already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, then all of my sword moves are already useless to you. I can only use other methods. While using strength to crush others is a little unorthodox, I no longer have any other options. As a martial artist, I don't wish to lose." The meaning of these words from Tian Yu was that he was going to use Cultivation Realm to crush Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not feel that there was anything inappropriate about that. Standing on the platform, nobody wanted to lose, including him, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan saw a thick fighting intent from Tian Yu's eyes, and he involuntarily understood in his heart. Looks like the conversation previously had a huge impact on Tian Yu. This match held extraordinary meaning to Tian Yu. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Where did this come from, Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu? Cultivation Realm is originally a part of one's strength. How is this winning through unorthodox means? But I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for Senior Apprentice Brother to win me." Senior Apprentice Brother burst into laughter and said, "Since that's the case, we'll know after competing. Please, Senior Apprentice Brother." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture. Tian Yu nodded and released his full aura. The aura belonging to a half-step crystal formation realm was exhibited in its entirety. Careful, junior apprentice brother Yi. I'm coming. Fire cloud finger. Tian Yu had not even finished talking when his entire person already vanished from where he was. Yi Yuan's gaze condensed. A sense of extreme danger descended. With his eyesight, he actually only saw a blurry silhouette of Tian Yu. No time left to think, Yi Yuan directly wielded his sword and stabbed at that figure. Only to hear Audiobook that Songhua sword which had never failed before actually slipped out his hand. The Songhua sword drew a lone arc in the air and stabbed into the ground outside of the platform with a clang. But Tian Yu did not give Yi Yuan more time to be astonished. With a turn, another finger attacked. Looking at Tian Yu's stance, it was actually to have a close-range tussle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not dare to delay. Displaying spirit void shattering space to its limits, he barely managed to evade this attack. However, this was merely the beginning. Tian Yu's fire cloud finger attacked Yi Yuan like a furious tempest. For a moment, danger surrounded Yi Yuan. Below the stage. It was already dead silent long ago. When Tian Yu discarded his sword, they all thought that the outcome of this battle was already set, but they did not expect the situation to change so suddenly. Yi Yuan's spirit artifact was actually blasted away from Tian Yu's finger, and he fell into the midst of a crisis. The plot reversed too quickly. Everyone did not manage to react to it for some time. What's going on? Is that really senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? Fire Cloud Finger is a Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique. I never knew that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu was actually so strong in terms of the concept of fire. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu had never used fire attribute martial techniques before in front of others. Everybody thought that he only knew how to use the sword. Most likely, nobody would have thought that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's fire attribute martial technique was actually so powerful. Although the Fire Cloud Finger is only a low-grade Tier 3 martial technique, for senior apprentice brother Tian Yu to be able to blast away Yi Yuan's spirit artifact, it's most likely already trained to the Great Circle realm, right? He is only 18 years old this year. Not only did he comprehend an extremely powerful sword intent, he even comprehended the concept of fire to such a level. Truly heaven-defying. Yi Yuan's in danger now. The reason he could leap ranks to battle so exaggeratedly before was by relying on his sword intent. Now that his sword has left his hand, it's equivalent to a bird losing its wings. Under such a situation where the gap in cultivation realm is so huge, defeat is something inevitable. However, his movement technique is incredibly swift. He can actually last so many moves under senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's attacks. I initially thought that Yi Yuan was going to take the place of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu this time, but I didn't think that the path through the mountain ridges would win so. Looks like Yi Yuan's legend is going to end here. Chapter 275, Reversal. Chapter 275, Reversal. Everyone did not think that Tian Yu actually trained fire attribute martial techniques to such a level. On the platform, Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's movements were swift to the extreme. Only to see two afterimages flittering around over there. Within the afterimages, a red light drew a very peculiar line. That was Tian Yu's fire red finger. The Fire Cloud Finger was an extremely powerful type of close combat skill. Its might was extremely great. Even if Yi Yuan were brushed by Tian Yu's fingertips, he would most likely lose his ability to fight immediately. If he were struck directly by it, then the outcome would be really hard to say. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, he was only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm after all. His protective essence energy was much weaker compared to a half-step crystal formation realm. Tian Yu did not treat Yi Yuan as an opponent who could not withstand a single blow. He was currently going all out and did not hold anything back. Once any accidents happened, then the outcome would really be up in the air. Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng, who were presently spectating the battle from a distance, were also filled with apprehension. With their vision, they could naturally see what was happening on the platform clearly. It was precisely so that these two people's match appeared to be even more heart-startling and soul-stirring. Tian Yu's Fire Cloud Finger did not leave Yi Yuan's vital points every move. Furthermore, his movements were very nimble. Each move was as swift as before, forcing Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. Sect Master, if it goes on like this, I fear that an accident will happen. Yi Yuan, said Xiao Jian with worry, seeing Yi Yuan in a treacherous situation. But Luo Qingfeng shook his head and said, "The clash between two great geniuses is something inevitable. This match holds extraordinary meaning. If you or I go out to prevent this match, it will be incredibly detrimental to them. But fists and kicks have no eyes. What if something were to happen to Yi Yuan? The birth of a peerless powerhouse is inevitably born from trampling on the shoulders of countless geniuses. If Yi Yuan doesn't make it past this round, it shows that he lacks the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. Moreover, if we move to stop this, Yi Yuan would lose. Geniuses can lose, but I think that Yi Yuan definitely would not wish to lose in such a manner." Seeing that Luo Qingfeng did not have any intention of stopping this, Xiao Jian was extremely worried. However, he also understood that what Luo Qingfeng said was very reasonable. When Tianyu abandoned his sword, Yi Yuan probably already guessed that he had some other backup plans. Facing an expert like Tianyu, Yi Yuan daring to continue the battle showed that he also wanted to win this match very much. Thinking up to here, Xiao Jian forcibly suppressed the impulse to stop this and continue watching the match. Tianyu's attack became increasingly quicker. Yi Yuan already activated Essence Energy Ignition, barely avoiding Tianyu's attacks by coupling it with Spirit Void shattering space. But this move, Essence Energy Ignition, had one flaw, which was that the consumption rate of Essence Energy would surge. In a match where the expenditure of Essence Energy was so titanic, how long could Yi Yuan's Essence Energy sustain it? The situation was becoming progressively unfavorable to Yi Yuan. Once his Essence Energy was depleted, he could be in mortal danger. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu is really too strong. The Fire Cloud Finger uses fire amplification concept to increase the attack power. He trained it to the Great Circle realm. The attack power of his finger right now is probably no longer weaker than using his sword, right? Discarding the sword to use the finger. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu is truly a combat genius. Yi Yuan's might is also unexpected. To think that even without a sword in his hand, he can actually forcibly withstand so many moves from senior apprentice brother Tianyu. Furthermore, I see that Yi Yuan's movements seem to be faster than before. But in this short while, his essence energy has already depleted by nearly half. Most likely, he also has some ways of augmenting his movements, right? Yeah. But Yi Yuan is trying to seek temporary relief regardless of the consequences. Once his essence energy is exhausted, he'll be in danger. What you said is right, hang on. Did you notice that Yi Yuan's speed seems to be increasing more and more, but the essence energy expenditure is gradually slowing? That's true. If you didn't say, I wouldn't have noticed. Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was very rapid just now, but it became slower now. Moreover, the speed of him evading senior apprentice brother Tianyu's attacks is becoming increasingly faster. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu almost can't keep up with his speed anymore. What's going on? On the platform, the more Tianyu fought, the more alarmed he became. Yi Yuan combusted his essence energy to raise his movement speed. The consumption of his essence energy increased several folds. Although it forcefully raised his speed for a period of time, just as that person said, it was a fighting style that sought temporary relief by disregarding consequences. Because his movement speed augmented by him igniting his essence energy simply could not shake off Tianyu's attacks. After several dozen moves, Yi Yuan's essence energy could not quite support it anymore. His speed started to fall once more. But Tianyu became fiercer the more he fought by relying on his high cultivation realm and immense essence energy. His attacking speed did not lower but increased instead. After waxing and waning, Yi Yuan's situation became increasingly more perilous. Just a moment ago, Tianyu's fire cloud finger was virtually about to touch Yi Yuan already. Just that tiny last stretch. But who knew why, Yi Yuan's movement speed suddenly increased again. Just now, Yi Yuan was clearly already at his limits. Why did it look like the last spurt of energy before collapsing? Tianyu's finger came closer and closer to Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan's dodging also became increasingly relaxed, no longer as strenuous as before. Finally, the tip of Yi Yuan's feet tapped lightly, and he dodged several dozen feet away, pulling apart the distance between him and Tianyu. Sword driving technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan let out a light cry, and soul force undulated out. Not far away, Tsunghwa's sword which was stabbed into the ground gave off a series of hums and actually moved by itself. Tianyu's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation. He pounced forward once more. But how could Yuan give him another chance? Only to hear Tsunghwa's sword pull out from the ground with aang, then with a cold flash, it attacked Tianyu directly. The Tsunghwa sword flew through the air. Its speed was much faster than Tianyu. In only a blink of an eye, the Tsunghwa sword already arrived in front of Tianyu. Tianyu could only give up on attacking Yuan and turned around to deal with Tsunghwa sword. Tianyu's vision was exceedingly good. His finger once again accurately tapped the sword's body, blasting the Tsunghwa sword away. Except that this time, the Tsunghwa sword did not land on the ground like before. Instead, it drew a single arc through the air and attacked Tianyu once more. Just like this, one sword and a person actually tangled together. Tsunghwa's sword could not break through Tianyu's fire cloud finger, while Tianyu similarly could not break past the Tsunghwa sword to attack Yuan. The pair entered a stalemate once again. What sword art is this? To actually remotely control the sword to attack. Such an attack method is seriously inconceivable. Just now, Yuan clearly could not hold on anymore. Why did his movements become increasingly faster all of a sudden like he was on stimulants? Senior apprentice brother Tianyu nearly succeeded earlier, but he actually escaped just like that. Yuan is truly too scary. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu holds all the advantages, but he still managed to pull it back. Furthermore, he even used such a profound sword-driving skill. This sword-driving technique is definitely a divine soul mystic art. Can you guys feel it? Yuan's soul force is actually even stronger than high-rank alchemy masters. Hiss. Just how on earth did this fellow cultivate? A 15-year-old 4th-level spirit condensation realm who grasped true intent and his soul force is even ridiculously powerful. Is this fellow really human? Chapter 276, Opportunity. Chapter 276, Opportunity. Yuan's current soul force could no longer be compared to the past. It could already sustain the sword-driving technique for some time. It was just that the requirement the sword-driving technique had towards soul force was too high. He could not keep it up for too long either. Furthermore, while the sword-driving technique was strong, when facing a half-step crystal formation realm expert like Tianyu, it was still unable to gain any advantages. After over a dozen rounds, Yuan withdrew his soul force and brought the Tsunghwa sword back. This time, Tianyu did not seize the opportunity to pursue. He understood that the same method was already useless towards Yuan. Tianyu looked at Yuan with eyes like burning torches, appearing very excited. It was apparent that the battle earlier was to his heart's content. Looks like you had some kind of breakthrough during the exchange just now. Otherwise, it's impossible to escape from my attack range. Tianyu said. Yuan reached out to receive the Tsunghwa sword and nodded as he said, actually, I primarily cultivate a fire attribute cultivation method. But, I keep being unable to learn the rudiments of the concept of fire. Just now, under your enormous pressure, I actually had some gains. Yuan could not help sighing when he talked about. In fact, compared to sword intent, Yuan's first breakthrough should be the concept of fire. After all, he basically had contact with fire the whole of his previous life and was all too familiar with it. But the previous life's Ji Qingyun was simply uninterested in cultivation and never comprehended the concept of fire. In this life, he stepped onto the Nine Heavens road by chance. Yuan relied on his own perception to directly fuse together the sword intents, forming the elementary form of a supreme true intent. During this period of time, Yuan naturally placed his emphasis on comprehending sword intent and also created two extremely powerful sword moves, the Nine Sword Stance and Thousand Flowing Petals. But he cultivated in the Spirit Bristle Nine Yang divine art for such a long time and did not even comprehend a single type of fire attribute true intent. One must know that the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on this one cultivation method to comprehend several types of supreme true intent. The might of this cultivation method was clear at a glance. But comprehending true intent required opportunities and needed fortuitous encounters. Yuan was unable to find this opportunity and lucky chance this whole time. But today, Tianyu used the Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique, Fire Cloud Finger, to push him into a desperate situation, and finally unlock this opportunity. In reality, the fire cloud finger and Yi Yuan's essence energy ignition had the same profundities of achieving the same results with different means. They both augmented the power of the martial technique through igniting the essence energy within the body. They encompassed a type of auxiliary concept of fire attribute concepts, transmission true intent. This was actually a kind of very obscure concept. Exceedingly few people would go and comprehend it. Fire had no constant form but was an existence that could transform its own energy into other forms. Such as boiling water where fire could transfer energy into the pot and water. This was actually a kind of energy transfer to the pot and water. In life, such examples were prevalent. The ignition of essence energy had the same principle. However, compared to a purely auxiliary martial technique like essence energy ignition, there was still an offensive concept contained within the fire cloud finger. That was why its power was so great. Although Tianyu's fire cloud finger was not on par with the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, his comprehension of fire attribute concepts was above Yi Yuan. From this aspect, Tianyu's talent was indeed startling. And under the pressure from Tianyu, Yi Yuan actually produced some sort of resonance with Tianyu's fire cloud finger. It was precisely this sort of resonance that let Yi Yuan's comprehension towards transmission true intent become even deeper. Essence energy ignition, this auxiliary martial technique instantly broke through its bottleneck and achieved the Great Circle realm. When essence energy ignition reached the Great Circle rank, the essence energy ignition burned became very little, but the power increased dramatically. This was also why it was like Yi Yuan became another person, his movement speed becoming extremely quick. Yi Yuan had close contact with fire all his life and was extremely sensitive to fire from the start. He just lacked an opportunity. Now that this gate opened up, Yi Yuan would become completely unstoppable. Yi Yuan was presently also in a very excited state. Having Tianyu who trained in fire attribute martial techniques was the most ideal opponent for Yi Yuan. He needed Tianyu's help to comprehend this true intent in one stroke. Haha, excellent. Just now during this battle, I also had some gains and was just about to find you to test them out. Tianyu suddenly said with a laugh. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was clearly surprised. He could not help asking, then do we continue? Tianyu nodded but said, just a moment. When he finished talking, Tianyu slowly walked towards the sword that he threw away earlier. What's senior apprentice brother Tianyu doing? Why did he go over to pick up the sword? He's not planning on continuing to compete in the sword with Yi Yuan, right? Are you kidding? Senior apprentice brother Tianyu even used luminous moon high above just now and it was completely useless against Yi Yuan. Isn't competing using swords with Yi Yuan is looking for a brutal beating. Under everyone's stupefied eyes, Tianyu picked up the sword on the ground and gave a light swing. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, let's continue. With a sword in his hands, Tianyu's entire aura transformed. Yi Yuan could clearly sense that the current Tianyu was already completely different from the Tianyu who was wielding the sword at the very beginning. When Tianyu unleashed luminous moon high above as his first move, he had no confidence at all back then. But now, Yi Yuan could sense Tianyu's powerful confidence. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he said with a smile, congratulations, senior apprentice brother Tianyu. You seem to have really found your own path. Tianyu was also rejoicing currently. He smiled and said, I still have to thank junior apprentice brother Yi. Without you, perhaps I may never stride out this step. In order to express my gratitude, I'll personally defeat you. Haha, come on. Yi Yuan said. Tianyu did not use luminous moon high above again. It was a plain and simple straight stab without any showy manner. But Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong pressure coming from the front of this simple stab. This strike, Tianyu's sword actually suffused with traces of red light. When Xiao Jian saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Elementary form of true intent. Tianyu, he comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Luo Qingfeng was also quite flustered right now. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since a powerhouse who possesses true intent has appeared in our Tranquil Cloud sect? Looks like heaven is really protecting my Tranquil Cloud sect. First, there's Yi Yuan. Now, there's Tianyu. There's hope for the resurgence of my Tranquil Cloud sect. They were still currently unaware that the Long Tang who entered the sect together with Yuan also comprehended the elementary form of a true intent too. Luo Qingfeng was quite unsettled currently. When he knew that Yuan had grasped true intent, although he was happy, he was not as agitated as right now. Because he knew that Yuan's monstrousness had already surpassed the boundaries of the Tranquil Cloud sect. He definitely would not stay in the Tranquil Cloud sect contently in the future. There would come a day where Yuan would leave the Tranquil Cloud sect. And this day might not be too far away. Yuan's growth was too rapid, so quick that the entire Tranquil Cloud sect could not keep up with his footsteps. But the significance of Tianyu comprehending the elementary form of true intent was different. Tianyu was Grand Elder Skymapple's grandson. He was born in the Tranquil Cloud sect and grew up in the Tranquil Cloud sect. His root lied with the Tranquil Cloud sect. As long as Tianyu matures, he would absolutely lead the Tranquil Cloud sect towards power. Moreover, different from Yuan, Tianyu's road to maturity was still long. He had just comprehended the elementary form of true intent. There was still at least 100 to 200 years to become a top powerhouse of the endless world. Chapter 277, Let It Seethe. Chapter 277, Let It Seethe. Due to the loss of cultivation methods, Tranquil Cloud sect members found it challenging to even break through to the Soul Sea realm. Their situation even deteriorated these few years steadily. If Tianyu could rely on the true intent that he perceived himself to break through to the Soul Sea realm and even higher realms, the significance would be too great to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng's gaze suddenly turned towards Yuan, and he said with a marveling sigh, "Xiao Jian, did you notice that ever since Yuan entered the sect, there have been many changes happening silently in the sect?" Xiao Jian was stunned and could not help recalling the incidents that happened around Yuan during this period of time. It's true. If Sect Master didn't say, I wouldn't even think of it. Martial Uncle Skimaple entering closed seclusion, problems that troubled the various Pill Hall elders all resolved one after another, and now, Tianyu actually comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Thinking how it has been only slightly more than a month's time since Yuan entered the sect, so many changes actually happened in the sect. Xiao Jian tallied the changes that Yuan brought to the sect in detail and could not help being shocked. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Someone like Yuan can no longer be described with genius. He's a person with a great destiny. The people around him can obtain enormous benefits. His master is surely an earth-shaking figure who will also give off extraordinary splendor when he enters the divine realm in the future. And for my Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in Yuan is also a turning point to change the sect's destiny. Xiao Jian, you have the greatest contributions to have brought Yuan into the sect. If Yuan and the Tranquil Cloud sect fell out because of Yao Qian, it would definitely be a catastrophic disaster in the future." Xiao Jian was stricken with terror when he heard that. Back then, he had no understanding of Yuan at all. It was only due to Lu Yen that he garnered interest. Even when Yuan cleared the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm, he only felt that Yuan had a lot of potentials and nothing more. Who would have thought that Yuan could actually have the power to transform the entire sect? Thinking about it now, he felt unbelievably blessed. On the platform, facing this sword from Tianyu, Yuan did not dare to slight him. Essence Energy Ignition was released fully. 9 Swords Stance. 9 Swords as One. 9 Swords as One was Yuan's strongest attack apart from 1,000 Flowing Petals. Facing this astonishing attack from Tianyu, Yuan had to give it his all. Only to see a blinding yellow sword light and a fire-red sword light clash together. A violent explosion sound echoed out. An extremely powerful blast spread out. Quickly dodge. The platform is about to give way, someone suddenly cried out from the crowd. Actually, other people already spread out on their own accord without needing him to call out. A large stretch of no man's land appeared around the platform. There were array formations protecting the surroundings of the platform which could defend against the full power attack of a middle-stage crystal formation realm martial artist. The strongest among the core disciples was only half-step crystal formation realm. This defensive formation was already more than enough. But these two people's powerful attacks had already far surpassed this scope. The platform's defensive formation was currently cracking apart inch by inch and was finally blasted open by the force. Yuan could already wound Yuan Fei when using the 9 Swords stance at the Essence Chi realm. Now that he was already at middle stage spirit condensation realm, the power of the nine swords stance increased by more than a level. But the power of Tianyu's sword, who had comprehended the elementary form of a true intent, was not worse off. When these two attacks collided together, how could a mere middle-rank Tier 3 defensive formation defend against it? Two silhouettes flew out backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. But the pair crawled up at the same time. Wiping the blood traces at the corner of their lips, they spoke unanimously, again. As they said, the two people attacked each other with the same move once more without another word. These two people have gone mad. Quickly dodge. Move further away. The defensive formation is already broken. We have to move further away to watch the battle, or else will be the collateral damage. A commotion immediately stirred from the crowd, but Yi Yuan and Tianyu stood there like there was nobody around. Everyone had just evacuated a distance away when two attacks clashed together again. The two people no longer used any flashy martial techniques right now. It was purely the competition of sword intent, the clashing of strength in a barbaric manner. The sword intent that Tianyu comprehended was naturally not as profound as Yi Yuan's, but his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Supplementing each other, the power of the two people's sword moves were actually equally matched. Another rumble, a blast billowed out again. Even when everyone had retreated far away, they also felt that formidable force gushing face front. The two people flew backward again and crawled up together once more. Ha ha ha, invigorating. Again. Tianyu said gallantly. I'll accompany to the end. Yi Yuan encountered a hard-to-come-by opponent who was well matched with him. This battle was also fought to his heart's content. Most importantly, Yi Yuan already pushed essence energy ignition to the limits. He had a feeling that comprehending the transmission true intent was not far away anymore. Battle was undoubtedly the best way to comprehend true intent. Each time they clashed, the two people were blasted far apart, but they immediately crawled up stubbornly and faced off again. Are these two crazy? Their tank is already exhausted, and they're still fighting. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's half-step crystal formation realm strength also pretty much have very little essence energy left currently. I really don't know Yi Yuan lasted until now. What's even more maddening is that they already fought to such an extent and their attacks are still so fierce. The blasts produced from each clash is not a bit lesser than the previous clashes. How do they do it? Two demon-like existences. They seriously cannot be gauged using common sense. The two people's clashes shocked everyone until they were staring with mouths agape. Such a level of major battle was seldom seen in the sect. Even a showdown between two crystal formation realm martial artists would not be so ferocious. Tianyu could hang on until now purely by relying on his immense essence energy. But what Yi Yuan relied on to sustain until now was his comprehension towards true intent. Don't look at how his attack power virtually did not drop, his essence energy consumption became lesser and lesser. Just a teensy bit more and he could comprehend another type of true intent. Yi Yuan was about to lose even the strength to lift his sword currently. He looked at Tianyu, who was on the other side, wearily. He was not much better off than him. This was the last trace of essence energy in his dantian. Just a little bit more. A little bit. I can't lose. I still have to charge back to the divine realm. How can I lose here? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and squeezed out that last trace of essence energy. Essence energy ignition. Let it seethe. That final modicum of essence energy started rising like boiling water. This time, Yi Yuan did not feel any stagnation when revolving essence energy. That essence energy that was combusted away transformed into a waft of pure sword intent, entering the meridians from the dantian, then from the meridians into the Tsanghua sword. This instant, Yi Yuan felt unprecedentedly powerful. In the past, when using this essence energy ignition, there would always be some diminution in essence energy which would be lost. What Yi Yuan pursued all this while was to convert this kind of essence energy, preserving it 100%, and releasing it using the Tsanghua sword. But how could doing it 100% be easy? Each time he clashed with Tianyu, Yi Yuan had been fumbling over how to reduce this sort of exhaustion to the minimum. Now, he finally did it. 9 sword stance. Go for me. 9 streaks of sword light combined into one. Those brilliant sword lights blinded everyone's eyes. Chapter 278, The Rock That Fell. Chapter 278, The Rock That Fell. When he saw this final attack from Yuan, a feeling of unable to overcome with force welled up in Tianyu's heart. Tianyu planned to use the last bit of essence energy to continue to clash with Yuan. But when he saw this move, he backed out right away. He used the last scrap of essence energy to push his movement martial technique, performing a dodging action with extreme speed. Screech! The sword light was impossibly swift. Tianyu's decision took only an instant. Just as Tianyu's body left the original spot, the sword light grazed past his ear and left behind a lock of hair. A second slower and this pinnacle genius who had just comprehended the elementary form of a true intent would have had his head separated from his body. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually happened in an instant. In that instant earlier, everyone broke out in goosebumps and just felt a chill down their backs. Many people clenched their fists, and even their breathing became disorderly. This sword was too powerful. It would be certain death if forcefully receiving it head-on. When they saw Tianyu dodge this sword, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Tianyu also breathed a sigh in relief. But when he reacted to it, he discovered that his back was already drenched. It was fortunate that his mind was sufficiently clear earlier. If he forcefully took this blow, he would be severely injured if not dead. But with this easing up, Tianyu discovered that he did not even have the strength to lift his arms anymore. He plopped his bottom on the ground and panted heavily unceasingly. Hugh. Yuan. Tianyu said wheezily. His forehead was currently matted with sweat and his head propped on the sword hilt, simply unable to look up. It was just that there was no response for some time after he spoke and he could not help becoming puzzled. Straining to lift his head up, he discovered that Yuan was currently sitting cross-legged. He actually entered a meditative state. Did this fellow comprehend something else? Yuan's condition earlier was clearly even worse than his, but he released that unfathomable sword just for this comprehension. At this present moment, Tianyu's tiny bit of self-delight from comprehending the elementary form of a true intent already became non-existent. In front of Yuan's perception, he willingly acknowledged defeat. Just by looking at the power of that final sword, and he knew that Yuan comprehended something remarkable. Ka! Right then, a huge sound came from behind Tianyu. Everyone turned their eyes over but were shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. The rocky outcrop on Victory Peak not far behind Tianyu was incomparably tough. At present, a huge chunk of rock actually slid down slowly. Chi! That enormous mass of rock finally detached from Victory Peak and fell into the 100,000-foot abyss behind the peak. After detaching, a bald patch was left on the main body. The cut was incredibly smooth. This was left by Yuan's sword earlier. Yuan's sword just now actually sliced off this hunk of rock. That piece of rock that fell down just now was probably several thousand pounds in weight. It's impossible, even for the average crystal formation realm experts to slice it off with one swing, right? I thought that the slash released by Yuan earlier was swallowed up by the mountain. Who knew that it actually left behind such a divine vestige? The mountainous body, which had a huge chunk shaved off, looked especially glaring currently. Tianyu stared at that level cut and his scalp involuntarily tingled. If he were impetuous just now and clashed with Yuan's move, would he still be standing here well and proper right now? Thinking up to here, Tianyu's cold sweat which had just stopped drenched his back once more. Not just Tianyu, Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian were also stunned speechless for a long time when they saw this scene. When they recovered, they shuddered unceasingly after the event. If Tianyu did not evade that attack at the last moment just now, what would be the outcome? Luo Qingfeng thought about it. Most likely, the best outcome was heavily injured or crippled. Furthermore, the chances of such an outcome occurring were exceedingly small. The greatest possibility was Tianyu dropping dead. That way, they would really have rejoiced too soon. Furthermore, the troubles after the incident would be sufficient to give them a headache for a long time. Yuan is going to break through again. Luo Qingfeng was the first to recover. He looked at Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged far away, and said. Except, he did not notice that his voice when speaking carried some trembling. Hearing Luo Qingfeng said so, Xiao Jian finally came around. He asked puzzledly, he just broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm not long ago. Is he going to break through again? Luo Qingfeng had a solemn face as he said, he was already a spent force earlier, yet he released such a powerful attack. It's evident that he comprehended something at the final juncture. Although Yi Yuan had not broken through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm for long, his realm is already very solid. Breaking through again is of no issue at all. Xiao Jian's mouth opened, but he did not know what to say. This Yi Yuan had truly surpassed the limits of his imaginations already. There were a good several hundred people spectating this final match. Currently, all eyes were focused on that slightly skinny figure in the center of the ruined platform. Indeed, before long, Essence Energy Tempests howled on the initially calm and tranquil Victory Peak. Essence Energy Storm. Yi Yuan, he broke through. Turns out that breaking through realms can be so easy. I heard that when he just entered the sect, he was only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. How long has it been only? He's breaking through again. No, wait. This Essence Energy Tempest is becoming bigger and bigger. Looks like it's not just breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. Previously, he broke through 2 minor realms simultaneously, breaking through to the middle stage spirit condensation realm directly. Can he also be breaking through 2 realms concurrently this time? 2 realms? You got to be kidding. Look at this Essence Energy Tempest. It's even enough to break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, right? What is this fellow trying to do? Every time he broke through, Yi Yuan's activities were much greater compared to others. Because the essence energy required for his breakthroughs were seriously too much. Activities that Yi Yuan felt were very normal appeared abnormally horrifying in other people's eyes. The essence energy storm that he gathered was plenty to stuff a 4th level spirit condensation realm to death several times over. Before long, the essence energy that Yi Yuan had previously expended was already fully replenished, and he broke through smoothly to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. This to him was merely the lowest requirement. But to others, it was not the case. N broke through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm so quickly. Why do I feel like he completely doesn't have the feeling of breaking through a bottleneck? Just based on that sword earlier, breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is just like a canal forming when water flows, right? Something like bottleneck is only used to encumber us. To geniuses like Yi Yuan, bottlenecks are simply just ornaments. True. Forget about Yi Yuan, even senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and the rest would have likely broken through to the crystal formation realm already if not for comprehending concepts, right? That's true. Comprehending concepts is laying a foundation. After comprehending concepts, breaking through realms will become much easier. Yi Yuan has already grasped true intent, so breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is indeed nothing much to him. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan started advancing towards the 6th level spirit condensation realm. After an hour, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level spirit condensation realm successfully. This was also within everyone's expectations. However, it was not over yet. Chapter 279, Uninvited Guest. Chapter 279, Uninvited Guest. Updated by novelfull.com. Yi Yuan previously broke through 3 minor realms in one breath on the 9 Heavens Road. At that time, it amazed everyone in the Danwu Academy. But compared to now, that time did not even count as anything. The difficulty of raising a minor realm in the spirit condensation realm was more than 10 times harder compared to the essence chi realm. But even so, Yi Yuan still went and did it without any hesitation. To him, there was no so-called bottleneck. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan had already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent and also comprehended the transmission true intent. Consecutively breaking through 3 minor realms was no longer considered much to Yi Yuan. One had to know that the vast majority of martial artists in the endless world would never be able to comprehend a type of true intent throughout their entire lives. From this, it could be seen how high the starting point for true intent was. But the way others saw it, this was completely not the case. This. Is he breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm already? Is there a mistake? Since when can breaking through realms be done in leaps and bounds like this? This is not a minor realm. Yi Yuan, he's breaking through from middle stage spirit condensation realm to late stage spirit condensation realm directly. Although senior apprentice brother Tianyu and the rest emphasized on perceiving concepts, to let them break through in full force, it's also impossible to be like Yuan, right? It was no wonder that they were amazed. For normal breakthroughs, it would probably take several months' time even for geniuses like Tianyu and Ti Wujiu. Breaking through like Yuan, first, let's not talk about whether they would be stuffed to death by the essence energy storm. Even if they broke through realms, they would probably spend even more time to consolidate it. This way, the losses outweigh the gains. At this precise moment, a disciple reported to Luo Qingfeng. Sect Master, an envoy has arrived from the Heavenly Sky sect. He already arrived at Victory Peak. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, "Why are you showing such misconduct? Do you still need me to teach you all this?" When visiting other sects, most would wait for the host in the main hall and only meet after the disciple reported it. There was absolutely no such logic as roaming wildly. The Heavenly Sky sect's envoys' actions were showing extreme impertinence to the host. When Luo Qingfeng heard that the Heavenly Sky sect's envoy had already arrived at Victory Peak, his first reaction was naturally that the reporting disciple was insensible and directly brought the person over here. That disciple said aggrievedly, "I asked the envoy to wait in the main hall for me to report to the sect master, but he followed here right away. He even said. Said what? This disciple dare not say. I asked you to say, so say it. What are you stammering for?" The disciple gritted his teeth and said, "He said that our Tranquil Cloud sect is only slightly stronger than second-rate sects and is simply undeserving of the title of one of the 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky sect is the leader of the Southern Domain's great sections. As the Heavenly Sky sect's envoy, having a look around is giving us Tranquil Cloud sect face. I was afraid, so I brought him here directly." The disciple was filled with righteous indignation when talking. It was apparent that he was filled with pent-up anger. Xiao Jian flew into a rage when he heard that and said, "Heavenly Sky sect is really going too far. Sect Master, in my view, just drive him out directly. Provoking our Tranquil Cloud sect like this, we have the moral high ground no matter where we go." The disciple also had a face full of righteous anger by the side. He was clearly very much in agreement with Hall Head Zhao's opinion. Earlier, that envoy's high and mighty appearance nearly made him give him a slap across the face. But Luo Qingfeng was not as agitated as Xiao Jian. He said to the disciple, "Didn't he come with you? Where is he?" The envoy seemed to have seen something interesting just now at the plaza, so he stayed. This disciple was afraid that I would bungle matters, so I rushed over to report to Sect Master, the disciple said. Luo Qingfeng's expression already returned to normal currently. He nodded and said, "You did pretty well. I'm the one who wronged you. Bring me to see this envoy." Sect Master. We've already suffered enough of the Heavenly Sky sect's bullying these few years. Now, even a measly little envoy dares to ride on top of our heads to take a dump. Xiao Jian said indignantly. Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Jian and said with a sigh, "While it is of a noble character to die in glory rather than live on in dishonor, in my position, I must make considerations for the sect's future. Regardless of whether it's Yuan, Ti Wujiu, or Tianyu. They are all the sect's future. And our mission is not to show bravery for a moment, but to ensure the growth of these geniuses." Xiao Jian's gaze turned intent as he said, "But the Heavenly Sky sect is too much of a bully. Even a puny little envoy dares to strut around in front of us now, let alone others. We're at least the upper echelons of a sect, there's no need to grovel before an envoy, right?" Luo Qingfeng's face fell, and he said, "Xiao Jian. You're too naive. In the martial arts world, it has always been the strong who reign supreme. Don't you have even this bit of understanding? Dignity isn't given to you by others, but it's you who award it to yourself. If you and I have the strength of Soul Sea Realm, why would we need to adapt to their mood? Now that several fine saplings have finally appeared in our sect, they mustn't be ruined in our hands." Luo Qingfeng's words made Xiao Jian unbelievably dejected. It had always been the strong who reigned supreme in the martial arts world. Weaklings were only eliminated and not sympathized. The Heavenly Sky sect was powerful, that was why their sect members dared to be so unbridled. Although Xiao Jian's way of doing things could obtain a momentary comfort, the aftermath would be too serious. Once they were given a handle, the Heavenly Sky sect might just use it as an opportunity to start a sect war with the Tranquil Cloud sect. In that case, the consequences would be serious. This was not raising a false alarm. The Heavenly Sky sect's wild ambitions were already laid bare in the open. Initiating a sect war was a possibility. With the Heavenly Sky sect's strength, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be hard-pressed to escape the fate of having the sect annihilated. The disparity between the number one great sect and a bottom-tier sect was seriously too great. In the Heavenly Sky sect, just the Soul Sea realm powerhouses numbered quite a few. While the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Skimmaple, this one Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Grand Elder Skimmaple was even just an alchemist. His combat power was negligible. With such a great disparity, the Heavenly Sky sect being somewhat arrogant was within reason. As the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng naturally could not be like Xiao Jian when considering problems. He had to consider the big picture. Especially after watching the fight earlier, Luo Qingfeng was even less willing to start a fight with the Heavenly Sky sect easily. As long as Yi Yuan could rise rapidly, what did the Heavenly Sky sect count as? Before the wings were fully feathered, forbearance was very necessary. Before long, the disciple led Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian to see the Heavenly Sky sect's envoy. Senior apprentice brother Zhang Yu, sect master Luo has arrived, the disciple introduced. The envoy shot a casual glance at Luo Qingfeng but did not have the slightest intention of greeting. His gaze returned to Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through. His haughty manner was completely unmasked. Sect Master Luo, is there a need for so many people to surround and watch a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist break through? When did your Tranquil Cloud sect fall to such a plight? The envoy watched Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged, his words filled with mockery. The envoy was a young man around 18 or 19 years old but already had a cultivation of 4th-level crystal formation realm. Such an age, such strength, placed in the Tranquil Cloud sect, it was absolutely the status of a personal disciple. Except, the first sentence when meeting him made people very displeased. Chapter 280, Cutting In. Chapter 280, Cutting In. Luo Qingfeng did not get angry. He just used a very peculiar expression to look at this young envoy. When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng had no reaction after a long time, he involuntarily became secretly displeased. When the envoy turned around and saw Luo Qingfeng's expression, he could not help being stupefied. He asked in puzzlement, "Why? Did I say it wrong? Could this spirit condensation realm fellow have anything special?" "Haha, not really all that special. It's just that he just obtained victory and had some comprehension during the fight, so he took advantage of the opportunity to break through. That's why there are so many people surrounding and watching," Luo Qingfeng explained with a smile. The envoy had a disdainful look when he heard that. "If I didn't see wrongly, this boy seems to have gotten first place." As he was talking, he shook his head and said pityingly, "Your Tranquil Cloud sect is really declining with the passing of time. A 6th-level spirit condensation realm boy can actually obtain first place in the sect grand competition. What a joke." Xiao Jian was originally standing by the side patiently. When he heard such words, he immediately wanted to step forward and lose it but was held back by Luo Qingfeng. "What? Hall head Xiao seems to have some disgruntlement with me. Come. Just come. As long as you're not afraid of my master coming over to take revenge." Seeing Xiao Jian's furious appearance, the envoy did not know what was called fear. Instead, he brought out his own master, and his arrogance became even more inflated. Luo Qingfeng was actually already furious to the limit in his heart, but as the sect master, he had no choice but to suppress this anger. This envoy clearly recognized him and Xiao Jian, but they had never met him, so they naturally did not know which mighty deity his master was. "Xiao Jian, you withdraw first." "Sect master." "Withdraw." Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing Xiao Jian leave, Luo Qingfeng turned around and asked, "Your master is?" When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to let out a fart, he became even more pleased with himself secretly. That head of his was raised until it was about to reach the skies. "My master is Qi Zongtao. I am master's personal disciple, Li Zhangyu said with a proud beam. Luo Qingfeng naturally would not make a fool of himself in front of a junior, but he was alarmed in his heart. Of course, he knew this Qi Zongtao. He was one of the grand elders of the Heavenly Sky sect, a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Weighing things this way, this punk was the same generation as him. No wonder this punk dared to be so insolent. Turned out that he actually had such a backing. Pressing down the unhappiness in his heart, Luo Qingfeng asked, "What did your honored sect send you here for?" Li Zhangyu said, "Of course, it's for something good. But this matter will have to wait for later. Right now, I just had a sudden burst of inspiration and feel like I'm about to break through realms right away. This place is pretty good. I'm going to break through here." Finishing, without even waiting for Luo Qingfeng to agree, he scurried over to not far from Yuan with a flash. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed. It was already too late to try and stop this. Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm had already started to gather. The two essence energy storms converged together very quickly. If Luo Qingfeng made a move to disrupt Li Zhangyu's breakthrough, it would definitely also interrupt Yuan's breakthrough. Luo Qingfeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. Looks like this Li Zhangyu was spoiled rotten by Qi Zongtao. He was actually so willful when doing things. How was this Li Zhangyu going to break through? This was clearly him wanting to smack Tranquil Cloud Sect's face. This Li Zhangyu was at 4th level crystal formation realm strength. Now, he was going to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm. But Yuan was only breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. How could he compare to Li Zhangyu? The essence energy storm momentum would surely be devoured cleanly if Yuan broke through beside a 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist. Li Zhangyu had wicked thoughts. This was him wanting to make Yuan fail his breakthrough by breaking through himself at the same time. Once Yuan failed his breakthrough, Tranquil Cloud Sect would have lost face completely. Moreover, failing the breakthrough this time would surely cast a very large shadow on Yuan. Wanting to break through again would no longer be that easy. Li Zhangyu was evidently a clever person. Although Luo Qingfeng spoke vaguely earlier, he also guessed that Yuan must have some aspects surpassing others. Furthermore, to be able to obtain the number 1 in the grand competition with 6th level spirit condensation realm strength, regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud Sect lacking successors or not, Yuan unquestionably had some saving graces. Sweeping away the Tranquil Cloud Sect's face in public and also ruining the Tranquil Cloud Sect's genius disciple and even spreading the fame of the Heavenly Sky Sect. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. When Luo Qingfeng thought up to here, he was so enraged that his complexion turned green, but he was powerless to do anything. Li Zhangyu might be arrogant, but he also indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The essence energy storm was gathered casually. This unhurried manner was ample to show his might. When martial artists broke through realms, which one of them would not make ample preparations? Li Zhangyu did it on the spot. Clearly, he was full of confidence. That was also to say, breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm was not even considered much to Li Zhangyu. Such boldness, among the younger generation in the Tranquil Cloud Sect, there was simply no one like it. Luo Qingfeng finally just let out a sigh. Now, in this kind of situation, Yuan could only count on himself. Or perhaps, Yuan could create a miracle. If it were another person, Luo Qingfeng might just really move to stop this. But Yuan could never be measured using common sense. Some things that would never happen to others became uncertain with Yuan. After all, there was simply no martial artist who grasped true intent in the southern domain. Yuan was the sole person. In a blink, storms raged in the entire plaza. The 2 essence energy storms towered to the skies and meshed together. Initially, Yuan's essence energy tempest was already very exaggerated. But Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm was more than a level stronger. Li Zhangyu was a crystal formation realm martial artist. The commotion when breaking through was obviously different. With a fellow suddenly popping out to break through, they naturally got a feast for their eyes. Who's this person? Why have I never heard that we had such a senior apprentice brother? What's this person trying to do? Why does he have to squeeze with Yuan if he wants to break through and not find a place to enter seclusion? The situation is not quite right. This person is a crystal formation realm martial artist. The essence energy tempest that he created is so powerful. Essence energy. Storms are originally used to plunder the surrounding essence energy for one's own use. The essence energy storm that he created is already starting to pillage Yuan's. Yi Yuan's in danger. If his essence energy storm is looted, then his hope of breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm will be dashed to pieces. There might even be the danger of cultivation realm falling. What kind of mysterious person this is? Such a powerful aura. A 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist's breakthrough actually has such great commotion. Many people started to worry for Yi Yuan. Compared to a stranger, everyone naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to break through. Except, everyone sensed that the essence energy storm on Yi Yuan's side was becoming increasingly weaker. Yi Yuan's breakthrough also fell into a precarious situation, as if there would be signs of stopping at any time. If Yi Yuan and Li Zhangyu competed in supreme true intent, these tranquil cloud sect disciples would absolutely not worry for him. Yi Yuan had grasped true intent. Forget that Li Zhangyu was just at crystal formation realm, even if he was at the sea transformation realm, or even the soul sea realm, they did not think that Li Zhangyu could win. But they were breaking through cultivation realms currently, seizing essence energy. This way, Yi Yuan's true intent would not come in handy at all. Instead, his cultivation realm became his greatest disadvantage. How could a spirit condensation realm martial artist possibly be a crystal formation realm martial artist's match in plundering essence energy? Chapter 281, Li Zhangyu's Strength. Chapter 281, Li Zhangyu's Strength. Yi Yuan's breakthrough had just reached a critical juncture when he suddenly felt the essence energy around him diminishing and was almost unable to support his breakthrough anymore. The occurrence of such a situation made him feel rather baffled. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw someone else besides him. This person was apparently breaking through too. The other person's essence energy tempest was much stronger than his. It was clearly at the strength level that only a crystal formation realm martial artist should have. Yi Yuan understood the situation very quickly. Although this person looked very unfamiliar, just by looking at the other party choosing to break through beside him, he clearly had malicious intentions. Towards guys like this, Yi Yuan would never be courteous. The corner of Yi Yuan's lips curled slightly. He sneered coldly in his heart and thought to himself, want to play a game of plundering essence energy? You're going to cry. Since the other party wanted to play, then he would let him have his fill. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's glance, Li Zhangyu also turned to look at Yi Yuan and did a thumbs-down gesture. The provocation meaning was very thick. Truly too arrogant. This fellow actually dares to do this sort of infuriating gesture. Does he really take it as if our tranquil cloud sect has nobody? I remembered. He's wearing the Heavenly Sky sect uniform. He's a Heavenly Sky sect disciple. What? Why would a Heavenly Sky sect disciple run all the way to our tranquil cloud sect to break through realms? Are you dumb? How is he coming here to break through realms? He's simply here to show off. Seizing essence energy for his own breakthrough beside Yi Yuan, causing Yi Yuan's breakthrough to fail, and even making such a hand gesture in front of so many of us, he's really bullying our tranquil cloud sect for having nobody. That might be so, but this Heavenly Sky sect disciple is really very strong. We have to do a crazy lot of preparations before breaking through realms and then finding an isolated place to seclude ourselves. But he just ran over here directly to break through. Furthermore, look at his appearance, he clearly still has a lot of strength left over as if breaking through is like eating a common fare to him. I say, can you stop boosting other people's morale and diminishing our prestige? You're also aware of Yi Yuan's talent. Perhaps a miracle will happen. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples recognized Li Zhangyu's background, they became bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Although most of them had never seen before Heavenly Sky sect's people, they all knew the Heavenly Sky sect's overbearingness. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who was completely clueless about this. Facing Li Zhangyu's provocation, he just smiled faintly and stood up. Yi Yuan was simply disinclined to bother with this sort of lame provocation. The way Yi Yuan saw it, this kind of provocation were simply like shrews shouting and cursing in public. You scolded me a sentence, so I have to scold you back. The best way to snuff out the other party's arrogance was nothing better than to beat the other party down. Beat until they were genuinely convinced. Spirit gathering seal. Yi Yuan cried out. Only to see Yi Yuan's hands move like phantoms. Seals fired out one by one. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became violent again. Originally, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm already became incomparably thin under Li Zhangyu's pillaging, with the danger of dissipating at any time. But now, it was like Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was injected with stimulants, forcefully snatching much essence energy from Li Zhangyu's side, and was even strengthening continuously. As a high-ranking alchemist, he needed to master countless seals. There would be times where an alchemist would gather essence energy in order to raise the quality of medicinal pills. This spirit-gathering seal was a more low-end seal among them. Yi Yuan would frequently use it when his realm was lower in his previous life. After his realm rose, he rarely used it. But when using it now, it was still incomparably fluent, and the effect was also extremely powerful. With the guidance of the seal, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm was like a vortex, building up unendingly. Haha, didn't I say that Yi Yuan wouldn't admit defeat so easily? So what if he's a heavenly sky sex crystal formation realm? Displaying his paltry skills before an expert like Yi Yuan, he entrapped himself, right? That's right. Wait until Yi Yuan loots the essence energy over at his side clean. See how he breaks through. No biggie. To be haughty, you also have to look at the other person. You'll die a very miserable death if you posture in front of a genius who grasped true intent. Haha. Looking at Yi Yuan turning the tides, tranquil cloud sect disciples felt that they gained face. Although they were not very familiar with Yi Yuan yet, they already took him as their own people. Especially in front of outsiders' provocation, this kind of recognition would magnify limitlessly. Li Zhangyu clearly also became conscious of this change and could not help being greatly astonished. There was an impassable gulf between middle-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage spirit condensation realm. The commotion caused by him breaking through realms was actually pulled back by a puny little middle-stage spirit condensation realm. No wonder Luo Qingfeng was so vague earlier, rather like treasuring his own belongings. Looking at it now, there was indeed something fishy. Hey, you certainly have some measly capabilities. But if you think that you can win me like this, then you're too naive. Return for me. With a low cry, Li Zhangyu's aura skyrocketed once again. Following that, his essence energy storm also became even more violent. The essence energy that was initially snatched over by Yi Yuan returned to Li Zhangyu essence energy storm once more. Yi Yuan's efforts earlier were all in vain right now. But Li Zhangyu's actions gave the tranquil cloud sect disciples a huge shock. What? This fellow was actually holding back so much extra strength. No way. This commotion of his is probably catching up to breaking through 6th level spirit condensation realm already. Could all the heavenly sky sect's disciples be powerful to this extent? What kind of joke is that? Looking at his age, he's even a few years younger than senior apprentice brother Tu Jiu, but his cultivation realm has already surpassed senior apprentice brother Tu Jiu. If breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm can cause such a powerful momentum, his strength is likely close to our personal disciples already. Is this the strength of the Southern Domain's #1 great sect? No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. How can other sects compare to this strength? Yi Yuan is on his last legs. If it continues to get pillaged like this, Yi Yuan's breakthrough failing is a minor matter, he might even injure his foundations. To a certain degree, the strength of the essence energy tempest could represent a martial artist's strength and potential. The essence energy storm when Yi Yuan broke through was several times stronger than ordinary people. This could reflect his strength to a certain extent. But Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm being so powerful meant that his true strength was definitely much stronger than a 4th level crystal formation realm. As for how his true strength was, it was hard to gauge, but it was definitely ridiculously strong. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression was also not too good. He reckoned that Li Zhangyu's strength was roughly the same as Mo Yuntian, but his age was nearly 10 years younger than Mo Yuntian. After 10 years, what extent could Li Zhangyu reach? Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng dared to confirm that Li Zhangyu's strength was absolutely not considered the peak among the personal disciples. Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to imagine any more. The disparity was already so great between the junior generations. Where would the sect's future lie? Could he really swallow humiliation and shoulder the burden to wait for the day the tranquil cloud sect rose? Luo Qingfeng involuntarily started to doubt it. The gap between the two sects was currently widening with each step and not shrinking. Besides, could Yi Yuan still mature smoothly after experiencing such a setback today? Chapter 282, I'm Very Willful. Chapter 282, I'm Very Willful. Under Li Zhangyu's pillaging, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became smaller and smaller. When the tranquil cloud sect disciples saw this scene, they unwittingly had the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a hare. This was the tranquil cloud sect's, no, the southern domain's #1 genius. Was he going to fail like this? Although they were unresigned to this, they also knew that this was not that their combat power was weak. It was the opponent who was too strong. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist, while his opponent was a genius martial artist from the southern domain's #1 great sect. Perhaps in terms of potential, Yi Yuan tossed Li Zhangyu several streets behind. But presently, Li Zhangyu was a whole major realm higher than Yi Yuan. If it were others, they did not even have the qualifications to force Li Zhangyu to use his full strength and would just directly lay down their arms and surrender. But Yi Yuan, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, forced out the other party's full strength. Originally, Li Zhangyu had a relaxed look even when breaking through. But now, his entire body was tensed. He was clearly straining himself a lot more. Although Yi Yuan's spirit gathering seal was only a very low-level seal, Yi Yuan's attainments were extremely profound. How could it be so easy to seize essence energy from him? Facing this situation, Yi Yuan had a composed face as if it had nothing to do with him at all. It was only to see him took out several essence crystals calmly and casually struck them out. They transformed into several rays of light that flew in multiple directions. Essence crystals were crystalline bodies formed from heaven and earth essence energy. There was powerful yet pure essence energy contained within. Sect disciples mostly used essence crystals when cultivating. In the martial arts world, essence crystals were also used as currency. Essence crystals were very precious. Even core disciples did not have the right to use them. Only elite disciples would have an extremely small number of low-grade essence crystals every month. Of course, Yi Yuan was also allotted some low-grade essence crystals every month with his nominal elder status. The few essence crystals that Yi Yuan just casually fired out were middle-grade essence crystals. This was given to him by Skimmaple after completing the level 9 mission previously. Nonchalantly firing out so many middle-grade essence crystals made everyone's eyes pop out. This was really quite extravagant. What's Yi Yuan trying to do? Those seemed to be middle-grade essence crystals earlier, right? Wasn't he still core disciple status before this? Where did it come from? Who cares where it came from? The Heavenly Sky sect already bullied to our doorstep to smack our faces, and you're still in the mood to mind this. Cough, cough, isn't it because of momentary excitement? I say, what's Yi Yuan doing here? Could it be that he still has a chance to turn the tide? Yi Yuan's methods are inexhaustible. There might really be a chance to turn defeat into victory. Using so many middle-grade essence crystals at once, Yi Yuan can't be throwing stones to play, right? What's going on? Why do I feel like the surrounding essence energy seems to be drained? Li Zhangyu currently had his full focus on seizing Yi Yuan's essence energy and breaking through. He did not see Yi Yuan's actions. But at this time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surrounding essence energy suddenly became much thicker, and there were increasingly more currents. Opening his eyes to take a look, Li Zhangyu immediately jumped in fright. As the few light spots around Yi Yuan sparkled, the surrounding essence energy became increasingly wild. Spirit gathering formation. Are you mad, punk? Your dantian will be stuffed until it explodes. Li Zhangyu exclaimed. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said with a faint smile, no problem. Isn't there you to be buried with me? Li Zhangyu cried out weirdly, madman. You're really a madman. Quickly stop. Yi Yuan made use of middle-grade essence crystals as the eye of the formation to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. Originally, with Yi Yuan's spirit condensation realm strength, it was impossible to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. But he borrowed Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm ingeniously, leading the big with small, overcoming a greater force with only a small amount of strength, and successfully set up such an array formation. The formation had already activated. The essence energy in the surrounding dozen-of-mile radius was siphoned clean by the spirit gathering formation. Such power, forget about Li Zhangyu, a puny little 4th-level crystal formation realm, even if a 9th-level crystal formation realm were here, they would also not dare to borrow such an essence energy storm to break through. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan doing this was a way of perishing together. If the two of them continued to break through here, the outcome would only be being stuffed to death by essence energy. Such a level of essence energy storm had clearly already exceeded the limits that Li Zhangyu could withstand. Doesn't this senior apprentice brother like to join in the fun? I created even more fun for you, why aren't you joining in now? Yi Yuan still smiled faintly as he said. How could Li Zhangyu bother to bicker with Yi Yuan at this time? If this continued, his dantian was going to explode from being bloated. Let's keep calm and talk. Just now, it was me who was rash. Remove your formation first then talk. Li Zhangyu already had some hint of yielding in his words. Li Zhangyu was also like an arrow notched on the bow right now, it must fly. If he gave up on breaking through, he would definitely receive a backlash and affect his breakthrough after today. If he continued breaking through, how could he withstand such an essence energy storm? He was originally thinking of putting the tranquil cloud sect on the spot, but now, it was hard to dismount the tiger. But Yi Yuan laughed and said, I'm very willful. If others find me to play, I'll definitely play to the end. You can choose to withdraw if you're not playing. You. Fine, I want to see just how you play yourself to death in a while. Li Zhangyu gnashed his teeth and said. That's none of your concern, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Zhangyu already decided not to play anymore. He wanted to stop the breakthrough and withdraw out of the essence energy storm. The timing Li Zhangyu that retreated was perfect. The essence energy storm gathered by the spirit gathering formation had already formed. Even if he pulled back right now, it was already too late for Yi Yuan to want to dismiss it. Li Zhangyu did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to break through realms in this place. Li Zhangyu forcefully terminated his breakthrough and immediately suffered a backlash. He only felt a metallic taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood was about to spew out but was forcibly held back by him. He leaped with all his might and actually withstood the violent essence energy tempest and charged out of it. The essence energy storm was currently already virtually materialized, visible with the naked eye, just like a tornado. Li Zhangyu being able to withdraw leisurely also sufficiently showed that his strength was very great. After exiting, Li Zhangyu no longer had that arrogance from before. The Heavenly Sky sect uniform on him was already torn into tattered rags by the essence energy storm. After leaving the essence energy storm, Li Zhangyu could not hold back any longer and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. He devoted all his power just now to break through but was forcefully stopped by him again. He clearly sustained extremely strong backlash and already suffered very severe internal injuries. Failing the breakthrough this time, the next time Li Zhangyu wanted to break through to the 5th-level crystal formation realm again, it would most likely not be so easy anymore. Of course, with Li Zhangyu's talent, breaking through was inevitable. But this would surely delay him a very large amount of time. Thinking up to here, Li Zhangyu felt very depressed. This time, he really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. But looking at Yi Yuan who was still in the heart of the essence energy storm, a trace of delight flashed across Li Zhangyu's heart. Ha ha ha, this punk is indeed willful. So willful until he played himself to death. With such a violent essence energy storm, I want to see just how you can break through. I really want to see right now just what kind of appearance you'll have when your body explodes, and you die. Li Zhangyu turned over and said manically. Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fang. Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fang. Yi Yuan was in the eye of the storm, his clothes fluttering. Currently, the ferocity of the essence energy around him was practically suffocating. And Yi Yuan's breakthrough also entered the critical juncture at this time already. Such violent essence energy, ordinary people could not even refine it, let alone say breaking through realms. But the essence energy flowing within Yi Yuan's body outside of his body produced an intense contrast. Once the violent and condensed essence energy entered Yi Yuan's body, it immediately became unbelievably docile. In front of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, this level of essence energy was seriously not worth mentioning. However, the essence energy was overly abundant currently. Yi Yuan refined non-stop and reached the critical point of the 7th level spirit condensation realm very soon. About to break through. Just a little bit more. I hope that nothing happens to Yi Yuan. Why would something happen now? It's the most dangerous after breaking through. Breaching the bottleneck requires large amounts of essence energy, just like flood water bursting open the water gate. But once this floodgate is opened, wanting to shut it would not be so easy. Yeah. Normally, when we break through, we would gather an essence energy storm matching our realm so that we can control it. But this essence energy storm has already greatly surpassed the limits that Yuan can withstand. Once the floodgate opens, I'm afraid it will collapse. Seeing that Yuan was on the verge of breaking through, the heavily injured Li Zhangyu said gloatingly, "A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dares to break through within such a violent essence energy tempest. You truly don't know how the word death is written. In a while, when they see you being blown to pieces, I wonder what kind of expression your tranquil cloud sect people will have, hee." Right at this moment, Yuan's aura swelled abruptly and became much stronger than before. It was very clear that he burst past the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck in one go. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Many people even involuntarily shut their eyes. They did not wish to see the scene of Yuan exploding. At the same time, the essence energy around Yuan that became even more tempestuous had already transformed into a bundle of mist-like state. From this, it could be seen just how thick the essence energy in the center of the storm was. The thick fog covered up Yuan's figure. The outside could no longer see what was happening inside. But everyone knew that Yuan was currently wrestling with the flood-like essence energy. Dead for sure. He's definitely dead. This brat is also a talent, to actually set up such an incredible Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. The essence energy in the eye of the formation practically became liquid state already. Even if I were the one breaking through in the eye of the formation, I probably would have exploded by now already, much less a 7th level spirit condensation realm. Li Zhangyu directly sentenced Yuan to death. Sect Master, Yi Yuan, he, the disciple who received Li Zhangyu previously said anxiously. Luo Qingfeng sucked in a deep breath and sighed. At this time, only Yi Yuan alone can help himself. Pray that he can come out alive. These words sounded that bit unconfident no matter how one heard it. Under such a situation, the possibility of escaping with his life was too minuscule. As time slowly ticked away, there was still no activity in the eye of the formation. Everyone's hope evaporated bit by bit. If Yuan could leave, he would have left long ago. Now, under such circumstances, most likely, it was more ominous than propitious. At present, Li Zhangyu consumed medicinal pills that controlled internal injuries and returned to Luo Qingfeng's side. Sect Master Luo, I think there's no need to wait anymore. There's no activity after such a long time, that boy most likely already exploded into a lump of meat by now, Li Zhangyu said delightedly. Hearing these words, Luo Qingfeng's entire person became icy. Li Zhangyu immediately felt a powerful pressure crushing forth. I exercised forbearance in every way possible on accounts of your master's face. Do you think that my tranquil cloud sect can be needed as you like? If your master were here, I'd still have some fear. You, a crystal formation realm, reaching out for a yard after taking an inch, do you really take me to be made of clay? Luo Qingfeng carried the powerful awe of a half-step Soul Sea realm, crushing Li Zhangyu until he could not breathe. Li Zhangyu's incessant provocation finally angered this master of a sect. To be able to become the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng was absolutely not some goody two-shoes that could be sliced up anyhow. The reason why he accommodated for the general interest was only to hide one's capability and bid one's time, to strive for time to let the tranquil cloud sect's junior generation grow up. But now that Yuan's life or death was uncertain and the sect's greatest hope about to be extinguished, this also made Luo Qingfeng lose his last trace of patience. Once a ferocious tiger bared its fangs, someone who assumed the majesty of the tiger like Li Zhangyu did not have much living space anymore. Luo Qingfeng released his aura fully. Li Zhangyu only felt like he was being crushed by a humongous mountain. Even his teeth were chattering. Li Zhangyu only understood at this moment that this seemingly weak and incompetent tranquil cloud sect master actually had such formidable strength. Such a powerful pressure, Li Zhangyu only felt this from his own master before. Could it be that Luo Qingfeng's strength was no longer beneath masters? You dare to touch me? I am the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy. Aren't you scared of launching a sect war? Li Zhangyu gritted his teeth and said. Luo Qingfeng sneered coldly and said, you'd best pray that Yuan's fine. Otherwise, I'll use you as a sacrificial item today. Sect war. Do you think that you can trigger a sect war with the likes of you? You're overestimating yourself too much. If the Heavenly Sky sect could eradicate my Tranquil Cloud sect so easily, why would they wait until now? It dawned onto Li Zhangyu when he heard it, and the color of his face turned deathly white. He flopped weakly onto the ground. The 8 great sects each have their own forte, yet also restrain each other. My Tranquil Cloud sect is not as powerful as your Heavenly Sky sect, but a sect war will cause a domino effect. Isn't your sect master scared of the other 7 sects joining hands? After all, our today is their future. All of the sect masters are not dumb. How could they not understand this logic? Luo Qingfeng's words struck the core one by one, speaking until Li Zhangyu's complexion became increasingly paler. Heavenly Sky sect disciples were used to being arrogant while the Tranquil Cloud sect was always very low profile, resulting in Li Zhangyu thinking that the Tranquil Cloud sect was only a rotten persimmon, able to knead the latter as he wished and had no respect even for Luo Qingfeng. Looking at it now, he was only a clown. He was not even a fart in front of Luo Qingfeng. With the strength of Sea Transformation Realm, one simply had no say in the interactions between sections. Who could have thought that the Luo Qingfeng who had always been famously weak would also have such a ferocious side? Looking at that mass of thick fog, Li Zhangyu suddenly discovered that he made a fatal error today. He touched Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. And this brat called Yuan was Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. How could Li Zhangyu know what Luo Qingfeng was thinking? Luo Qingfeng was currently thinking of how to give an account to that mysterious master of Yuan. Once that unimaginably powerful existence came to ask for him, what awaited his Tranquil Cloud sect was also an utter calamity. Updated by Novel Full, Com. If Yuan really died, why would he still fear a sect war? Compared to that mysterious expert, the Heavenly Sky sect was nothing. At that time, the ones getting destroyed was likely not just his Tranquil Cloud sect alone. The Heavenly Sky sect likewise could not escape responsibility. Chapter 284, Tsunghua Reborn. Chapter 284, Tsunghua Reborn. I'm also not afraid to tell you that Yuan is a peerless genius that my Tranquil Cloud sect discovered. He's my Tranquil Cloud sect's future. If something happens to him today, you're dead for sure. Luo Qingfeng said fiercely with a stern expression. Li Zhangyu felt his scalp tingle. He could sense Luo Qingfeng's fury. These words were absolutely not just to scare him. Are you mad? To incite a sect war at all cost for such a genius that had yet to mature. Li Zhangyu felt that this world was too insane. Luo Qingfeng actually stopped at no expense to become enemies with the Heavenly Sky sect for a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. Although Li Zhangyu was not the most powerful among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sky sect, he was someone with extremely huge potential. Qi Zongtao doted on him very heavily. If he died, Qi Zongtao would definitely not let it go at that. Although a sect war might affect the situation as a whole, it was possible to erupt because of this. Li Zhangyu involuntarily looked towards that massive thick fog. Alarm suddenly showed on his face. Sect Master Luo, quickly look. Li Zhangyu pointed in the direction of the Essence Energy Storm and shouted. Luo Qingfeng's heart jolted, and he looked over there, only to see that the Essence Energy Storm was currently weakening at a visible rate. This kind of weakening was not dissipation, but converging towards the eye of the formation. It looked like it was sucked over by something. Luo Qingfeng's expression became intent. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Regardless of what situation occurred, at least it showed that Yuan was still alive right now. Otherwise, the Essence Energy Storm should be gradually dispersing and not being sucked over like this. As long as Yuan did not die, anything was fine. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciple clearly also noticed this chance. Although they were somewhat uncertain, didn't it meant that Yuan was at least still alive? What happened? Yuan, he did not die yet. Truly inconceivable. He actually lasted such a long time in the substantialized Essence Energy Storm. What in the world did he do? The mystery should be unraveling very soon. You guys, look. That massive thick fog is starting to dissipate. The speed which Essence Energy was being absorbed was very swift. That mass of thick fog gradually became thin and revealed a blurry silhouette. Everyone stared fixedly at the eye of the storm. That silhouette became clearer and clearer. Everybody could see that that was Yi Yuan. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not die, a wave of shouting and screaming came from the crowd. Unknowingly, they already took Yi Yuan as their own comrade and took him as the face of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect was oppressed too heavily these few years. Every disciple felt as though they experienced this aspect themselves. Now that such a genius character appeared with such difficulty, it would really be too pitiful if he were to die like this. Just earlier, each one of them felt the heavenly sky sect's humiliation, but they were helpless. Touching their own hearts, no matter which of them took Yi Yuan's place, they were also unable to perform like Yi Yuan. Even if the Tranquil Cloud sect found a fourth-level crystal formation realm disciple and placed him beside Li Zhangyu, the final outcome would probably be suffering a defeat when victory was within reach. Yi Yuan regained face on all of their behalves. Not only did Yi Yuan force Li Zhangyu until he had to withdraw with serious injuries with spirit condensation realm cultivation, he even survived completely unscathed. In their hearts, Yi Yuan had already become the hero of the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Quickly look. What's Yi Yuan doing? Isn't that his spirit artifact? Those essence energies seem to have been absorbed by this sword. It really looks like it. But how can a spirit artifact absorb so much essence energy? Hang on. Unless. The two people exchanged a glance and saw the shock in the other person's eyes. They said in unison, "Spirit artifact sanctification." Li Zhangyu similarly showed an astonished expression. He sucked in a cold breath and said, he actually made use of the spirit gathering formation to sanctify his spirit artifact. Is this boy really just a teenager? Luo Qingfeng was also incomparably shocked. He never imagined that Yi Yuan could actually utilize the spirit gathering formation to sanctify that Songhua sword. However, when he saw that gaping mouth look of Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng felt pleased in his heart. Luo Qingfeng was feeling excellent, but his words were nonchalant as he said, through and through. Yi Yuan is still 2 months short of reaching 16. Congratulations to you. Your small life is secured. When he heard these words from Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu had a feeling like a heavy load was lifted. His back was already drenched in sweat. Before long, the violent essence energy was already pretty much absorbed clean. Songhua sword suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly. But it was currently missing some parts of sharp air and was dimmer than before. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Songhua sword gave off a crisp clang and shot straight for the horizon. Everybody only saw a streak of flowing light dancing in midair, akin to a canary which broke free. That sort of carefree feeling infected everyone. 32 Restriction Spirit Artifact. In a twinkle, an 8 Restriction Spirit Artifact became a 32 Restriction Spirit Artifact. Yi Yuan, he is really too amazing. Spirit Artifact sanctification is an incredibly challenging matter. Every additional restriction would be exceedingly difficult. One has to ensure that adding new restrictions will not clash with previous ones and also ensure the increase in power. Ordinary array formation masters would not dare to easily increase restrictions for spirit artifacts. Abnormal cultivation speed, grasped true intent, heard that his alchemy Dao attainments are also exceedingly high. Now, even his array formation Dao attainments are so strong, is he still a human? Sensing the power of restrictions coming off from the reborn Songhua sword, everyone gasped in amazement. 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions. This was an extremely huge jump. If spirit artifact could cultivate, then 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions would be rising 2 major realms consecutively. This kind of enormous crossing would greatly increase the power of a spirit artifact. One could say that the Songhua sword had obtained a transformation that cast off its old self and be reborn again. It was no wonder that it was so excited. Seemingly bored of playing around, Songhua sword's luster was restrained, and it landed in Yi Yuan's hands obediently. Lightly caressing the sword body, Yi Yuan was also very pleased with his own work. At his current realm, this was already the limits of what he could accomplish. The 32 restrictions Songhua sword was enough to last him all the way to the sea transformation realm. Yi Yuan's array formation Dao attainments were incredible. Sanctifying a 32 restriction spirit artifact was not much to him. It was just that it was quite taxing for him to do it due to limitations in realm. Li Zhangyu coincidentally came over to cause trouble. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laid down the Spirit Gather formation to sanctify the Tsanghua sword. Along with Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent getting increasingly deeper, especially when using 1,000 flowing petals, the 8 restrictions Tsanghua sword was already gradually having difficulties coping. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Yuan successfully sanctified it in one go. Keeping the Tsanghua sword, Yi Yuan walked towards Li Zhangyu and greeted him. But he smiled at Li Zhangyu and said, "This senior apprentice brother doesn't seem to be someone from my tranquil cloud sect. But you were also of a huge assistance to me this time. Yi Yuan give thanks here." Looking at the grinning Yi Yuan, Li Zhangyu felt even worse than swallowing a fly. Chapter 285, Unknown Mystic Realm. Chapter 285, Unknown Mystic Realm. Although Yi Yuan's Tier 3 Spirit Gathering formation was strong, it was also unable to gather so much essence energy. The reason why it could cause such a huge commotion before was that Yi Yuan used a maneuver to lift something heavy using only a little force. Using the two persons' essence energy storms as the base, it magnified the pair's essence energy storms limitlessly. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. If he did not have the pair's essence energy storms as the base, how could he plunder the essence energies in a 10-mile radius clean? Li Zhangyu tasted blood again in his throat. The internal injuries that were just suppressed relapsed again and he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he endured it. Li Zhangyu is an honored guest from the Heavenly Sky sect. He indeed has the grace of a great sect disciple, deriving pleasure from helping others. Luo Qingfeng supplemented another blow right after. Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan looked perplexed. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Luo Qingfeng froze, and he could not help asking, "You don't know the Heavenly Sky sect?" Yi Yuan shook his head blankly and said, "This disciple came from a small place, and my knowledge is superficial. I really don't know the Heavenly Sky sect." Luo Qingfeng was speechless. He explained, "Heavenly Sky sect is the Southern Domain's #1 great sect, the leader of the 8 great sects. Zhangyu is a Heavenly Sky sect Grand Elder's favored disciple." "You're my sect's elder. Calling senior apprentice brother is acceptable." Li Zhangyu was secretly shocked. Yi Yuan was already a sect elder at this age. However, he had yet to be surprised by this when Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened and said, "Ah, so that's how it is. The Heavenly Sky sect is as expected the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Their Grand Elder's disciple actually sacrificed his own interests for the sake of others and would rather his own realm fall just to help others. Yi Yuan is eternally grateful." "Poo work." Li Zhangyu finally could not hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was already injuries on top of injuries. The two people sang and chimed together. Li Zhangyu was ultimately young. How could he endure such stimulation? But Yi Yuan really did not know the Heavenly Sky sect, not that he was singing a duet with Luo Qingfeng. But the effects were the same. After 2 days, Li Zhangyu's injuries took a turn for the better. Luo Qingfeng summoned him. Presently, Li Zhangyu was much more restrained and was no longer as arrogant as when he had just arrived. Luo Qingfeng's aura on that day thoroughly suppressed him. "Are your injuries better?" Luo Qingfeng asked like he was engaging in small talk. It was fine if he did not mention that. But once it was raised, Li Zhangyu's inner heart felt as painful as his scar being reopened. "Already much better. Many thanks for Sect Master Luo's concern," Li Zhangyu forced a smile and said. It's good that it's much better. Zhangyu, for what matter did you come to my Tranquil Cloud sect as an envoy this trip for?" Luo Qingfeng queried. Talking about official matters, Li Zhangyu hurriedly collected his emotions and said, "My Heavenly Sky sect discovered a mystic realm not long ago within our borders and think that there should be some good stuff inside. Our Southern Domain's 8 great sects has always been united. Sect Master specially dispatched 7 disciples to leave for the 7 sects to invite everyone to explore the mystic realm together so as to give fair treatment to all." Luo Qingfeng was expressionless, but he started to deliberate on the intentions of this move by the Heavenly Sky sect in his heart. Whatever united, what fair treatment, that could only hoodwink a 3-year-old kid. The Southern Domain's 8 great sects, including the Tranquil Cloud sect, each had their own little plans. The Tranquil Cloud sect never had the heart to contend for hegemony in the Southern Domain. The sect members' ambition was always to storm back to the northern domain. Of course, this was merely a distant dream. The reality was that the Tranquil Cloud sect could only survive within the crevices of the various southern domain sections. The Heavenly Sky sect had always been very domineering. Forget about a mystic realm in their own territory, they would even think of ways to get a cup of soup from other people's mystic realms. There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. If one were to say that the Heavenly Sky sect was really that good-hearted, even a fool would not believe it. But one had to admit that the Heavenly Sky sect tossed out a remarkably tempting bait. Luo Kingfengu reckoned that the other sects would likely be unable to refuse this invitation because even he himself was moved. What did the development of the sect rely on? Resources. Essence crystals, natural treasures, cultivation methods, artifacts, and so on. These things more or less determined the power of a sect. As the most powerful sect in the southern domain, the Heavenly Sky sect occupied 40% of the southern domain's resources. The other 7 great sects added up only came up to 60% or so. It was precisely because of these resources that ensured that the Heavenly Sky sect always looked down on the world. And among those, natural treasures were a very crucial part of resources. The sect disciples' daily consumption, medicinal pills used in cultivation, and medicinal herbs were a huge expenditure. Without the accumulation of these resources, the sect would simply be unable to sustain, no matter how deep your foundations were. And where did these natural treasures come from? Mystic realms. Mystic realms were miniature spaces neighboring the endless world. Because human footmarks were scarce and essence energy was abundant, it tends to give birth to many natural treasures. Within the various southern domain sect boundaries, they all had some mystic realms, and these mystic realms were all controlled by the various great sections. These mystic realms were all known mystic realms. The dangers within have already pretty much been eliminated by the various great sections. But the mystic realm discovered by the Heavenly Sky sect this time was evidently an unknown mystic realm. Extremely few humans existed in mystic realms. But there were many demonic beasts as well as naturally formed dangers. Exploring mystic realms was an extremely perilous task. Ignoring other things, just the Heavenly Sky sect inviting other sects to explore the mystic realm together most likely had the notion of bringing more cannon fodder. As for whether they had other plans, Luo Qingfeng could not determine it right now. What kind of mystic realm? Give a description, Luo Qingfeng said while maintaining his composure. An unknown mystic realm. We've already sent people in to investigate. The natural treasures inside are beyond counting. It's said that there are many Tier 3, quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs inside. There are also quite a few Tier 4 herbs and some extremely rare herbs which can all be found inside. Li Zhangyu said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly smiled and said, I'm afraid that it isn't so simple, right? What I want to hear isn't this. What did you all encounter inside? Li Zhangyu's face changed but returned to normal very quickly. He said calmly, we sent a total of 3 teams. They were completely wiped out. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, what kind of people did you send in? Facing Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu became very alert. This fellow was too astute. Every question hit the mark. In the past, everyone always thought that he was somebody weak and incompetent because he was low profile and tolerant. Now, it looks like this fellow was simply an exceptionally clever and scheming person. Now that Luo Qingfeng already bared his fangs in front of Li Zhangyu, he naturally had no need to disguise himself anymore. Li Zhangyu cautiously said, the first time, it was an early-stage crystal formation realm leading the team. The second, the one leading was a middle-stage crystal formation realm. The third time, it was a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Oh. Since all your guys were wiped out, how do you know the news inside? Luo Qingfeng asked composedly. Li Zhangyu secretly cursed Sly Fox and said, in the end, that 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist risked death to charge out and brought back this information. And not long after he exited, he died too. This unknown mystic realm might be somewhat dangerous, but the things inside are seriously too alluring. That's why Lord Sect Master ardently invites everyone to explore together. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, you go back and rest first. Allow me to reconsider this. After Li Zhangyu took his leave, the door to the room suddenly opened. Ling Potion, Xiao Jian, and Ouyang Yu walked out. And behind them was Yi Yuan, who had recently just broke through. Chapter 286, Opinion. Chapter 286, Opinion. What do you guys think of the Heavenly Sky Sect's invitation? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask after the few people sat down. Xiao Jian was the first to speak. Would the Heavenly Sky Sect be so kind-hearted? I won't believe that even if you beat me to death. In my opinion, this is a trap. Ling Potion valued each word like gold and said, yes, definitely it is a trap. Ouyang Yu mused for a while. Before saying, I feel that the possibility of being a trap is not big. Rather, I think the likelihood of making us as the cannon fodders is greater. Luo Qingfeng was emotionless as he asked again, how so? Exploring an unknown mystic realm such as this, it's impossible for the great sects to send out a very powerful force. Wanting to diminish the sect's existing strength through this is clearly not very likely. The way I see it, this unknown mystic realm might really be dangerous. The Heavenly Sky Sect hopes to drag everyone over to shoulder the dangers together to obtain the greatest benefits while at the same time, reducing their own casualties. Ouyang Yu analyzed the situation. Compared to Xiao Jian, Ouyang Yu was clearly much calmer. His analysis was also rather objective. Humph, the Heavenly Sky Sect is just like an old miser. When they see mystic realms, it's like they get injected with stimulants. How can they be so nice this time to invite us to explore together? Xiao Jian disagreed. Therefore, there must be something that we don't know in between. All in all, the Heavenly Sky Sect definitely doesn't have any good intentions. I feel that we can casually send some people over to brush them off, Ouyang Yu said. I disagree. Casually sending some people over to be cannon fodder for others. Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples are all groomed by us through innumerable painstaking efforts. How can we send them to their death? Xiao Jian said with irritation in his tone. About this point that the Heavenly Sky Sect did not have any good intentions, everybody did not have any disagreement, and it was also impossible to have differing opinions. It was just that whether or go or not was a problem. It clearly caused some discrepancies. Ouyang Yu still wanted to continue, but Luo Qingfeng made a hand gesture to indicate to them to stop arguing. He turned and said to Yi Yuan, share your perspective. After the incident with Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng's understanding of Yi Yuan went up another level. Yi Yuan could set up a spirit-gathering formation under that sort of abrupt situation and force Li Zhangyu away while he himself went along with the strategy to sanctify Canghua's sword. It was evident how meticulous his thoughts were. The way Luo Qingfeng saw things, Yi Yuan's talent was without question. It was simply on a different level from his peers. But for him to even possess such meticulous thinking at this age, it was truly hard to come by. Hence, he intentionally called Yi Yuan over today to let him also listen to the purpose of the Heavenly Sky Sect sending an envoy. Perhaps he could come up with some constructive opinions. When Xiao Jian and the others saw Yi Yuan, they were also stupefied for a long time, and could not quite ascertain Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. This action, could it be to let Yi Yuan participate in the Tranquil Cloud Sect upper echelon's decision-making? Yi Yuan's talent was unrivaled, this fact was already irrefutable by anyone. But he was so young, wasn't it somewhat trifling to let him join in the sect upper echelon in decision-making? Especially for Ouyang Yu. When Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, he even acceded to Ouyang Ming's inciting and wanted to sentence Yi Yuan to death through the Tri-Hall joint hearing. But later on, a series of Yi Yuan's actions thoroughly dispelled any thoughts of opposing Yi Yuan. Especially after Yi Yuan sold the soul-driving pill formula to the sect. Several elders from the Ouyang family already obtained a breakthrough with help from the soul-driving pill. Under such circumstances, how could Ouyang Yu bring himself to oppose Yi Yuan again? Wouldn't he become an ungrateful petty character? As for Ouyang Ming's side, Ouyang Yu already issued a strict order to make him watch his woman well to not stir up any more shit. Otherwise, bear the consequences himself. A tiny little secular world family did not enter Ouyang Yu's eyes yet, let alone the fact that this family clan was already wasted. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, if it's as Li Zhangyu said, then this mystic realm is similarly of utmost importance to our sect. Our Tranquil Cloud Sect simply can't compare to these great sects in terms of resources. If we even give up on this chance as well, wouldn't we lag behind with each step? I reckon that other sect masters also can't resist this large cake that the Heavenly Sky Sect delivered and will send people forth. After that day, Luo Qingfeng gave Yi Yuan a crash course on the faction distribution in the southern domain. Now, he already had a preliminary understanding of the southern domain situation. But this mystic realm is so dangerous. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm did not make it out alive after entering. Could it be that we all have to send sea transformation realm elders in? Xiao Jian threw out this question. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, that isn't necessary. Because I think that even if we send elders there, it's useless too. Oh, why is that? Luo Qingfeng asked. When Yi Yuan said this, not only Xiao Jian, even Luo Qingfeng revealed an attentive expression. It was very clear that Yi Yuan noticed some issues that they did not realize. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Sect Master and Hall Heads, think about it. With the Heavenly Sky sect's greed, how can they possibly send people to invite other sects to explore the mystic realm together unless they had no other alternatives? That's why we were all guessing earlier whether the Heavenly Sky sect is plotting some insidious scheme. Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, just as Hall Head Ouyang said, these sort of wiles and schemes don't have much use. Even if our teams were all annihilated, it wouldn't harm our sect's foundations. Why do they need to take such a superfluous action? Then you say, just what is it? Xiao Jian said anxiously. Why did Li Zhangyu only say that they sent a 9th-level crystal formation realm into the mystic realm? Although Sea Transformation Realm is a mid-level pillar in the various great sects, the Heavenly Sky sect wouldn't treasure life to such an extent, right? Yi Yuan said with a grin. Luo Qingfeng was absorbed in his thoughts as he said, you're saying they already sent a Sea Transformation Realm inside? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. Furthermore, that Sea Transformation Realm definitely did not come back alive. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan's analysis was plainly the most logical. It was just that when Li Zhangyu was talking, he deliberately clouded this area. That was why everybody did not think of it. After all, a 9th-level crystal formation realm was already very important to a sect. Even for a large sect like Heavenly Sky sect, it was also impossible to abandon them at will. Hence, Luo Qingfeng did not think deeper into this problem either. But when they heard Yi Yuan say that even a Sea Transformation realm did not make it out alive, their hearts would not stop pounding. Wasn't this unknown mystic realm a little too perilous? Even a Sea Transformation realm died inside. Then even more so we must not go. Xiao Jian said with a frown. To the Tranquil Cloud sect, they could not afford the death of any Sea Transformation realm expert. But Luo Qingfeng did not speak right away. He only spoke after thinking it over. Yi Yuan, were your words unfinished? Should we go or not? Towards this Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan also quite admired him. He was unquestionably a terrifying figure with meticulous thoughts. These few years, if not for him, the Tranquil Cloud sect might be in even more arduous circumstances than now. Yi Yuan nodded and said, go. Why shouldn't we go? There are surely many natural treasures in this mystic realm. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would have forsaken it themselves. This is also an opportunity for our sect. Chapter 287, Skimmaple Exits Seclusion. Chapter 287, Skimmaple Exits Seclusion. Yi Yuan. Even a Sea Transformation realm lost his life after entering. Do you want our elders to seek their own doom? Ling Potion rarely said so many words. It was just that he was very stern currently. The average disciple would probably start stammering when they saw it. Potion, let Yi Yuan finish talking, Luo Qingfeng said. Ling Potion was stunned. He immediately shut his mouth and kept quiet. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He continued, if my conjectures are correct, it might be because the space isn't stable or due to restrictions on laws. Sea Transformation Realm and above martial artists are unable to enter this mystic realm. It's overly dangerous for Crystal Formation Realm martial artists to enter, that's why the Heavenly Sky sect would join hands with the other 7 sects to explore together in an unprecedented event. Luo Qingfeng was also very surprised. He said, so that's the case. This way, everything can be explained. It's just that since this is the case, it's surely very risky for Crystal Formation Realm martial artists to enter. Do we still join in the bustle? Wealth comes with danger. The dangers are all the same to us 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky sect is just looking for more cannon fodders. Then, let's knock out one of their front teeth. Opportunities like this are not recurrent. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan, I know that you're tremendously talented and your combat powers are also extremely great, but you mustn't look down on the other sect's junior generation. Especially the Heavenly Sky sect. Their personal disciples are much stronger than Yunqian and the rest, Xiao Jian suddenly interjected and said gravely in a sincere tone. As the southern domain's strongest sect, the Heavenly Sky sect's personal disciples' strength was obviously the greatest. Although Li Zhongyu was accepted as a personal disciple by a Grand Elder, that was only because his potential was huge. In terms of real strength, he was not considered much in the Heavenly Sky sect. Those personal disciples with immense seniority were the existences with the greatest strength today. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, I was only providing an opinion for Lord Sect Master. As for whether he accepts it or not, I dare not dispute. But if Sect Master decides to go ahead, I hope that I can be considered one of the members. No way. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist died inside. You're only at the spirit condensation realm, going in is too dangerous. Yi Yuan, you're our tranquil cloud sect's hope. I don't wish for you to be in any danger. Luo Qingfeng directly rejected it. You got to be kidding. When he broke through 2 days ago, Luo Qingfeng was so frightened that he nearly croaked. Exploring such a dangerous mystic realm this time, if anything were to happen, he would not be able to compensate even if he threw in the entire tranquil cloud sect. But Yi Yuan did not act appropriately with Luo Qingfeng's expectation. Luo Qingfeng knew that he could not convince Yi Yuan by looking at the expression in his eyes. Luo Qingfeng was crying bitterness in his heart. He initially already decided to go for it. But looking at this attitude from Yi Yuan, he started to hesitate again. This living ancestor was really willful. What did a spirit condensation realm martial artist run over to play with a bunch of crystal formation realm martial artists for? Luo Qingfeng and the rest exchanged glances and suddenly thought of something. They could not help becoming wildly elated. Martial uncle. He broke through. That's truly fantastic. Xiao Jian said joyfully. Go. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yuan, you come too. You have great contributions for martial uncle to be able to break through. Luo Qingfeng said. The few people rushed to Skimmaple Court at fire speed only to see black clouds gathering over the court. It's soul tribulation. Martial uncle, he's starting to cross his soul tribulation. Ouyang Yu exclaimed. As an alchemist, his greatest wish was to be able to cross a soul tribulation once. When martial artists open up the sea transformation realm, soul sea realm was going against the heavens. Hence, when martial artists cultivated to the soul sea realm and beyond, they would face the test of heavenly tribulation. And when alchemists cultivate past the soul sea realm, their soul force would have a qualitative leap. Every breakthrough will similarly cause heavenly tribulation to descend. However, the heavenly tribulation for alchemists was different from martial artists. It only targeted the divine soul. Hence, it was called soul tribulation. If Ouyang Yu could break through to the soul sea realm and become an alchemy king, he would experience the first soul tribulation in his life. Except, this step was way too difficult for him. That mass of dark clouds was not large, but the extremely horrifying energy was encompassed within it, filling people's heart with trepidation. Before long, fine lightning began to fall, directly penetrating the residence, rumbling into the place that Skimmaple was in seclusion. The lightning grew progressively more and increasingly dense. Just the awe could make crystal formation realm martial artists feel asphyxiated. When Yi Yuan saw this familiar scene from far away, boundless emotions welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he had tided over dozens of soul tribulations and was all too familiar with this. But in this life, this was the first time Yi Yuan saw something like soul tribulation. It naturally aroused his boundless reminiscence. Since it was called soul tribulation, it was a calamity for the martial artist's divine soul. Many alchemists fell to the soul tribulation, their souls dispersed to the wind. Alchemists who could cross dozens of soul tribulations and reach the pinnacle were all virtually invincible existences. Yi Yuan in his previous life walked towards the pinnacle step by step like this. But in this life, he believed that he would still walk like this step by step towards the pinnacle. No, in this life, he wanted to walk even further. The four people around him apparently did not notice Yi Yuan's gallant feel. They watched this scene anxiously. Roughly an hour later, the lightning gradually lessened. The dark clouds in the sky also started to dissipate. The soul tribulation finally ended. "Everyone, come in." Skymapple's words called them in. He had obviously discovered the people outside long ago. It was just that this voice was rather worn out. It looks like the Skimaple who had just crossed the soul tribulation was still quite weak. But Yuan knew that this kind of weakness would not persist for long. Very soon, Skymapple's soul force would increase explosively and truly reach the level of middle-rank alchemy king. Seeing Yuan, Skimaple was also very surprised, but very happy. "Haha, I didn't think that Yuan you're also here," Skimaple said jubilantly. It was all thanks to Yuan that he could break through to middle-rank alchemy king. He naturally felt close to Yuan when he saw him. Yuan went forward to give a bow and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Grand Elder for breaking through to the middle-rank alchemy king." "Sigh, what's there to congratulate? Isn't this middle-rank alchemy king of mine all due to you?" "Haha, this is all Grand Elder's profound fortunes. What has it got to do with this child?" Grand Elder broke through to middle-rank alchemy king. Tranquil Cloud Sect's sky-propping pillar is much more stable. "This is naturally something worth congratulating," Yuan said with a smile. Seeing that Yuan did not claim credit at all, Skimaple was even more pleased. Smiling gently, he said, "This is pretty good. After this old man recuperates for a few days, I'll start refining soul-luring pills. Xiao Jian, Potion, the two of you also need to cultivate harder in the future and strive to break through to half-step Soul Sea Realm soon. This way, my Tranquil Cloud Sect will have 3 Soul Sea Realm experts, and our strength will increase tremendously. Let's see if the Heavenly Sky Sect still dares to bully my Tranquil Cloud Sect." When Skimaple said those words, the 4 people were so agitated that they trembled non-stop. Soul Luring Pill was a medicinal pill to help Sea Transformation Realm experts break through to the Soul Sea Realm. It required the cultivation of middle-rank alchemy king to be able to refine. But how many years had it been since a middle-rank alchemy king alchemist appeared in the Tranquil Cloud Sect? If the Tranquil Cloud Sect could produce 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse all at once, then they could jump to the middle reaches of the 8 great sects. Other sects would have to re-evaluate before thinking about bullying the Tranquil Cloud Sect again. Chapter 288, Sending Off. Chapter 288, Sending Off. The might of alchemists laid here. Back then, the reason Ouyang Tuotian could let the Tranquil Cloud Sect flourish at the top for a time was due to this. As long as they had ample resources, alchemists could forcibly use medicinal pills to pile up a bunch of powerhouses. 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. Even if they were only 3 first-level Soul Sea Realm, they would also absolutely be a force that most could not overlook in the southern domain. Yuan, you already broke through to the 7th-level Spirit Condensation Realm. Isn't this cultivation speed seriously a little too fast? Skimaple suddenly noticed Yuan's change and exclaimed in surprise. Towards Yuan's cultivation speed, he had long heard about it too. These words were more of worrying that Yuan's foundation would be shaky. Yuan detected Skymapple's concern and said smilingly, "Disciple had some comprehensions when taking part in the sect grand competition a few days back, so I borrowed the momentum to break through." Skimaple nodded and said, "Then that's good, that's fine. With your talent, staying in my Tranquil Cloud Sect is kind of wasted. But don't you worry, the sect will definitely support you with all our might." Skimaple deeply sensed that the Tranquil Cloud Sect really did not have too great of an allure to Yuan. He could only show his support on such a matter. Yuan hurriedly said, "Where did this come from, Grand Elder? Walking all the way until here, I've received much grace from the sect. No matter where I walk to, the Tranquil Cloud Sect would be my route." Yuan's words had 2 layers of meaning. One was to express that he would not forget the Tranquil Cloud Sect. The second was to give Skimaple an immunization jab that he would definitely leave the Tranquil Cloud Sect in the future. Having witnessed Yuan's talent and means, Skimaple obviously would not be naive enough to think that a tiny little Tranquil Cloud Sect could hold Yuan. But this sentence from Yuan was enough. Good, good. It's good that you have this heart. You all take your leave first. This seat will rest for a few days before summoning you all again, Skimaple said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly voiced out at this time, "Martial uncle, since you've already exited seclusion, martial nephew just happens to have something to discuss with you here." "Oh, let's hear it." Skimmaple knew that Luo Qingfeng was not someone weak and spineless. Since he wanted to discuss something with him at this time, it was surely something major. Luo Qingfeng recounted the matter of the Heavenly Sky sect inviting the 7 sects to explore the mystic realm together to Skimmaple in detail, and also talked about the few people's deductions. Skimmaple shot Yi Yuan a surprised look. He nodded and said, "Yi Yuan's analysis is very logical. This trip, we certainly must go. This mystic realm is bound to be extraordinary. We can't let go of this chance. I think that you guys have already made a decision." Luo Qingfeng also gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Yes, martial uncle. I've decided to let Yuntian lead the team and also select several personal disciples and elite disciples to go there. It's just that Yi Yuan, he wants to tag along too." Skimmaple flung his hand when he heard that and said totally unconcernedly, "If he wants to go, then let him go. How can young people grow without experiencing hardship?" But Luo Qingfeng did not imagine that Skymapple's attitude was actually like this. He could not help saying anxiously. But Skimmaple waved his hands to stop him and said, "All right. This matter is set like this. I have to enter a retreat." Seeing Skymapple's insistence, Luo Qingfeng could only drop it. Blockhead. Why did Yi Yuan's master leave him unattended? Isn't it to let him experience trials alone? You treat him like treasure and hide him within the sect, how can Yi Yuan possibly agree to it? Furthermore, even if you forbid him from descending the mountain, would he listen obediently and not go down the mountain? When Luo Qingfeng walked to the entrance, Skymapple's voice transmission suddenly reached. He came to a realization why Skimmaple insisted on letting Yi Yuan go. Rather than protecting Yi Yuan cautiously, it would be better to let him run himself amok. What Yi Yuan's master wanted to see was the ascension of a powerhouse and not a flower in a greenhouse. This point, Skimmaple saw it much clearer than him. "Thank you for martial uncle's guidance," Luo Qingfeng replied and withdrew. The following few days, Yi Yuan remained in seclusion without leaving to make ample preparations for this journey. This trip was beset with danger. Even if Yi Yuan had the intention to brave it, he also needed to make ample preparations. Luo Qingfeng picked 7 disciples this time. Among them, the most powerful one was personal disciple Mo Yuntian. Apart from Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan, Ti Wujiu and Tianyu were surprisingly among them. Among the other 3 people, there was an elder's personal disciple as well as 2 elite disciples. Tianyu entered seclusion to break through to the crystal formation realm after the grand competition. He was already a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His strength went up a level. Now, Yi Yuan, Tianyu, and Tang Yuer's identities were already elite disciples. After the grand competition, Cheng Wu and another elite disciple directly forsake the match when they saw Tianyu and Yi Yuan's fight, while Tang Yuer defeated her opponent in the final match and got promoted to elite disciple too. Apart from this, Luo Qingfeng even appointed a Sea Transformation Realm Elder to hold the line and lead these people forth. In the territories of the Heavenly Sky sect, it could hardly be justified without a Sea Transformation Realm expert holding the line. But Luo Qingfeng also warned him in advance to not enter the mystic realm. In the entire team, there was only Yi Yuan, this one spirit condensation realm martial artist. But fellow sect members who saw his grand competition obviously would not treat him as an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very least, the Yi Yuan after breaking through 3 minor realms successively definitely had a strength above Tianyu. The power of that final sword, even the Tianyu after breaking through probably did not dare to receive it head-on either. Everything was set. Skimmaple exited seclusion to personally see these 8 people off. After Li Zhangyu got an answer, he already returned to his sect first. He did not wish to stay in this tranquil cloud sect for another moment longer. "Mei Zhen, this journey is very perilous. Your number 1 priority is to bring them back wholly intact, understood?" Skimmaple exhorted. The elder leading the team was called Mei Zhen, a 3rd-level Sea Transformation Realm martial artist. He was a prudent person. Luo Qingfeng chose him because he liked this point. Mei Zhen said respectfully, "Don't worry, Grand Elder, Mei Zhen definitely won't fail this assignment. These few people are my tranquil cloud sect's future. Even if I have to risk this old life, I'll also bring them back safely. Honestly speaking, Majian himself did not really have much confidence in retreating unscathed. But at this moment, he could only say so. Skimaple nodded, and it was considered to have tacitly acknowledged Majian's promise. He also knew that there would most likely be some losses on this trip. But what needed to be faced had to be faced eventually. While this trip was dangerous, it might be Majian's and the team's lucky chance. For geniuses who wished to grow up and become a genuine powerhouse, it was impossible to not face death. This point, Skimaple was crystal clear. Skimaple exhorted Majian again, and then he went in front of Yuan. Yuan, I won't say anything unnecessary. I wish you a safe return. My tranquil cloud sex rise and fall all lie on you alone. Skimaple said. If Skimaple said these words in the past, everyone would surely scoff at it. But now, nobody objected. This was an indisputable truth. Yuan's talent was already exaggerated to the extent that it was unimaginable. His significance to the sect was naturally different too. Yuan gave a bow and said respectfully, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, it's just exploring a mystic realm. Yuan definitely will not return empty-handed." Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill. Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill. Watching the flying vessel disappear into the horizon, Nanfeng Jiro felt a rare sense of loss. Sigh, stop looking. He is destined to be a person from a different world from us. Nanfeng, watching behind her, sighed faintly. Nanfeng Jiro turned around, her beautiful eyes already holding tears. Not knowing why, when she heard Nanfeng Ruoqing's words, her tears flowed down against her will. Aunt, Nanfeng Jiro choked on her words. Seeing Nanfeng Jiro like this, Nanfeng Ruoqing also felt sour in her heart. Her niece was so, but how was she not too? It was just that her feelings were much more reserved compared to Nanfeng Jiro and would not be as emotional as Nanfeng Jiro. Who knew when it started, but Yuan's figure would surface in Nanfeng Ruoqing's mind ceaselessly. But with the passing of time, Nanfeng Ruoqing suddenly became aware that there was already an impassable gulf between Yuan and her. He was no longer that little rookie who nearly lost his life at Nanfeng Jiro's sword. He had already grown into a towering tree. Even the formidable Tianyu suffered defeat at his hands. Now, the two of them, aunt and niece, were almost unable to see even Yuan's back view anymore. Nanfeng Jiro leaned on her aunt's shoulder and cried while Nanfeng Ruoqing gently patted her back, consoling her as she said, I know. Sniff, sniff, then what about auntie? Nanfeng Jiro sniffled. Nanfeng Ruoqing froze. Her beautiful body let her down and started trembling. Nanfeng Jiro pushed off her hug and said with tears running down her face, I know that auntie likes him too. Do we really have no chance at all? Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed and shook her head, saying, bury this feeling in your heart and perhaps we can still maintain the relationship of friends. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will scare him off. Nanfeng Jiro said stubbornly, I'm unresigned. Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed lightly and did not say anything else. Yuan and the team rode the flying vessel, traveling 100,000 miles a day. But the tranquil cloud sect was too far away from the heavenly sky sect. They needed 10 days or so before they could reach. On the flying vessel, Yuan meditated every day to cultivate and consolidate his realm. At this moment, he was already not far from the 8th level spirit condensation realm. Towards such a cultivation speed, the group of seniors could only sigh with admiration. Elder Mei, ahead is the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Let's go down, Mo Yuntian said. Majian nodded, and the group of 8 disembarked the flying vessel. The coordinates Li Zhangyu left behind for the Tranquil Cloud sect was this Cloud Dream Mountain Range, which was also the entrance to that unknown mystic realm. Riding the flying vessel would easily startle the demonic beasts in the mountains. Hence, the Tranquil Cloud sect party chose to disembark the flying vessel in advance and walk on foot. Up ahead, vast expanses of mountain ranges towered into the clouds. It looked very lofty and magnificent. This Cloud Dream Mountain Range is a famous danger zone within the Heavenly Sky sect's boundaries. Not only are there demonic beasts running wild inside, but there are also even all kinds of poisonous miasma in the mountains. Even a crystal formation realm martial artist who recklessly goes deep inside might not return alive, Mei Jin said. We've already entered the mountain range. Everyone, consume this detoxification pill first to prevent succumbing to the toxin of this poisonous miasma, Mo Yuntian said to everyone. They were currently not deep into the mountains at the moment. This miasma did not pose much threat to them, but Mo Yuntian felt that it was better to be safe. After all, this was other people's territory. As strangers in a strange land, it was best to not fail miserably here. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to swallow the pill, Yi Yuan opened his mouth to stop them. What is it, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian asked curiously. Yi Yuan fished out a bottle of pills and passed it to Mo Yuntian, saying, use my medicinal pills. This, Mo Yuntian involuntarily hesitated. What they were eating were tier 3 detoxification pills, but Yi Yuan was at most an alchemy master. Could the medicinal pills that he refined be better than those refined by the pill hall elders? But Mo Yuntian knew that Yi Yuan would not do this kind of lame thing from his personality. He could not help hesitating. Yuntian, open it up and take a look. At this time, Mei Jin spoke. Mo Yuntian did as told and opened the medicinal bottle. Medicinal fragrance reached their noses. These are tier 3 detoxification pills. Where did you get this from, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian could not help being astonished when he saw the pills in the medicinal bottle. Martial artists were no strangers to medicinal pills. This bottle of pills given by Yi Yuan were clearly tier 3 detoxification pills as well, but was completely different from the ones that they brought. Although they had not eaten it yet, Mo Yuntian could feel just from the medicinal fragrance that these detoxification pills were much better than those refined by the elders. Yi Yuan was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Where did his medicinal pills come from? Mo Yuntian and these disciples were unaware, but as an elder, Mei Jin knew that Yi Yuan had the identity of nominal elder in the pill hall. That was why he made Mo Yuntian open it up to see. Except, when he saw these tier 3 detoxification pills, Mei Jin was speechlessly shocked. Could these medicinal pills be refined by Yi Yuan himself? Mei Jin was very clear that it was impossible for the elders in the pill hall to refine such detoxification pills even if Grand Elder Skimable took up the matter personally. Because the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have the pill formula for this kind of detoxification pills. Mei Jin was not surprised that Yi Yuan knew this sort of new pill formula. But if Yi Yuan refined tier 3 medicinal pills with alchemy master status, that would be too shocking. Mei Jin had lived to ripe old age and had seen many spirit condensation realms crossing ranks to battle with crystal formation realms, but had never seen spirit condensation realm martial artists being able to refine tier 3 medicinal pills. This was the first time Mei Jin felt awe and reverence towards a spirit condensation realm martial artist. This Yi Yuan was truly too shocking. Yi Yuan originally did not wish to draw too much attention either, but he faintly felt that this Cloud Dream Mountain range did not seem very normal. For the sake of fellow members' safety, he had better take out these detoxification pills. Not only could his detoxification pills resolve poison within the body, but it could also even resolve the poison miasma which affected the divine soul at the same time. Yi Yuan was the ancestor of using poison. With a sweeping glance, he knew that the poison miasma in the deep regions of this Cloud Dream Mountain range most likely had an effect on the divine soul. That was why he took out his own detoxification pills. This was how the Cloud Dream Mountain range got its name. Once a martial artist's divine soul got infected by the poison miasma, they would probably fall into an illusion or insanity. If they were not treated in time, they would ultimately be tormented by this poison miasma till death. Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Mo Yuntian, "Don't ask any more, senior apprentice brother Mo. Will junior harm you?" Mo Yuntian felt awkward and replied with a smile, "Where did that come from, junior apprentice brother Yi? I was just overly surprised, cough, cough. Juniors, let's all consume junior apprentice brother Yi's detoxification pill. His medicinal pills seem to be much better than the ones we brought." Mo Yuntian distributed the medicinal pills to the others and also swallowed one himself. Mo Yuntian only noticed that Yi Yuan did not eat any after consuming the medicinal pill. He could not help asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, why aren't you eating?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I don't need to. This miasma is ineffective against me." Mo Yuntian was stupefied. Indeed, he discovered that there was really some empty space around Yuan. This miasma was actually unable to approach Yuan. This was too wondrous. Chapter 290, Humiliation. Chapter 290, Humiliation. No way. Yuan, why can't this poisonous miasma touch you? Mo Yuntian exclaimed in shock. Yuan chuckled and said, I have a magic treasure on me that can ward off this poisonous miasma. Mo Yuntian had a look of realization. That explains it. Yuan threw out a white lie. He did not have any magic treasure on him at all. Or should he say, his magic treasure was his divine soul. Yuan once used his body to test poison countless times in his previous life and then resolve it himself. Regardless of whether it was his body or divine soul, there was incredible immunity against toxicity. One could say that he had reached the level of invulnerable to 100 poisons. This poisonous miasma was just some low-level existence to Yuan. It naturally could not harm him. Of course, if it were a Tier 9 poisonous miasma, even if Yuan recovered to his peak state, he would not be able to withstand it. The horrors of a Tier 9 toxic miasma was something that ordinary people could not understand. All right, everyone already ate the pills. Let's set off, Mei Zhen said. The group forcefully pressed down the astonishment in their hearts and started heading towards the depths of the Cloud Dream mountain range, walking towards the coordinates given by Heavenly Sky Sect. The strength of this team was incredibly powerful. Normal low-tier demonic beasts were simply unable to come close. The group walked for some time without any obstacles but heard some human bustling indistinctly ahead. Walking closer to take a look, it turned out to be a group of burly men surrounding two girls in the center like they were demanding something. The two ladies, one was wearing a light yellow tunic, and the other was wearing white-colored fitting robes. Their looks were very ordinary. Especially the female wearing a light yellow tunic. She even had an ugly birthmark on her face, making people feel like puking when they see it. It was hideous. Furthermore, she had a pale, sickly look, and her face was waxen like she had some peculiar illness. But the two people's realms were not low. They were around the 2nd or 3rd level crystal formation realm. Hey, ugly girl. Why haven't you surrendered the crow orchid Ganoderma? If you continue to not know what's good for you, don't blame us for not being polite. That girl in white fitting robes said icily, we discovered this crow orchid Ganoderma first. Why should we give you? Why should you? Because we're stronger than you. This crow orchid Ganoderma is a Tier 4 spirit medicine. Letting the two of you uglies enjoy it is too much of a waste of God's gift, haha. His laughter stopped abruptly because they discovered that another group of people showed up. Elder Mei, it's people from the High Clarity sect. Mo Yuntian recognized the identities of these people very quickly and said to Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen nodded. It was clear that he recognized these people too. The High Clarity sect is really declining as time passes. As a member of the 8 great sects, they're actually doing something dirty like committing highway robbery. Mei Zhen said with contempt. What should we do, Elder Mei? Mo Yuntian asked worriedly. High Clarity sect was ranked 4 among the 8 great sects, much stronger compared to the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were roughly 10 people in this group. The number of people was even slightly more than Tranquil Cloud sect's side. They were clearly going to participate in this unknown mystic realm exploration too. Both parties obviously did not imagine that they would actually bump into each other here beforehand. Furthermore, it was under such awkward circumstances. More than 10 guys bullying 2 frail girls. It was evidently not something honorable. Mei Zhen frowned slightly. He was obviously considering how to deal with this matter too. So, it's friends from the Tranquil Cloud sect. I believe that you're going to the unknown mystic realm too, right? These 2 ladies stole my High Clarity sect's item. I hope that none of you will intervene in this matter. Or else, a sea transformation realm expert from the High Clarity sect said. These people were obviously the same as Mei Zhen, people leading the High Clarity sect team. It was just that the High Clarity sect's team had 2 sea transformation realm martial artists inside. This allowed their team's strength to be much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect's. The other party had evidently seen the contrast in strength between both parties. Hence, they were fearless. There were even some hints of threatening when talking. Pooh, this crow orchid Ganoderma was clearly obtained by us first. When did it become your high-clarity sex item? Do you still want face or not? The girl in fitting robes said scornfully. The ugly girl in yellow clothes appeared very calm instead and was not as agitated as the girl in white fitting robes. She pulled her sleeves and said, "Forget it, Yenner." "Miss, I'm unwilling to give in," Yenner said unhappily. The ugly girl smiled but did not say any more. Yenner kept her mouth shut sensibly. It looks like this ugly girl was even the master of that Yenner. Haha, this ugly girl knows what's good and bad. How is it, tranquil cloud sex friends, are you going to sow a grudge against us? The person from the high-clarity sect said arrogantly. Meijin let out a sigh and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." Finished talking, he brought the tranquil cloud sex group and skirted around this area and continued walking towards the depths of the Cloud Dream mountain range. The tranquil cloud sex people all had bitterness on their faces. It was clear that they were very unwilling. People who practice the sword tend to be righteous. Most of these tranquil cloud sect disciples practiced the sword. Encountering such an incident, they naturally wanted to draw their sword to help out. This group of people from the high-clarity sect was really too shameless. To actually bully two weak girls and even malign them. But with the present situation, even if the tranquil cloud sect and the other party fought it out to the death, it would be hard to win in the end. After all, the other party had 2C transformation realm experts. Yi Yuan's expression flickered but did not say anything. He followed the main group step by step and left. TCH, indeed jackals from the same lair. There's not a single good person from the sects. Turning around and leaving when they see this kind of situation, what difference is there from the culprits? Yenner's cold laughter came from behind. Meijin's figure involuntarily froze. After pausing for a split second, he strode out in large steps. Out of sight, and out of mind. Luo Qingfeng's reminder sounded beside his ear. Meijin did not wish to ruin the lives of the sex elites in vain just because of a momentary impulse. The ones he brought out this time were all the elite forces of the sect, especially Yi Yuan. If he lost his life because of two barely acquainted girls, how was he going to give an account to Skimmaple and Luo Qingfeng when he returned? Ha ha ha, the tranquil cloud sect are indeed a bunch of cowards, running away without even daring to let out a fart. I think once Skimmaple that old fellow dies, the tranquil cloud sect signboard of one of the 8 great sects most likely can't be preserved. Such a group of cowards is also worthy of being called 8 great sects. Really dying of laughter. The Mystic Realm exploration this time is so dangerous and they actually only sent a 3rd level C transformation realm. I think they have no deployable personnel in the sect, right? There are so many natural treasures in this Mystic Realm, yet they came to be bystanders. I wonder how many can return alive this time, ha ha ha. The high-clarity sect's people did not deliberately conceal their voices. Brazen mocking laughter spread over from far away. The tranquil cloud sex group could not resist wanting to go back to fight it out to the death. At this time, Tianyu heard the other party cursing Skimmaple and could not hold back anymore. He turned around and went back. This bunch of grandsons. Do they really think that they are extraordinary? I'll go kill that loudmouthed fellow. Tianyu said furiously. Halt. Meijin stopped Tianyu and said, Tianyu, if you dare to go back, I'll immediately seal your essence energy. Elder Mei, they're bullying us too far. Meijin said in a low voice, lack of forbearance in minor matters upsets great plans. You're all the sect's future. Don't struggle for this sort of momentary relief. If you feel humiliated, then cultivate harder and claim this debt in the future. Right then, Yi Yuan pulled Tianyu but smiled at Meijin and said, Elder Mei, you guys go ahead first. I have something and need to leave for a while. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. What? You want to go back alone? No way. Absolutely not. Meijin refused right away. The other side had 2C transformation realm experts. What was Yi Yuan going back alone for other than courting death? Even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous, it was also impossible to be a C transformation realm experts match right now. Yi Yuan's performance also made everyone feel very surprised. From earlier up until now, Yi Yuan had always been the calmest person. But now, Yi Yuan wanted to go back alone. Mo Yuntian also jumped in fright. He hurriedly urged, what Elder May said was correct. We should know shame, and then be motivated, and so cultivate even harder. Yi Yuan, don't fight for this momentary release. With your talent, wouldn't crushing them be effortless in the future? But Yi Yuan laughed and said, Elder May and senior apprentice brother Mo are worrying too much. I just have some other matters to attend to. I'm not going back to seek revenge. Don't worry, everyone. You guys go on first. I'll catch up later. Meijin was stunned when he heard this. You're really not going back to find the High Clarity sect? Yi Yuan nodded and said, really not. Relax, Elder May. Yi Yuan still have some little tricks. Protecting myself in this Cloud Dream Mountain range is not an issue. This Cloud Dream Mountain range is riddled with dangers. If you have something, why not say it? Best is if everybody moves together, Meijin frowned and said. Just something minor. I'll be right back. Won't delay much time. Elder May, bring the rest away first, Yi Yuan said. Meijin thought about it and nodded, saying, all right then, catch up swiftly. You're moving alone, so if you encounter any situation, make sure not to be rash. Protecting yourself is the most important. Yi Yuan said, rest assured, Elder May. Yi Yuan is not somebody reckless like that. Farewell. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved and vanished from everyone's sight. Meijin sighed and said to the group, let's go. But Mo Yuntian said, Elder May, Yi Yuan he is clearly going back to find the High Clarity sex man. How can you let him go? Meijin looked at Mo Yuntian and said with a sigh, before setting off, Grand Elder informed me that although I'm the one in charge, if Yi Yuan wants to do something, let him do it. Do not stop him. Turns out that Grand Elder had already anticipated today's situation long ago. Mo Yuntian could not help being stifled when he heard this, but he did not know what to say either. Grand Elder had long predicted that Yi Yuan would not listen obediently and gave him maximum freedom. How could he forbid it? Mo Yuntian believed that Grand Elder was surely even clearer than him about Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Since he dared to say so, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. But Mo Yuntian just could not figure out how Yi Yuan was going to face two great Sea Transformation Realm experts along with other Crystal Formation Realm martial artists by himself. In the open field, the High Clarity sect people were laughing at the Tranquil Cloud sect. For a moment, there was actually nobody who paid attention to the two girls. In their eyes, those two girls were lambs awaiting slaughter. They could take action at any time. After mocking for a while and seeing that the Tranquil Cloud sect group were already far away, they also felt bored and turned their attention to those two girls again. A High Clarity sect Sea Transformation Realm elder took a few steps closer and reached his hand out to the ugly girl, saying, Ugly girl, quickly hand over the crow orchid Ganoderma. If you still don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me for being impolite. That ugly girl shook her head and said, It's not that I'm not handing it over. It's that this crow orchid Ganoderma is useful to me, so I can't hand it to you. The elder's face became frosty and said, Don't reject face when it's given to you. What has it got to do with me whether it's useful to you or not? Are you handing it over or not? As he was talking, that elder released the pressure of a Sea Transformation Realm. It seemed like he was going to attack with a single word of disagreement. But Yenner sneered coldly and said, This is really a tiger landing in a plane being bullied by dogs. Some random stray cats and dogs also dare to bully people. I'm not going to surrender it today, what can you do about it? Yenner was just about to take action but was held back by the ugly girl. Somebody from that batch of people came back. Hold your hand, the ugly girl transmitted her voice. When the elder heard Yenner's words, he was dazed. But he immediately became furious to the extreme and said with a laugh, Good, good, good. What a razor-tongued little lass. Old me have traversed unobstructed in the southern domain for so many years, but this is the first time somebody called me a stray animal. Watch if I don't shred your mouth later. Finished talking, that elder gathered up essence energy and wanted to make a move. But right then, a vast expanse of white fog suddenly rose around him. This fog came too quickly, directly submerging everyone inside. In a blink, one could not even see their hands in front of them. Even those two girls standing opposite could not be seen. That elder was secretly alarmed. But his hands did not slow. He still fired out an essence energy ball at the place where the two girls stood earlier. But sadly, he did not hear tragic cries coming from the opposite. It was as if this blow sunk into the sea like a rock without even stirring a wave. The elder turned around to look, but where was there still any shadows of his companions? The surroundings were all thick white fog. Nothing could be seen. What's going on? Why can't we see anything all of a sudden? Ah, who is it? Who bumped into me? Ouch, who kicked me? Disorderly sounds came from behind. They were clearly all caught completely off guard by this unexpected white fog. The elder's face fell, and he yelled out, "Everyone stay right where you are for me and don't move. Face the fearful without fear, and its fearfulness disappears. This is but a tiny little entrapping formation. It's very easy to break. You Feng, you work with me to break this formation." "Okay, not far away," the other sea transformation realm elder's voice cried out. These two people did not know array formations, but their advantage laid in that their strength was formidable. The pair joined forces and wildly bombarded all directions. After 15 minutes, the array formation finally loosened. The vast expanse of white fog started to dissipate. The elder looked around, but the two girls were long gone. He was so furious that he slapped a palm on the large tree beside him. That huge tree collapsed at the sound of it. That elder called Yufeng came up and said, "Brother Wang Fan, do you think this is that group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect playing tricks?" Wang Fan pulled a long face and said, "I know those cowards from the Tranquil Cloud sect. To be able to set up such an entrapping formation imperceptibly under our eyes, they do not have that capability." Yufeng frowned and said, "But, if it isn't Tranquil Cloud sect's people, then who is it?" Wang Fan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, "Perhaps those two girls have reinforcements. Furthermore, he is an array formation expert. A duck that landed in our hands flew away. So vexing." Yufeng said, "Although the entrapping formation's level was not high, it wasn't simple. He took advantage of geographical conditions to lay out this miniature entrapping formation and even instantly gathered the fog in the mountains for his own use. With our wild attacks, it forcefully lasted for 15 minutes. Wang Fan nodded and said, "This person's strength shouldn't be strong, but his array Dao attainments cannot be underestimated. If he had sea transformation realm strength, then you and I would probably have to die here. Let's go. Later when we enter the mystic realm, I have to properly find trouble with the Tranquil Cloud sect." The disciples could not help taking pity on them. The pitiful Tranquil Cloud sect became the two girls' scapegoat. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. In a deep valley inside the Cloud Dream mountain range, three silhouettes moved up and down and stopped at an empty lot. The three people were none other than precisely Yuan and the two girls. Yen'er sized up Yuan's young and handsome face and said with a smile, "A 7th-level spirit condensation realm who is not yet 16 years old. This rate of progress is considered decent." Yuan smiled too and said, "Miss Yen'er flatters me." Yen'er said in surprise, "How rare that you actually remembered my name. And it's also rare for the sex to actually have such a righteous, heroic youth like yourself. Truly out of my expectations. Those fellows who stood by and watched us die are all some cold-blood creatures. I hope that they get eaten by demonic beasts." "Yen'er. Mister is our savior, how can you talk this way to him?" the ugly girl reproached. Yuan waved his hands and said, "No harm. Miss Yen'er a straight talker, rather very alike to a friend of mine. It's just that these words are kind of biased and a little vicious. It's not that those seniors of mine didn't wish to save you, but their strength is lacking even though their heart is willing. You saw it too, the High Clarity sect has two sea transformation realm experts. If we clash, our side will definitely lose out greatly. Also, our sect's strength is beneath theirs. They are all part of the main forces of their sect. If there are any mishaps, the sect cannot bear it either." The friend that Yuan referred to was naturally Nanfeng. Except, this Yen'er and Nanfeng had some differences. She was missing some princess temper. He could sense that this Yen'er's anger was still primarily because the Tranquil Cloud sect looked on indifferently without lending a hand in their matters. Actually, in the martial arts world, these sort of deploring was really not very logical. This Yen'er seemed like a fledgling who had just entered the world, ignorant towards everything. Yen'er sized up Yuan and suddenly said, "All right, I forgive them. I take back my words earlier. The demonic beasts won't eat them." Hearing these words, even if it was Yuan, he also could not quite refrain from laughing. He clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll thank Miss Yen'er on behalf of my seniors." The ugly girl bobbed a curtsy and apologized. "Yen'er is insensible. Mister, please do not blame." Yuan chuckled and said, "Miss Yen'er is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Why would I get angry with her?" While talking, Yuan could not refrain from sizing up the ugly girl. She was really quite unsightly. But Yuan would not discriminate against her because of this. Looks were determined by parents and the heaven. How could one make the decision? Furthermore, although this girl was hideous, she was highly cultured and sensible, gentle and generous. Her movements had the grace of an influential family. Presumably, her background should not be poor. "What are you looking at, punk? Don't think that you can have any improper thoughts because you saved us. My family's miss is out of your reach." When Yen'er saw Yuan's eyes, she immediately became full of fighting spirit like a mother hen protecting her chicks as if her family's miss was some matchless beauty. Yuan inadvertently found it funny when he saw the situation and said, "Miss Yen'er is overanalyzing things. From what I see, your family's miss's body seems to be unwell, that's why I took a few more looks at her." A trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across Yen'er and that ugly girl's faces. But Yen'er said cunningly, "My family's miss's complexion looks bad. Even a moron can tell that her body is unwell, right?" Yuan shook his head and said, "Your family's miss's illness is probably not something as simple as her complexion being pale and wan. This one is knowledgeable in medical knowledge. May I take a look at Miss? Maybe I can be of help." Yen'er gave a doubtful look and thought to herself, could it be that this fellow perceived something? "You, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very best, you're just an alchemy master too. What can you see?" Yen'er said vigilantly. But the ugly girl said, "Since Mr. can see that my body is unwell, I believe that you learned from a renowned master. There's no harm in taking a look. However, I've seen before many famed masters for this illness of mine, but they were all helpless about it." Though she said so, the ugly girl reached her dainty hand out and placed it in front of Yuan. Yen'er was alarmed when she saw it and said, "Miss." The ugly girl waved her hands and said, "There's no harm. Mr. just has good intentions. I guess that Mr. came from a prominent master, and when he saw this sickly body of mine, he began itching to try his skill." Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard this. He chortled and said, "Miss is very astute, this Yuan is very impressed. With my visual prowess, I should be able to see through Mrs. Sickness with one glance. But I got nothing after looking for a long time. This one is indeed itching to test my skills." Yuan thought to himself that although this lady's looks were appalling, she was very clever and sensible, as if she could see through people's thoughts with one look. Alchemists were all medical practitioners. Helping people diagnose illness was usual practice. Yuan's abilities went without saying. For common illnesses, he only had to examine slightly before being able to determine it. But earlier, he stared at this ugly girl for a long time and got nothing. This really made him itch to have a go. But when Yen'er heard this, she said disdainfully, "You're just a low-rank alchemy master, what are you pretending to be capable for? Even if an alchemy grandmaster or an alchemy king came, they might not necessarily be as arrogant as you, right?" Yuan shot Yen'er a brief glance and opened his mouth to say, "Miss Yen'er's blood vitality has a slight deficit and your complexion a little pale. I think that you had just suffered very severe internal injury several months back. Now, although your injuries have already healed, the lost blood essence has most likely yet to recover fully. The crow orchid Ganoderma that the High Clarity sect was asking for was probably misgiving Miss Yen'er to use to replenish her blood essence, right?" This time, Yen'er was truly shocked. What Yuan said was actually not the tiniest bit off. If Yen'er's injuries were not recovered yet, there was naturally nothing impressive about Yuan perceiving it. But her injuries were already practically healed. The average person would absolutely be unable to see from the surface that she had suffered tremendous internal injuries a few months ago. The injury at that time was naturally to protect the young lady. She nearly died because of it, updated by novel full, com. But several months had already passed since then. Her wounds were already pretty much healed, and her deficient blood essence was already largely recovered. This crow orchid Ganoderma was only used to consolidate her foundation and to replenish her spirit to prevent affecting future cultivation. Looking on the outside, she was no different from an ordinary person. But even so, Yi Yuan still saw through it at a single glance. A puny little low-rank alchemy master actually had such visual prowess. The ugly girl was also surprised as she said, "Mr. actually have such visual prowess. What you said was completely on point. Looks like Yen'er and I judged people by their appearance and looked down on Mr. Lier apologizes to Mr. As she spoke, she curtsied towards Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan hurriedly performed a supporting hand gesture and said smilingly, "Miss need not be so polite. So, turns out that Mrs. name is called Lier. What a nice name. Mr. is too kind." "I still don't know how to address Mr. Lier asked. Yi Yuan said, "This one is surnamed Yi. Given name is one word, Yuan. So, it's Mr. Yi. Then please Mr. Yi, do a diagnosis for Lier." As she said this, Lier reached her delicate arm out again. "Miss Yen'er, now, can I help Miss Lier take a look yet?" Yi Yuan did not reach out immediately. Instead, he faced Yen'er and asked. Yen'er pouted and said huffily, "Miss already agreed. What's the use if I don't agree?" Yi Yuan burst into laughter and reached 2 fingers out to put on Lier's wrist. Chapter 293, 2 Types of Spirit Physique. Chapter 293, 2 Types of Spirit Physique. When he saw Lier's slender and exquisite arm, Yi Yuan could not help being stunned. Her arm was glossy and clear, akin to fine white tallow jade as if it did not belong in the mortal realm. This arm could virtually be described using the word perfect. Looking at Lier's appalling looks again, Yi Yuan felt extremely strong contrast. Yi Yuan felt very suspicious. How could 2 of such extremes appear on a girl at the same time? "Mr. Yi." Lier voiced out a reminder. Yi Yuan only recovered then and laughed awkwardly. "Apologies. I lost focus." Finished talking, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and purged distracting thoughts. He began diagnosing Lier. Yi Yuan's eyebrow gradually knitted together, becoming increasingly creased and deep. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Lier asked, "Did Mr. Yi make out something?" At this time, Yi Yuan let go of Lier's wrist. That creamy feel at his fingertips unwittingly made his mind wander. That sort of touching sensation actually led people to reminiscence endlessly. Yi Yuan could not help sighing inwardly. How could such a girl have a face like this? What a shame. Yen'er saw Yi Yuan's reminiscing look and knew that his thoughts were running wild. Towards her own family's Mrs. Charm, she knew deeply from experience. Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, Yen'er could not resist speaking first. "Can't say it, right? I knew it. A puny little low-rank alchemy master imitating other great masters to read the pulse. Many divine doctors have taken a look at my family's Mrs. Sickness and have no inkling at all. I really don't know where your courage came from. I also don't know how you duped us with those words earlier." Yi Yuan did not bother with her. Instead, he asked Lier, "Have Miss Lier cultivated ocular arts before?" Lier originally also thought that Yi Yuan was somebody with superficial knowledge. When she heard this, she involuntarily became alert and said with a nod, "That's right. Lier has cultivated ocular arts since young." Yi Yuan nodded and continued probing. "If my conjectures are correct, Miss Lier must have advanced at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts, right?" "That's right. Mr. Yi can actually even tell this. Could it be that this strange illness of mine is related to cultivating ocular arts?" Lier asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan was only reading her pulse. Under the situation where Lier did not take the initiative to release her ocular powers, Yi Yuan would simply be unable to detect it. In the past, those alchemists who diagnosed her all knew that she trained in ocular arts. But Yi Yuan was unaware. He actually discovered that she had cultivated ocular arts before just based on reading her pulse. He was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, hearing the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words, it seemed like her illness had a strong correlation to cultivating ocular arts. Yi Yuan did not answer Lier's question but continued asking, "Does Miss Lier feel dispirited every few months and become completely listless whenever you're doing anything?" At this time, Lear had already completely put away any form of underestimation and said solemnly, "That's right." In the past, this sort of situation would happen every few months. It would last 3 to 5 days each time. But recently, the time between this symptom is becoming increasingly shorter, but the time it persists is getting progressively longer. My father had invited innumerable famed doctors because of this, but nobody could diagnose this illness. I didn't think that Mr. Yi actually has such capabilities at this young age. By the side, where was there still any hint of despise from Yen'er? She had long perked her ears up to listen intently. She was right beside when those so-called famous doctors diagnosed Mississippi. But nobody could explain why. But this boy only diagnosed slightly and could actually perceive so many things. Compared to this Yuan, those so-called famous doctors were truly beneath even trash. This period of time, watching Miss being tormented by her ailment, Yen'er also felt like she was experiencing it herself. But her concern was just concern. She was at a complete loss on what to do. Even old master was helpless, what could she do? Hearing Lear's praise, there was no pleased expression on Yuan's face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "Miss Lear is really a person riddled with paradoxes." Lear was dumbstruck. She asked, "What does Mr. Yi mean?" Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Forgive Yuan for being brusque. I've observed that Miss Li has ice skin and jade bones, a sign of extreme nobility. Yet, your looks don't match. I discern that Miss Lear has moonlight heavenly eye physique, advancing at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts. Yet, it just had to be the innate battle soul physique too." Lear and Yen'er had blank looks on their faces. They clearly know nothing about this innate battle soul physique. "Mr. Yi, what kind of spirit physique is this innate battle soul physique?" Lear has never heard of it before. "Mr. Yi, please enlighten us," Lear opened her mouth to ask. Yuan nodded and said, "In this age, when martial artists cultivate, they first accumulate essence, then cultivate the soul, and then gain enlightenment on Tao. This is associated with the upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. This kind of cultivation system is already very complete. The vast majority of martial artists in the world would take this path." Yuan rattled on. Lear and Yen'er were all secretly astounded. They did not think that within a tiny little southern domain sect, there was actually somebody who could enumerate the upper, middle, and lower 3-realm cultivation system like his family's own inheritance. But then, it was said that 100,000 years ago, there was once a peerless powerhouse who possessed the innate battle soul physique. He walked the cultivation path of merging spirit and body and finally stepped into the deity realm. It was said that people who possessed this type of spirit physique, their bodies, and divine soul would gradually amalgamate, attaining the unparalleled great Tao from there. Yuan continued. Lear was unbelievably baffled when she heard this. She had never heard of such a horrifying spirit physique before. And she herself was actually the owner of this kind of spirit physique. "Your meaning is," Lear was nimble-minded. She had evidently already guessed what Yuan was going to say. Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The moonlight heavenly eye physique is likewise a deity realm physique. Furthermore, the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique similarly requires the support of soul force. That's also to say, these 2 types of spirit physiques are tearing your divine soul at the same time. All the way until one day, they will split your divine soul into 2. Also, your current symptoms are not very obvious yet. You just feel dizzy and lethargic. Subsequently, the pain of your divine soul will become progressively stronger. That kind of ripping sensation will make you wish that you were dead." When Yuan was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, he personally had a taste of that sort of divine soul-tearing agony. That kind of feeling of dying being better than living was still fresh in his mind right now. If a person suffered such torment every day, even a man of iron would collapse too, let alone a little girl. And Yuan knew that even if one were a divine king realm powerhouse, under such torment, there would only be death in the end. Any one of these 2 types of spirit physiques would be incredibly terrifying. But gathering onto a person at the same time was lethal. When Yen'er listened to Yuan's words, her tears immediately flowed. "Nonsense. You're definitely talking rubbish. This innate battle soul physique is simply unheard of." "How do you know?" Yuan let out a sigh and said, I also didn't imagine that I could chance upon such a spirit physique. But through Miss Lear's pulse earlier, I could indistinctly sense the strength of the ripping and the absorption her body has on the divine soul. Such a state is exactly the same as the innate battle soul physique. Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive towards soul force. Although the absorbing force in Lear's body was very minute, he could still detect it. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Yen'er suddenly wiped her tears and said, I know. You're definitely hankering after my family's Mrs. Beauty, that's why you're deliberately saying so. Yes. No. I'm telling you, give up on this idea. My family's miss already likes someone else. When Yen'er's words came out, Lear's expression dimmed instead. Her eyes revealed a woeful look. Yi Yuan was stupefied. He looked at Lear's face but did not say anything. Towards this face, Yi Yuan was not disgusted by it, but it was not to an extent where he was coveting her beauty, right? What did that have to do with this? This Miss Yen'er was really packed with confidence in her family's miss. Forget about Lear, even Yen'er herself had no relation to the word beauty, right? Yen'er, stop talking nonsense. This appearance of mine, it's already extremely hard to come by that Mr. Yi is not repulsed by me. What beauty is there? Lear glared at Yen'er and said crossly. But miss, you didn't see that lecherous look of his just now. Yen'er refused to give in. Yi Yuan shook his head and said helplessly, since Miss Yen'er suspects my motives, then just take it as if I didn't say it. My seniors are still waiting for me. Farewell, ladies. Yi Yuan not arguing did not mean that he really had no temper. This Yen'er is really too self-absorbed, even if I have never met women before, it's not to the extent where I will immediately be moved when I see a face like this, right? If he continued talking, wouldn't he saving people out of goodwill become ulterior motives? Wait a minute, Mr. Yi. Keep your mouth shut for me, Yen'er. Just as Yi Yuan turned around to leave, Lear hurriedly stopped him. Miss Lear, this he was just shooting my mouth. Just take it as if you didn't hear it, Yi Yuan said. Lear shook her head and said, Yen'er is insensible. Although Mr.'s realm is not high, the level of your medicinal skills is seldom seen in Lear's lifetime. Lear boldly asks Mr., does this spirit physique problem of mine has a solution? Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, you really want to hear? Lear nodded and said, this matter concerns life and death. I naturally want to listen. But we're barely acquaintances. Can you really trust me? Mr. Yi is chivalrous. Lear already cannot thank you enough in my heart, how can I not trust Mr.? If others see this face of mine, they would surely keep a respectful distance away. But Mr. Yi risked death to come back alone and save me. It can be seen that Mr. is righteous, somebody who can be trusted. Lear said. If it were some other youth, they would surely get carried away with pride upon hearing such praise. But Yi Yuan was very composed. When he did things, he only sought to be able to live with himself. As for whether Lear, the master, and servant pair were grateful, he did not really mind. Except, forget that Yen'er was ungrateful, she even made baseless conjectures about him. This inevitably infuriated him. But Lear's words had a kind of spring breeze and rain magic. It felt very pleasing to Yi Yuan's ears when listening. That bit of displeasure from earlier also dissipated like a cloud. This made Yi Yuan sigh with admiration once again. It seemed like apart from her face was a little ugly, this Miss Lear could be said to be perfect in other areas. Yi Yuan sighed and said, all right then. Since Miss Lear trusts me, I'll talk about it. Lear gave a beautiful bow and said with a gentle smile, Lear thanks Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, don't be in such a rush to give thanks. Honestly speaking, a rarely seen dual spirit physique like yours is really very troublesome. The importance of the divine soul to a person need not be explained. If your divine soul is completely torn into two parts, what awaits can only be death. Talking about life and death, Lear was not really visibly moved. She asked calmly, then in Mr.'s opinion, how long more can Lear still live? Yi Yuan assessed for a moment and said, this would have to depend on the awakening speed of your innate battle soul physique. If it's fast, then 3 to 5 years. If slow, then around 10 years or so. Lear was dazed. Awakening. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The time that this symptom of yours appeared should be these past few years, right?" Lear nodded and said, "Yes. Roughly around 3 years' time." "Then that's right. This innate battle soul physique is not immediately obtained right after birth, but awakens through postnatal triggers. Once it awakens, this kind of spirit physique will automatically start fusing the divine soul, all the way until the spirit and flesh becomes one. This spirit physique is extremely heaven-defying. During the process of spirit and flesh merging, the cultivation speed of the person possessing the spirit physique will become increasingly faster and will not have any bottlenecks all the way until prior to breaking through to the deity realm," Yi Yuan explained. Lear sucked in a deep breath and said, "That's also to say, even if I stop cultivating right now, this innate battle soul physique will still rip my divine soul." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If you're not of the moonlight heavenly eye physique but of some other spirit physiques, this sort of spirit and flesh union will not have a big impact on you. But the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique requires the aid of soul force at the same time. You've already been through so many years of cultivation. Your soul force is already fully acclimatized to the moonlight heavenly eye physique. Hence." Lear gave a bitter smile when she heard this and said, "To think that such a thing would actually happen to me. Then Mr. Yi, can I still be saved?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I have a method which might be able to resolve Miss Lear's danger. But honestly, there's not much difference between saying it or not, because I can't help you now." Lear's eyes dimmed, but she still said, "Mr. Yi, please enlighten." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I know a type of divine soul mystic art when supplemented by a type of tier 8 medicinal pill, can split the divine soul into two for individual cultivation. As long as Miss Lear can divide the divine soul into two and integrate a part of the divine soul into both eyes, the crisis of the spirit and flesh will naturally be easily resolved." Yenner's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Since that's the case, can't you just teach us the divine soul mystic art and pill formula?" Lear's eyes glared and finally said subtle anger, "Yenner." No matter whether it was the divine soul mystic art or the tier 8 medicinal pills formula, they were exceedingly precious items. Yenner asking for it like this was clearly committing a taboo. This sort of matter, even people on close terms would find it hard to ask, let alone that they were strangers. Yenner's tears splashed on the ground, and she actually kneeled in front of Yi Yuan with a loud smack, crying, "Mr. Yi, Yenner apologizes to you." Yenner knows that this sort of request is very abrupt, but Miss is also someone with a bitter life. Yenner really doesn't wish to see her pass away like this. "I beg you, show some pity and save her." Seeing Yenner like so, Lear's tears also involuntarily fell. Yi Yuan sighed and supported Yenner up, saying, "Miss Yenner need not do this. Towards saving people, I, Yi Yuan, would never decline. There's no harm in passing you the divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula. It's just that I'm afraid that even if I hand them to you, you girls won't be able to refine the medicinal pill either. And without the medicinal pill, cultivating this sort of divine soul mystic art is overly dangerous." "How so?" "As long as we have the pill formula, can't we refine the medicinal pill?" Yenner thought that Yi Yuan was finding an excuse and was unwilling to surrender the divine soul mystic art and pill formula. Yi Yuan hesitated for a while but finally still said, "All right then. Since Miss Yenner doesn't believe me, then I'll hand the divine soul mystic art and pill formula to you guys. But Miss Lear, you must keep in mind, you absolutely cannot cultivate the divine soul mystic art if you can't refine the pill." Chapter 295, Slander. Chapter 295, Slander. Lear and Yenner did not quite dare believe their own ears. Yi Yuan really handed it over just like this. This was a divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula. Even in the divine realm, these two items could make countless people go nuts. Yi Yuan handed it over so easily. "Mr. Yi, you aren't joking with us, right?" Lear asked disbelievingly. Yi Yuan also knew the weight of these two items. The other party having this reaction was also something reasonable. Without wasting his breath, Yi Yuan retrieved 2 blank jade slips and imprinted the divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula into these 2 jade slips. Not that Yi Yuan doesn't trust you two ladies, it's just that this matter is way too risky for Yi Yuan. "I'd like you two ladies to swear a heavenly Tao oath, please. The origin of these 2 jade slips must not be known by a fourth person." This was also within reason. Lier and Yenner each swore a heavenly Tao oath, then Yuan passed the jade slip to Lier. Lier held the 2 jade slips in her hands and stared at Yuan woodenly. She still did not dare to believe that this was real up until now. Yuan also sighed inwardly and thought to himself that this old weakness indeed resurfaced again. Yuan never had much resistance towards this sort of thing like curing diseases and saving people. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun frequently did this sort of thing. Those who came to his place to beg, as long as they were not some heinous criminals, he would strive to cure them. On the one hand, it was because of his doctor's benevolence. On the other hand, it was because he found it hard to resist testing his skills. At Ji Qingyun's realm, subjugating a type of complicated or rare illness was something that came with an immense sense of accomplishment. And his alchemy Tao level also advanced during this process. In this life, Yuan's personality already underwent a humongous change. But no matter how he changed, Yuan was still Ji Qingyun. This master and servant pair had pure hearts. They were clearly not some heinous individuals. Yuan naturally could not resist testing his abilities too. Moreover, facing this ugly-looking Lier, not knowing why, Yuan's compassion grew even thicker. It was just that even if he gave the pill formula to Lier, it was also impossible for her to refine the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was not some street-side formula, but his, Yuan's, self-created pill formula. It was called Rain Du Soul Immersion Pill. It could only be refined by harmonizing with his unique technique. Furthermore, this pill formula had an extremely rare core ingredient. Even in the divine realm, it was also exceedingly scarce. With Yuan's present condition, his heart was willing, but his strength was obviously lacking. Yuan smiled and said, "The items are already handed over to Miss Lier. This he still have urgent matters on hand, so I'll take my leave first. Miss Lier can consume more divine soul-nourishing medicinal pills in the future. This way, it can delay the time of the eruption of the divine soul tearing. I left a divine soul imprint on this jade slip. In the future, if my strength is sufficient, I'll naturally go and find Miss Lier." Finished talking, Yuan turned around left without any reluctance. Mere acquaintances, doing to this extent was already his limit. As for whether Lier could wait until the day he grew up, that was not something that Yuan could control. Yuan could tell that these 2 persons' identity was likely extraordinary. Their family might have some connections with the divine realm. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing the name Tier 8 medicinal pill, they would most likely be deterred and step back already. "Miss, why not let's hurry back? Your ailment mustn't be delayed." After Yuan left, Yenner urged. But Lier shook her head and said, "Going back is walking right into the trap. I'd rather die outside." "No buts. Also, didn't you hear Yuan say earlier? The pill formula he gave, other people simply cannot refine it." "I feel that what he said is true," Lier said. "Then, what do we do now?" "Follow him. Merely a little spirit condensation realm martial artist, follow him for what?" Lier shook his head and said, "This young man is not simple. A spirit condensation realm martial artist actually knows the pill formula for a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Don't you find it strange?" "Ah, now that Miss said it, that's true. Just now, I was only concerned about your illness and forgot about this point. Speaking of which, this boy is really leaking bizarreness. He can see through my moonlight heavenly eye with one glance, so his diagnosis should be pretty much on the mark. Such a level, even when placed in the divine realm, it's hardly ever seen. Either way, we have nothing to do in this endless world either. Why not take a look at what kind of mysterious person this Yuan is?" Lier said. "All right. Then I'll listen to Miss." Lier nodded. "But be careful this time. Don't divulge our whereabouts." Just like this, under a situation where he knew nothing about it, 2 little tails followed behind Yuan. When Yuan found Mei Zhen and the rest according to the coordinates, they already reached the entrance to the mystic realm. And at this time, the 7 out of the 8 great sects had already arrived. Only the closest heavenly sky sect had yet to arrive. Seeing Yuan return safely, Mei Zhen also let out a sigh of relief. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right?" Mo Yuntian hurried asked. Yuan felt warmth in his heart and said, "Already said that it's to handle some minor affairs. Senior apprentice brother Mo need not worry. Haha, it's good that things are fine, it's good. Oh, Yi Yuan, you rest first. After the heavenly sky sect people reach, we can enter the mystic realm already. Seeing Yi Yuan return, Mei Zhen's mood was evidently pretty good. Yi Yuan nodded and was just about to find a place to sit and rest when a group of people blocked his path. Not others, it was precisely the High Clarity sect group. Why did this brat only come over now? Where did he go just now? The one speaking was Wang Fan. He interrogated Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen originally already nested a stomach full of anger. Seeing Wang Fan grilling him, he sneered coldly and said, "What? Do I still have to report to your High Clarity sect when my Tranquil Cloud sect disciples do anything?" Initially, the various great sects each occupied a place to rest. The other sects people immediately looked over when these two people faced off. When Wang Fan saw that Mei Zhen's attitude was unyielding, he was even more displeased as he said, "Originally, you don't need to report to us. But the crow orchid Ganoderma that my High Clarity sect had just gotten vanished suddenly. I suspect that it was stolen by this disciple of yours." Actually, Wang Fan naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was that mysterious person. He was taking this opportunity to find trouble. A duck that landed in his hands flew off. This made Wang Fan very pissed. He also just happened to see Yi Yuan being the last to return to his team earlier, so he obviously seized the chance to take action. His goal was very simple, which was to extort a little something from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Even if they did not have something as precious as the crow orchid Ganoderma, they at least had to take out a quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb, right? It was just that he could never have imagined that the one who ruined the High Clarity sect's affairs was Yi Yuan himself. His wild flurry of sticks actually hit the perpetrator. Except, he was talking nonsense about the whatever crow orchid Ganoderma already being in his hands but was stolen by someone. This was splashing dirty water on the Tranquil Cloud sect. Mei Zhen and the rest did not know what was going on either. But they knew that Yi Yuan definitely succeeded. But towards Wang Fan's drivel, Mei Zhen refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. What? Utter rubbish. You open your eyes well and take a look, Yi Yuan, he is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Can he steal away something in front of the two of you mighty sea transformation realm experts? But Wang Fan laughed sinisterly and said, "It's true that he's a spirit condensation realm martial artist, but who knows if he specializes in thieving techniques and only knows how to steal things. If that's the case, then everybody needs to be careful." Chapter 296, Senior Mountain Shaker. Chapter 296, Senior Mountain Shaker. The Tranquil Cloud sect's men knew the truth, but other sects members did not know the truth. Hearing Wang Fan said so, many people revealed wariness. This thieving technique, when cultivated to an extremely high realm, was similarly very terrifying. Crossing realm to steal other people's belongings was not something challenging. This is slander. Mei Zhen was so enraged that he was shaking. Being incited by Wang Fan like this, Tranquil Cloud sect might end up becoming a target for public censure. The risks of this trip would increase dramatically. Slander? Then you explain to me, where did this spirit condensation realm disciple of yours go to before this? When we bumped into each other earlier, he was still on your team. But after we arrived here, we didn't see him the entire time. Wang Fan snickered coldly. He went to attend to some matters. Mei Zhen faltered, but still tried to defend it. Attend to matters? Attend to what matters? Stealing things. Wang Fan continued on the offensive. Mei Zhen was an experienced and prudent person, but he did not have the gift of gab. Being forced by Wang Fan at this time, but stammering and unable to say anything, that appearance appeared even more like a guilty conscience. At this time, Yi Yuan came forward and clasped his hands at Wang Fang, saying, "May I ask this senior if the primary cultivation method in your High Clarity sect is the mountain-shaking divine skill?" Wang Fan was stunned. He immediately said disdainfully, "Ignorant. In this southern domain, who doesn't know that my High Clarity sect's primary cultivation method is the High Clarity Imperial Reverence Law?" Yi Yuan had a regretful look as he said, "Like Thishu, then that's really a pity. Senior skin can even shake this Cloud Dream Mountain range, yet such a divine skill actually isn't your High Clarity sect's primary cultivation method." Ha ha ha. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone hugged their bellies and roared with laughter. Just now, Wang Fan said that Yi Yuan cultivated thieving skills. This time, Yi Yuan retorted that the high-clarity sect's skin was thick. This retaliation was really sharp. Everybody actually had some idea about the high-clarity sect's conduct. They were people who bullied the kind and feared the wicked ones. Bluntly saying, it was just shameless. This description of Yi Yuan's was seriously too apparent. Wang Fan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a low voice, "Brat, are you courting death? To actually dare defame my high-clarity sect." Defame? As one of the 8 great sects, you guys actually committed highway robbery against 2 weak girls. That is already shameless enough. But you seem to have failed in the end, or maybe you succeeded and want to reap more benefits. Regardless of what situation it is, your mountain-shaking divine skill is indeed cultivated powerful enough. After entering the mystic realm, you got to hold it back a little. Don't collapse the mystic realm too, Yi Yuan said leisurely. The other 6 great sects were currently looking over here. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, many people broke into a snigger. These elders and disciples were all astute people. Yi Yuan's essence energy was profound and unadulterated. He was completely not somebody who walked an unorthodox path. Rather, it was the high-clarity sect whose reputation had never been good. Who was right and who was wrong, everyone had a guess in their hearts. Wang Fan flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, "Good. Truly excellent." A tough bone came out from the tranquil cloud sect. "Today, I'll help you loosen up your tendons and bones." Halt. Wang Fan was just about to make his move when a voice transmitted over icily. Everyone turned around to look. Turned out that the Heavenly Sky sect's people came. The Heavenly Sky sect was indeed deserving of the Southern Domain's #1 great faction. They sent nearly 20 people on this trip. Just the Sea Transformation Realm elders were as many as 3. Such a lineup could be called extravagant on this occasion today. Li Zhangyu, who went to the Tranquil Cloud sect as an envoy previously, was shockingly present in the Heavenly Sky sect team. Li Zhangyu saw Yi Yuan, who was currently facing off with Wang Fan, right away, and killing intent involuntarily surged. But the 8 sects were gathered right now. This was precisely the time for the Heavenly Sky sect to demonstrate the grace of a great sect. It was obviously not a good opportunity to make his move. Once he entered the mystic realm, he definitely had to kill Yi Yuan. After the incident previously, Yi Yuan had already become Li Zhangyu's heart demon. Once a heart demon was born, it would have a tremendous impact on a martial artist's cultivation. Although Li Zhangyu's strength already recovered to its original standards after a period of recuperation, the difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm rose dramatically. Of course, Li Zhangyu's talent was outstanding. 5th-level crystal formation realm could not stump him. But the problem was that Li Zhangyu's goal was the Soul Sea realm. If he did not eliminate Yi Yuan and uproot this heart demon, when he broke through to the Soul Sea realm in the future, he would simply be unable to cross the heavenly tribulation. So no matter what, Yi Yuan had to die. The Heavenly Sky sect group arrived in front of everyone in a mighty formation. One of the elders came forward and said, "Your 2 sects came to the Cloud Dream Mountain range to explore the mystic realm. Now, you're exhausting each other before entering the mystic realm. This doesn't seem to be very good, right? Give this old man face, regardless of what grudges the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect have, wait until after this." This person was the Heavenly Sky sect's elder with the highest seniority on this trip. His name was Wu Zhao. That halt earlier was him yelling. Not that he wished to meddle in other people's business, but because he did not want to see internal frictions before entering the mystic realm. Finding so many other sects elites over was to get cannon fodders. If there were deaths and casualties outside, wouldn't there be fewer cannon fodders? That way, the dangers their sect disciples faced would increase drastically. Among the younger generation, the Heavenly Sky sect's disciples' strength and potential were absolutely the greatest. As long as there were these cannon fodders, their Heavenly Sky sect could obtain the greatest benefits in the mystic realm. How could they be allowed to have internal conflicts? When Wang Fan saw Wu Zhao, he instantly changed face and said with a radiant smile, "So, this trip for the Heavenly Sky sect is under Brother Wu's charge." Brother Wu's face must obviously be given. As he spoke, Wang Fan turned to Yi Yuan again and snorted coldly, saying, "Consider yourself lucky, punk." After we come out of the mystic realm, watch if I don't shred that mouth of yours, but you'll have to come out from inside first. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, then I have to thank Senior Mountain Shaker very much for showing mercy. I don't know whether I can exit or not, but Senior really might not make it out. Wang Fan did not take it seriously. He guffawed, I wonder when such a razor-tongued boy appeared in your tranquil cloud sect. I rather hope that you can come out, otherwise, who do I find to vent this anger? Wu Zhao looked at the unfathomable smile of Yi Yuan's and was involuntarily shocked inwardly. Was it possible that this brat knew something? Zhang Yu, when you went to the Tranquil Cloud sect, you didn't say anything superfluous, right? Why do I feel like this boy seems to know something? Wu Zhao transmitted his voice to Li Zhangyu. Li Zhangyu replied, how is that possible? I followed sect master's words to the letter in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Wu Zhao responded. This mystic realm did not permit the existence of power exceeding the crystal formation realm. This was also a secret that the Heavenly Sky sect only became informed of by sacrificing an elder. How could the other sects possibly know? The Heavenly Sky sect sacrificed a sea transformation realm elder but did not wish for the other sects to have an easy time either. Hence, they concealed this information and induced the other sects to send out sea transformation realm elders to follow. As long as these sea transformation realm elders use strength exceeding crystal formation realm inside, they would die without a burial ground. Chapter 297, Entering the Mystic Realm. Chapter 297, Entering the Mystic Realm. The Heavenly Sky sect had malicious intentions but did not know that they were already seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Luo Qingfeng already reminded Mei Zhen long since before they set off. But Elder Wu still needs to be a little wary of this boy. After entering the mystic realm, we must kill him as long as there's a chance. Li Zhangyu transmitted his voice to remind Wu Zhao. That 7th level spirit condensation realm boy, oh right, that's the kid that made you suffer a huge loss. I don't see anything special about him. Wu Zhao did not mind. Even if he could only exert the strength of peak crystal formation realm, killing a 7th level spirit condensation realm was still too easy. This boy is very bizarre. Once he's given an opportunity, he will surely be an enormous threat to my Heavenly Sky sect in the future. Elder Wu must take care not to treat him lightly. Li Zhangyu forcefully pressed down the discontent in his heart and reminded once more. But Wu Zhao responded, say no more, Zhangyu. I know what to do. Your Grand Elder Qi's disciples. How can you be so intimidated by a little 7th level spirit condensation realm? Li Zhangyu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart and did not speak anymore. He was young, but his status was not beneath Wu Zhao's. Under such circumstances, there were many elders sucking up to him in the Heavenly Sky sect and also many elders who envied him. This Wu Zhao clearly belonged to the latter. Looks like killing Yi Yuan could only be as the circumstances dictate. At this moment, Yi Yuan was also disinclined to dispute with Wang Fan any longer. As long as they entered the mystic realm, Wang Fan would be a dead man sooner or later. Seeing that the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect had temporarily ceased fire, Wu Zhao was also very pleased. Today, my Heavenly Sky sect invites everyone here to explore the mystic realm together. I hope that everybody can cross the river in the same boat and support each other. The dangers of this mystic realm were already made known to everyone in advance. Take care not to drop your guard. After entering the mystic realm, each of you can seek out natural treasures on your own. Any item that you get will belong to you. My Heavenly Sky sect will not take a single thing. Wu Zhao said loudly to everyone. Once these words went out, there was an uproar in the crowd. The Heavenly Sky sect had always taken advantage of every opportunity to benefit themselves. Especially this time in their territory, many sects had already made preparations to have a cut taken by the Heavenly Sky sect. But they also made up their minds that if the cut were too big, they would withdraw and not do this. Furthermore, this time was the Heavenly Sky sect taking the initiative to invite them. Presumably, they would not go overboard, that was why they agreed to explore the mystic realm together this time. Nobody could have thought that the Heavenly Sky sect actually did not want a single thing. Elder Wu, you aren't joking with us, right? Someone asked doubtfully. Yeah, Elder Wu. Don't talk flowery words now but renege after we exit. Elder Wu, if you want to take a cut, make it clear early on. At least everyone will have an estimate in their hearts. Stirring up trouble like this makes us uneasy instead. Wu Zhao suddenly pointed to the skies and swore, I, Wu Zhao, swear a heavenly Dao oath now, the exploration of the mystic realm this time, my heavenly sky sect will not ask for a cut from the other sects after exiting. If I break this vow, may I die a horrible death. This unexpected move from Wu Zhao left everyone completely shocked. What was this? Could it be that the heavenly sky sect really had a change in personality? No matter what, Wu Zhao's heavenly Dao oath was already sworn. The crowd naturally would not have any more doubts. Over on this side, the tranquil cloud sect's people were also very surprised. Junior apprentice brother Yi, what do you think is with the heavenly sky sect? Could they really have changed for the better? Mo Yuntian transmitted. Yi Yuan snickered coldly and said, change for the better. How is that possible? That elder Wu only said not to take a cut. He didn't say not to take the other sect's properties. As long as the other sect's disciples are dead, they can naturally collect their storage rings. At that time, wouldn't those things still be theirs? While they have many people, everybody's risk will be the same after entering. How can they guarantee that they can obtain the greatest benefits in the end? You take a look at the people from the Heavenly Sky sect this time, the worst also has 3rd level or 4th level crystal formation realm cultivation. If such a force will also be in danger, then let alone the other sects. Furthermore, talking in terms of understanding towards this mystic realm, nobody knows more than them. If they still had no gains under such circumstances, then they would really be a bunch of pigs. So, it's actually like this. Doesn't that mean that many of us from the 7 great sects all became their stepping stones? And, roughly this reasoning. Then we're in peril this trip. Talking about strength, our tranquil cloud sect is probably the weakest, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mo Yuntian involuntarily wanted to back out. Not that he was afraid of death, but because he felt that dying this way was not worth it. Obviously aware that they dug a pit to bury you yet you still jump inside. That was not courage but stupidity. But Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, perhaps after we enter the mystic realm, we'll become a great faction second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. How goes? Mo Yuntian asked puzzledly. Don't ask any more, senior apprentice brother. You'll naturally know after entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan said with a beam. Not that Yi Yuan was trying to be mysterious, but he was afraid of frightening Mo Yuntian until he gave himself away. Presently, the 8 great sects had over a dozen sea transformation realm experts. After entering the mystic realm, it would be pretty decent if there were half left. Telling this sort of thing to Mo Yuntian would definitely make him jump in fright. The more people there were, the more tongues there would be. Luo Qingfeng only told Mei Zhen this matter and did not tell a single one of the crystal formation realm disciples. It was also pointless if they knew. Alright, since nobody has any objections, then let's start entering the mystic realm. Wu Zhao said loudly. At this time, a sea transformation realm powerhouse came out from the Heavenly Sky sect and took out some middle-grade essence crystals and started arranging them at the entrance of the mystic realm. The entrances to mystic realms were mostly not very stable. They had to be reinforced through array formations, or else it would be very easy to be swept away into turbulent spatial currents. This sea transformation realm powerhouse was evidently a Heavenly Sky sect's array formations master. Before long, another light door appeared at the mystic realm entrance. Everyone, to show our sincerity, my Heavenly Sky sect will enter the mystic realm first. When Wu Zhao finished talking, he directly brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and vanished from the light door, entering the mystic realm. With the Heavenly Sky sect leading the way, the other sects would not hold back anymore either. They scrambled over each other to enter the mystic realm. Mei Zhen was not in a hurry. He waited for the other sects to enter one by one. When Wang Fen was passing by this side, he looked at Yi Yuan and said cockily, "Brat, start praying now. Pray that you don't bump into me inside, ha ha ha." Yi Yuan shrugged and could not care less about him. Only after the other sects entered the mystic realm did Mei Zhen turn to the group of disciples and said, "The Heavenly Sky sect's actions this time is seriously abnormal. Everybody take precaution after entering the mystic realm and try your best not to split up, understood?" Understood, the group of disciples nodded and shouted. Okay, let's go in. Meijin took the helm, and the others also followed one by one. But Yi Yuan intentionally ended up as the last one. Looking at those essence crystals at the Mystic Realm's entrance, he smiled slightly and went forward to casually move it around a little before entering the light door. After Yi Yuan left, another two figures appeared in front of the light door. Miss, this Yi Yuan is indeed very strange. The array formation set up by a quasi-tier 4 array formation's master, but he casually altered it and seized control. We can't enter through this light door anymore. Yen said in amazement. Lier smiled and said, when he rescued us, didn't he also casually lay an entrapment formation? This Yi Yuan's origins is surely out of the ordinary. Come, let's follow in to take a look. Finished talking, Lier's gaze flickered, and another light door actually opened up. It was shockingly easy. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers. Such rich essence energy. If one can cultivate inside here, one will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. When Yi Yuan entered the mystic realm, he heard waves of exclamations and astonishment. This mystic realm's essence energy thickness was exceptionally high, most likely multiple times of the outside world. Cultivating in here could indeed achieve the effect of twice the result with half the effort. But the problem was, who dared to cultivate in here? However, under such rich essence energy, it was also within reason for the mystic realm to produce even more natural treasures. Alright, everyone has already entered the mystic realm. Now, let's all set off on our own. I wish everyone good luck. Wu Zhao shouted loudly. Although he said this, he did not have any intention of moving. Right then, somebody suddenly exclaimed in shock, quickly look. There are actually layers upon layers of orchid heart flower. That is an exceedingly rare tier 2 medicinal herb. There are actually so many here. Quickly go harvest. However many we can get counts. Everybody traced the direction his finger pointed at and looked over. Indeed, they saw a large sea of flowers. Haha, we're rich. This mystic realm is indeed extraordinary. There is actually such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers in the outer regions. The Heavenly Sky sect really didn't lie. This mystic realm is truly lined with treasures everywhere. Obtaining such a great benefit right after entering the mystic realm, everybody's spirits naturally roused. Many people already started thanking the Heavenly Sky sect. Those with quicker reactions already sprinted over there frantically. Although this orchid heart flower was a tier 2 medicinal herb, it was exceedingly rare in the outside world, belonging to those incredibly valuable medicinal herbs. They were scarce. Resources to the various great sections. Seeing so many orchid heart flowers, the crowd obviously could not resist wanting to harvest more. Mo Yintian hastily said to Meijin upon seeing the situation, "Martial uncle, let's hurry over too. Otherwise, it will all be finished by them." The 8 great sects added up to about 100 people. Though that sea of flowers was large, it could not weather so many people harvesting either. Meijin nodded and was just about to speak when he was stopped by Yi Yuan. Don't be anxious, senior apprentice brother. Let's wait and see first. How could Mo Yintian not be anxious? He urged, junior apprentice brother Yi. This orchid heart flower is a tier 2 medicinal herb that the sect is in a huge shortage of. It's of utmost importance to us. If we don't move, then it will have nothing to do with us anymore. But Yi Yuan smiled leisurely and said, what's the hurry for? Take a look, senior apprentice brother, didn't the Heavenly Sky sect not move too? Mo Yintian was stunned and looked over at the Heavenly Sky sect's side. Indeed, none of them over there moved. Mo Yintian's heart plunged and instinctively sensed that someone bad was about to happen. Ah! Right then, a miserable cry sounded. Immediately following were several more tragic cries. Everyone was shocked currently, their gazes looking over in the direction of the sea of flowers. Turns out that there were already several people who ran into the sea of flowers and started harvesting orchid heart flowers. Except, those earliest few who entered the sea of flowers currently all turned black. It was clearly the look of being inflicted by deadly poison. Those few people directly collapsed in the sea of flowers and rolled around endlessly, looking very anguished. It was apparent that they could not survive. The large group who were originally sprinting there frantically were frightened until they hurriedly stopped their footsteps when they saw how hideous those few people looked now. What happened to those people? Isn't this the orchid heart flower? Why does it seem to contain deadly poison? Luckily I ran a little slower just now. If I were slightly faster, I'd definitely end up like them. There were people shocked and people scared. When they crowd watched the few people struggling in the sea of flowers, they all felt a chill down their spines. This poison was too horrifying. Those few people were all crystal formation realm martial artists, but they got poisoned before they could even react. The struggles of those few in the sea of flowers gradually grew weaker. Finally, there was no more sound. Everyone's comments also gradually died down. They only realized now that this mystic realm was not as simple as they imagined. Many people were only shocked awake now why the Heavenly Sky sect wanted to find them to explore the mystic realm together. If this mystic realm was filled with treasures everywhere, would they still get to come and explore? When the group saw such a large sea of flowers earlier, they immediately tossed danger to the back of their minds and nearly perished. Greed was human nature. Plus, they did not have sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's dangers, which was why they made such a low-level mistake. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect people were also shaking in fear after the event when they saw this situation. If it were not for Yuan just now, they would probably have rushed over thoughtlessly. This poison was clearly very powerful. Those few were all crystal formation realm martial artists but died in a few breaths of time. Even if Meijin was inflicted, he might not be able to retreat unscathed. Yuan, fortunately, there was you just now holding us back. Otherwise, we would likely have fallen victim to it too. Mo Yuntian said with lingering fear. Yuan smiled and said, I saw that nobody from the Heavenly Sky sect moved and guessed that there was some problem, that's why I made you guys wait and see first. I didn't think that a problem would really occur. Mo Yuntian silently felt ashamed. As everyone's senior brother but without half of Yuan's focus, it was seriously quite shameful. Actually, Mo Yuntian was overthinking. Facing such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers sea, not many could keep their cool. Or else, they would not have dashed forward just now without anyone paying attention to Heavenly Sky sect's side. Moreover, the reason why the Heavenly Sky sect did not move was clearly that they also suffered a loss before. Even if the Heavenly Sky sect had many crystal formation realm and sea transformation realm experts, it was impossible for them not to be moved by a scarce medicinal herb like the orchid heart flower. As for Yuan, he saw that sea of flowers right after entering. Even if he did not see the Heavenly Sky sect's movements, he would not let his seniors go and pick those flowers either. Yuan did not even need to move closer to observe, just by sniffing the scent in the air, he already knew that this sea of flowers was simply not orchid heart flowers. Those flowers in the sea of flowers were the Monte flower, which was extremely similar to the orchid heart flower. The Monte flower was virtually the same as the orchid heart flower. Furthermore, the fragrance it gave off was practically the same, but Yuan could differentiate the minute differences within. The flower scent given off by the Monte flower had an extremely faint blood stench. It was just that the flower fragrance was enchanting. Ordinary people found it very hard to tell this sort of extremely minute differences. But in reality, the Monte flower used precisely this kind of method to attract humans to harvest it, poisoning them from there. Once humans succumbed to the poison and died, they would become the Monte flower's fertilizer, nourishing the Monte flower. But most likely nobody here recognized the Monte flower. These people died bizarrely too, and no one knew what happened. Yuan naturally did not wish to be eye-catching, so he did not explain much. He just used the Heavenly Sky sect as a shield. Meijin gritted his teeth and said, those fellows definitely knew that there was something shady but did not make a sound. They were waiting for people to be poisoned. Earlier, the few great sects practically all had somebody who succumbed to it. This fulfilled their wishes. Yuan smiled and said, didn't the Heavenly Sky sect get the other 7 great sects to come for the purpose of finding more cannon fodders? The other great sects' elders only came around now. They ran in front of Wu Zhao and admonished, Elder Wu, why didn't anyone from your Heavenly Sky sect move? Were you all already aware that these orchid heart flowers have some problem? Chapter 299, Reversing the Roles of Host and Guest. Chapter 299, Reversing the Roles of Host and Guest. The sect elders were all burning with righteous indignation. They felt like they had fallen into a pit. Sustaining heavy casualties before the exploration of the mystic realm even began, the sect elders clearly could not quite accept it. When Wu Zhao saw several sects lose men, he secretly felt pleased. But he looked aggrieved as he said, "By heaven and hell, this Wu really didn't know that this sea of orchid heart flowers actually had such deadly poison. It's just that my Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources and we're not lacking this bit of orchid heart flowers, that's why we were thinking of letting everyone go first. Who knew that this would happen?" "Humph. Stop pretending, Elder Wu. Only your Heavenly Sky sect has come in here before, how can you possibly be oblivious?" an elder said furiously. Wu Zhao maintained an aggrieved look and said, "It isn't just my Heavenly Sky sect's group that didn't move here, the Tranquil Cloud sect didn't move too. Why does everyone come and interrogate my Heavenly Sky sect?" When Wu Zhao said this, the Tranquil Cloud sect group felt their hearts chill. He was trying to redirect the disaster. Indeed, those elders immediately turned their gun barrels. They were all wily foxes and knew that Wu Zhao was deliberately putting on a show here. But the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful, so they obviously had to find a soft persimmon to knead. They had to find a channel to vent right. Then wasn't the Tranquil Cloud sect perfect? When Wang Fan saw the Tranquil Cloud sect, he instantly became full of enthusiasm. He went forward and grilled them. "Mei Zhen, are you going to give us an explanation?" How could Mei Zhen not know what these people were thinking? His face darkened, and he said, "What explanation do you want? I wasn't the one who made you all go harvest the orchid heart flowers either. Now that something happened, can my Tranquil Cloud sect be blamed for it? The Heavenly Sky sect is the only sect who came in here before. You don't go find them but come to find trouble with us instead, what's the reasoning?" Wang Fan sneered coldly and said, "You can't say it that way. The Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources, your Tranquil Cloud sect can't also have vast territories and abundant resources too, right? Could it be that you guys aren't lacking orchid heart flowers? But you people didn't make a move. Could there be no reason in between all this? Or perhaps you guys already secretly colluded with the Heavenly Sky sect?" When Wang Fan said this, the other sect's elders' faces changed. The Heavenly Sky sect was already formidable enough. If they add in a Tranquil Cloud sect, swallowing up the other sects was something sooner or later. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect was very weak, which one of the 8 great sects did not have any trumps cards? If they threw their lot in with the Heavenly Sky sect, then the southern domain's terrain would be hard to say. Mei Zhen panicked when he saw the situation and pointed at Wang Fan, saying, "Wang Fan, don't slander people." Wang Fan snorted coldly and said, "Slander people? If it's not like this, you guys should have at least reminded us to not go over, right? Now, only you guys and the Heavenly Sky sect are perfectly fine, how can this not make people suspicious?" Mei Zhen was so nervous that his forehead was matted with sweat and he felt like he could not explain this even with 100 mouths. The Tranquil Cloud sect's strength was originally weak. If they faced off with several great sects at the same time, then there was only death. The Heavenly Sky sect's strategy to sow discord was executed really viciously. "Senior Mountain Shaker, why did you come out again? Talking so much crap, isn't it all your baseless speculations? You guys were greedy and suffered a loss when you went to harvest the orchid heart flowers, but turn around now to blame others. Where's the reasoning?" At this time, Yi Yuan came forward to say. When he said, "Senior Mountain Shaker," everybody simmered with laughter. But under such circumstances, they should not laugh. Each one of them was very uncomfortable holding it back. Wang Fan was so angry that he was huffing and glaring. He said in a great rage, "Honorable nephew, looks like your Tranquil Cloud sect is resolved to break away from us other 6 sects." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Senior Mountain Shaker, your mountain-shaking divine skill is already cultivated to the acme of perfection. Since when can Senior Mountain Shaker alone represent the 6 sects? Forget about 6 sects, can you represent the High Clarity sect?" "You." Wang Fan could not help choking up. Did he dare to say represent? He was only some unimportant elder in the High Clarity sect. How could he represent the High Clarity sect's opinion? What about me? He's sowing discord so obviously, and you can't even see it, are you a pig? Or are you already bought over by the Heavenly Sky sect to deliberately stir up hostility between us 6 sects? Yi Yuan retorted, hitting the mark with each word. Mo Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard it. What a marvelous reversing the roles of host and guest. Just now, Wang Fan said that the Tranquil Cloud sect and Heavenly Sky sect were colluding. Now, Yi Yuan countered that Wang Fan was bribed by the Heavenly Sky sect, reversing the situation in an instant. Regardless whether the other sects believed Yi Yuan's words or not, they would not take any rash actions. You're maligning me. It was Wang Fan's turn to want to cough blood this time. But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker, save it. In this mystic realm, the situation is incredibly delicate. Don't become a tool for others. Properly seeking out natural treasures and leaving alive are the kingly way." His words were clearly for Wang Fan to listen, but in reality, it was said for the other elders to hear. When the sect elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they also calmed down. Now, inside the mystic realm, the Heavenly Sky sect's strength was undoubtedly the greatest. But their strength had limits. It was precisely because of this that everyone lowered their guard. But in truth, the Heavenly Sky sect had advantages that other sects did not. If they became cannon fodders, they would lose more than they gain in the end. Each sect only had 10+ people now. Once they clashed, nobody would gain any advantage. Instead, it would benefit others. Not only Wang Fan, but the rest of them also could not represent their respective sects too. The goal of coming to this mystic realm was to bring back more natural treasures. The most important matter on hand was not to scheme but to preserve their strength to search for natural treasures. Yi Yuan's words roused them from their sleep. These elders' enmity also became much weaker. As for what happened here, they would report to the sect's upper echelons after leaving. The higher-ups would naturally make a decision. The Heavenly Sky sect people had been watching the activities over here the entire time. When Wu Zhao saw that Yi Yuan resolved the crisis with just a few words, his face involuntarily fell. Although this boy's realm isn't high, his thoughts are very deep. His grasp of the situation is also very on point. Looks like what Zhang Yu said was right, this boy really can't be underestimated. I'll just find a chance later on and kill him. Wu Zhao thought to himself. As for those words over there about colluding with the Heavenly Sky sect, Wu Zhao did not mind in the slightest. The 7 great sect masters were all wise people. As long as the Heavenly Sky sect existed for a day, they would not be foolish enough to tear at each other. That would only benefit the Heavenly Sky sect. Alright, let's go first. Seeing that there were no opportunities to take advantage of, Wu Zhao brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and left first. The other elders also came around, and each brought their members to set off. But after this Sea of Flowers incident, the elders also had sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's perils. They obviously would not dare to drop their guard again. Wang Fan shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare again and said, "Brat, you'd best pray that you don't end up in my hands." "Humph. Let's go." Finished talking, Wang Fan directly led a group of high-clarity sect disciples and left. Mei Zhen also let out a long sigh. He said to Yi Yuan, "Oh, Yi Yuan, all thanks to you for getting us out of a fix this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered an undeserved calamity." Yi Yuan smiled. Waving his hands, he said, "Nothing much. This is what I should do." Mei Zhen nodded and said, "Let's go too." "Wait a minute." Yi Yuan called out to stop him. Chapter 300, Harvesting Flowers. Chapter 300, Harvesting Flowers. "Is there anything else, Yi Yuan? The other sects are already long gone." Mei Zhen reminded. There were about 100 people from the 8 great sects, neither too many nor too few in this mystic realm. Leaving later would mean having the good stuff taken away by others. Regarding Yi Yuan, Mei Zhen could not very well issue a command directly. He could only advise in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan said, "Rest assured, Elder Mei. Although there is a lot of good stuff in this mystic realm, it probably won't be so easy to obtain. Reaching first doesn't mean definitely obtaining first. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would not have spent so much trouble to invite us over. Rather, since the other sects already left now, we can harvest the flowers at ease." When Yi Yuan said this, everyone jumped in fright. The toxicity of this Sea of Flowers was very strong. Everybody witnessed it with their own eyes just now. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to go harvest the flowers. "Stop kidding, Yi Yuan. That Sea of Flowers probably has thousands of orchid heart flowers. The strength of the poison is something that even crystal formation realms cannot withstand. You also saw those people earlier, yet you still want to harvest the flowers. Isn't this complaining that your lifespan is too long? Mei Zhen said. That scene earlier was truly too shocking, leaving everyone with a lingering fear in their hearts even up till now. Towards this sea of flowers, everybody's attitude was in accord, to keep a respectful distance away. Hence, upon hearing that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the sea of flowers to harvest flowers, Mei Zhen nearly jumped up. These flowers are not orchid heart flowers, but manta flowers. This manta flower's outer appearance is extremely alike the orchid heart flower, but it's a highly toxic entity. Furthermore, the sea of manta flowers grows together. This will have a superimposing effect on the poison, practically reaching quasi-tier 4 level. That's why those people died upon contact, Yi Yuan explained. Manta flower? Really never heard of it before. But since the toxicity is so powerful, then even more so you mustn't go over. Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, how can one return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Treasure mountain? What kind of treasure mountain is a bunch of poisonous objects? Mo Yuntian asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you're uninformed of this manta flower's origins, that's why you say so. This manta flower is originally a poisonous item. Furthermore, its appearance also greatly differs from the orchid heart flower. We see that the manta flower looks exactly the same as orchid heart flowers because it was formed through grafting. Grafting? Everyone said in surprise. That's right. After the manta flower matures, cut off everything above the rhizome completely, then graft the orchid heart flower on it. Then it becomes the current manta flowers. In reality, it should be called manta orchid heart flowers, Yi Yuan explained. No way, right? Such a precious tier 2 medicinal herb like the orchid heart flower was actually used in grafting to become manta flower. Isn't it too much of a waste of God's gift? It's really too bad. Tianyu could not help letting out an emotional sigh. He grew up by Skymapple's side since young and was much more familiar with all kinds of medicinal herbs compared to other people. The preciousness of orchid heart flowers was such that even the Heavenly Sky sect would not regard it as unimportant, let alone the Tranquil Cloud sect which was short on resources to begin with. Yi Yuan smiled and said, nothing to be sad about. The reason why this was done is naturally that there is a greater justification. What reason? So many orchid heart flowers, if we bring them all back, it's enough to raise the Tranquil Cloud sect spirit condensation realm martial artists' strength collectively by a whole stage. But now, able to look but unable to eat. Such heartache. Tianyu sighed. The rank of a medicinal herb is fixed. But under certain special environments, it can advance. No matter how precious the orchid heart flower is, it's also just a tier 2 medicinal herb. It has profound meaning to spirit condensation realm martial artists, but to crystal formation realm martial artists, it's of somewhat little value. Yi Yuan, you mean to say the reason for grafting this manta flower is to let the orchid heart flower evolve? Mo Yuntian's eyes became wide saucers as he asked in disbelief. Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, that's right. The orchid heart flower is an extremely pure and nourishing medicinal herb. Even if a spirit condensation realm martial artist swallowed an orchid heart flower raw, it would have huge benefits towards cultivation. But to nurture tier 3 orchid heart flowers, it has to be in a highly toxic environment instead. After the manta flower is grafted over by the orchid heart flower, it converts the orchid heart flower into an entity with even deadlier poison. But this toxicity can spur the true orchid heart flower's evolution. Tianyu asked in surprise when he heard this, there's actually such a miraculous technique in this world. This grafting technique was not considered miraculous in the divine realm. Each major faction would have some of their own unique breeding methods. But in the endless world, this was an extremely phenomenal technique. In Tianyu's mind, the ranks of medicinal herbs were all fixed. He had never heard of being able to evolve. Yi Yuan said, doesn't count as miraculous. It's just a problem of knowing it or not. Then doesn't that mean that there are tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers? Mei Zhen said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's why I said that we can harvest flowers in peace after they left. But this sea of flowers is so huge. Moreover, it's all highly toxic, dying upon contact. How should we harvest? Mei Zhen said with a frown. Even if they knew that there were treasures in the Sea of Flowers, it was futile if they could not go in. They had already witnessed the prowess of the Monteflower poison. They did not wish to risk their lives. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Very simple, just burn them all with fire." Burn them. But the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers are inside too. What if the fire burns them all down? Furthermore, how to burn them? Ordinary fires cannot destroy Tier 2 medicinal herbs by burning, Mei Zhen said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone, follow me." As he spoke, Yi Yuan headed straight for the Sea of Flowers. Everybody held suspicions in their hearts but still followed. Yi Yuan came to the borders of the Sea of Flowers, and with a flick of his hand, a pale yellow flame appeared. Hiss! Essence fire! That is that cleansing sandal sacred flame. How is that possible? You're only at the spirit condensation realm, how can you have a Tier 4 essence fire? Mei Zhen cried out in shock. Yi Yuan gave a simple explanation, leaving the group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples unbelievably envious. Tianyu looked at the cleansing sandal sacred flame dancing in Yi Yuan's palm and only knew now that Yi Yuan did not even go all out during the grand competition. If the cleansing sandal sacred flame were unleashed, without needing to unleash its full power, he would not be able to escape death too. Only to see Yi Yuan lightly thrust his palm forward. The cleansing sandal sacred flame vanished with a swoosh. Immediately after, they saw the Sea of Flowers igniting area by area. Yi Yuan, this is a Tier 4 essence fire. Wouldn't the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers be burned down with you burning like this? Mei Zhen asked with a frown. Rest assured, Elder Mei Zhen. Just look on, and you'll see. This Sea of Flowers have roughly 3,000 plus Monteflowers, and nurturing one Tier 3 orchid heart flower requires the expenditure of 100 Monteflowers. That's also to say that there are roughly more than 30 Tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this Sea of Flowers. We won't bring even one less away. Yi Yuan said assuredly. Mei Zhen was half believing, half doubting. But he still waited patiently. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was extremely powerful. It quickly burnt this Sea of Flowers into nothing, not even leaving residue behind. When everyone focused their eyes over there, they indeed saw that there were a sparse number of plants left in the Sea of Flowers. Yi Yuan went forward and directly harvested 5 Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. He turned around and said to Mei Zhen, "These Tier 3 orchid heart flowers are useful to me, so I'll take 5. Elder Mei, please take the rest back to the sect." Chapter 301, Encounter on a Narrow Path. Chapter 301, Encounter on a Narrow Path. Mei Zhen looked at those stalks of Tier 3 orchid heart flowers and involuntarily frowned, showing a pondering look. Elder Mei, if we didn't have Yi Yuan, we wouldn't even have gotten a single stalk of Tier 3 orchid heart flower. He only took 5 stalks, which isn't considered much. Mo Yuntian saw Mei Zhen frown and hastily went up to say. Mei Zhen was stupefied, then smiled bitterly and said, "Where did that come from, Yuntian? I'm not grumbling that Yi Yuan got too many, but because I feel that it's too little. It's just that I can't really make a decision on this, that's why I hesitated." When he finished speaking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "How about this, I'll keep the rest of the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers first. After returning, I'll report to Sect Master about today's events and request him to give you some more stalks." But Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No need. 5 stalks are enough. Quickly harvest them, Elder Mei, we should set off already." With Yi Yuan saying this, Mei Zhen continuing to insist appeared rather corny. He could only put away the remainder Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. This Tier 3 orchid heart flower was a core ingredient in a Tier 3 cultivation medicinal pill, the essence stabilizing pill. 5 stalks of Tier 3 orchid heart flowers were enough to refine 100 pills to Yi Yuan. It was plenty to use in the short term. Only after gathering the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers did the Tranquil Cloud sect group start advancing towards the depths of the mystic realm. Having gone through the Monteflower Sea incident, the group did not dare to lower their guard again. They were on high alert the entire way. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's discerning eyes that discovered pearls. He even obtained some rather rare Tier 2 medicinal herbs along the way. But ever since the Orchid Heart Flower Sea, they did not encounter any more Tier 3 medicinal herbs. On the way, Ti Wujiu, who was silent the whole time, suddenly asked Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, you previously said that this Montu flower is a grafting object. Doesn't this mean that that sea of flowers has an owner? Could it be that this mystic realm? With Ti Wujiu saying this, all of them include Mei Zhen was stunned speechless. Using Montu flowers to breed Tier 3 orchid heart flowers, this was a huge expenditure. And this was even still the outermost boundary of the mystic realm. Li Zhangyu also said that there were even many Tier 4 medicinal herbs in this mystic realm. If this mystic realm really had an owner, then everyone would be in danger. A faction that could create such a spectacle was likely even more powerful than the Heavenly Sky sect. Previously, when everybody was listening to Yuan talk about this Tier 3 orchid heart flower, their minds were in a state of shock, resulting in them overlooking this issue. Thinking about it now, the group could not stop breaking out in cold sweat. Could such a powerful influence actually be hidden in this southern domain territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother Wu Jiu's thinking is indeed meticulous. This place indeed had a master in the past. However, that should be something a long time ago. Listening to the first half of Yi Yuan's sentence, everybody's heart involuntarily jumped. They only relaxed after hearing the second half. Except, this strong contrast unwittingly left everyone feeling out of breath. How do you know, Junior apprentice brother Yi? Ti Wujiu inquired. After ranked medicinal herbs absorb sufficient essence energy, they will reach a level of saturation. The essence energy in this place is abundant, that's why it can sustain the medicinal herb's state of maturity. But those familiar with medicinal herbs can tell the difference in the herb's age. These Tier 3 orchid heart flowers probably has the age of several thousand years already. If this place had an owner, it's impossible to leave these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers unchecked to fall into disuse for such a long time, Yi Yuan explained. Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity towards medicinal herbs was hard to imagine by everyone. He only had to observe slightly to be able to tell the age of these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. That was why he was so certain. Moreover, this place has clearly been deserted for a long time. It's overgrown with all sorts of weed, and demonic beasts run wild. It's absolutely not a land with a master. If my conjectures are correct, this place might be some sect's medicinal garden back then. It's just that who knows what kind of accident befall the sect, resulting in it being deserted like this. This sect should be much more powerful than the present Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan uttered his own conjectures. Mei Zhen and the rest nodded their heads quietly when they heard it. This analysis was perfectly logical and reasonable, and it also dispelled their apprehension. Ever since entering the mystic realm, unknowingly, everyone had already regarded Yi Yuan as the backbone. When encountering anything, the first thing they thought of was not to seek advice from Mei Zhen but to ask Yi Yuan. But the strange thing was that nobody felt that this was inappropriate, including Mei Zhen himself. The Tranquil Cloud sect group did not move quickly. After 2 days, they arrived at a dense forest. Quickly look. Isn't that a Tier 4 medicinal herb, the vermilion lotus iceheart fruit? A Tranquil Cloud sect disciple cried out in surprise when he saw the bright red fruit not far away. Tier 4 medicinal herbs belong to items of strategic significance to the major sects in the southern domain. Even the Heavenly Sky sect would also have bloodshot eyes when seeing Tier 4 medicinal herbs. Previously, Skimaple practically expended all of Tranquil Cloud sect's Tier 4 medicinal herbs in order to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. This was also the reason why the pressure on him was enormous like a mountain. Seeing the Tier 4 medicinal herb currently, it was hard for the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples to not feel agitated. That disciple was about to pluck it while talking when he was held back by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice brother Pang, don't go over. Yi Yuan said gravely. What? Senior apprentice brother Pang froze and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. On the way, under Yi Yuan's lead, they had already avoided several certain death scenarios. So upon seeing Yi Yuan stop him, senior apprentice brother Pang instantly realized his recklessness as cold sweat poured unceasingly. This mystic realm was indeed just as the Heavenly Sky sect said, there were natural treasures everywhere. But to want to obtain these natural treasures, one had to pay the price in blood. These 2 days, the Tranquil Cloud sect group also encountered many quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs along the way. But not one of these medicinal herbs' surroundings was not abnormally dangerous. Even for crystal formation realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness would result in death at the scene. But Yi Yuan lead everyone time and time again, avoiding the dangers. So up until now, the Tranquil Cloud sect did not lose a single man. In the beginning, they were still somewhat disapproving of Yi Yuan stopping everyone from harvesting the medicinal herbs. Yi Yuan even utilized the cleansing sandal flame lotus avatar body because of this to probe multiple times. But the results made everybody's hair stand on its ends. After several times, everyone knew just how great the significance of Yi Yuan's existence was. If they did not have Yi Yuan, they would probably have to lose half their forces in just these 2 days. This would be an unbearable blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan was extremely familiar with these medicinal herbs' characteristics. Some medicinal herbs had accompanying beasts, some had accompanying toxic entities. One careless move and they would succumb to it. When senior apprentice Brother Pan got excited seeing the tier 4 medicinal herb just now, he almost forgot the dangers previously and threw himself headfirst. Vermilion lotus ice heart fruits have a type of accompanying demonic beasts called 7-colored poison spider. Its toxicity is extremely ferocious. Furthermore, the poison spider size is very small, exceedingly difficult to detect. If one were carelessly bitten by it, Crystal Formation realm martial artists would perish from the eruption of the poison within several breaths of time. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Senior apprentice Brother Pen sucked in a cold breath. Cold sweat started pouring once more uncontrollably. Who's there? Right then, Meijin suddenly roared. This brat is indeed quite abnormal, to actually even know about this poison spider. You guys actually haven't lost a single man until now. Looks like it's all due to this boy's credit. Hehe, I already said before, boy, don't bump into me in the mystic realm. Wang Fan. Several silhouettes appeared from the neighboring forest. When Meijin saw people coming, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Chapter 302, Pushing Too Far. Chapter 302, Pushing Too Far. Wang Fan and Yufeng brought the High Clarity sect group out of the dense forest, their faces showing amusement like they had the Tranquil Cloud sect within their grasp. To think that we met so soon. What a coincidence. Wang Fan said with a cold laugh. Meijin snorted and said, Wang Fan, I advise you to better not clash with us. Otherwise, let's fight to the bitter end. You guys won't be able to get any benefits either. But Wang Fan burst into laughter and said, bitter end. With the likes of you. Your Tranquil Cloud sect even brought a 7th level Spirit Condensation Realm disciple out to present a show. Are you even fit to fight to the bitter end with our High Clarity sect? However, although this punk's realm isn't high, he is extremely abnormal, to even know about the 7-colored poison spider. Just a while back, we even lost a 5th level Crystal Formation Realm disciple for the sake of harvesting this Vermilion Lotus Ice Heart fruit. But you all are actually completely unscathed up till now. Wang Fen took it all into his eyes the Tranquil Cloud Sex Group's performance earlier. If not for Yi Yuan holding back that senior apprentice Brother Pang, his outcome now would definitely be the same as that disciple of theirs. The High Clarity sect beat the Tranquil Cloud sect to this place but lost a 5th level Crystal Formation Realm disciple. One could call it heavy losses. They were currently thinking of ways to harvest the Vermilion Lotus Ice Heart flower when they just happened to see the Tranquil Cloud sect people coming over. Hence, they found a place to hide, wanting to see the Tranquil Cloud sect suffer a huge loss too. That senior apprentice Brother Pang was about to rush up when he was forcefully held back by Yi Yuan. These 2 days, 2 disciples already died on their side. It could be said to be heavy losses. In contrast, seeing how the Tranquil Cloud sect team looked exactly the same as they were when they entered made Wang Fan inadvertently furious. This sort of contrast between expectations and reality made Wang Fen even more displeased when looking at Yi Yuan. Looking at the situation earlier, this boy truly had many abnormal areas. Humph, after entering this mystic realm, life and death are up to fate. Your disciples died, but you can't put this blame on our heads, right? Meijin snorted icily. So what if we lay it on you? When we just entered the mystic realm, if this punk just gave a light reminder, we wouldn't have lost a disciple in vain too. Do you feel whether we should put this score on your heads or not? Meijin involuntarily choked up, but Yi Yuan said, what duty do I have to remind you? Even if I reminded you, will you be grateful to me? Will you not find trouble with me now? Having experienced several interactions, Yi Yuan had long seen through this Wang Fan's character. He was simply some loose principle person without any bottom line. Even if he reminded the High Clarity sect when he entered the mystic realm, it would also be the same situation right now. This type of people basically did not know what was called gratitude. Ha ha ha. I said before, your bones are very tough. Previously outside the mystic realm, I let you escape a calamity. Now, no one is going to step forward to mediate, right? Wang Fan laughed maniacally. Mei Zhen's expression turned grave, and he said somberly, Wang Fan, don't push us too far. But Wang Fan paid no attention. He said to Mei Zhen, I give you all a chance. Hand over that boy, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, none of you shall escape. In Wang Fan's view, they had two sea transformation realm experts over on their side while the other party only had Mei Zhen alone. The disparity between both parties' strength was too great. The Tranquil Cloud sect simply stood no chance at all. Mei Zhen's realm was similar to his, both third-level sea transformation realm. As long as he delayed Mei Zhen, Yufeng could freely reap the rest. Under such an enormous difference in strength, the Tranquil Cloud sect team could only hand over Yi Yuan if they wanted to live. Wang Fan did not know that the target they previously robbed was currently observing everything not far off. If Yi Yuan were here, he probably would not be able to recognize that these two women with unparalleled looks were the two people he saved. How did the current Lier and Yen'er still had any hint of ugliness right now? Ignoring Lier, even Yen'er who was a servant was soul-stirringly beautiful. As for Lier, it was simply impossible to find words to describe. If one had to describe it, they could only say, such beauty should only belong to the heavens and not the mortal realm. But currently, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to this. Miss, it seems like they are going to fight over there. Should we help save Mr. Yi? Yen'er transmitted. Lier shook her head and said, watch a while more. Still watching. Mr. Yi is only at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Once they fight, he will be instantly killed in a single move. Yi Yuan gave the Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 medicinal pill to Lier with any hesitation. This improved Yen'er's impression towards Yi Yuan tremendously and genuinely treating him as a savior. So when she saw that Yi Yuan was in danger, she could not wait to lend a helping hand. In truth, with the pair's strength, they did not need Yi Yuan's saving at all. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's appearance saved Wang Fan and his group instead. If Yi Yuan did not show up at that time, this group from the High Clarity sect would most likely already end up as a feast in the stomachs of the Cloud Dream Mountain range right now. Lier and Yen'er did not wish to reveal their strength. That was why they purposely pretended to be Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. Even the Sea Transformation Realm Wang Fan and Mei Zhen were unable to see through Lier and Yen'er's strength. One could see just how powerful they were. So when Yi Yuan saved them both, master and servant, Lier was still alright, but Yen'er did not welcome it at all. One had to say that she was even more curious that a spirit condensation realm martial artist actually rescued them master and servant without any traces from a bunch of sea transformation realm and crystal formation realm martial artists. But after Yi Yuan perceived Lier's ailment, Yen'er's thoughts were completely turned around. It's fine. If Mr. Yi is really in danger, I'll make a move in time. Our identities are special. We mustn't make a move easily unless there are no other alternatives. Moreover, I also really want to see just where Mr. Ye's limit lies, Lier said composedly. But Yen'er was not very supportive as she said, I know that Mr. Yi is kind of special, but what kind of limits can a 7th level spirit condensation realm martial artist reach even if he's strong? Lier broke into a smile, her beauty unequaled. That might not be so. I keep feeling that he's extraordinary. Alright. Ever since that person left, it's rare to see Miss pay so much attention to something. Do whatever that makes you happy then. Yen'er realized that she misspoke after she finished talking and involuntarily stuck her tongue out playfully, appearing embarrassed. A hint of sorrow flickered across Lier's beautiful eyes. She shot Yen'er a fierce glare and no longer bothered with her. Mei Zhen gave Yi Yuan a glance and gritted his teeth as he said to Wang Fan, since that's the case, then let's fight to the bitter end. Wang Fan was confused and even thought that he heard wrongly. He looked at Mei Zhen and the other Tranquil Cloud sect disciples and saw that their faces actually revealed resolved looks. Mei Zhen actually wanted to turn violent without even thinking. One had to know that even though their high-clarity sect lost 2 Crystal Formation Realm disciples, the power of Sea Transformation Realm was not something that Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could resist. Were this group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect daft? Everyone did not want their lives anymore for a 7th-level Spirit Condensation Realm. Wang Fen was completely ignorant of Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 303, Very Foolish, Very Naive. Chapter 303, Very Foolish, Very Naive. I'll delay them. Yuntian, you quickly bring them away. Meijin drew his sword and said without even turning his head back. Evidently, he already harbored the resolution to die and protect the others' retreat. In Meijin's heart, these disciples were all the sect's future. Any one of them was more important than him. He was only a sect elder without much room for improvement anymore, while these disciples were going to cause a stir in Southern Domain in the future. Yi Yuan was rather overcome with emotion when he saw such a situation. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength was not great, their cohesiveness was very strong. The Tranquil Cloud sect had people like Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Mei Zhen. What was there to worry about not being able to charge back to the Northern Domain? It was fine if the sect declined. As long as the people's hearts did not scatter, there would eventually come a day where they would shine once again. The high-clarity sect is a bunch of motley crew, why is there a need to fight to the death? Yi Yuan smiled calmly and wielded Songhua sword with a wave of his hands. Once Wang Fen saw that Songhua sword, the greed in his eyes could not be concealed anymore. 32 Restriction Spirit Artifact. Senior Mountain Shaker's eyes are pretty good, Yi Yuan mocked. Haha, misfortune may actually be a blessing. Losing a stalk of Crow Orchid Ganoderma but acquiring a 32 Restriction Spirit Artifact, heaven really treats me well. Wang Fen cackled. Yi Yuan sneered and said, don't crack your old teeth. Humph, razor-tongued brat. Watch if old me don't take apart your bones today. Wang Fen snorted coldly. Meijin panicked in his heart when he saw Yi Yuan not leaving and said, Yi Yuan, you guys quickly go. They have 2 Sea Transformation Realm experts. You all staying is courting death. Go. Can you leave? How could Wang Fen give him the opportunity? With a wave of his hands, his disciples encircled the Tranquil Cloud sect team. Meijin was exasperated that they failed to live up to his expectation when he saw the situation and said angrily, you guys, sigh. But Yi Yuan had a nonchalant look as he transmitted his voice, saying, calm down, Elder Meijin, just keeping watching. Sigh, Yi Yuan, I know that you're relying on that this place doesn't allow the existence of strength above the Crystal Formation Realm. But even if it's peak Crystal Formation Realm, you're also not a match. Meijin sighed. Yi Yuan smirked and said, not necessarily. Yi Yuan took a step forward and said to Wang Fen, Senior Mountain Shaker, aren't you just trying to find trouble with me? How about this, let's have a one-on-one. If you win, this sword is yours, and I'll be at your mercy. If you lose, let us leave. Wang Fen was stunned when he heard this. A Spirit Condensation Realm challenging a Sea Transformation Realm. Just now, he was still thinking that this boy was rather abnormal. Now, it looks like he was simply a moron. Wang Fen did not even speak yet when Meijin involuntarily became very anxious and said, how can that do? Wang Fen, I'll duel with you. But Wang Fen ignored Meijin and guffawed loudly as he said, boy, did your brain crash from fear? One-on-one with me. You aren't thinking that you're invincible because you're holding a 32 Restriction Spirit Artifact, right? When he said this, the high-clarity side laughed unceasingly. Haha, so hilarious. I've grown so old, and this is still the first time that I'm hearing a Spirit Condensation Realm challenging a Sea Transformation Realm. Did the brains of Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons go bad? They actually handed a 32 Restriction Spirit Artifact to a fool like this. They are teaming with Spirit Artifacts and came to deliver a Spirit Artifact to Elder Wang. Do you want to stop them? The group chimed in here and there and burst into laughter again. But Yi Yuan did not smile. His eyes were staunch as he said to Meijin, Elder Mei, just leave this place to me. You bring the seniors and retreat to the side. Seeing Yi Yuan's commanding gaze, not knowing why, Meijin swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Then you better be more careful. Meijin unexpectedly agreed. This whole trip, Yi Yuan had already unknowingly replaced Mei Zhen's position, and became the backbone of this trip for the Tranquil Cloud sect. Even Mei Zhen was unconsciously influenced too. Having convinced Mei Zhen, Yi Yuan turned to Wang Fan and said, "How is it? Do you dare?" Wang Fan ridiculed when he saw the situation. "Don't look at me with those eyes, I'll really be a little scared." "But, since you're so sincere, wouldn't I be too unable to not agree?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker's true color indeed doesn't change. Your skin is as thick as always." Wang Fan was already used to Yi Yuan's tone and knew that he could not beat him in a contention of tongues, so he might as well not argue. He looked at Sanhua sword in Yi Yuan's hands, his gaze sparkling. "Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll only use 10% of my strength to fight with you. If you can beat me, then consider it your win," Wang Fan said with a cold smile. This was not Wang Fan boasting. He was at the 3rd level C transformation realm. Even 10% of his strength was greater than ordinary 9th level crystal formation realms. Such strength was plenty to deal with a 7th level spirit condensation realm boy. If he were dealing with Mei Zhen, he would really need to fight seriously. But his opponent was Yi Yuan. Wang Fan honestly could not attach any importance to this. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan surely had areas where he excelled in, the enormous disparity in realms was simply insurmountable. Even if his opponent were a 9th level spirit condensation realm, he would win with certainty. As for dealing with a 7th level spirit condensation realm, there was basically no suspense, right? At this time, Wang Fan had the thought of playing cat and mouse. But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard him and said elatedly, "You said it. Don't regret it when the time comes. You said you'll only use 10% strength." Wang Fan became even more amused when he saw Yi Yuan's appearance and deliberately assumed an expert's demeanor, saying, "I'm a dignified high-clarity sect elder. Why would I renege on my word against a puny spirit condensation realm? You can rest assured. I said 10% means it's 10%. The people from the high-clarity sect were whispering to each other on this side, full of pity towards Yi Yuan. This fool, he isn't naive enough to think that he can win just because Elder Wang is only using 10% of his strength, right? You look at his thrilled appearance, he definitely thinks so. When he experiences 10% of Elder Wang's strength in a while, he'll probably even have the intent to die, right? There's a good show to watch. I really can't figure out why the Tranquil Cloud sect would send such a fool to the mystic realm." The negotiations were set. Both parties each withdrew a distance away, clearing out a space for Yi Yuan and Wang Fan's face-off. Both parties stood there. Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile again and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker, help someone all the way. Why not you allow me a move too, how about that?" Wang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Yi Yuan disdainfully and said calmly, "Forget about one move. How about I allow you 10 moves?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "No need, no need. Why would I need so many? Just one move is ample." Yi Yuan's display incurred another bout of mocking laughter. Even Yen'er, who was hiding secretly, could not help having suspicions about Yi Yuan's IQ. "Miss, I always felt that Mr. Yi was a wise person. But looking at it now, why does he seem very foolish and very naive? The other person is a 3rd level C transformation realm expert. Forget about allowing him one move, even if he stood there unmoving, Mr. Ye's attack might not be able to penetrate his protective essence energy, right?" Yen'er said. Leah likewise had a doubtful look. But since Yi Yuan was not in danger, she also played along with him. "Watch a little longer. I feel that Mr. Yi is not somebody who is foolish." Chapter 304, Goodbye, Not Seeing You Out. Chapter 304, Goodbye, Not Seeing You Out. Mo Yuntian looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes. Only he knew Yi Yuan's greatest trump card in here. After Yi Yuan entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he had never exposed his strongest trump card before. Mo Yuntian knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately appearing weak to the enemy in order to win with one blow. But the problem was, would Wang Fan really stand there honestly and wait for Yi Yuan to release a mighty blow? That was a 3rd level C transformation realm expert, an existence who could instantly wipe out spirit condensation realm martial artists with a wave of his hands. Wang Fan was not some rookie martial artist like Yao Qian. His combat strength was more than a level greater than Yao Qian's. Where did Yuan's confidence come from? But the matter was already done. Thinking too much would not help. If Yuan could not take him down, at the very most, everyone just fought to the death. Senior Mountain Shaker, are you ready? I'm attacking. Yuan purposely shouted. Attack then. Why would I need to prepare to deal with you? Wang Fan scoffed. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. Senior Mountain Shaker, please receive this move. Finished talking, Yuan became solemn. Tsanghua's sword pointed at Wang Fan. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy immediately produced a faint fluctuation. Wang Fan was initially still relaxed with a laid-back appearance. Sensing this sort of situation, his heart involuntarily jolted. It's not so sinister, right? Why would there be heaven and earth essence energy undulations? Could it be this boy's sword move? Wang Fan secretly pondered. Sea transformation realm experts were much more sensitive to heaven and earth essence energy ripples than those crystal formation realms experts. That was why the other disciples had not reacted yet. When the high clarity sect disciples saw Yuan put on a stance but there was no movement at all, there was another wave of mockery. Is this guy a joke sent by monkeys? Putting on a false front to scare a sea transformation realm expert. Haha, Elder Wang is also very happy from playing. This mystic realm is so dangerous, relieving a little is good too. This fellow finally managed to win over the offensive and wasted it like this. Indeed, there are fools every year, but this year is especially plentiful. All shut up for me. The few of you are the fools. Yufeng's heart also kept drumming. He seriously could not listen anymore, hence, he asked them to stop. Those disciples could not help being befuddled. They could not figure out why Elder Yu looked like he was confronted by a powerful enemy. But they understood very quickly. The heaven and earth essence energy undulations became increasingly stronger, gradually forming countless motes of light in midair. They looked like flowers raining down from the skies. Wang Fan stared until his eyes became wide saucers. How could such a horrifying sword move appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist? Also, why could a spirit condensation realm martial artist mobilize heaven and earth essence energy? Wasn't this ability unique to sea transformation realm experts? Although this move did not finish forming yet, Wang Fan dared to confirm that once this move was completed, it could absolutely cause tremendous injury to him. A spirit condensation realm martial artist could hurt a sea transformation realm martial artist. What kind of joke was this? In the hidden place, when Lier and Yenner saw this scene, their faces similarly changed drastically, the astoundment in their hearts could not be any greater. Except, the reason for their astonishment was completely different from Wang Fan. Others could not see through the realm of this move from Yuan, but Lier and Yenner could understand. Supreme true intent. Miss, is that supreme true intent? Yenner cried out in shock first, then was somewhat uncertain towards the end. How could something like supreme true intent appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist? Lier's beautiful eyes wandered, shock likewise written all over her face. She only sucked in a deep breath after a long while and replied, Yenner, it's indeed the elementary form of supreme true intent. This sword move already took the form of power, showing that his comprehension towards supreme true intent has already taken not a small step. If Mr. Yi in that person's cultivation realm was similar, no, as long as he has late-stage crystal formation strength, instantly killing that person is not an issue. There was an extremely huge gap between crystal formation realm and sea transformation realm. One could see how high Lier's appraisal of Yuan was. But, Mr. Yi is only at the crystal formation realm. How can he grasp supreme true intent? Yenner still felt that she did not dare quite believe it. Lier sighed and said, I guess that Mr. Yi surely had some trump card, but I didn't think that his trump card was actually a supreme true intent. This trump card is too unexpected. Mr. Yi, he will definitely be a figure who shakes the divine realm in the future. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, supreme true intent was the paramount profound meaning. The earlier one grasped supreme true intent, the more supreme true intents one could grasp. The greater the accomplishments of the martial artist as well. But even among the divine realm's major factions, it was already pretty impressive for those peerless geniuses to be able to comprehend the elementary form of supreme true intent in the sea transformation realm. It was unheard of for spirit condensation realm martial artists to be able to comprehend the elementary form of supreme true intent. The spots of light filling the skies caused everyone's hearts to palpitate, especially those from the high-clarity sect. They only knew now that they were the clowns. Just this move was sufficient to instantly kill anyone beneath sea transformation realm. Azure Dipper floating zero sword art, 1,000 flowing petals, attack. With a light cry from Yi Yuan, countless petals swept over towards Wang Fan. How could Wang Fan bother with whatever conduct of an expert right now? The petals-filled skies sealed all of his escape routes shut. If he still did not make a move, it would at the very least be the outcome of heavily wounded. 10% strength. Screw his mother's 10% strength. Wang Fan used his fingers as a sword, activating the high-clarity Imperial Reverence Law. He bellowed, 5 Lighting Dipper Law. Break for me. Only to see electric arcs pervading around Wang Fan. The aura belonging to a sea transformation realm was exhibited beyond doubt. When the floating petals touched those electric arcs, they vanished abruptly with any traces. It actually could not approach his body. Wang Fan sneered and said, "Boy, you really have some capabilities. If your realm is similar to mine, this move is sufficient to instantly kill me. But sadly, I won't give you this chance." Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation, and he rebuked furiously, "You deceitful person. You said that you would only use 10% strength in front of so many people earlier. Now, you actually reneged." Wang Fan roared with laughter and said, "Young man, you're too naive. In the martial arts world, the victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. Only the victor can laugh to the very end. So, go and die. 5 Lightning Dipper Law, go." Wang Fan tapped with his sword finger. An extremely horrifying flow of electric current directly tore through the air and attacked Yi Yuan. But just when everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. It was originally a stretch of cloudless blue skies within the mystic realm. Presently, a stretch of dark clouds suddenly gathered on top of Wang Fan. And that electric arc he fired out dissipated into nothing just like that halfway through. Virtually in the same instant that the dark clouds amassed, an exceedingly terrifying pressure came from the skies. Even as a sea transformation realm expert, Wang Fan felt asphyxiated too. What's going on? What happened? Why? Why did my attack vanish? Not knowingly why, a foreboding premonition suddenly birthed in Wang Fan's heart, resulting in him stammering even when talking. By the side, when Yufeng saw that bundle of dark clouds, his expression changed even more. Heavenly Tribulation. Why did Heavenly Tribulation appear? *T. Senior apprentice brother Wang, quickly dodge. Yi Yuan looked at Wang Fan who was opposite and said with a slight smile, "Senior Mountain Shaker, goodbye. Yi Yuan won't be seeing you out." Chapter 305, Obliterated. Chapter 305, Obliterated. The pressure in the air became increasingly more powerful. Wang Fan's expression also became increasingly uglier. That mass of dark clouds clearly came for him. Especially when he saw Yi Yuan's derisive eyes, he spontaneously had a feeling of being played. It was crystal clear that Yi Yuan surely knew something. This damnable fellow, talking about whatever one-on-one, but in reality, he was digging a pit for him to jump in. Malicious motives. Damn it. What did you do, punk? Wang Fan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan spread his hands and said, "I didn't do anything, you're the one who did it." At this moment, the sense of crisis in Wang Fan's heart became ever more intense. He looked at Yi Yuan as he said through gnashed teeth, "Who cares what you did? I'll kill you first then talk." As he spoke, Wang Fan's figure moved and arrived in front of Yi Yuan instantaneously. The 5 Lightning Dipper Law was already useless, then he might as well go closer. A hint of ferociousness appeared on Wang Fan's face as he smashed Yi Yuan into meat paste. "Haha, asking for it. Now, can't jump around anymore, right?" Wang Fan laughed madly. What are you doing, Senior Mountain Shaker? If I were you, I'd better think of a way to extricate myself right now." Over on Tranquil Cloud Sect's side, another Yi Yuan appeared. Turned out that earlier was just an avatar body. Wang Fan's face changed, and he said in a low voice, "Avatar body. but he no longer had time to be surprised. Right then, a coarse bolt of lightning suddenly released from the clouds, landing straight on Wang Fan's body. Everybody was dumbstruck by this scene. That bolt of lightning directly submerged Wang Fan. When the lightning disappeared, and they looked over again, Wang Fan had already turned into charcoal and became completely silent. Wang Fan was actually unable to even give a tragic cry and was instantly wiped out like that. After the lightning fell, that mass of dark clouds dispersed very swiftly, as if it had never appeared. Yufeng could not help shuddering when he saw this scene. This scene was really too astounding. What the hell happened here? Yufeng murmured. He still had not figured out just where this heavenly tribulation came from until now. Yufeng's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yuan. That brat seemed to know something. Although Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was strong, his realm was too low. It was simply impossible to threaten Wang Fan. Recalling everything that happened previously, Yufeng deeply felt that this so-called one-on-one just now was just a large pit trap. Yuan, what did you do? The eyes Yufeng looked at Yuan with were filled with fear. Yes, a sea transformation realm expert was actually afraid of a spirit condensation realm martial artist. This boy was seriously too abnormal. Yuan smiled and said, think about it yourself. I don't have any duty to explain to you. Now, are you still going to take revenge for that senior mountain shaker? Yufeng's expression changed, the fear in his eyes became even thicker. He simply could not understand what just happened. This boy was so sinister. What if he also got targeted by heavenly tribulation? In addition, with Wang Fan's death, their side strength fell drastically and was instead no longer tranquil cloud sex match. Take revenge for Wang Fan. Yufeng ground his teeth and said to the disciples, let's go. Seeing the high-clarity sect people off with their gazes, the tranquil cloud sect group also heaved a sigh in relief. Tianyu pounded a fist on Yuan's chest and said delightedly, hey punk, didn't think you actually still had such a powerful killing move. If you used this move during the sect grand competition, even senior apprentice brother Wujiu would not be your match. You're only at the 7th level spirit condensation realm and can actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy, truly too monstrous. As the saying went, no discord, no concord. After the sect grand competition last time where Tianyu and Yuan battled bitterly to the last trace of essence energy, they fought out a camaraderie. It was just that Tianyu could never have imagined that Yuan actually still had such an incredible killing blow that he did not unleash. He thought that that final blow from Yuan back then was already his strongest attack. Yuan smiled and said, this move is flashy without substance. Although its power is great, the time it needs is too much. Unless it's a specific environment, it can't be used. If I want to use this move on the platform during the grand competition, will you give me the chance? Tianyu thought about it and nodded, saying, haha, that's true. But even that final attack of yours was already sufficiently powerful. I, Tianyu, have always praised myself as a genius. But today, I'm utterly convinced by you. To be able to comprehend the elementary form of true intent, senior apprentice brother Tianyu's future accomplishments are also limitless. Alright, what in the world happened earlier? That was heavenly tribulation. Tianyu asked rather uncertainly. With him asking, everybody perked up their ears. They also really wanted to know what happened just now. A sea transformation realm expert was instantly trounced in front of them. That sight was overly shocking. Yuan shook his head and said, that wasn't heavenly tribulation but the electrical energy released by a grand array. What? Grand array? You mean to say that we're currently inside a grand array? Tianyu exclaimed. Yuan nodded and said, that's right. I noticed it right after entering the mystic realm. This mystic realm is sealed off by a massive grand array. This grand array is called the Heavenly Thunder Essence Locking Grand Array, a type of high-grade Tier 5 grand array. Its power is immense. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. High-grade Tier 5 grand array formations were even a level stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array. Mo Yunqian suddenly thought of something and asked, you said to me before, the Tranquil Cloud sect might become a team second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. Could it be derived from this grand array? Yuan nodded. He recounted the previous speculations for everyone, saying, originally, I was only guessing. But after entering the mystic realm, I already confirmed it. That's why I had no fear. They were all unbelievably shocked when they heard it. Yi Yuan actually deduced so much information from a couple of words from Li Zhangyu. It was evident how scrupulous his thoughts were. What kind of grand array is this heavenly thunder essence locking grand array? What did Wang Fan do to trigger the grand array just now? Tianyu asked. The heavenly thunder essence locking grand array can set up a corresponding realm. As long as there exists strength that surpasses this realm's strength, it will be obliterated by the grand array. And now, the realm set by this grand array is Crystal Formation Realm. Yi Yuan explained. Everybody could not resist shooting another glance at the super-dead Wang Fan after listening to Yi Yuan's words. The power of this grand array was too terrifying. A third-level C transformation realm expert was easily obliterated just like this. So you deliberately challenged Wang Fan just now and then forced him to use strength exceeding the crystal formation realm, and from there, eradicated by the grand array. Tianyu marveled. Such a foe was too terrifying. Yi Yuan practically included everything in his calculations, playing with a C transformation realm expert within the palm of his hands. More importantly, Yi Yuan really forced Wang Fan to use all of his strength. They could not help somewhat rejoicing that Yi Yuan was someone on their side. Having such an opponent was simply a nightmare. Chapter 306, Colluding. Chapter 306, Colluding. Miss, this Mr. Yi is too scary. To actually comprehend the elementary form of supreme true intent at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. As long as he doesn't fall, he'll surely be a figure that shakes the divine realm in the future. This battle just now, Yen'er watched for a long time with her mouth agape. The astonishment on her face would not fade away. Li'er was similarly shocked beyond words. She muttered, just who is he? Such talent, even in the divine realm, he'll be a pinnacle existence. Why did he end up in a tiny little endless world? Yeah. The endless world is merely a very unremarkable one among the hundreds of millions of lower planes. Furthermore, how did Mr. Yi comprehend supreme true intent in a southern domain's tiny sect? This is simply something that cannot possibly happen. Li'er smiled bitterly and said, I daren't believe it too, but this is the truth. Moreover, Mr. Yi's supreme true intent is rather powerful. This Mr. Yi is really an enigmatic existence. Yen'er sighed with admiration. I didn't think that we'd actually bump into such a figure when we came to the endless world. Yen'er, we're not going back anymore. I want to follow him to see what kind of secrets he has. If there's a possibility, let's form good relations with him. He'd be an extremely strong aid to the family clan in the future too. Li'er seemed to have made some kind of resolution. But miss, your ailment. Li'er waved her hands and said, doesn't matter. I have a feeling that maybe for this illness of mine to cured, it will ultimately still fall on Mr. Yi's head. Yen'er opened her mouth wide and said, how is that possible? That's a tier 8 pill formula. With Mr. Yi's realm, how long until he can refine it? Then how do you think Mr. Yi acquired the tier 8 pill formula with his age? Li'er retorted. This. How would Yen'er know? That's why. This Mr. Yi's background is definitely complicated. Alright, enough talk, I've already decided. Li'er said. With Wang Fan's death, the high-clarity sect's strength was weakened severely. Yufeng was only a first-level C transformation realm. His strength was much weaker than Mei Zhen. This entire journey here, the high-clarity sect suffered heavy casualties and practically became a bottom-tier sect already. With the various great sects heading further in, the dangers they faced would become increasingly more. Progressing at this rate, the various great sects C transformation realm experts who did not know the inside story would more or less suffer some losses. In comparison, the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength appeared stronger instead. This matter is done. We'd better hurry up and leave this place, Mei Zhen opened his mouth to say. Just a moment, Elder Mei. That vermilion lotus ice heart fruit is a tier 4 medicinal herb, isn't abandoning it like this too much of pity? Yi Yuan said. Mei Zhen's eyes lit up, and he asked, you have a way, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan grinned and said, did Elder Mei forget? I have an avatar body. Meijin slapped his head and said, "Look at my brain. Then I'll have to trouble you, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head. His figure moved and suddenly split into two. Another Yi Yuan walked out from his body. When he was plucking the vermilion lotus ice heart fruit, indeed, a tiny multicolored gorgeous spider jumped on Yi Yuan's body. This poison spider was obviously here to attack Yi Yuan. Only to hear a whoosh, that poison spider was instantly burnt and dropped on the ground. It only struggled a few times and stopped moving. That was the Tier 4 cleansing sandal sacred flame. Wasn't it courting death for the 7-colored poison spider to go and bite him? Keeping the vermilion lotus ice heart fruit, the group continued walking towards the deep regions of the mystic realm. After 3 days, Yu Feng and his team who fled with their tails between their legs were very cautious the entire way and no longer dared to have the slightest bit of carelessness, preserving some strength to the best of their abilities. And Yu Feng also reflected a little at this time. When Wang Fan was confronting Yi Yuan, it seemed like his strength touched some taboo existence. That was why it triggered that heavenly tribulation. They had also experienced a number of minor and major fights along the way. Nothing seemed to have happened to the Crystal Formation Realm disciples, while Wang Fan only used Sea Transformation Realm strength at one time with Yi Yuan. Could it be that this mystic realm did not permit the appearance of strength exceeding Crystal Formation Realm? Or else, it would trigger heavenly tribulation. Thinking up to here, Yu Feng inadvertently became more cautious. Every time he attacked, he suppressed his realm to the Crystal Formation Realm. "Elder Yu, over there seems to be heavenly sky sex people," a disciple suddenly said. Yu Feng looked over. Indeed, he saw the heavenly sky sect group currently heading over here. Haha, turns out that it's high clarity sect's Elder Yu. I wonder how Elder Yu's gains are on this trip. Wu Zhao greeted. Yu Feng's expression did not look too good. But their present strength was too weak, so he obviously did not dare to put on any airs in front of the Heavenly Sky sect. He looked at the Heavenly Sky sect again and discovered that the Heavenly Sky sect's headcount did not drop by a single one. His complexion became even worse. Still alright, still alright. But compared to the Heavenly Sky sect, it's definitely way worse. Yu Feng forced a smile. Didn't Elder Wang lead the team in your high clarity sect? Where is he? Wu Zhao feigned ignorance and asked. They already had a taste of the heavenly thunder essence locking grand array, so they naturally knew its power. Wang Fan was currently missing. Most likely, he was smitten by lightning. Seeing the high clarity sect again with heavy casualties, Wu Zhao was in a great mood. The route these few days were within the heavenly sky sect's grasp. They avoided some dangerous places and did not have serious losses. But Wu Zhao also knew that the true danger was only starting now. With Wu Zhao asking this, Yu Feng's face turned even uglier. Yu Feng turned back to give the high clarity sect disciples a glance and suddenly made a decision. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands towards Wu Zhao as he pled, "Elder Wu, my high clarity sect is willing to offer up our gains on this trip. We only implore Elder Wu to take revenge for my senior apprentice brother Wang." Wu Zhao was stunned when he heard this. He didn't think that Yu Feng would actually say something like this. It looks like there was more than meets the eye to Wang Fan's death. Putting away his smile, Wu Zhao said, "Elder Yu needs not do this. What happened to Elder Wang, tell me." Yu Feng gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, "It's all thanks to that stinky brat called Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect. As long as Elder Wu help us take revenge, my high clarity sect group is willing to listen to Elder Wu's orders within this mystic realm." 3 days ago. Yu Feng recounted the incident 3 days ago to Wu Zhao in detail. With Wang Fan's death, Yu Feng could not do much single-handedly. He seriously did not have much confidence in walking out of the mystic realm. Rather than that, why not take a gamble and place his bets on the Heavenly Sky sect? But Wu Zhao laughed when he heard this and said, "Is Elder Yu messing with me? He, Yi Yuan, is a 7th-level spirit condensation realm, and you said that he mobilized heaven and earth essence energy and forced Elder Wang to use Sea Transformation Realm strength." Yu Feng said anxiously, "Everything Yu Feng said earlier was the absolute truth. I swear in the name of Heavenly Tao, if there are any false statements, I'll get struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Only now did Wu Zhao reveal a grave expression. "But how is that possible? Forget about spirit condensation realm, Even crystal formation realms cannot possibly maneuver heaven and earth essence energy. I also don't know why he can mobilize heaven and earth essence energy, but I saw it with my own eyes. It's undeniable. Yufeng was dead certain. Hiss. If that's the case, this child indeed cannot be let alive. Fine, I promise you, as long as I meet the Tranquil Cloud sect group, I'll help you eliminate that child. Wu Zhao said ruthlessly. Chapter 307, Bringing Disaster to the Fish in the Moat. Chapter 307, Bringing Disaster to the Fish in the Moat. After several days, 7 to 8 people walked out of a dense forest. Ahead was a large stretch of grass plain. The few people's conditions were not very good. Many still had injuries on them. They had clearly just gone through a major battle. This group of people was precisely the Tranquil Cloud sect team. Elder May, that Tier 3-9 Serene Ice Lion just now was rather powerful. We only barely managed to fight it to a draw after combining 8 people's strength. Why are the Tier 3 demonic beasts' strength so high in this mystic realm? From Tianyu's expression, one could see that he still had some lingering fear from that great battle earlier. Meijin said, the mystic realm doesn't permit for existences above Tier 3. So these demonic beasts all suppressed their realms and not break through, putting all of their efforts on comprehending concepts. That's why while they may only be Tier 3 demonic beasts, in terms of concept comprehension, they are much stronger than even me. Demonic beasts' talent in comprehending concepts cannot compare to humans, but their advantage lies in that their lifespan is long. Accumulating bit by bit also becomes pretty impressive, Yi Yuan added on. In this mystic realm, there were surely many demonic beasts that attempted to break through to Tier 4 and were killed by the Heavenly Thunder Essence locking Grand Array. With things persisting that way, the demonic beasts naturally gave up on breaking through and placed all of their energy onto comprehending concepts. Looks like this mystic realm is filled with dangers everywhere. Nobody knows what we'll bump into in the future. Tianyu said rather worriedly. This mystic realm is not that simple. It will probably be even more dangerous towards the back. Everyone, be more careful, Meijin said. Yi Yuan did not speak, but in truth, he also had a forewarning. Yi Yuan could skate around dangers related to natural treasures. But he was ultimately mortal and not a god. He had no way of grasping some unknown threats. Not knowing why, Yi Yuan kept having a feeling that he was being monitored. But no matter how he observed, he could not find any inkling of it. This sort of feeling like having a prickle on his back made him feel very uneasy. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Yi can break through to the crystal formation realm inside this mystic realm. If he can break through to the crystal formation realm, our Tranquil Cloud sect's strength will soar dramatically. Tianyu suddenly said with a laugh. Yeah. Junior apprentice brother Yi's cultivation speed is too freakish. He had just broken through 3 realms in the sect grand competition. It's only been a dozen days or so, and he broke through again to the 8th level spirit condensation realm. If he can break through to the crystal formation realm, with the suppression of realms inside this mystic realm, even if he confronted a sea transformation realm expert, he would have no fear. The essence energy inside this mystic realm was abundant. Yi Yuan originally reached the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck already. After a few days of fighting and absorbing essence energy, he finally took advantage of an opportunity yesterday and broke through to the 8th level spirit condensation realm. This was naturally good news to the Tranquil Cloud sect group. Yi Yuan's greatest shortfall was his realm. Once his realm could rise up, the Tranquil Cloud sect would become much more confident. They chatted and laughed and were just about to head into the deep regions of the grass plain when alarm bells started going off. Their field of vision was suddenly filled with a dark mass as it surged over here. What's that? In a blink of an eye, that dark mass showed itself in front of everybody. The Tranquil Cloud sect group finally made out what those were. Bloodthirsty Skywolf. It's Bloodthirsty Skywolf. My God, there are so many bloodthirsty Skywolves. Somebody cried out. Meijin evidently recognized them too as he said in a grave voice, the bloodthirsty Skywolf's personality is extremely savage. Once tangled with them, it will be to the death. Our headcount is too little, best to not face them head-on. Quickly withdraw. They were just about to turn around when they heard a holler, is that friends from the Tranquil Cloud sect over there? I beg you all to lend us a hand. The Purple Mansion sect will be indebted forever. At virtually the same time, a disciple who lagged behind the Purple Mansion sect was caught up by the wolf pack, which chomped on his leg as he cried out miserably. The wolf pack completely did not give him any chance to retaliate. Several more bloodthirsty skywolves bit down on his four limbs. He could not shake them off no matter how he tried. In just a few short breaths of time, that Purple Mansion sect disciple was torn into ribbons, alarming the Tranquil Cloud sect group, who was watching greatly. The group only saw clearly now that turns out this group of bloodthirsty skywolves was tracking down the Purple Mansion sect people over here. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Too late, can't leave anymore." The Tranquil Cloud sect people were stunned. Only now did they discover that many bloodthirsty skywolves appeared all around from God knows where. They actually surrounded them. And at this time, the Purple Mansion sect disciples had already converged with the Tranquil Cloud sect disciple. The two teams were encircled like prey by over 100 bloodthirsty skywolves. Meijin shot a glare at the person who shouted out just now. If not for his yell, the wolf pack would not have completed the encirclement, and the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples would not have gotten caught in danger. The person who yelled out was a young man, 8th level crystal formation realm cultivation, even higher than Mo Yuntian. Seemingly detecting Meijin's unfriendly eyes, he was fully apologetic as he said, "Elder Mei, this junior is also at the end of my ropes, that's why I did that. My Purple Mansion sect had over 10 people, but now, there are only these 4 or 5 people left. Even Elder Su also died under heavenly tribulation. As long as Elder Mei can rescue us, we'll definitely compensate you heavily. If we're fortunate enough to escape this mystic realm, Junior Lin Chao will definitely report truthfully to Sect Master. I believe that Sect Master will express gratitude to the Tranquil Cloud sect." Meijin's face was dark as he snorted coldly and said, "It already came to this, do we still have a way out? Eliminate these bloodthirsty skywolves first, then talk." Lin Chao was overjoyed when he heard this. "Many thanks to Elder Mei for saving us. Junior is eternally grateful. But later on, when Elder Mei is attacking, you must not use Sea Transformation Realm strength. Otherwise, it will bring down heavenly tribulation." Meijin nodded slightly and said, "Of course, I know that. Tranquil Cloud sect disciple, listen up. Set up the 8 gates gold lock formation. You all each guard one area. Take heed not to let the wolf pack break in. As for the Purple Mansion sect people, you guys enter the formation first and rest a while, then come and assist us." Meijin could tell at a glance that these remaining disciples from the Purple Mansion sect were already a spent force and was unable to sustain much longer. Rather than letting them join the battle, might as well rest a while then join in. The 8 gates gold lock formation was only an ordinary joint attack formation. Most great sect disciples knew it. Although this formation's strength was not great, it was very practical in such a messy fight so as to not get taken down one by the wolf pack. Of course, how long it could defend for was another question. After all, these bloodthirsty skywolves were all at the early stage Tier 3 realm. 100 early stage Tier 3 bloodthirsty skywolves was absolutely a nightmare-like existence. Otherwise, these Purple Mansion sect disciples would not have fled so miserably. With Meijin's command, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples each laid out the formation to welcome the enemy. They also knew that this was an extremely dangerous juncture and must not be careless. But Yi Yuan's attention was placed on that Lin Chao the entire time. Though it was only a few words from start to finish, Yi Yuan could sense that he was a guy with extremely deep schemes. From when the wolf pack showed up to now, it seemed very coincidental, but Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was all deliberately done with Lin Chao. No other reason. Just because that yell earlier was too coincidental. Chapter 308, Fierce Fight. Chapter 308, Fierce Fight. The timing of that yell was grasped perfectly, making the Tranquil Cloud sect lose the last chance to escape. Of course, every man for himself. There was nothing wrong with Lin Chao purposely dragging the Tranquil Cloud sect down into the water. But the reminder to Meijin later on appeared too fake. They had already entered the mystic realm for such a long time. The dangers that each sect faced was too many to count. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, each sect's Sea Transformation Realm elder were pretty much all dead already. There were most likely only the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect, these two sects, who were fully intact. If it was just to stay alive, no harm in scheming a little. But Yi Yuan feared that this Lin Chao had malicious intentions. Compared to demonic beasts, humans were unmistakably scarier. The Purple Mansion sect was the number 2 great sect in the southern domain, second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. But they only sent one Sea Transformation Realm Elder here this time. It more or less seemed somewhat odd. To this end, Yi Yuan naturally paid attention to it. The bloodthirsty sky wolves did not immediately attack. They just surrounded everyone. 8 people were trapped by 100 bloodthirsty sky wolves. This sort of pressure was too intense. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples could not help feeling a little parched. Surrounding but not attacking. They are playing mental warfare, such clever demonic beasts. Yi Yuan said calmly. The Tranquil Cloud sect group were shocked before recovering only now and could not help feeling deeply ashamed. Humans nearly falling for demonic beast strategy. Saying it out loud was overly humiliating. Lin Chao, who was presently meditating in the circle, could not resist sizing up Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to look over at this time. The pair smiled when their eyes met. The two people's smiles both had deep meaning behind it. Right then, the wolf pack automatically divided. A bloodthirsty sky wolf that was fire red from head to toe walked out of the wolf pack. Everyone's pupils involuntarily constricted when they saw it. That was the Wolf King, Bloodthirsty Wolf King. Peak Tier 3 existence. Everyone believed that if not for the restrictions imposed by the Heavenly Thunder Essence Locking Grand Array, this Wolf King would absolutely be a Tier 4 existence. The Bloodthirsty Wolf King was awe-inspiring. The aura on his body was even stronger than Mei Zhen. But he did not bother with the Tranquil Cloud sect group. He just stared fixedly at Lin Chao with scorching eyes. It was as if Lin Chao did not detect it at all. He was making the best use of his time as before to recover his strength. But this scene was taken in by the Tranquil Cloud sect people. An unusual thought involuntarily birthed in the minds of the disciples. Seniors, stop fantasizing. The bloodthirsty skywolves are naturally savage and will not let us go. Discuss the Purple Mansion sect matters afterward. If we don't exert our utmost effort, we'll only end up in the wolves' mouths eventually. Yi Yuan raised his voice and said. Mo Yuntian and the rest only came around now and could not help being dumbstruck. This Wolf King was simply even more cunning than humans. Just one look and it caused a chink to form between the two great sects. If there were no reminder from Yi Yuan, they would definitely have some misgivings during the battle. That look from the Wolf King was clearly to make the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples think that the Wolf Pack was just here for the Purple Mansion sect and had nothing to do with the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this sort of psychological hint, would the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples still defend the Purple Mansion sect to the death? The Wolf King obviously heard Yi Yuan's voice too, his gaze landing on this young spirit condensation realm martial artist with unkind eyes. Both schemes were spoiled by this young man. This Wolf Clear had clearly become enraged too. Seeing the Wolf King's eyes, Mei Zhen secretly thought shit. He hurriedly said, "Leave the Wolf King to me, each of you takes care of yourselves. You whelping from the Purple Mansion sect, quickly take the time to recover your strength. If someone can't endure it on our side, immediately help. Out." Lin Chao nodded and said, "Rest assured, Elder Mei." The Wolf King saw that there were no opportunities to take advantage of and also gave up on scheming. He gave a long howl. This was apparently the signal for the Wolf Pack to attack. After those bloodthirsty skywolves heard this howl, each one of them was like on stimulants as they charged towards the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples without heed for their lives. Mei Zhen wielded his sword but rushed to the Wolf King first to fight him. This Wolf King was very sentient. He was worried about the Wolf King retaliating Yi Yuan. But even so, Yi Yuan's side was still being heavily taken care of by ordinary bloodthirsty skywolves. It was very obvious that the Wolf King had issued an order to kill Yi Yuan first. Actually, at this time, the Tranquil Cloud sect people's conditions were not too good. They had just fought a great battle with the 9 Serene Ice Lion not long before, and some disciples were still wounded. But the Tranquil Cloud sect fought with greater numbers previously. Everyone's losses were not great. Lin Chao mediated to recover essence energy while secretly observing these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' strength. Although Tian Yu's realm was the lowest inside, he had comprehended the elementary form of true intent. After breaking through to the crystal formation realm, his combat power was tremendous. One person handling 7 to 8 bloodthirsty skywolves was not an issue. Ti Wujio was 3rd level crystal formation realm, but his fist intent realm was similarly very high. Only to see him throw fist after fist solidly. Those bloodthirsty skywolves were actually unable to approach him. As a 7th level crystal formation realm expert, Mo Yuntian's strength barred no questions. Rather, it was the other few crystal formation realm martial artists who appeared to be struggling. His gaze finally stopped on Yi Yuan, and his expression involuntarily choked up. Although he guessed that Yi Yuan definitely had abilities surpassing others to enter the mystic realm with spirit condensation realm strength, he could not have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. There were over a dozen bloodthirsty skywolves surrounding Yi Yuan alone, but he relied on one sword to slaughter his way in and out as he liked. Those dozen over bloodthirsty skywolves were unable to do anything to him. After a dozen over exchanges, Yi Yuan was perfectly fine, but quite a few of those bloodthirsty skywolves were wounded. These were Tier 3 demonic beasts. Each one of them was existences like human crystal formation realm martial artists. An 8th level spirit condensation realm brat could actually treat it like there was nobody in this place under these demonic beasts' combined attacks. If one were to say that an 8th level spirit condensation realm crossed ranks to battle 1 or 2 Tier 3 demonic beasts, that was still passable. But being surrounded by over a dozen demonic beasts, that was absolutely a quantitative to qualitative change. Pressure changed abruptly. Furthermore, a bloodthirsty skywolf's speed was abnormally fast. Ordinary martial artists were simply unable to keep up. But Yi Yuan actually twisted and turned around inside effortlessly. When did such a monstrous existence appear in the tranquil cloud sect? That bloodthirsty wolf king was in the midst of an intense battle with Mei Zhen. But when he detected the situation over on Yi Yuan's side, he howled again. This time, even more bloodthirsty skywolves surged towards Yi Yuan's side. With this, the pressure over at Yi Yuan's senior side inadvertently lessened. While on Yi Yuan's side, the number of bloodthirsty skywolves increased to over 20 all at once. Be careful, Yi Yuan. Mo Yuntian could not help being worried when he saw the situation. He was fenced in by 2 middle-stage bloodthirsty skywolves and several early-stage bloodthirsty skywolves over here and could not extricate himself at all. Ti Wujio's and Tian Yu's sides were the same. Though the bloodthirsty skywolves could not do anything to them, they were helpless against the bloodthirsty skywolves too. And Yi Yuan's side was already completely flooded with bloodthirsty skywolves. When Mei Zhen saw this state of affairs, his forehead was full of sweat from anxiety, and he yelled at Lin Chao, how long do you want to wait to make a move? Chapter 309, Trouble. Chapter 309, Trouble. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's combat strength was extraordinarily powerful. Mei Zhen was suppressed at peak 9th level crystal formation realm to battle it but was facing dangers everywhere. With this holler, he nearly let the Wolf King grasp an opportunity to catch him with its claws. Bu Lin Chao smiled calmly and said, "Don't get anxious, Elder Mei, this junior isn't at the end of his ropes yet." Lin Chao, you. Mei Zhen was nearly infuriated until he coughed blood. He did not manage to avoid the Wolf King's metal claw this time, and his arm took a hit. Blood started flowing instantly. Mei Zhen clenched his jaws and really wanted to erupt with Sea Transformation Realm strength. But the warning left behind by Wang Fan was still vivid in his mind. Sea Transformation Realm strength simply could not be used. With this confusion, Mei Zhen was immediately suppressed by the Wolf King and fell in a disadvantageous position in all aspects. Although this bloodthirsty Wolf King's strength could not compare to that 9 Serene Ice Lion from before, it was still slightly stronger than Mei Zhen, who suppressed at the Crystal Formation Realm. Right then, Yi Yuan, who was engulfed by the wolf pack, suddenly exploded with multiple rays of pale yellow light. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of a series of sword beams piercing the skin spread out. Then, a number of bloodthirsty skywolves went flying out. The wolf pack siege crumbled all at once. Yi Yuan. It's great that you're okay. Mo Yuntian was elatedly seeing the situation. Yi Yuan called out, "Elder Mei and senior apprentice brother do not need to worry about me. I have no problems protecting myself." While talking, Yi Yuan released several more sword beams again. A number of bloodthirsty skywolves were speared flying again. The eruption on Yi Yuan's side finally stirred the tranquil cloud sect disciples' fighting spirit. Each one of them released their combat strength to the fullest and actually suppressed 100 bloodthirsty sky wolves with only 8 people's strength. For a period of time, only whimperings and whinings were heard everywhere. Many bloodthirsty sky wolves were injured. But the bloodthirsty sky wolf had 2 notable characteristics. One was high speed and the second was coarse skin and thick flesh. Although many bloodthirsty sky wolves were injured over here, barely any truly died. Haha, everyone, double up. These bloodthirsty sky wolves are nothing more than this. Yeah. Just a bunch of animals. Let's kill them. So many tier 3 demonic wolf inner cores. We're going to be rich this time. Buck up, little wolves. I, your little lord, haven't fought to my heart's content yet. Due to Yuan keeping in check quite a number of bloodthirsty sky wolves alone, this bout of fighting was exceptionally carefree. Seeing as the combat strength of those bloodthirsty sky wolves were becoming weaker and weaker, everybody's mood eased up quite a bit. Right then, that wolf king howled again. Haha, still howling. It's useless even if you howl again. After we take care of your offspring, we'll pummel you together. Senior apprentice Brother Pang derided the wolf king with a loud laugh. But Yuan's face darkened as he said in a grave voice, Seniors, be careful. These bloodthirsty sky wolves are going to go into a frenzy. Bloodthirsty sky wolves will have a tremendous increase in speed after entering a frenzy. Don't drop your guard, seniors. Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the eyes of these bloodthirsty sky wolves suddenly turned scarlet red, looking utterly terrifying. Following that, those injured bloodthirsty sky wolves' wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those wolves had drool dribbling from their mouths, looking extremely voracious as if they could shred anything into pieces. Only a bloodthirsty sky wolf in such a state could be fit to bear the word bloodthirsty. Yuan's eyebrows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, now it's troublesome. Senior apprentice Brother Pang, who was still guffawing earlier, was thoroughly mute now. He stared at those bloodthirsty sky wolves in a frenzied state blankly and could not resist swallowing hard. Those bloodthirsty sky wolves had already stopped their attacks. Currently, the entire grass plain was dead quiet, leaving only the bloodthirsty sky wolves panting. This was the quiet before the storm. Everyone held their breaths because they knew that the next round of attacks from the bloodthirsty sky wolves would be even fiercer than before. Moreover, after that last round of melee, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' expenditure was also very great. But the bloodthirsty sky wolves' current state was like they were resuscitated with full vitality, filled with aggressiveness. The bloodthirsty sky wolf gave another long howl. The 100 bloodthirsty sky wolves burst forth abruptly, like 100 bolts of lightning charging towards the 8 people. That speed was beyond twice as fast as before. The bloodthirsty sky wolves' figures only left behind a series of blurry shadows. Clank! 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 Immediately after were waves of metal clashing sounds. After one wave of attack, everybody felt the pressure soar. 2 disciples even suffered injuries to their bodies, including that senior apprentice Brother Pan. With a fierce bout of fighting, many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were already injured. Now, it could be said to be piling injuries on top of injuries. The scales of victory immediately tipped towards the bloodthirsty skywolves' side after this frenzied transformation. After the frenzied transformation, the combat strength of ordinary bloodthirsty skywolves virtually surged twofold. Adding up 100 bloodthirsty skywolves, this sort of increment would be extremely substantial. For a moment, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were unable to cope with the situation. There were some people who were unable to hold on very soon. Rather, it was Yuan with the lowest realm who still appeared to be doing it with ease presently by relying on the support from the transmission true intent to increase his speed after displaying spirit void shattering space. Lin Chao, still not rushing up to support yet. Yuan roared. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples had already fought for quite a bit of time for the few people from the Purple Mansion sect. Their strength was roughly recovered 50% to 60%. Especially Lin Chao, this 8th level crystal formation realm. Him participating in the battle would be a tremendous support to the Tranquil Cloud sect side. Lin Chao saw that he could not hide from this. So he could only stand up and call for his fellow martial brothers and said, Juniors, the Tranquil Cloud sect seniors and juniors have already strived for a lot of time for us. Now, let's switch with them. If the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples recalled the formation, the wolf pack would attack indiscriminately. At that time, it would also be hard for them to escape. They could clearly only go all out if they want to preserve their lives at this time. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang and Senior Apprentice Brother Du, you guys retreat inside the circle first to recover. Lin Chao, you bring a person forward to support first. Yi Yuan said anxiously. Okay. Lin Chao did not say anything else and filled in the void left behind by Senior Apprentice Brother Du. But right at this moment, an abnormality suddenly occurred. When Senior Apprentice Brother Pang was just about to withdraw, a middle-stage Tier 3 bloodthirsty sky wolf bit down on his arm. Ah! A heart-rending scream sounded, chilling the hearts of everyone who heard it. This whole trip, there had yet to be any tranquil cloud sect disciple who met with an accident under Yi Yuan's lead. So everyone was not mentally prepared too. Now, seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Pang falling into danger, they involuntarily panicked. Luckily, those Purple Mansion sect disciples knew what to do. They rushed up to block the other wolves. But after that bloodthirsty sky wolf bit Senior Apprentice Brother Pang's arm, it was like it went berserk and would not loosen its jaws no matter what. Only to hear a ripping sound. That bloodthirsty sky wolf directly tore off Senior Apprentice Brother Pang's entire arm. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang cried out again miserably, blood pouring out of his broken arm area. 1 yen. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang. That tragic cry immediately roused the hearts of all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. You bunch of damn beasts. I'll exterminate all of you. Mo Yuntian howled, his entire body's aura erupting suddenly. Ti Wujio did not say a word, but his fist wind also abruptly became violent. One could see the fury in his heart right now. And the same as him was Tian Yu. And Yi Yuan. Chapter 310, One Glance. Chapter 310, One Glance. Yi Yuan appeared very calm on the surface, and his actions did not seem to have any major changes. But those familiar with him knew that Yi Yuan's rage at this moment was getting greater and greater, just like that time when Luer was hurt. Before this mystic realm exploration, Yi Yuan and Pang Wanyan were not acquainted. But during this half a month, everyone helped each other through hurdles and made deep friendships. Although Pang Wanyan was somewhat reckless when things cropped up, he had no airs and could click with everyone. The reason why Yi Yuan put himself in the limelight the entire trip was in order to bring everyone back. But he did not think that such an incident would happen. He casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Senior Apprentice Brother Du, who withdrew, said while dealing with the wolf pack, quickly feed Senior Apprentice Brother Pang. Senior Apprentice Brother Du was called Du Cheng, an elite disciple, same as Pang Wanyan. They were both at the 3rd level crystal formation realm, but in terms of true combat strength, the two of them were ranked at the bottom. Even the 1st level crystal formation realm Tian Yu's combat strength was much stronger than theirs. So the first ones to pull back were them. Du Cheng did not hesitate much and directly stuffed the medicinal pill into Pang Wanyan's mouth. When the medicinal pill entered his stomach, Du Cheng discovered that Pang Wanyan's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was even faster than the recovery speed of those bloodthirsty sky wolves. And Pang Wanyan's complexion became a little rosier before long. Du Cheng was unbelievably dumbfounded in his heart. What medicinal pill is this, to actually have such effects? Du Cheng was very clear on what effects the sect's Tier 3 medicinal pills had. Comparing to this pill from Yi Yuan, it was simply trash. Recalling again to the detoxification pills that Yi Yuan took out, the effects were similarly much better than the sect ones. Could these medicinal pills all be refined by Yi Yuan himself? But he was only at the spirit condensation realm. For a while, Du Cheng's mind ran wild. Right at this time, he heard a splat, interrupting his thoughts. That sound came from over Yi Yuan's side. Du Cheng looked over towards Yi Yuan's side and saw a headless wolf corpse lying on the ground, while Yi Yuan had already put away Tsanghua sword since God knows when. Right then, another wolf dashed towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Only to see Yi Yuan dodge slightly and lightly tap a finger on the wolf's head. Without any unnecessary actions, that bloodthirsty sky wolf scurried back. The next instant, Du Cheng's pupils constricted. When that bloodthirsty sky wolf landed on the ground, its head exploded with a bang. Another headless wolf corpse. Following that, he saw Yi Yuan's profile shuttling back and forth within the wolf pack like a ghost, landing finger after finger on the bloodthirsty sky wolves' heads. Each finger Yi Yuan unleashed, a bloodthirsty sky wolf would fall. In a blink of an eye, there were already over a dozen bloodthirsty skywolves that died in Yi Yuan's hands. At this moment, it was as if Yi Yuan had become the incarnation of a god that descended upon the world. His might was without equal. Originally, those frenzied bloodthirsty skywolves did not fear death and were completely unaware of what being frightened was. But now, those bloodthirsty skywolves actually took the initiative to back away from the areas that Yi Yuan passed through. They were scared. But this sort of avoidance was futile. The areas that Yi Yuan passed through would surely leave behind 1 or 2 bloodthirsty skywolf carcasses. What's going on? Mo Yuntian suddenly felt the pressure around him lighten. Initially, the frenzied bloodthirsty skywolves that were everywhere pressured him until he felt suffocated. But now, it suddenly lessened by quite a bit. There were Ti Wujiu and Tianyu who also had the same feeling. They all noticed that the bloodthirsty skywolves seemed to be afraid of something. Now that their pressure reduced right now, they had spare energy to observe the other areas. It was all right if they did not look. But one look and they jumped in fright. The areas that Yi Yuan passed through left behind wolf carcasses everywhere. The 8 Gates Gold Lock formation had already automatically dissolved following Yi Yuan's departure. And each of Yi Yuan's steps was heading over in the bloodthirsty Wolf King's direction. Those bloodthirsty skywolves no longer dared to go forward to provoke Yi Yuan anymore. But even so, their companions still died one after another. The bloodthirsty Wolf King had already forced Mei Jin into a desperate situation over on this side. Mei Jin was covered in injuries right now, looking rather ghastly. Right then, the bloodthirsty Wolf King seemed to have detected a thick animosity, and its movements also became sluggish. Seeing Yi Yuan who was walking towards it composedly, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's pupils shrunk. Forcing Mei Jin back with one claw, it turned towards the direction where Yi Yuan was currently approaching him in. As Yi Yuan walked, he slaughtered the Wolf King's progenies. The originally wild and fearless bloodthirsty skywolves were like paper paste in Yi Yuan's hands. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's eyes became blood-red when it saw its clansmen being massacred. An incomparably powerful aura surged towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan continued walking step by step towards it as if he could not feel it. The Wolf King actually had yet to enter the frenzied state from battling Mei Jin until now. Mei Jin was very fretful seeing the situation and shouted loudly, "Yi Yuan, quickly move aside. The Wolf King is entering frenzied state." But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear it. He moved closer and closer to the Wolf King. Everybody's hearts leaped to their throats. The Wolf King's aura was too horrendous. The Wolf King without entering frenzied state could force Mei Jin until he did not have the strength to retaliate. His strength after the frenzy transformation was totally not what the people present could withstand. But just as Yi Yuan was around 10 steps from the Wolf King, a scene that nobody dared to believe occurred. That bloodthirsty Wolf King actually took a step back. Yi Yuan casually finished off a bloodthirsty skywolves and took another step forward. The Wolf King backed up another step again. The Wolf King was actually afraid. Yi Yuan currently had a composed look without joy nor sorrow, looking just like a person who was harmless to humans and animals. But the incomparably powerful Wolf King was actually fearful of him. Yi Yuan advanced. The Wolf King retreated again. The Wolf King's eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Even humans could see the fury within it. But he just did not dare to attack. Yi Yuan advanced. The Wolf King retreated once more. This time, Yi Yuan did not move. He just met eyes with the Wolf King like this, his expression calm and collected. The Wolf King only faced off with Yi Yuan for several breaths of time. Finally, it could not endure it and let out a long howl, then turned around and ran. With the Wolf King's departure, the remaining bloodthirsty skywolves naturally would not stay on anymore. They left the tranquil cloud sect disciples behind and also fled. In a twinkle of an eye, the bloodthirsty skywolves that originally had powerful auras vanished to the ends of the grass plains. The Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at the corpse-strewn ground and looked at Yi Yuan again, their eyes showing fear. This person clearly only had spirit condensation realm cultivation, but even the bloodthirsty Wolf King did not dare to clash with him. He forced the bloodthirsty Wolf King back. With one glance. Such a battle result was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan, you're really amazing. How did you do it? Tianyu asked Yi Yuan excitedly. But Yi Yuan did not reply him. Mo Yuntian suddenly noticed that something was not quite right. He walked up and patted Yi Yuan's shoulder, asking, "You all right, Yi Yuan?" But what he did not expect was that Yi Yuan fell stiffly backward just like that. Mo Yuntian was alarmed and hurriedly went to support Yi Yuan. Chapter 311, Soul Jade. Chapter 311, Soul Jade. Yi Yuan. Are you okay, Yi Yuan? Seeing Yi Yuan collapse suddenly, the tranquil cloud sect disciples were taken aback and quickly surrounded him. Senior apprentice brother Mo, what happened to Yi Yuan? Is there any problem? Tianyu asked urgently. Mo Yuntian waved his hands to indicate to him not speak and reached for Yi Yuan's pulse. After a long time, Mo Yuntian finally heaved a sigh in relief and said, "Shouldn't be a major problem." Hearing Mo Yuntian said so, everyone also let out a sigh in relief. Since he's all right, then why is Yi Yuan unconscious? The one asking was Pang Wanyan. He ate Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, and currently, his external injuries were mostly recovered already. It was just that arm would not come back. Seeing Yi Yuan fall unconscious, he was also extremely worried. Previously, being together with Yi Yuan was fellow sect member relationship. But from today onwards, they were friends in adversity. Friendships that were tested through life and death could withstand ordeals better. Just now, Du Qing roughly summarized what happened earlier. Pang Wanyan had a feeling that Yi Yuan only erupted abruptly because of him. This could not help but move him. Mo Yuntian said to everybody, "Yi Yuan, he used the tier 3 strength of the cleansing sandal sacred flame earlier, which exceeded the limits that his meridians could withstand. Just now when dealing with those bloodthirsty sky wolves, Yi Yuan's meridians were suffering the agony of being immolated the whole time. He actually endured it without showing the slightest trace." Hearing Mo Yuntian said so, all of them were visibly moved. As martial artists, how could they not know the torment of meridians being burnt? That sort of anguish was something unimaginable by ordinary people. Even someone with remarkable willpower might not be able to endure it under the agony of meridians being immolated. Immolation of meridians, one could not faint even if they wanted to. Because even if they fainted, they would also wake up immediately from pain. But how did that nonchalant expression of Yi Yuan's look like suffering the anguish of meridian immolation? Just now, Yi Yuan was like a fiend god that had descended upon the world. That sort of overweening aura even shocked the peak tier 3 bloodthirsty wolf king into retreating. The Yi Yuan under such a state was actually enduring the immolation of meridians the entire time. Hiss. That's also to say that Yi Yuan sang an empty city stratagem just now. Actually, he could no longer resist the Wolf King anymore earlier. He was just using strategy to scare him away. Tianyu asked in amazement. Do you think that the Wolf King is so easy to deceive? That Wolf King's intellect is completely not beneath humans. It might even be far more cunning than some humans. How could it be easy to want to fool it? When Yi Yuan was butchering the wolf pack earlier, he condensed his momentum to the limits. Even if the Wolf King entered a frenzied state, it would not dare to easily confront Yi Yuan. That's why it chose to withdraw. Mei Zhen consumed some healing medicinal pills and also recovered a little before saying this. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, I have a feeling that even if the Wolf King really went for it just now, it might not be able to gain any advantages. Otherwise, how could that Wolf King retreat so easily given its immense intellect? This conjecture from Mo Yuntian made everyone suck in a deep breath instead. Yi Yuan's might had truly surpassed everyone's understanding. Even the Wolf King that Mei Zhen, the Sea Transformation Realm expert, was helpless against was scared into retreating by Yi Yuan. This was an absolutely heaven-defying battle result. Then will Yi Yuan be alright? Pang Wanyan asked concernedly. Mo Yuntian said, Don't worry. Although his injuries are heavy, there is no threat to his life. After he regains consciousness, I think he'll have ways to treat himself. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Mei Zhen said, Since that's the case, find a place to rest for a while and wait for Yi Yuan to wake up before making a decision. Bright moon and few stars, there were many blurry outlines under the shadow of a tree. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. When he saw Pang Wanyan's familiar face, he forced a smile and said, Senior apprentice brother Pang, are you alright? Pang Wanyan was overjoyed at first. When he heard finish Yi Yuan's words, tears flowed instantly. I'm alright, alright. It's great that you woke up. You worried us to death. Elder May, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo, Junior Apprentice Brother, you woke up. Everybody hurriedly surrounded over when they heard that, all trying to get in a word of concern. Sensing the worry from his fellow disciples, Yi Yuan felt a burst of emotion in his heart. How long was I out? Yi Yuan asked. You were already unconscious for a day and 2 nights. Yi Yuan, are your meridians okay? Pang Wanyan asked hurriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head, nothing major. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang, I'll have to trouble you to support me up. Pang Wanyan quickly used his remaining arm to lift Yi Yuan up. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and started to regulate his breathing. At this time, the Tranquil Cloud sect people spontaneously circled around him to protect him. While the Purple Mansion sect's remaining 4 disciples were not far away the whole time, Lin Chao's gaze pierced through the crowd to look at Yi Yuan. Nobody knew what he was thinking of either. After an hour, Yi Yuan finished the medicinal pill. His complexion overall looked much better. Meridian injuries were a very troublesome matter. Under ordinary circumstances, even if there were assistance from medicinal pills, it was very hard to fully recover without several months of recovery and recuperation. But look at Yi Yuan's present appearance, he seemed to have already recovered 60% to 70%. Furthermore, in such a short time, there was normally no way to fully refine the medicinal pill. That was also to say that he might recover as good as new very soon as the remaining 30% to 40% of medicinal pill continued to be refined inside Yi Yuan's body. Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill was simply unheard of before. Towards such a situation, the Tranquil Cloud sect group were already numb to it and did not have too big a reaction. But the Purple Mansion sect people apparently found it very shocking. Other than Lin Chao, the other 3 were furtively whispering together. Yi Yuan got up but walked straight for Lin Chao. Lin Chao seemed to know that Yi Yuan would find him straight away and did not look too surprised. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi overturned the raging tides yesterday and saved the lives of the 4 of us. Lin Chao is deeply grateful. Lin Chao bowed deeply towards Yi Yuan, looking rather sincere. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly, but said, Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, don't you owe me an explanation? Lin Chao was shaken inwardly, but had a confused look as he said, explanation. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi refers to. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Lin refuses to give in. Must I lay it bare? Lin Chao shook his head and said, I really don't know what Senior Apprentice Brother Yi needs me to explain. Are you referring to the matter of deliberately dragging your honorable sect into the water? I've already apologized to Elder May and Senior Apprentice Brother Pang about this matter and compensated some natural treasures obtained during this trap as recompense. At that time, we were also at a life and death juncture and had no other alternatives but that. I hope that Junior Apprentice Brother you won't take offense. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, although a bloodthirsty skywolf's natural disposition is savage, it has a particular trait, and that is they are very prudent and will not leave their own territory without special circumstances. And the owner of this region is a 9 serene ice lion. They chased you all the way here surely because you guys did something. Well, let me guess. Is it Soul Jade? Chapter 312, Demanding an Exorbitant Price. Chapter 312, Demanding an Exorbitant Price. Hearing the 2 words, Soul Jade, Lin Chao's face changed all of a sudden. But he remained stubborn as he said, Haha, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, I don't know what's the meaning of what you said. What Soul Jade? Yi Yuan suddenly put away his smile and said frostily, is Senior Apprentice Brother Lin trying to use us as a shield then run off after getting benefits yourself? Originally, you guys obtaining any benefits has nothing to do with us. Even if I knew that you people obtained Soul Jades, I wouldn't expose it either. It's just that your scheming made us fall into a perilous situation and my Senior Apprentice Brother Pang nearly lost his life right there and then. You don't think it's over just like this, right? The Tranquil Cloud sect people were rather bewildered and did not know why Yi Yuan and Lin Chao were arguing. When Yi Yuan was unconscious, Lin Chao already showed his attitude adequately to Mei Zhen and Pang Wanyan and apologized profusely, finally earning their understanding. After all, the Purple Mansion sect group lost more than half of their people, leaving only 4 guys. Substituting anyone into that kind of situation, they would most likely choose to drag others into the water too. Plus, Lin Chao and the rest paid large amounts of natural treasures before the Tranquil Cloud sect group finally agreed not to dispute anymore. But they did not imagine that the first thing Yi Yuan did after waking up was to find Lin Chao's trouble. Yi Yuan, what's the soul jade you're talking about? If it's some inconsequential thing, then just forget about it, Mo Yuntian inquired. Yeah, Yi Yuan. When you were out cold, Lin Chao already compensated us 3 stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs, 10 stalks of quasi-Tier 4 herbs, and many Tier 3 herbs. It's more than enough to show his sincerity, Mei Zhen also added on. These things naturally could not bring back Pang Wanyan's arm, but it was already done. Even killing the 4 of them would not help the situation. Not that the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were goody two-shoes, but because the other party had Lin Chao this 8th level crystal formation realm present. Under the situation where Mei Zhen was injured, if he were bent on breaking out of the encirclement, it would also be very tough for the Tranquil Cloud sect to make everyone stay. At that time, forget about not getting anything, they would even openly offend the Purple Mansion sect that was second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. At that time, it would not be fun. And the Tranquil Cloud sect group including Mei Zhen did not know what item the soul jade was. Yi Yuan did not turn back but looked at Lin Chao as he said coolly, soul jades are a type of very special jade mineral, extremely rare. The reason why it's named soul jade is that it has the effect of nourishing the divine soul. Especially to Peak C transformation realm martial artists, this is simply an unrivaled miracle treasure. Because it can help Peak C transformation realm martial artists break through their bottleneck and assault the Soul C realm. When Yi Yuan finished talking, they were all horrifyingly shocked. Such a treasure was way more precious than any Tier 4 medicinal herb. Why were there so few Soul C realm powerhouses in the southern domain? It was because the advancement of soul force was too hard. Martial artists cultivated essence energy. Alchemists cultivated soul force. It was a paradox whether to primarily cultivate essence energy or soul force. To the vast majority of people in this world, cultivating both at the same time would only end up with accomplishing nothing. In reality, the difficulty of breaking through to the Soul C realm was lower for alchemists compared to martial artists. But the problem was that alchemists needed to spend countless energy on the path of alchemy. There were far too many things they needed to grasp. Just the understanding of various kinds of medicinal herbs was an extremely profound study, plenty for a martial artist to research their entire lives. Alchemists still had to take into consideration the cultivation of essence energy under such circumstances. That was a virtually impossible thing. But to martial artists, raising soul force was too challenging. If the soul force did not reach a certain level, the divine soul would simply be inadequate to communicate with the essence energy C and break through to the Soul C realm from there. It was precisely because so that a treasure that could assist Peak C transformation realm martial artists to break through their fetters would naturally be exceptionally valuable. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect showed heated gazes. What did this soul jade mean? It meant that the sect could have at least one more Soul C realm powerhouse. Lin Chao's complexion was ugly as he said, "Junior apprentice brother, you must be joking. Where would we get such a treasure?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Each person has to pay the price for their actions. You lured the bloodthirsty skywolves over, and senior apprentice brother Pang lost an arm because of this. Aren't you taking it too easy to want to use some medicinal herbs to dismiss us? But this is also the first time I've heard of such a wondrous item. We really don't have it," Lin Chao said awkwardly. But Yi Yuan pressed on harder. "Talking anymore is pointless. If senior apprentice brother Lin wants to prove your innocence, please take out your storage rings to let us have a look." Lin Chao's expression changed, and his face darkened at once. "Isn't this request of junior apprentice brother Yi going too far? Although my Purple Mansion sect stumbled in this mystic realm, we're still the number 2 great sect in the southern domain. Does junior apprentice brother Yi really want to fall out with us? This sort of thing like searching storage rings was a burning disgrace to a martial artist. Because hidden within one's storage rings were secrets that many did not wish to divulge." But Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said, "If senior apprentice brother Lin is confident that the 4 of you can escape, you can give it a shot. I, Yi Yuan, am not someone who indiscriminately slaughters innocent people. I can understand you drawing the wolf pack over to protect yourself. But if you think that I'm easy to bully, then you're making a very grave mistake. An 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artist talking this way to an 8th level crystal formation realm. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded rather odd. But at this very moment, Lin Chao sensed an incredible pressure. The scene of Yi Yuan massacring the wolf pack was still fresh in Lin Chao's memories. That sort of casual slaughtering, Lin Chao touched his heart and knew that he was unable to do it. Lin Chao suddenly felt a false impression, as if he was not facing an 8th level spirit condensation realm, but a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Lin Chao did not speak. He was clearly gauging his own strength, whether he could disentangle himself or not. Finally, he still sighed disappointedly and said, forget it, forget it. Junior apprentice brother Yi is more shrewd than others and is well informed. This Lin admires. I'm afraid that barely anyone can recognize this soul jade in the entire southern domain. To think that junior apprentice brother Yi can guess it without even seeing it. As he spoke, Lin Chao retrieved a gray-colored jade piece the size of a goose egg from his storage ring. But Yi Yuan did not reach out to take it. He spoke again, since senior apprentice brother Lin already acknowledges it, why be so miserly? I don't want all of it either, just half will do. Lin Chao's face changed again, but he fished out another 4 pieces of soul jades from his storage ring, roughly the same sizes as before. We only obtained a total of 10 pieces of soul jades this trip. This is half already. Lin Chao gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan smiled but still did not reach his hand out. Lin Chao was on the verge of collapsing. His hands trembled as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi isn't shooting a random number, right? This is really half of the amount already. Whether it is or not, I naturally have a clear idea in my mind. You just have to bother with taking them out. I definitely won't take more. Yi Yuan said coolly. Lin Chao examined himself that he was highly devious and was extremely intelligent. But when facing Yi Yuan, he always had a feeling of being unable to exert strength. From start to the end of this exchange, it was always Yi Yuan who grasped the initiative. He had never been so aggrieved before. With a clench of his jaw, Lin Chao took out another 7 pieces of soul jades. This time, it's really half. There's not a single piece more. If you still demand an exorbitant price, then let's fight it out to the death. Lin Chao was about to break down. But this time, Yi Yuan waved his long sleeves and put those 12 pieces of soul jades into his storage rings. Chapter 313, 8 Sects Gather. Chapter 313, 8 Sects Gather. Looking at Lin Chao's grimacing look, Pang Wanyan secretly felt satisfied. Previously, Lin Chao lowered himself to apologize ardently and pay compensation. Out of consideration for the overall situation, Pang Wanyan grudgingly forgave him. But this matter of losing an arm had always been a knot in his heart. Plus, listening to Yi Yuan mention about the soul jade, Pang Wanyan was naturally even more displeased in his heart. But looking at Lin Chao's expression, this extortion by Yi Yuan was rather ruthless. Pang Wanyan felt like he had gained background for himself and his spirit was invigorated. This matter is settled. Senior apprentice brother Lin, are you guys going to leave on your own now, or? Yi Yuan said. Lin Chao was dazed. He immediately shook his head and said, among the 4 of us, the one with the greatest strength is me. This mystic realm is seriously too dangerous. We'll be eaten until not even remains are left if we move alone. I hope that junior apprentice brother Yi can let the 4 of us travel together. As if afraid of Yi Yuan objecting, Lin Chao swiftly spoke again, rest assured, junior apprentice brother Yi, to be able to obtain soul jades this trip is already a tremendous harvest. We don't want any of the natural treasures from here on. We only pray to be able to leave safely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, we can travel together. But when we encounter problems, you must help out equally. If I find out that you guys are secretly conserving strength or purposely hindering us, I'll invite you all to leave immediately. Lin Chao hurried said, that's of course. Yi Yuan's words directly cut off any possibilities of the 4 Purple Mansion sect people fishing in troubled waters. Lin Chao knew that it was simply an impossible matter to want to play mind games in front of this person. Just like that, the party continued advancing towards the depths of the mystic realm. After several days, the party walked out of a dense fog forest. Luckily Yi Yuan was here. Or else, we won't be able to walk out of this ghastly place even if we walked until we die. This confounding mist forest is boundless. We simply don't know where the end lies. It's actually an enormous entrapping formation. The person who laid out this entrapment formation truly has horrifying strength. Yeah. This mystic realm is very bizarre. Many places have man-made vestiges but at the same time seem like naturally formed. It makes people confounded whether it's real or fact. This confounding mist forest was an enormous entrapping formation. It was cut from the same cloth as the type that Yuan previously set up to deal with the High Clarity sect. If the average person got caught in this forest, they could never leave for the rest of their lives. Moreover, this confounding mist forest was filled with jeopardies everywhere. It was a land of absolute perils. It was all thanks to Yuan that all of them could walk out with only fear and no danger. And at this time, the eyes that Lin Chao looked at Yuan with underwent another change. This young man was seriously too mysterious. He was simply even stranger than this mystic realm. This confounding mist forest, even if that Heavenly Sky sect quasi-tier 4 formation master were in here, it would not be possible to bring everyone out of there safe and sound like this. But Yuan did it. Their group of 12 people walked for a day and night in this confounding mist forest and did not even hurt a single strand of hair. Lin Chao did not believe that this was their luck being good. Nobody would have such good luck. To be able to do it to such an extent was definitely because Yuan was extremely well versed in array formation's path. But Yuan was clearly only 15 or 16 years old. How could he possibly have such profound array Dao attainments? The doubts in Lin Chao's heart grew ever more so. You guys, look. There are people ahead, there is also a palace there. Tianyu suddenly said. Everyone looked over. Indeed, they saw a bunch of people surrounding before a gigantic palace in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing something. But nobody entered. Looks like the Heavenly Sky sect's people. No, wait, it seems like the other sect's people are all present. But their sea transformation realm experts all doesn't seem to be here. I reckon. The Tranquil Cloud sect group exchanged glances. Especially Mo Yuntian, he was unbelievably shocked in his heart. He suddenly recalled the words that Yuan said to him before entering the mystic realm. It actually came true. Sweeping a glance over, other than the Heavenly Sky sect with all 3 sea transformation realm experts present, there was only the High Clarity sect's Yufeng left among the sect's sea transformation realm experts. And Yufeng was only a first-level sea transformation realm. In contrast, the Tranquil Cloud sect really became the number 2 formidable sect in the mystic realm. And this result was entirely fomented single-handedly by Yuan. If they did not have Yuan, even if the Tranquil Cloud sect knew that the existence of strength-surpassing crystal formation realm was not permitted within the mystic realm, it would also not be possible to walk until here. A single mishap and they might even be completely annihilated. And opposite, Wu Zhao had clearly discovered the Tranquil Cloud sect group too. When he saw the Tranquil Cloud sect's lineup, he could not help being slightly amazed. The Heavenly Sky sect brought 20 over people in here this time. Even if they made ample preparations, they had also lost 5 or 6 people. They even brought a quasi-tier 4 formation master over this trip. But even so, they still lost quite a few people when crossing the confounding mist forest earlier. Of course, there were many people from the other sects inside. They were all brought over by the Tranquil Cloud sect's formations master. But the Tranquil Cloud sect team actually did not lose a single man. Not knowing why, thick jealousy welled up from the bottom of his heart. The Tranquil Cloud sect walked forward for some time and converged with the other sections. Elder May has remarkable abilities to actually bring all your disciples over here without losing a single one. Anyone could hear the sourness in Wu Zhao's words. But they could empathize. Because the sourness in the other sect disciples' hearts was not lesser than Wu Zhao. Mei Jin said coolly, just good luck. Listening to the meaning of Elder Wu's words, could it be that you'll only be comfortable if our Tranquil Cloud sect was completely wiped out? Wu Zhao coughed dryly and said smilingly, not at all, not at all. I was looking at how the other sects suffered heavy casualties while only your Tranquil Cloud sect is completely intact and felt rather surprised, that's all. Could it be that your Tranquil Cloud sect knows some things about this mystic realm? These words from Wu Zhao had the suspicions of driving a wedge between them. But this was also his habitual trick. He already used this when just having entered the mystic realm. But Mei Jin replied, Elder Wu is thinking too much. If we knew anything, this disciple of ours would not be missing an arm too. Everyone followed Mei Zhen's gaze and looked over. Indeed, they saw Pang Wanyan missing an arm and could not help being secretly shocked. Looking at things, the dangers that the Tranquil Cloud sect experienced did not seem to be at all lesser than the other sections. Could it really be that they were only lucky? And right then, Yufeng could not resist jumping out. Elder Wu, you have to stand up for our high clarity sect. Yi Yuan that punk plotted and caused the death of my senior apprentice brother Wang. Our hatred with him is absolutely irreconcilable. Wu Zhao started to make his move and said solemnly, Elder Mei, everyone should help each other in times of need after entering this mystic realm. How can you all do such a despicable thing? As the head of the southern domain, my Heavenly Sky sect has to intervene a little in this matter. How about this, you cripple Yi Yuan's Dantian, and this matter will drop here. Otherwise. Wu Zhao still had half a sentence unsaid, but everyone was clear on his meaning. If the Tranquil Cloud sect did not cripple Yi Yuan, then that was becoming enemies with his Heavenly Sky sect. The Heavenly Sky sect had 3 Sea Transformation Realm elders. Even if they could not exert Sea Transformation Realm strength, it was also not what the present Tranquil Cloud sect could be on par with. Chapter 314, Changing Countenance. Chapter 314, Changing Countenance. Seeing the Heavenly Sky sect show its stance, Yufeng also secretly let out a sigh of relief. They were following behind others and serving them carefully this whole road in order to find Yi Yuan to take revenge today. Yufeng knew that it was not very practical to take revenge on the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. After all, the Heavenly Sky sect still needed cannon fodders. But finding Yi Yuan alone for payback was nothing unjustifiable. Furthermore, Yufeng could tell that Yi Yuan's status in the Tranquil Cloud sect was exceptional for sure. If Yi Yuan could be eliminated, it would absolutely be a tremendous blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Upon seeing the Tranquil Cloud sect appear in front of everyone without a single casualty, Yufeng had a feeling that it would have been impossible for them to do it without Yi Yuan. With the Heavenly Sky sect's might, as long as they were willing to make a move, Yi Yuan would undoubtedly die. Humph, what right does your Heavenly Sky sect have to listen to their one-sided statement and cripple Yi Yuan? Wu Zhao, I'm telling you, it's impossible to want me to hand Yi Yuan over. Mei Zhen also had an unusually strong stance this time. Regardless whether it was the High Clarity sect or Heavenly Sky sect, they were indeed of the same virtues, wanting him to hand over the person at sight. If they did not have Yi Yuan this entire way, the Tranquil Cloud sect would have been completely wiped out long ago. If he really handed Yi Yuan over, what kind of person would he, Mei Zhen, be? Wu Zhao flew into a great rage when he heard that. The Tranquil Cloud sect had always lowered their eyes and been affable in front of his Heavenly Sky sect. They had never been so domineering before. Wow, gruesome Grithu. I want to see today just what you're relying on to grow this grit. Also, your Tranquil Cloud sect better be careful after leaving the Mystic Realm. Su Jian, let's weigh together just where Elder Mei's resolve came from. As he spoke, Wu Zhao and another elder called Su Jian were about to join hands to deal with Mei Zhen. The Heavenly Sky sect's overbearingness was not without reason. Their strength was formidable, and they could send out 3 Sea Transformation Realm elders casually. To other sects, Sea Transformation Realm experts were remarkably precious. Hence, the vast majority of sects only sent 1 Sea Transformation Realm elder to explore the Mystic Realm this time. One of the reasons was primarily still because they feared that this Mystic Realm would be too dangerous and that their Sea Transformation Realm elders would fall in here. After all, even a 9th level Crystal Formation Realm died in this Mystic Realm. Sending Sea Transformation Realm elders over, they might not be able to retreat unscathed either. It was very evident that these sect masters' cautiousness made sense. Because there were already 5 sects without Sea Transformation Realm elders now. With Wu Zhao and Su Jiang joining hands, Mei Zhen immediately felt the pressure surge. How could he handle 2 people from the other side alone? Let alone the other side's headcount was many more than this side. Elder Wu, if you're in the mood to throw your weight around here, why not rack your brain and think about how to enter this palace, Yi Yuan voiced out timely. Upon hearing these words, Wu Zhao's expression involuntarily changed. Yi Yuan's words had plainly pricked his sore spot. The reason why this large group of people were pacing around and not advancing was that they could not enter this main hall. Anyone could tell that there was definitely good stuff inside the main hall. But it was all futile if they could not enter. You can actually see through the truth and false of this main hall. Wu Zhao exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what can't be seen? Isn't there a number of ash piles over there? It should have been left behind when you were forcefully barging into the main hall before, right? Wu Zhao was shaken and thought to himself that this boy had a very scrupulous mind, to actually notice even this. Humph, this main hall has an extremely powerful array formation guarding it. Even if we can utilize our full strength, we can't enter too. Listening to what you mean, could it be that you have some means? Wu Zhao said with a cold snort. Yu Feng panicked when he heard this and hurriedly said, Elder Wu, don't listen to this punk's nonsense. What method can he, a puny little spirit condensation realm, have? Previously, senior apprentice brother Wang listened to his flowery words, that's how he fell for his wicked ruse. Wu Zhao's face turned icy as he said, does this old fellow need you to gesture here and there on how to do things? Yu Feng's words made Wu Zhao very displeased. Comparing him to a dead person, was this a good comparison? Lacking any judgment. He was foolish enough to be struck by lightning and still wanted to blame others for setting up a trap. Moreover, they were at a loss on what to do outside the main gate now. What if this boy really had a way? Wouldn't it be severing their own prospects? The High Clarity sect lost several more disciples on the way. Now, there was barely any left. Yu Feng obviously did not dare to argue with Wu Zhao. He could only shut his mouth sensibly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, what are you saying, Elder Wu? Just as this Elder Yu said, what method can I, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, have? At this time, the more Yi Yuan intentionally made himself easier to knead, the more Wu Zhao felt that Yi Yuan knew something. Because he simply had no way of entering. Finally reached here after much difficulty, he could not just turn back around, right? It was very clear that this palace was this mystic realm's greatest treasure. Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. How would he explain to the sect master when he gets back? Yi Yuan, if you really have a way to let us enter, my heavenly sky sect can let bygones be bygones about the matter previously. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, don't. You should just fuss about it. Cripple what needs to be crippled and kill what you want. Please don't be courteous with me. You. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Wu Zhao was so enraged by Yi Yuan that his face turned green. With his status, talking like this was already conscientiously giving Yi Yuan a great deal of face. Who knew that this boy would not buy it at all? He was just about to blow his top when that formation master elder went up and whispered, Senior apprentice brother Wu, perhaps this boy really knows something. How so? Wu Zhao asked puzzledly. This grand array in front of their eyes had clearly already surpassed the limits of his junior's abilities. Wanting to go in was impossible. Before this junior of his arrived in front of the main hall, he completely had not discovered that there was a grand array here. Everyone was only abruptly shocked awake when those few disciples were burnt to ashes by that grand array. The confound mist forest is also a humongous entrapment formation. It's pure luck that we can walk out of there. But this group of people walked out completely without a scratch, which shows that there is definitely an ableman among them. This boy has nothing to fear. I'm afraid that he has real ability. Wu Zhao listened and thought to himself that this was really the case. When they had just entered the mystic realm, Li Zhangyu even reminded him to eliminate Yi Yuan. But he did not take it to heart. But such a long time after entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan, this brat, was really quite odd. Could it be, the grand array that even a quasi-tier 4 formations master had no way of seeing, this boy really had a way? With his thought up to here, Wu Zhao sucked in a deep breath, eased his tone, and said to Yi Yuan, just now, it was me who didn't make clear of the situation and was rather one-sided. I apologize to you. Wu Zhao was advanced in years. His skin was already tempered into steel long ago, changing face faster than flipping a book. It was just that this face change of his also changed the color on Yu Feng's face. Elder Wu, we had a deal. Are you trying to break your word now? Yu Feng said furiously. Wu Zhao shot him a nonchalant glance and said, what deal did we have? Did I promise you anything? Wang Fan, that moron, failed to even handle a spirit condensation realm. If he's dead, then he's dead. What's there to feel pity for? Chapter 315, Absolute Blaze Barrier. Chapter 315, absolute blaze barrier. Yufeng was so incensed that his chest was about to explode. They followed and waited on the heavenly sky sect carefully this entire trip to blaze a trail with no gains and even lost quite a number of disciples. What they exchanged for was this outcome. Cooperating with the heavenly sky sect was indeed asking a tiger for its skin. Elder Wu, are you trying to tear down the bridge after crossing the river? Yufeng had a dark face, his chest rising and falling like bellows. Evidently, this feeling of being cheated already enraged him to the limits. But Wu Zhao was indifferent as he said nonchalantly, tearing the bridge after crossing the river. Have we crossed the river yet? Yufeng nearly jumped up. The crossing the river that Wu Zhao was talking about was naturally referring to this palace before their eyes. However, were their contributions previously worth nothing? Yufeng really wanted to fight it out with the heavenly sky sect. But in the end, reason took the upper hand. Finding the heavenly sky sect to risk his life for revenge was no different from courting death. Even if the 7 great sects allied together, they might not gain an advantage either. Good, very good. This loss, Yufeng, accept it. But I've also remembered this grudge, harumph. Yufeng forcefully pressed down the rage in his heart and let out a fierce sentence. Except, even he himself did not believe he had any chances of avenging this grudge. There was no way in this mystic realm. It was even more out of the question after exiting the mystic realm. Although the High Clarity sect was considerably stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect, compared to the Heavenly Sky sect, it was much weaker. Wu Zhao was disinclined to bother with Yufeng too. What was most pressing for him now was entering this palace. Martial nephew Yi, it was this elder's fault for any offense previously. If you have any way of entering the palace, please share. Wu Zhao lowering his status like this and even his form of address towards Yi Yuan becoming so dear to the point it could be considered doing what others could not do. Yi Yuan saw that the heat was about there but said with a smile, the Heavenly Sky sect is indeed worthy of being the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Elder Wu tolerance surpasses others. Yi Yuan admires you. Wu Zhao could obviously tell that Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning, but he stroked his beard and said with a laugh, not at all, martial nephew Yi flatters me. Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. He slowly walked towards the main hall, scaring Wu Zhao and the rest until their face changed color. Martial nephew Yi, don't walk forward anymore. Danger! Wu Zhao cried out in shock. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it and continued walking ahead. Wu Zhao and that formation master exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, could this boy be a fool? Perfectly aware that there was a large array ahead and still colliding into it. But watching Yi Yuan gradually approach closer, their hearts also leaped to their throats. What was this boy trying to do? Right at this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly stood still, while that initially calm air suddenly had ripples circulating with brilliance. An invisible barrier actually appeared. Wu Zhao's and everyone's pupils shrunk. Only now did they get a clear view of this large array's true colors. A humongous light veil, an ambilight barrier, surrounded the main hall completely without any gaps at all. That light veil flowed with brilliant lights, looking very stunning. But everyone knew that an enormous danger was hidden behind this beauty. Through this ambilight barrier, Yi Yuan could see clearly that 3 large words, Eternal Splendor Palace, was written on that palace's main gate. This palace's aura was magnificent. Just by looking at the exterior, it appeared rather run down. One look and you could tell that it had experienced the baptism of time. But this Eternal Splendor Palace was still seeping with an extraordinary aura all over the place. As long as a martial artist came here, they would surely not be able to resist that kind of temptation. And if they were not someone who was extremely proficient in array formations, they would not be able to even enter the gate. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at Wu Zhao with a smile as he said, this grand array's name is Absolute Blaze Barrier, a high-rank tier 4 with extremely horrifying power. Even if a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse entered, it would be certain death too. Wu Zhao and the rest were all dumbfounded with shock. Certain death for Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. What kind of concept was that? In the entire Southern Domain, the strongest person was only a Soul Sea Realm. That was also to say that no one in the entire Southern Domain could pass through this large array called Absolute Blaze Barrier. Just this large array completely cut off all of the Southern Domain's martial artists outside. The Heavenly Sky sect had a Tier 4 formation master too. But even if he came here, it would probably be to no avail too. Then does Marshal Nephew Yi have a way to pass through this grand array? Wu Zhao asked on tenterhooks. High-rank Tier 4 Grand Array was also considered an extremely terrifying existence to the Southern Domain's #1 great sect, the Heavenly Sky Sect. Yi Yuan did not speak. He turned around, raised his leg, and just took a step forward. Wu Zhao and Mei Jin nearly jumped up. Because Yi Yuan's figure entered that iridescent flowing light barrier just like that and disappeared. Ah, he isn't exterminated by the Grand Array, right? Isn't this boy too rash? This is a Tier 4 Grand Array. He entered directly just like that. Wrong. When those people entered previously, they were burnt into ashes by extremely powerful flames. But there is no reaction at all from that boy entering. The crowd who did not understand the inside story all started guessing. They did not know what happened. Wu Zhao really wanted to follow Yi Yuan and walk in like this. But he did not have the guts. Thinking back and forth, he was incessantly conflicted. But right then, that barrier moved again. Yi Yuan's profile appeared in front of everyone once more. When everybody saw this scene, they were all clicking their tongue and marveling. This spirit condensation realm boy is really godly. That is a high Tier 4 Grand Array. He entered and exited like it was flat ground. Where did Tranquil Cloud Sect find such a monster? If they were to develop like this, what will the Southern Domain have to do with us? I reckon that the ones who are the most worried aren't us, right? The Heavenly Sky Sect will most likely think of ways to eliminate this boy after exiting this mystic realm. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can leave first. It was evident that everyone also knew that this Eternal Splendor Palace was not an easy place. Barring no accidents, it was likely riddled with dangers. Yi Yuan called out to Wu Zhao, the absolute blaze barrier looks to be only one thin layer. In reality, there are innumerable twists and turns inside the array formation, far from as easy as it looks from the outside. This place is the absolute blaze barrier's sole life gate. If you want to enter, follow in my footsteps. Don't take a single misstep, or else, bear the consequences yourself. Wu Zhao pondered for a moment and said to the formation master, Junior apprentice brother Yu Yang, I'll have to trouble you to follow Yi Yuan closely. We'll follow you and walk. This formation master was called Zhao Yuyang, a quasi-tier 4 formation master from the Heavenly Sky Sect. Formation masters normally had very high status in sects, because they all basically bore the mission of the sect's final line of defense. Once the sect protecting Grand Formation was broken, the sect would not be far from annihilation either. Zhao Yuyang's status in the Heavenly Sky Sect could be imagined. Letting him follow Yi Yuan and walk at this time was actually also taking on an enormous risk. Because Zhao Yuyang's understanding of this array formation completely cannot compare to Yi Yuan. Once Yi Yuan played a dirty trick, he would naturally be the first to bear the brunt. But at this time, Wu Zhao could not think of any other method too. Musing for a moment, Zhao Yuyang nodded and followed Yi Yuan. But Wu Zhao said to Mei Zhen at this time, your Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples and our Heavenly Sky Sect disciples, one person follows another person. Elder Mei, the two of us cover the rear. Chapter 316, Entering the Formation. Chapter 316, Entering the Formation. This Wu Zhao was apparently a cautious person too, making the Heavenly Sky Sect disciples and the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples enter the Grand Array in turns. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to play any tricks, it was also impossible to bring everyone away. Sparing the rat to save the dishes. This was taking the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples as hostages. Everyone understood the prowess of the formation. As long as they took a single wrong step, they could be burnt to ashes. If Yi Yuan really played some tricks, the Heavenly Sky Sect could fling the fire on the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples too. Mei Zhen was just thinking of refuting when Yi Yuan's voice transmitted into his mind. Elder Mei, just do as they say. Otherwise, they won't set their mind at ease to follow me. Regarding Yi Yuan, Mei Zhen already unconditionally trusted him. He just responded coolly with 2 words, got it. Then, he said to Mo Yintian as if nothing had happened, just do as Elder Wu says. Otherwise, he would probably feel uneasy even when eating and sleeping. Yuntian, you follow Elder Zhao then. The rest all follow. Wu Zhao was also disinclined to haggle over the sarcasm in Mei Zhen's words. He still had to do this kind of necessary precaution. Otherwise, wouldn't he be counting money for others after being sold? Him being able to lower his stance to invite Yuan to make a move did not represent that he could trust Yuan. Let alone that the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect's relation was far from amicable. But he already made the decision in his heart. He must find an opportunity to finish Yuan off. Letting this boy continue developing, the future would definitely be the Heavenly Sky sect's nightmare. After the Heavenly Sky sect side finished preparing, Yuan lead the way in. His figure entered the absolute blaze barrier once again and vanished from sight. Zhao Yuyan did not dare delay and followed closely behind, also disappearing in front of everyone. Next was Mo Yuntian, the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Just like this, they entered the grand array one after another. The other sect disciples exchanged glances and also followed in after the two sects entered. They already had no other choices. They could only brave the jeopardies and the large formation. In front was the absolute blaze barrier. Behind was the boundless confounding mist forest. With Zhao Yuyan leading, there was simply no way for these people to walk out of the confounding mist forest, let alone leaving the mystic realm. They could only follow Yuan if they wanted to strive for this slim chance of survival. Yu Feng's expression was very ugly. He had similarly fallen into a very awkward situation now. Seeing as the people became increasingly lesser, if everybody went in and he did not, then he could only wait to die here. Because they had no way of catching up to the footsteps of the person in front. Finally, Yu Feng gritted his teeth and said to the disciples, "Go." Zhao Yuyang followed Yuan closely and did not dare to even take a single wrong step. As a formation master, he could better understand the dangers of this large formation. As he followed Yuan, he also studied this large formation. As a formation master, his infatuation with array formations was not beneath alchemists. And whether he could understand this grand array or not involved whether the Heavenly Sky sect could leave this grand array safely or not. This also made Zhao Yuyang feel gravely responsible. Study it, just to understand and not crack the grand array. Zhao Yuyang had to follow according to the route Yuan walked to deduce this grand array's escape route. The reason why Wu Zhao made him follow Yuan, the goal laid here. Yuan obviously would not explain to him the mysteries of this grand array. He could only rely on himself. As Zhao Yuyang followed Yuan's footsteps tightly, the calculations in his brain were also operating at his limits. High Tier 4 Grand Array, it was simply impossible for him to understand if he did not risk his life. If he was outside the array formation, even if he was given 3 or 5 years, he might not be able to understand this Grand Array either. But now that Yuan was leading the way in front, it was different. What Yuan walked was indeed the life gate. Zhao Yuyang could see this point when he entered the Grand Array. Hence, the process of Yuan walking was also saving a portion of this Grand Array's iceberg for Zhao Yuyang. Cracking the entire Grand Array, unless Zhao Yuyang could advance to become a Tier 4 formation master, otherwise, it was essentially impossible. But if it were just finding the life gate, the difficulty would drop drastically. Of course, if Yuan were not leading the way ahead, this would be an impossible task for Zhao Yuyang. Furthermore, this mission of following Yuan to seek out the Grand Array's life gate, it also had tremendous benefits to Zhao Yuyang once he could complete it. Rays of light filled the skies of the Grand Array. Iridescent colors circulated, looking exquisitely beautiful. Yuan strolled leisurely like in a courtyard, as if walking out of this Grand Array was a piece of cake to him. In truth, it was indeed a very simple matter. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun was a Tier 9 formation master. Although it was only auxiliary, Tier 4 formations truly did not pose much difficulty to him. This absolute blaze barrier might be extremely powerful in the endless world's southern domain. But placed in the divine realm, it was nothing. Tier 4 formation masters in the divine realm, one grab and there would be a large bunch. If Yuan could not even crack this kind of array formations, then he might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Zhao Yuyang followed Yuan at every step but did not notice that Yuan's footsteps were becoming progressively faster. His entire mind was placed on the absolute blaze barrier, and he simply did not have spare time to consider other things. But the computing in his brain was clearly unable to keep up. Zhao Yuyang did not feel it, but the people behind clearly detected it. Yuan, why are you walking faster and faster? Slow down. Wu Zhao shouted at the top of his voice. Wu Zhao was shouting, but he had no choice but to increase his pace to catch up. If he got lost, then he could only wait to die. But Yi Yuan ignored him and walked faster and faster. After entering the absolute blaze barrier, it was not up to Wu Zhao anymore. Zhao Yuyang had already entered an infatuated state currently and did not hear even Wu Zhao's shouting. All the way until Yi Yuan vanished at the next node and Zhao Yuyang stepped on the footprint Yi Yuan left behind. Prior to this was he shocked awake. What's going on? Where's Yi Yuan? Zhao Yuyang looked left and right but could not find Yi Yuan's silhouette anymore. Wu Zhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said to Mei Zhen with a cold sneer, "Heh, that boy abandoned you all and escaped alone. Elder Mei, you all taught a fine disciple." But Mei Zhen said composedly, "I think you can also tell that there's no harm even if all of us die here. As long as Yi Yuan can exit alive, why would my tranquil cloud sect need to fear your heavenly sky sect in the future?" Evidently, Mei Zhen did not have much hope either. This was a Tier 4 array formation. It was already very impressive that Yi Yuan could. Trying to rescue everyone from the tranquil cloud sect under the double teaming from the heavenly sky sect disciples was something virtually impossible. Wu Zhao's expression involuntarily choked. His beard billowed as he glared and said, "Harumph, do you think that sect master will wait for the day that your tranquil cloud sect rises? However, I'll eradicate you all first before talking. With Yuyang here, we might not be unable to walk out of this grand array." When Wu Zhao said this, every sect's disciples were inwardly alarmed. Could this heavenly sky sect be conniving something? Wu Zhao was just about to make a move when he noticed a blur in front of him. Mei Zhen's figure actually vanished before his eyes just like that. Same as Mei Zhen, every single onf of the tranquil cloud sect disciples vanished into thin air just like that. Chapter 317, Incurring Public Wrath. Chapter 317, Incurring Public Wrath. With a swoosh, 7 figures appeared in a stretch of empty space. What happened? "Yi Yuan, is that you?" Tianyu shouted right after landing on the ground. Right at this moment, there was a blur before everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared out of the void in front of them. Tianyu said in elation when he saw him, "Yi Yuan, it's really you." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Who else can it be except me?" Mei Zhen asked in bafflement, "This array formation is abnormally profound. Being able to escape by yourself is already very hard. How did you do it?" Mei Zhen knew very well in his heart, for Zhao Yuyang to be able to lead everyone out of the confounding mist forest, his array Dao standards could be seen at a glance. Even if Yi Yuan's array Dao level was more impressive than Zhao Yuyang's, being able to find the life gate when facing a high tier 4 grand array was already the limit, right? But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, how was this his limit? Great Master's knowledge reaches the heaven. He is extremely proficient in array Dao as well. Since I know the name of this absolute blaze barrier, what difficulty is there in cracking it? Yi Yuan said. Mei Zhen was thoroughly speechless. What looked to be extremely profound to him was treated as foundational studies to others. What was this called? This was called losing on the starting line. Yi Yuan, then what about the other sect's people? Mei Zhen could not help asking. Yi Yuan said calmly, "They have no great enmity or deep-seated hatred with me, so I left them a slim chance of survival. As for whether or not they can walk out alive, that will have to depend on their fortunes. All right, we can exit the formation by walking over there. Let's go." After Yi Yuan and the tranquil cloud sect's people disappeared, the other people in the grand array were already all muddled up and in a mess. That punk is truly too abominable. To actually leave so many of us in the grand array to run our own course. When did such a monster appear in the tranquil cloud sect? If he can grow up, our southern domain setup will most likely have changes. Your mum. You're still in the mood to bother with the southern domain setup. We're currently trapped in the grand array. As long as we move slightly, we'll be burnt to ashes. You should think about how to get out. That punk better pray to not let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll make him regret being born into this world. The one speaking was a third-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot. Even if Yi Yuan was an ordinary 8th-level spirit condensation realm, that would have to wait until everybody got out first. Much less at this time, anyone was aware that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. All shut up for me. Wu Zhao bellowed with essence energy. With his shout, everyone indeed quietened down. Wu Zhao shouted to Zhao Yuyang from behind, "Yuyang, how is it? Can you find the way out?" Ever since discovering Yi Yuan's disappearance, he had been lost in thought. He only opened his mouth when he heard Wu Zhao's yell at this time and said, "I can give it a shot. But I don't have absolute assurance." Hearing Zhao Yuyang's words, everyone perked up their spirits. The hope of leaving was now all entrusted on Zhao Yuyang's body. "All right, everybody shut your mouth for me now. Yuyang, you lead the way. If you have any needs, just say." Wu Zhao was also cutting off all means of retreat now. Yuyang nodded, but his mind started spinning at high speeds once again. His deduction of the grand array had never stopped since he followed Yuan and walked until now. But currently, he already had some gains. One could say that Yuan bringing him from the life gate and walking until here was equivalent to revealing a corner of this grand array's iceberg in front of him. And what he wanted to do now was to deduce the remaining portions. This job, Yuan had already helped him do the better part of it. But even this lesser part was not so easy to complete for Zhao Yuyang. Indeed, after walking safely for over a dozen steps, Zhao Yuyang stopped. His brows were locked lightly as he pondered for a long time. Everybody held their breaths and stared at him. But Zhao Yuyang stood like this for an hour without moving. After an hour, Zhao Yuyang turned around and said helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother Wu, it's a crossroad ahead. One path is life, one path is death. With my abilities, I really can't differentiate them. We only have a 50% chance." At this time, Zhao Yuyang was everyone's hope. If he was exterminated from taking a wrong step, then everybody only had the option to wait and die. When Wu Zhao heard this, he asked, "How should the two paths be taken?" Zhao Yuyang casually gave an explanation about the crossroad. Wu Zhao lifted a low-level crystal formation realm martial artist without a word and threw him over. Then, under everyone's eyes, that martial artist was burnt to ashes. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. This move from Wu Zhao caught them unawares. Everyone did not react to it. That disciple was only at the early stage crystal formation realm. He simply had no way of resisting under Wu Zhao's hands. "Wu Zhao. You. What right do you have to use my junior for pathfinding?" The dead person's senior was unbelievably furious. Wu Zhao looked at him coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Sacrificing him alone to exchange for a way out for so many of us. What inappropriate about it? If you feel unresigned about it, you can scout on your own. You can give it a shot how far out you can walk yourself." That senior involuntarily choked up. But he tried to argue through sophistry, "Then what right do you have to grab my junior?" But Wu Zhao said something that made everyone's hearts chill. "From now onwards, if my junior apprentice brother Yuyang encounters such things again, your 6 great sects will take turns to send someone out to scout ahead. Hence, you guys best pray that you can pick the survival path." But right then, Yufeng sneered coldly and said, "Why should our 6 sects all send people out except for your Heavenly Sky sect?" Wu Zhao looked at him indifferently and said, "A junior apprentice brother Yuyang came from our sect, isn't that enough? If there was no him, would you guys dare to take a single step forward? There is never a free lunch in this world. Of course, you people can also not send anyone out. But please don't follow us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being discourteous." The great sects did not speak again this time. It was very clear that this was their only way out. They had no other alternatives. But Wu Zhao's unyieldingness made the 6 great sects produce a mentality of being bound by a common hatred for the same enemy. Wu Zhao obviously knew this too. But he did not care. Now, there was only the Tranquil Cloud sect that could threaten him. He did not mind what the other sects' opinions were. A light flashed. The party of 8 finally walked out from the Absolute Blaze Barrier Grand Array. Upon exiting, all the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Inside this high Tier 4 Grand Array, that sort of majestic pressure crushed them until they felt asphyxiated. Yi Yuan lifted his head and looked at Eternal Splendor Palace, these 3 words. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. This sect was surely a very powerful sect in the endless world in the past. But with the passing of time, the people were gone and the chambers empty. It was just like his father's Medicine King Hall. Be careful, seniors. This Eternal Splendor Palace is most likely not so easy to enter. This place is filled with dangers everywhere. I'm also unaware of what there is, Yi Yuan reminded. Finished talking, he took the lead and stepped up, pushing open the palace's main gates. Chapter 318, Sword Puppets. Chapter 318, Sword Puppets. A desolate main hall, dim lighting, serene emptiness, and pressing cold air. SSS. This grim place makes my hair stand on its ends. Tianyu spoke. A gust of icy wind blew over, making him shudder. This main hall has array formations surrounding it. Although it's deserted for a long time, it's untouched by any specks of dust. I think that this sect had extraordinary foundations back then in the array formations path. From the inside to the outside of the entire mystic realm, there were virtually large formations guarding. Especially that heavenly thunder gold lock formation. It was also an extremely powerful existence among Tier 5 grand arrays. The southern domain is withered and decayed in terms of array formations path. Only a large sect like the Heavenly Sky sect can nurture Tier 4 formation masters. But their Tier 4 formation masters are seriously too weak when compared to this sect. Mei Jin sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Everyone, be more careful. Maybe some kind of danger also exists in this main hall." Actually, without needing Yi Yuan's reminder, how could the others dare to lower their guard after experiencing so much in the mystic realm? Yi Yuan, look over there. There's a painting. Tianyu suddenly shouted. Yi Yuan nodded. He saw the painting too. On the outside, he was expressionless, but on the inside, a myriad of profanities coursed through his mind. He was all too familiar with the person in the painting. The person in the painting had a sage-like demeanor and was elegant and suave. It was just that the young man's face had some discrepancies with the person Yi Yuan knew. However, Yi Yuan recognized him at a single glance. The person in the painting was precisely the younger version of the Tier 9 Formations Emperor, Lu Linfeng. And Lu Linfeng also had another title, which was one of the Divine Realm's 10 Great Divine Kings, Grandian Divine King. The 10 Great Divine Kings were people who all developed their respective domains to the limits. Although each of their developmental directions was different, they had a common point, which was transcendent strength. Lu Linfeng could rely on the formations path to occupy a position in the 10 Great Divine Kings. One could see just how high his attainments in Array Dao was. F***ck his grandmother. No wonder I had a familiar feeling when I entered the mystic realm. After screwing around for so long, this sect is actually the Dao teachings that Lu Linfeng that loser left behind. It's just that he probably never imagined that his Dao teachings had already been eradicated for God knows how many years. Unexpected, oh, how unexpected. That loser actually came from the endless world, while I reincarnated in his native land. For a moment, Yi Yuan was filled with endless emotions in his heart. After causing a disturbance in this mystic realm for quite some time, turned out that this was the Dao teachings left behind by an old acquaintance. Such a pity. Your disciples and followers are no longer around. Otherwise, I'll definitely discipline them properly on your behalf to vent this frustration in my chest. Yi Yuan thought to himself gloomily. The martial arts world never used age to determine seniority but used strength to rank seniority. Back then, Ji Qingyun was the youngest among the Divine Realm's Divine King powerhouses. But his alchemy Dao strength reigned supreme in that era. Only his father Ji Xingyang and one or two of those old fellows from the Alchemist Association could suppress him by a head. Hence, Yi Yuan had always interacted with the 10 Great Divine Kings as the same generation. But this Grandian Divine King, Lu Linfeng, was an old demon that had already lived for several thousand years. Speaking of it, Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng even had a not too minor grudge. That old punk used his Formations Path 9 scripts as a bet back then to goad Yi Yuan into competing in the Formations Path with him. The result was that Yi Yuan suffered a crushing defeat and obediently refined 3 Tier 9 medicinal pills for him. 3 high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan refined until he was on the verge of vomiting blood back then before he managed to refine 3 high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. In the end, that fellow sent over a sentence, "Haha, let's bet again next time if we have the opportunity." At that time, Ji Qingyun nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Although Ji Qingyun was also a Tier 9 formation master, compared to the Grand Yen Divine King, the gap was naturally not an ordinary kind of big. But Yi Yuan remembered this unprecedented shame until now. Now, he actually accidentally stumbled into Lu Linfeng's old nest but had no way of bullying his disciples and followers. This made Yi Yuan very depressed. Yi Yuan. What's with you? Is it possible that you recognize the person in that painting? Pang Wanyan's words interrupted Yi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Yuan came around and coughed dryly, saying, "That fellow looks so ugly. Why would I know him?" Pang Wanyan looked at the painting and was somewhat puzzled. The person in the painting looked elegant and suave. How was this ugly? But he looked at Yi Yuan again. Seems like his looks was indeed slightly worse compared to Yi Yuan's. Pretty boys all had such confidence. This old punk, wait until I storm back to the divine realm, I'll definitely find you to avenge my previous disgrace. Yi Yuan said hatefully in his heart. But before he finished venting in his heart, he heard a creak. Du Cheng actually stepped on a stone board. That stone board sunk slightly. Everyone's heart also sunk down. No one had yet to react when the 18 statues originally in the corners of the main hall actually moved at the same time. This time, the basket was really poked hard. Every person all saw these 18 statues right after entering the gate. They even thought that they were only stone sculptures. But currently, the outer appearances of those 18 statues actually all fell off, revealing brown skin. Apart from the skin being different from humans, these 18 statues were actually indistinguishable from humans. Yi Yuan initially also thought that these were ordinary statues. But at this present moment, another myriad of profanities coursed through his mind again. Sword puppets. 18 sword puppets. Lu Linfeng, that old punk, loved to fiddle with such toys. When he saw these sword puppets, Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely left behind before that old punk ascended. The so-called sword puppets were actually doll puppets that used essence crystals to activate. Fortunately, these sword puppets should be the works from Lu Linfeng's early years, only having tier 3 strength. If it were the toys from after he had ascended, then it would be the end today. Everyone would have to die here. Yi Yuan had seen before some tier 9 sword puppets at Lu Linfeng's place. They were powerful. Furthermore, what Lu Linfeng was strongest in array formations. He could match Divine King powerhouses by using sword puppets to set up a sword formation. Yi Yuan even wanted to ask for a few to play with back then. But that old punk was stingy as hell and was unwilling to give even one. Lu Linfeng, our grudge is growing bigger and bigger. You wait for me to head back to the divine realm to take care of you. Yi Yuan was so furious that his face was contorted. The 18 sword puppets were swift in action and surrounded Yi Yuan's group of 8. Together very quickly. Though these sword puppets only had tier 3 strength, Yi Yuan knew that these 18 sword puppets definitely would not fight separately. Wanting to break them one by one was impossible. Want to destroy these sword puppets? The only way was to crack the formation. Elder Mei, seniors, don't move randomly. In a while when we fight, you all listen to my command. Please do not make your own decisions. Yi Yuan said. Hearing Yi Yuan being so solemn, everyone also felt secretly alarmed. They originally thought that with Mei Zhen and Mo Yuntian around, these tier 3 puppets were not much of a threat. But looking at it now, it seemed like that was not the case. Chapter 319, Lesser 9 Revolutions Interlocking Formation. Chapter 319, Lesser 9 Revolutions Interlocking Formation. The 18 sword puppets' bodies shifted. Mei Zhen and the rest immediately felt a powerful pressure. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression changed. Yi Yuan, is this sword formation? Why do I feel like each one of these guys suddenly became much stronger? But looking at their auras, it's merely late-stage crystal formation realm. Tianyu asked with a baffled look. Yi Yuan's expression had a rarely seen somberness as he said solemnly, Tier 3 sword formation, Lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Tianyu did not notice Yi Yuan's face and only heard Tier 3 formation. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, turns out that it's only a Tier 3 formation. That's good, that's good. Good my *SS. Yi Yuan could not resist throwing out a curse word. He said, although these 18 sword puppets only have late-stage crystal formation realm strength, under the augmentation of the sword formation, their combat strength definitely do not lose out to the full-powered Elder Mei. What did you say? You meant that these 18 sword puppets' strength is comparable to 3rd level C transformation realm. This. How is this possible? Tian Yu had a look of disbelief. C transformation realm martial artists versus crystal formation realm martial artists was complete crushing. It simply could not be made up for using numbers. Forget about 18 9th level crystal formation realms, even 28 or 38 could not possibly win a 1st level C transformation realm martial artist. But now, Yi Yuan said that the formation formed by these 18 sword puppets could clash head-on with a 3rd level C transformation realm martial artist. Wasn't such an increment a little too terrifying? But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Heh, to a grandmaster of array Dao, this is nothing impossible." Yi Yuan still had half a sentence he did not say out. If the present Lu Linfeng were called to set up the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, there would be nothing impressive about these 18 sword puppets directly crossing a major realm to face off with a 9th level C transformation realm. These sword puppets before their eyes were at most equivalent to Lu Linfeng's standard several thousand years ago, weak to the max. Although Yi Yuan disliked Lu Linfeng in every way, Yi Yuan was still secretly convinced even though he would not agree verbally in terms of array Dao. This person's comprehension abilities in array Dao was the absolute number 1 in the divine realm. His self-created formations Path 9 scripts was absolutely the dream treasure book of the array masters in the divine realm. Even Yi Yuan was unbelievably covetous. If not for this, why would he bet with Lu Linfeng? Yi Yuan was not a fool. He also knew that he was not Lu Linfeng's match. But the formations Path 9 scripts was still tremendously alluring to Yi Yuan. In his previous life, Yi Yuan's attainments in the formations path were second only to his alchemy path. If he could advance another step in the formations path, perhaps he could go further along the alchemy path. But Yi Yuan, a tier 3 formation should not stump you, right? After all, you even walked out of a high tier 4 grand array easily, Mo Yuntian spoke. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't have full confidence." Everyone felt stifled when they heard this. Yi Yuan was like in his own home inside such a horrifying grand array like the absolute blaze barrier. He actually said that he was not confident facing a tier 3 array formation. This was seriously something inconceivable. Seemingly detecting everyone's bewilderment, Yi Yuan said, "The comprehension of formation's path is similarly divided into high and low. The same array formation can unleash completely different power in different people's hands. Although this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation is not high rank, wanting to crack it is extremely difficult." They all only came to a realization now that turns out this was the same logic as comprehending concepts. Except, even Yi Yuan was not confident in cracking the formation. Wouldn't everybody be in danger coming? Everyone's hearts tightened, only to see the long swords in those sword puppets' hands tremble. Piercingly cold sword chi stung until everyone felt very uncomfortable. The movements of these sword puppets were highly erratic, instantly destroying the tranquil cloud sect 8 people's formation into pieces. Yi Yuan's figure moved, dashing towards Pang Wanyan's side, pushing aside the long sword that came close to stabbing his back. But he yelled out, "Elder Mei, this place's essence energy restriction is already gone. You can deal with these sword puppets without any shackles." Mei Zhen was overjoyed when he heard that. His aura immediately skyrocketed, rising to 3rd level C transformation realm strength. Indeed, in this main hall, the heavenly thunder essence locking grand array was actually blocked. With Mei Zhen's formidable strength keeping things in check, the pressure on the other disciples suddenly reduced by a great deal. But even so, dangers were constantly appearing everywhere around the others, including Mo Yuntian. Now, they finally know what Yi Yuan's words meant. The might of this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was seriously too terrifying. Even Mo Yuntian, this late-stage crystal formation realm, also felt that he was struggling hard when facing one sword puppet. After a few rounds, they were immediately unable to withstand it. These 18 sword puppets formed pairs. Each series of attack was interlinked, simply not giving their opponents any time to catch their breath. Moreover, the attacks of these 9 teams of sword puppets actually had compounding effects. One blow was as strong as the other. Even Mei Zhen, this 3rd level C transformation realm, did not dare to fight head-on too. This lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was simply infallible. Just like an integrated mass attack machine. From the start, Yi Yuan was running his legs off to help support his seniors. If not for Yi Yuan, most likely, there would already be quite a few people who lost their lives under the swords of the sword puppets. Currently, in Yi Yuan's heart, he had already extended his greetings to Lu Linfeng's ancestors countless times. However, this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation is incomparably profound. With Yi Yuan's array Dao attainments, he could also just protect himself inside the array formation. A sword puppet appeared behind Tianyu expressionlessly, its long sword stabbing towards his back without any hesitation. Yi Yuan's gaze grew intent. He arrived by his side with a flash and pulled hard, barely avoiding this fatal blow. Even so, Tianyu was still stabbed in the shoulder by the sword puppet. Suffering this wound, Tianyu's strength would surely be heavily discounted. Yi Yuan was incredibly worried in his heart. At this rate, there would definitely be casualties. Yi Yuan's mind spun like a drill and knew that being passive like this was not the way. He suddenly hollered at Mei Zhen, "Elder Mei, you defend the other seniors." Although Mei Zhen's combat strength was already full-blown at this time, he completely could not gain any advantage inside the array formation. Instead, he became more alarmed as he fought. He could sense that if he faced this array formation alone, the outcome would ultimately still be being defeated and killed. 18 late-stage crystal formation realm puppets could kill a 3rd-level C transformation realm expert. This was simply mind-boggling. Hearing Yi Yuan's howl, Mei Zhen immediately took Yi Yuan's place without any word. While he did not know much about array formations, his realm was right there after all. Stepping in for others briefly was still feasible. "Yi Yuan, hurry up. I'm afraid that I can't hold on for too long," Mei Zhen said anxiously. The attacks of the 18 sword puppets made people's eyes go blurry. Mei Zhen could still withstand for others temporarily, but it would be hard to avoid oversight as time passed. Yi Yuan dodged a sword puppet's attack with a squat and said gravely, "Give me 10 breaths of time." Mei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." 10 breaths, that was also the time needed to breath 10 times. Wanting to find the flaw in this array formation was truly too challenging. But Yi Yuan had no other alternatives either. He could only burn his boats. Taking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan actually shut his eyes and instantly entered the heart-like still water state. Chapter 320, Moving in and out freely. Chapter 320, Moving in and out freely. Shutting his eyes, the surrounding happenings were imprinted within Yi Yuan's divine soul as extremely fine details appeared. The orbit of the 18 sword puppets, Mei Zhen, Mo Yuntian, Ti Wujiu, Tianyu, Pang Wanyan. All of this and everything were so clear. The originally uncapturable traces looked so clear right now. It was just like the entire world slowed down. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan's heart-like still water realm heightened again. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time trickled away. Only without Yi Yuan's tying down did Mei Zhen feel the incredible pressure on him. His nerves were wounded tightly to the limits, and he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Because any easing up could cost a disciple's life. Every breath, Mei Zhen felt like it was as drawn out as a century. Every breath, Mei Zhen was exhausted from running around. Saving this person the previous second, but the next second, dashing to another person's side. Every breath was likewise felt endless to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's soul force spread out, capturing every movement of the 18 sword puppets. A sword attacked from behind. It was as if Yi Yuan grew eyes at the back, dodging easily with a slight tilt of his body. It was as if these 18 sword puppets formed an all-encompassing net within this area. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to unravel this inescapable net. In a twinkle, 8 breaths of time had passed. But Mei Zhen had already reached his limits in this short 8 breaths of time. Clank. Mei Zhen helped Du Qing deflect a sword, but his nerves suddenly tightened. Because another sword had already arrived in front of the one-armed Pang Wanyan. This lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was unbelievably profound. Mei Zhen being able to sustain for 8 breaths of time was already the limits. He was truly helpless against this sword. In Pang Wanyan's eyes, that sword enlarged continually. He used all the strength in his body to try to evade this sword, but it was already too late. Am I still going to die here after all? Pang Wanyan closed his eyes in despair. A crisp sound sounded. The sword puppet's sword was pushed aside. Pang Wanyan was stunned. He opened his eyes to take a look. Turns out that it was Yi Yuan who charged out from the side and helped him deflect this sword. Yi Yuan saved his life again. 3 steps to the left, 5 steps forward. Follow me. Don't walk incorrectly. Pang Wanyan did not have time to give thanks yet when Yi Yuan's voice sounded beside his ears. No time to think too much, Pang Wanyan instinctively followed Yi Yuan's footsteps and walked. 3 steps to the left and 5 steps forward. A total distance of merely 8 steps, but the two of them suffered the attacks of over a dozen swords. During this process, Yi Yuan helped Pang Wanyan resolve several incidences of danger again. After 8 steps, Yi Yuan said again, move 2 steps back, 3 steps to the right. Pang Wanyan did not dare to delay. He continued following Yi Yuan. Just like that, after Pang Wanyan twirled around with Yi Yuan 6 times, only to see his eyes blur. There was actually no more sword puppets around him. The two of them exited the sword formation just like that. Go to one side and rest, senior apprentice brother Pang. I'll go and bring the other seniors out. Yi Yuan did not wait for Pang Wanyan's reply. With a flash, he entered the formation again. With a few leaps and bounds, Yi Yuan arrived at Du Cheng's side. Currently, Du Cheng's body was full of sword wounds. If not for Mei Jin protecting him fervently this whole time, he would probably be a dead soul claimed by a sword already. Follow my footsteps, senior apprentice brother Du. Take care not to get lost. Yi Yuan said. Du Cheng gritted his teeth and said, okay. Yi Yuan brought Du Cheng and arrived beside Tianyu in 2 or 3 steps. Then, he brought Tianyu and arrived at Ti Wujiu's side. Just like that, Yi Yuan finally gathered all the seniors together. Seniors, follow me out of the formation first. Leave the rest to me. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone to break out of the encirclement by following a set pattern. Fortunately, these sword puppets were lifeless objects and did not have their own will. Otherwise, it would not be so easy either for Yi Yuan to want to bring everyone out so smoothly. When Yi Yuan brought everybody out of the formation, the 18 sword puppets focused all of their attacks on Mei Jin. Mei Jin's exhaustion earlier was also enormous. When everybody went out, he immediately felt the pressure rise significantly. Seniors, go rest first, I'll go and swap Elder Mei out. Yi Yuan was about to enter the formation after he finished talking. Hang on. Yi Yuan, you want to crack the formation alone? Even Elder Mei can't handle these puppets, can you do it alone? Mo Yuntian asked in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, not crack the formation. You'll know in a while. Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and clashed together with those sword puppets once more. Elder Mei, you exit the formation first. Leave this place to me. Yi Yuan shouted. You alone. Mei Jin was flabbergasted when he heard that. Don't ask so much anymore. Follow my instructions and take your steps. 6 steps to the right, 1 step back. Yi Yuan said. Mei Jin's trust in Yi Yuan had already reached an unconditional extent. He immediately hesitated no more and moved his feet according to Yi Yuan's instructions. With Mei Jin's 3rd level C transformation realm strength, wanting to charge outside was not hard as long as he knew the secret of leaving the formation. Indeed, under Yi Yuan's directions, Mei Jin's eyes blurred, and he left the array formation. Now, there was only Yi Yuan alone left within the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Yi Yuan looked at those expressionless sword puppets and said with a cold smile, Lu Linfeng, you miser. Today, I'm going to take in all of these sword puppets of yours. Consider it collecting some interest first. And also this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, I won't be courteous. Finished talking, Yi Yuan shut his eyes once more and entered heart-like still water state. Without the impediment from his seniors, Yi Yuan could experience this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation to his heart's content. He only used 8 breaths of time just now and barely managed to find the way out of the formation. But he was still far off from wanting to completely crack this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Mei Jin and the rest already witnessed the power of this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation but did not know how powerful this array formation was. But Yi Yuan knew that inside Lu Linfeng's formation's Path 9 scripts, there was an array formation called Greater 9 Revolutions Profound Heaven Interlocking Formation. It was evolved from this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. The power of the great 9 revolutions profound heaven interlocking formation was enough to slaughter over a dozen ordinary divine kings. Even when compared to the spirit bristle divine kings 9 suns burning heaven, it was not any weaker. This array formation before their eyes was only a dead object. Yi Yuan knew that if Lu Linfeng were here presiding over it, their party would simply have no chance to escape. Forget about Sea Transformation Realm experts. Even Soul Sea Realm powerhouses might not be able to escape. That was the true strength of the Divine Realm's 10 great Divine Kings. And the current Yi Yuan was actually challenging the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng, when he was young. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were correct, this array formation in front of him should have been created when Lu Linfeng was at the Sea Transformation Realm or Soul Sea Realm. Otherwise, these sword puppets would definitely not be limited to this power. Very evidently, the Lu Linfeng back then was not mature enough yet. The might of this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation also did not reach a heaven-defying degree. But even so, it was also in existence far beyond the reach of the vast majority of people. What Yi Yuan wanted to do now was to completely comprehend this array formation and control these 18 sword puppets. Chapter 321, Comprehending Formation. Chapter 321, Comprehending Formation. These 18 sword puppets were automatically controlled by the array formation, ownerless objects. Pang Wanyan accidentally activated the array formation previously. That was why these 18 sword puppets attacked the Tranquil Cloud sect group. As long as Yi Yuan comprehended the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation fully, he would be able to control these 18 sword puppets. If Yi Yuan had these 18 sword puppets, he would have the ability to protect himself in front of Sea Transformation Realm experts. With Yi Yuan's present strength, facing early stage and middle stage crystal formation realm martial artists should not pose a problem. But facing late stage crystal formation realm martial artists would be more challenging. As for Sea Transformation Realm experts, Yi Yuan virtually did not have any leeway to resist. Actually, Yi Yuan had confronted quite a few Sea Transformation Realm powerhouses. But regardless of whether it was Black Crow Oldman, Yao Qian, or Wang Fan, he drew support from environmental conditions and depended on his meticulous calculations in order to gain an advantage. If battling a Sea Transformation Realm head-on, Yi Yuan would have no chance of winning. But with these sword puppets, it would be different. Yi Yuan could even clash with third-level Sea Transformation Realm experts by using the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation to control them. Yi Yuan's strength was indeed not powerful. But under heart-like Stillwater Realm, he already had an initial glimpse into the door of this array formation. Currently, Yi Yuan's soul force was projected out and could capture every minute movement from the sword puppets clearly. Hence, it was very hard for these sword puppets to want to hurt him. Of course, the price of doing so was that his soul force was in the midst of being depleted rapidly. No way right. It was unbelievably arduous for so many of us inside this array formation. Yi Yuan is doing this with ease alone inside instead. Tianyu exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan should have comprehended something. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so, Mei Zhen said. But what on earth is Yi Yuan trying to do? To actually bring Elder Mei out too. If there were him guiding by the side, cracking the formation with Elder Mei's strength should be promising, right? Now, he is inside all alone. How is he going to crack the formation? Tianyu said puzzledly. Now that it came to this, we can only believe in him. This array formation is truly exceptionally powerful. By relying on a bunch of crystal formation realm puppets, even I am not a match. Mei Zhen sighed with admiration. While Yi Yuan was trapped in the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, inside the absolute blaze barrier, Zhao Yuyang's entire head was covered in dense sweat beads. After such a long period of deduction, he was on the verge of collapsing. But he also knew that it was no longer far from the exit of the Grand Array. If he did not grit his teeth and persevere, all the benefits in the Eternal Splendor Palace would be acquired by the Tranquil Cloud sect. Hence, he was clenching his teeth and pushing on. Still missing a little more, just a little bit more. Deducing this absolute blaze barrier this time has tremendous inspiration to my formation path. As long as I can tough it out, I might have hopes of becoming a Tier 4 array master in this life. Zhao Yuyang kept on encouraging himself. Everyone held their breath as they looked at Zhao Yuyang. Walking until now, all the great sects paid a devastatingly heavy price. There were only 2 or 3 people left in some sects right now. Even the Purple Mansion sect, one person also perished among the 4 of them, burnt to ashes by the Grand Array. Zhao Yuyang took another step forward. His every step affected everyone's heart. The next instant, Zhao Yuyang's face revealed wild elation. "Senior apprentice brother, I found the exit." Zhao Yuyang exclaimed in joy. Everybody's faces revealed wild excitement. This Grand Array was seriously too terrifying. One had to say that them being able to escape with their lives was by luck. Wu Zhao was similarly overjoyed as he said, "Haha. Yi Yuan, that punk most likely never dreamt that we would find the exit so quickly, right? Wait until your father leaves, I'll definitely hack that punk into pieces. Otherwise, I'll find it hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." Junior apprentice brother Yuyang, quickly. Zhao Yuyang nodded and said, "This is the final juncture. As long as we find the correct path, we only need at most 2 hours to be able to leave." Yi Yuan's soul force was being depleted rapidly. But his understanding of the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation was rising swiftly at the same time. He had the experience and knowledge of a Tier 9 array master. Although this Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation was extremely profound, it was merely Lu Linfeng's work from several thousand years ago after all. Yi Yuan was operating from an advantageous position. Comprehending a set of Tier 3 array formation was not something very monstrous. In truth, his greatest obstacle was still these 18 sword puppets. These 18 sword puppets were too strong for Yi Yuan. Most of his energy still needed to be placed on the sword puppets. Otherwise, a moment of carelessness and it would be the outcome of perishing and his Tao dissipating. Fortunately, under the heart-like still water state, Yi Yuan could take in all of the sword puppet's actions into his divine soul to analyze and understanding, slowly comprehending the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation. In reality, Yi Yuan perceived it right after entering the formation. These sword puppets' attacks looked disorderly, but in truth, they were adherent to rules. These sword puppets paired up together, forming 9 attack points. After one team finished attacking, the second team would follow up seamlessly, followed by the third team, fourth team. This kind of attacks formed a subtle compounding, making the attacks progressively stronger. When the 9th team released their attack, the augmentation of the attacks would have already reached a very horrifying degree. Logically speaking, when the first team unleashed their attack should be when the array formation was at its weakest. But the truth was not this case. These 18 sword puppets' cooperation was unbelievably ingenious. Talking about it was slow. In fact, the time between their attacks was extremely minute. Hence, forming a perfect circle, making every attack look so powerful. Of course, seeing through it was one thing, comprehending the array formation was another. Even a more secretive array formation would have its weak points. Even a Messier hemp rope would have its head. But what Yi Yuan wanted to do now was to find this head within this perfect circle. As the saying went, pull one hair and the entire body is affected. As long as he found where the end of this circle was, he could take control of this grand array. But the cleverness of Lu Linfeng's array formation lied in that this rope head was hidden very deeply by him. Yi Yuan's soul force already looked to be almost fully depleted, but he still had not found that rope head. Time trickled away, and Yi Yuan's soul force was almost hitting rock bottom. His divine soul was already so fatigued that he was about to fall asleep. Once his soul force dried up, Yi Yuan only had the outcome of being dismembered by chaotic swords. Not good. Yi Yuan, he can't hold on much longer. Mo Yuntian saw that Yi Yuan's movements were somewhat irregular and immediately noticed that something was not right. Mei Zhen's expression also changed greatly as he said solemnly, Yi Yuan has only been evading up until now and did not exhaust much essence energy. Could it be, he has been using soul force the entire time? My God. Isn't his control over soul force too precise? The radius it covers is only that small patch in the array formation. Tianyu cried out in shock. What's the point of talking about that now? No way, I have to go save Yi Yuan. Mei Zhen could not sit still any longer. He could not watch Yi Yuan being dismembered by a mass of swords helplessly. Without any hesitation, Mei Zhen wielded his sword and was about to charge into the grand array. But just as he reached the borders of the grand array, Yi Yuan's voice suddenly sounded out, I'm fine. Don't come over. Chapter 322, Remnant Thought Message. Chapter 322, Remnant Thought Message. Regarding array formations, fully comprehending it and cracking it were two entirely different concepts. The degree of difficulty was not even on the same order of magnitude. Cracking was knowing the hows. Comprehending was knowing the hows and the whys. Just like humans knew that it was going to rain right from the start. But understanding the reason wasted far too much time. One had to acknowledge that Lu Linfeng's array formation was seriously incomparably profound. Even if it was an array formation that he created thousands of years ago, wanting to comprehend it was also so hard. Yi Yuan used heart like still water state and completely drained his soul force, but he still could not find that rope head. Where is it? Where the hell is it? Yi Yuan screamed inwardly. Following his soul force's rapid consumption, Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry. All of his dodgings were now completely reliant on his body's instinctive reactions. Yi Yuan felt anguished in his heart. Could this be it? Lu Linfeng, on the array formation's path, I really still can't beat you. Just as Yi Yuan's soul force was about to be completely depleted, a golden text character suddenly lit up within Yi Yuan's divine soul. It was as if Yi Yuan's divine soul was being stabbed by a needle and he abruptly woke with a start. Then, Yi Yuan discovered to his delight that his divine soul was in the midst of recovering rapidly. At this precise moment, Yi Yuan noticed that Mei Zhen was just about to dash into the formation to save him. That was why he hurried said, "I'm fine. Don't come over." That golden word was the simplest character in the medicine god's soul canon. For the past few months, Yi Yuan had always been contemplating this character. He only vaguely grasped some things which could not be explained clearly. Yi Yuan frequently felt like he had grasped something. But in the end, discovered that he did not capture anything at all. He did not think that the character would actually give rise to such a miraculous effect at this time. After several breaths, Yi Yuan discovered that his divine soul had never been so full before. It had actually reached the perfect state of alchemy master. Introspecting his own divine soul, Yi Yuan could not help being unbelievably astonished. Because his divine soul was even more perfect than his previous life's alchemy master time, and even more condensed and pure. At this time, Yi Yuan unwittingly recalled the words his father, Ji Xingyang, said before he left. Could this be the situation that father experienced before his death? Turns out that the divine soul of alchemy masters can still go a step further. Although my current divine soul's strength is still inferior to early-stage alchemy grandmasters, it's like the impurities were completely removed, being reborn anew. This is the true alchemy master perfection. In my previous life, I cultivated to the alchemy emperor realm and did not even know that the divine soul of alchemy masters can actually reach this step. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. Hey, Lu Linfeng, I won't be courteous with your sword puppets. I'll take them all. After breaking through, Yi Yuan entered heart-like still water state once again. And with the support of a perfect grade divine soul, Yi Yuan's perception became even more acute this time. Sword shadows crisscrossed. Yi Yuan continuously stripped them, analyzed, and finally found some clues. Turns out it's like this. No wonder Lu Linfeng can affirm his Tao as the Grand Yen Divine King. Indeed, incomparable from normal people. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, his figure pouncing towards one of the sword puppets like lightning. This sword puppet was precisely where the crux of the Lesser Nine Revolutions interlocking formation lied. With Yi Yuan's formation path cultivation, he could discover the principle behind this array formation set very quickly. But finding this node expended far too much time. From a macroscopic view, this sword puppet was no different from other sword puppets. Sword art, moves, even the speed of unleashing its sword was exactly the same. But Yi Yuan discovered that when each round ended, the frequency PF which the sword puppet unleashed its sword would produce a trace of extremely minute fluctuation. It was precisely this hint of fluctuation that perfectly wrapped up the previous round of attacks and kick-started the next round of attacks. It looked simple, but wanting to find this hint of fluctuation within the limitless sword shadows was undoubtedly fishing for a needle in the ocean. Yi Yuan's deduction abilities and perception strength was God know how many times stronger than Zhao Yuyang's. But he nearly exhausted his soul force fully without finding this trace of fluctuation. One could tell how challenging that was. Yi Yuan dashed in front of that sword puppet very quickly, but that sword puppet did not detect it at all. It still brandished the long sword in its hands according to the routine. A series of overwhelmingly powerful attacks landed like raindrops where Yi Yuan stood but was dodged niftily by Yi Yuan. Right at this moment, that trace of fluctuation occurred once again. This was the time. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all. Sanghua's sword stabbed towards the sword puppet like lightning. This strike was fast and accurate. But the goal was not the sword puppet's main body, but the long sword in its hands. Only to hear a clank, the sword puppet's long sword was sent flying by Yi Yuan's sword. The other sword puppets were brewing the next round of ferocious attacks. At this time, all of their movements stopped abruptly, pausing in midair. Yi Yuan put away Sanghua's sword and let out a long breath. What happened? Could it be that these sword puppets exhausted all of their essence energy and can't move anymore? Tianyu asked in bafflement. Wrong. Yi Yuan made a move earlier. That was his first time making a move. Is it possible that this was caused by him? Mo Yuntian said. No way, right? The only time he attacked, and he made all of the puppets stop and cease movement. This. I don't know either. Maybe he cracked this formation. Meijin was also very bewildered. He cautiously made his way across those sword puppets rooted to the ground like wooden chickens and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Meijin asked concernedly. Still all right. Nearly bit off more than I can chew, haha. Yi Yuan laughed wryly. Yi Yuan was also holding a grudge and wanted to pit against Lu Linfeng, but nearly bit off more than he could chew. But looking at it now, taking this risk was still worth it. Not only did Yi Yuan control these sword puppets fully, but he also fully comprehended the Lesser Nine Revolutions interlocking formation. With these sword puppets, even if Yi Yuan faced Sea Transformation Realm experts, he would also have no fear. Meijin also heaved a sigh in relief and said, "It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Oh, right, what did you do earlier? What's with these puppets?" Seeing Meijin inquiring, Yi Yuan did not answer right away. Instead, he smiled and went in front of that sword puppet earlier and inserted his soul force inside. Although Lu Linfeng did not give Yi Yuan sword puppets, there was no shortage of bragging about it in front of him. Yi Yuan's understanding towards sword puppets was also considerable. Controlling sword puppets was a task that exhausted the divine soul. Yi Yuan just had to leave his divine soul imprint inside the sword puppets to be able to control these sword puppets. But when Yi Yuan plunged his divine soul into the sword puppet's sea of consciousness, his expression turned peculiar. A young apparition image appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Who could it be but Lu Linfeng, that fellow? This virtual image was not Lu Linfeng's divine soul imprint. It was only a remnant thought message that he left behind. It was very clear that Lu Linfeng wanted to tell his successor something through this remnant thought message. It was just that even if Lu Linfeng divined all of the heavens, he most likely could not have calculated that this successor would actually be the reincarnated Ji Qingyun. Young friend, for you to be able to see me means that you have already acquired the Lesser Nine Revolutions interlocking formation's true meaning and can be considered my legacy successor. If you can shatter the void and head to the divine realm in the future, you can come and find me to enter my tutelage. Remember, I'm Sage Grand Yen. Just a short message. After it finished talking, that virtual image dissipated into nothing. Chapter 323, Who is going to die horribly? Chapter 323, Who is going to die horribly? Young friend, if you knew that it's me who comprehended your Lesser Nine Revolutions interlocking formation, I wonder what kind of expression you'll have. Yi Yuan snickered to himself. Actually, calculating it, it was justifiable for the Grand Yen Divine King to call Yi Yuan young friend. Because he was several thousand years older than Yi Yuan. But in his previous life, Ji Qingyun's alchemy path strength surpassed all others. He naturally had the qualifications to talk as equals with Lu Linfeng. But in this lifetime, Ji Qingyun had already changed his looks and face. Even if he stood in front of Lu Linfeng, he probably would not be able to recognize him. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help overflowing with a surge of mischievousness. If Yi Yuan really went to acknowledge Master when the time came, who knew if that fellow would really pass the formation's Path 9 scripts to him? But Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Lu Linfeng actually left behind these 18 sword puppets in order to seek out a successor. It was also uncertain whether it was a spur of the moment or deliberate. Back then when Lu Linfeng ascended, he probably did not think that he could attain such heights in the divine realm either, right? Yi Yuan's divine sense moved, the 18 sword puppets stirred once again, making Mei Zhen, who was by the side, jump in fright as he hurriedly raised his sword to welcome the enemy. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "No need to get nervous, Elder Mei. These sword puppets won't attack you." Mei Zhen was stupefied. He understood very quickly and said in surprise, "Is it possible that you were manipulating these puppets just now?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I've already fully comprehended this array formation. Now, these sword puppets have already acknowledged me as master." "What? You only used 4 hours and already fully comprehended this array formation set?" Mei Zhen was terribly frightened by Yi Yuan's words. In truth, Yi Yuan comprehending a set of array formations would not astound Mei Zhen to such an extent. But through comparison, he knew just how perverse this set of array formation was. The absolute blaze barrier outside was a high tier 4 grand array. Its might was unrivaled. Yi Yuan walked around inside such an array formation like it was flat ground. But Yi Yuan did not even have the confidence to crack the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation previously. One could imagine just how intricate this set of array formation was. Such a perverse array formation, and Yi Yuan actually used only 4 hours to fully comprehend it. Wasn't this sort of deduction ability overly perverse as well? One had to know that for an array master to want to comprehend a set of array formation, they would easily require several years' time. Furthermore, the higher the array formation's tier, the more time needed to perceive it. Using 4 hours to perceive a set of array formation even more complicated than a high tier 4 grand array, this was simply not something that humans should be able to do. The others had also pretty much recovered at this time. Seeing Yi Yuan actually collect these sword puppets directly, they could not help being overjoyed. This was equivalent to their side having an additional C transformation realm powerhouse. Everyone was just about to move a level down when a hubbub of voices sounded from outside the main hall. Mei Zhen involuntarily knitted his brows. To think that they really walked out. But Yi Yuan beamed and said, "They did come out. But I'm afraid that the price isn't small either." Just as he was speaking, a large group of people poured into the main hall. The one leading was precisely Wu Zhao. Behind Wu Zhao, the other Heavenly Sky Sect's elder was supporting Zhao Yuyang. Zhao Yuyang actually fainted already. Looking at this scene, it seemed that he already completely exhausted his mind in order to calculate the absolute blazeberry grand array. The moment Wu Zhao entered the main hall, he saw Yi Yuan currently sizing up their bunch composedly. The flames of fury in his heart immediately welled up. Hee, punk, you probably never imagined either that we could walk out alive from the grand array, right?" Wu Zhao laughed coldly as he said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Not really. I just didn't think that elder from your family still has some capabilities to be able to exit so quickly." Wu Zhao's face fell. "Since we walked out of the grand array, today will be the day you die. Not only you have to die, but the rest of the people from your tranquil cloud sect all also have to accompany you in death. Mei Zhen, if you want to blame, then blame Yi Yuan." Finished talking, Wu Zhao turned again to the other 6 sects and said, "Yi Yuan gave us the slip and nearly caused you all to perish and your Tao to dissipate. Attack for me and kill these damnable guys from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Our Heavenly Sky sect doesn't want a single item on their bodies." However, nobody answered him at all. Yi Yuan laughed when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like you did something that infuriates both God and men in order to pass through the grand array. Now, your Heavenly Sky sect lost all favor and still hope for them to help you." Yi Yuan simply swept a glance over these group of people and knew what happened inside the absolute blaze barrier grand array. With Zhao Yuyang's standards, wanting to find the exit so quickly was impossible. Unless he used human flesh to scout ahead. The numbers in the 6 sects were a bit lesser than before. This naturally affirmed Yi Yuan's guesses. Wu Zhao's expression was very ugly. He was so angry that his complexion turned green. He knew that he offended the other sects while he was inside the grand array. That was why he said that they did not want any of the items. But he clearly underestimated the severity of his actions. Not a single person actually responded. "Harumph, so what? To deal with a bunch of dregs like you guys, my Heavenly Sky sect, this one sect is enough. Heavenly Sky sect disciples, listen up, follow me to kill all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples." Spare no one. Presently, the Heavenly Sky sect had the fewest losses apart from the Tranquil Cloud sect. They still had 15 to 16 people now. The headcount was twice of the Tranquil Cloud sect. 2 versus 1. The Heavenly Sky sect wanting to utterly annihilate the Tranquil Cloud sect did not seem to be something challenging either. Each and every one of the Heavenly Sky sect disciples was rolling up their sleeves for battle. Especially Li Zhongyu. He had wanted to exterminate Yi Yuan long ago. At this time, he took the initiative to request, "Elder Wu, leave this Yi Yuan to me." Wu Zhao shot him a glance and nodded, saying, "Take good care of this punk. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." He, rest assured, Elder Wu. I'll make him live to regret it." Li Zhongyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold sneer. Wu Zhao knew that Li Zhongyu had suffered a loss in Yi Yuan's hands before. He naturally would not go easy. 4th level crystal formation realm against 8th level spirit condensation realm. No matter how one looked at it, it was completely the precursor to thrashing Yi Yuan. Although Wu Zhao had many complaints about Li Zhongyu, he knew that Li Zhongyu had real ability. His true combat strength was not inferior to late-stage crystal formation realms. If not for this case, he would also not have been taken in as a disciple by Qi Zongtao. Among the junior generation, Li Zhongyu's strength was absolutely extremely powerful. Except, their conversation sounded freaking hilarious to the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Many of them showed odd facial expressions. Finally, it was still Pang Wanyang who could not resist divulging it. "That guy over there, don't blame me for not warning you, I advise that you better not provoke Yi Yuan anymore. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Li Zhongyu snickered coldly and said, "All right. I want to see just how he's going to make me die horribly. I admit that he has some unorthodox ways, but as a martial artist, unorthodox paths will die very horribly sooner or later one day. Yi Yuan, I'm going to let you see what is called true strength today." Yi Yuan was immediately ecstatic once he heard that. He said with a smile, "All right. As it happens, I just acquired an unorthodox path toy. I'll use you to test it out. I wonder if I'll die horribly or not." Chapter 324, Shocking Change. Chapter 324, Shocking Change. While Yi Yuan was talking, disdain was written all over Li Zhongyu's face. But in the next instant, his eyes blurred. 18 sword puppets appeared out of thin air in front of him. The expression on Li Zhongyu's face became very interesting. That disdainful look became astonishment. Then, he noticed that his face was burning hot. Without looking, his face was surely red like an apple now. What did he say earlier? Unorthodox paths could not make the cut. Ask Yi Yuan to take a look at his strength. There were 18 puppets before his eyes. Each one of the puppets had the strength not beneath his. Dealing with these puppets, 1 or 2 was still fine. 18 all at once would definitely pummel him into a pig's head. It was very clear that these sword puppets belonged to an unorthodox path. But this unorthodox path was much stronger than him. The words that Li Zhongyu said to Yi Yuan earlier sounded like he was smacking his own face right now. When the others saw the 18 sword puppets, they were also immensely shocked. 18 late-stage crystal formation realm puppets. This was absolutely an extremely powerful force. The Heavenly Sky sect initially had the upper hand in terms of numbers. But now, the Tranquil Cloud sect's numbers surpassed the Heavenly Sky sect by as many as 10 in an instant. Seeing these sword puppets, Wu Zhao's expression was also very ugly. Yi Yuan, this brat's means were truly inexhaustible, to actually take out so many late-stage crystal formation realm puppets in an instant. Right at this time, Zhao Yuyang, who had been unconscious the entire time, gradually woke up. Seeing the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect swords drawn, and bows stretched, he could not help being very baffled. He even thought that the Tranquil Cloud sect people already headed up long ago, but did not think that they were still at the first level after so long. But when his gaze landed on the 18 sword puppets, he was filled with shock and fear. He was a formation master. He naturally saw these sword puppets' distinctness at a glance. Struggling over to Wu Zhao's side, Zhao Yuyang said softly, "These puppets are most likely not ordinary puppets, but puppets that can execute array formations. Their combat strength most likely isn't weak." With Zhao Yuyang saying this, Wu Zhao's expression became even uglier. But then, Zhao Yuyang's face changed, and he said again, Senior Apprentice Brother Wu, I can't sense the Grand Array's aura in this great hall. If my guesses are correct, you should be able to use Sea Transformation Realm strength now. Along the way, Zhao Yuyang saw the scenes of other sects' elders being smitten to death by the Heavenly Thunder Essence-locking Grand Array. Only then did he sense that this mystic realm was shrouded by a mysterious Grand Array. This Grand Array was very covert. If not triggered, martial artists practically could not detect it. But Zhao Yuyang was an array master after all. As long as he sensed carefully, he could still feel a hint of array formation undulations. For real. Wu Zhao was overjoyed upon hearing that. Zhao Yuyang was not quite certain. He closed his eyes and felt again. Only then did he nod his head affirmatively and said, I'm 80% sure. Wu Zhao was wildly ecstatic as he said, haha. Who knows where you got a bunch of junk puppets from? Do you really think that you're impressive? I'm going to smash those puppets of yours into smithereens today. Towards Zhao Yuyang, his junior, Wu Zhao still had a lot of faith in him. To be able to bring them out of the absolute blaze barrier, Zhao Yuyang's standards could be seen at a glance. Finished talking, Wu Zhao released his aura. The might of Sea Transformation Realm was displayed fully. Haha, this place really doesn't restrict cultivation realms anymore. Yi Yuan, receive death. Wu Zhao's figure flashed and clashed together with the 18 sword puppets. When the other Heavenly Sky sect disciples saw Wu Zhao attack, they obviously would not remain idle either. They charged over to the Tranquil Cloud sect side in unison. Wu Zhao's aura was originally surging. He wanted to rely on his Sea Transformation Realm strength to directly blast these sword puppets into residues. But the moment he exchanged blows with these sword puppets, he was involuntarily dumbfounded. With his peak 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm strength, he actually did not gain the slightest bit of advantage over these sword puppets. Do these puppets really only have late-stage Crystal Formation Realm strength? How is this possible? The more Wu Zhao fought, the more alarmed he got. The astonished ones were not just Wu Zhao. Apart from the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples, everyone present here was speechless with shock. No way. What am I seeing? 18 late-stage Crystal Formation Realm puppets fought to a draw with a 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm expert. This is simply incredulous. I even thought that the Tranquil Cloud sect people were dead for sure just now. I didn't imagine that they actually had such an incredible way out. Look, you guys, the Heavenly Sky sect disciples are all faced up against these puppets. The number of these puppets are almost the same as the Heavenly Sky sect's head count. Furthermore, the Heavenly Sky sect even has a 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm. Both sides actually fought until they are evenly matched in strength. Is there a mistake? Zhao Yuyang stared unblinkingly at the 18 sword puppets. His face turned increasingly solemn. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhu, these puppets formed an extremely powerful array formation. You don't bother with me anymore, quickly go help Senior Apprentice Brother Wu. Circle around from the sides. Be sure not to enter the array formation. As long as Yi Yuan is killed, these puppets will naturally become useless. Because the other Sea Transformation Realm Elder from the Heavenly Sky sect needed to take care of Zhao Yuyang, he had not moved the entire time. Originally, they all thought that Wu Zhao alone attacking was ample. They did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Even if Elder Zhu was completely ignorant about array formations, he also knew the extraordinariness of these sword puppets. He nodded slightly and made use of the sword puppets and Heavenly Sky sect disciples to block his line of vision, sneakily approaching Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan currently had all of his attention placed on manipulating the sword puppets. Wu Zhao's strength was even stronger than Mei Zhen's. Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to take him lightly. Elder Zhu circled one big round and finally pulled the distance between him and Yi Yuan closer. At this time, he suddenly exploded, wielding his sword as he stabbed straight at Yi Yuan's flank. But the sad thing was that Mei Zhen had long paid attention to Elder Zhu. At the same time, Elder Zhu attacked, Mei Zhen's figure also burst forth, using speed even faster than Elder Zhu's to dash over. The two people quickly clashed together. Elder Zhu was also at the 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm. It was just that he had clearly entered the 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm not long ago and was slightly worse compared to Mei Zhen and Wu Zhao. Of course, it was clearly not very possible for Mei Zhen to want to take down Elder Zhu in a short period of time. But right at this moment, miserable wails from some Heavenly Sky sect disciples whose strength were somewhat lacking sounded out unceasingly. A sword from a sword puppet pierced right through a 4th-level crystal formation realm disciples. That disciple cried out miserably and looked like he would not make it. All the way until he died, he still looked at that sword puppet unbelievably. He probably never imagined that he would die at the hands of a puppet, right? The sword puppet had a frosty look the same as before because it was impossible for them to have any kind of expression. Throwing down a cold corpse, its long sword waved once more, slashing towards the others. Lu Linfeng's Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation was unbelievably profound. Human wave attacks were simply ineffective. After these Heavenly Sky sect disciples entered the formation, apart from diverting some attacks, they were actually not very useful to Wu Zhao. With the first, there was a second. Very soon, another Heavenly Sky sect disciple was killed by the sword puppets. For some time, miserably cries lingered on their ears. But right at this moment, an anomaly suddenly arose. A phantom flitted over from the Grand Array's side. Its target was shockingly Yi Yuan. Mo Yuntian was taken by surprise, but it was already too late to try and rescue. Careful, Yi Yuan. Mo Yuntian cried out. Chapter 325, Convinced Through Fighting. Chapter 325, Convinced Through Fighting. This afterimage's speed was exceedingly quick. It was actually a sea transformation realm expert. In this place, apart from Wu Zhao, Mei Zhen, Zhao Yuyang, and Elder Zhu, there was still one other sea transformation realm expert. Yu Feng. Currently, Mei Zhen was held back by Elder Zhu. There was nobody else who could hinder the footsteps of Yu Feng assassinating Yi Yuan. Although Yu Feng was the weakest one among the sea transformation realms present, he was still one of the important experts there. With the speed of a sea transformation realm expert, no crystal formation realm experts could not catch up even if they tried their best. A hint of ridicule flashed past the corner of Yu Feng's mouth. He gave a low cry, Yi Yuan, you didn't think that you'd die at my hands, right? High Clarity Imperial Reverence Law, Thunderous 9 Heavens. Go and die. Yu Feng formed seals with both hands. Several streaks of lightning power surged towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Honestly, among so many people, Yu Feng's hatred towards Yi Yuan was the deepest. Including him swallowing humiliation and taking on a heavy burden to ally with the Heavenly Sky sect later on, as well as having Wu Zhao burning down the bridge after crossing the river, Yu Feng finally concentrated all of that resentment onto Yi Yuan. The way he saw it, if there weren't any actions from Yi Yuan previously, he would not have needed to endure such humiliation. Hence, the instant the Tranquil Cloud sect and Heavenly Sky sect's conflict erupted, he had been planning on how to ambush Yi Yuan. And now, he finally got the chance. Mo Yuntian and the rest all shut their eyes painfully. The full power attack of a sea transformation realm, how could Yi Yuan evade it? Yi Yuan was currently thoroughly absorbed in manipulating the 18 sword puppets right now and seemed to be completely oblivious to this. His brows just furrowed slightly, then he continued operating the array formation as per normal. Yu Feng was very confident in his own deadly strike. Those streaks of lightning surged towards Yi Yuan, carrying an aura that made people feel asphyxiated. It arrived in front of Yi Yuan in virtually a blink of an eye. Just when everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, a scene which horrified everybody happened. Those powerful to the extreme lightning actually vanished around 2 feet away in front of Yi Yuan, as if it was swallowed up by something. And Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. Yu Feng watched the scene dumbfoundedly as he muttered, how is this possible? He clearly didn't do anything at all. How can my thunderous 9 heavens be swallowed up? No way. Impossible. I don't believe it. Yu Feng's murmuring became roars, then he flung caution to the winds and amassed heaven and earth essence energy. High Clarity Imperial Reverence Law. Thunderous 9 heavens. Yu Feng wanted to unleash this powerful attack once more. However, Yu Feng's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Everyone was stunned speechless once again. This. What in the world happened? Too inconceivable. Did you see that just now? Yu Feng's thunderous 9 heavens didn't disappear, but appeared somehow from the void behind him and slammed directly onto him. You got to be shitting me, right? Yufeng used the thunderous 9 heavens to cripple himself. This. What the hell is this called? Yeah, I also feel like this is a joke. But that lightning power that appeared behind Yufeng just now was clearly his own thunderous 9 heavens. That scene earlier seriously looked rather ludicrous in everyone's eyes. But it genuinely happened in front of them. Yufeng suffered his own full power attack while completely defenseless, heavily injuring himself. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood in midair, then fell onto the ground and was out cold. His ambush was out of everybody's expectations and was also unbelievably swift and fierce. But nobody could have thought that it would actually be such a conclusion. Everyone used revering and fearful eyes to look at Yi Yuan, thinking that it was Yi Yuan's means. But the most crucial thing was that they completely could not tell that Yi Yuan had any essence energy undulations that targeted Yufeng. Therefore, Yi Yuan became mysterious and powerful in their eyes. Nobody treated Yi Yuan like an ordinary 8th level spirit condensation realm anymore. Yi Yuan was currently controlling the 18 sword puppets with all his strength and simply could not care less about Yufeng's matter. Within the array formation, tragic cries filled the air. There were already 4 or 5 Heavenly Sky sect disciples who were slightly weaker that died under the swords of the sword puppets. The more Wu Zhao fought, the more alarmed he became. He seriously could not figure out how a pair of late-stage crystal formation realm puppets could be powerful to such an extent. Listening to the Heavenly Sky sect disciples' shrieks and wails, Wu Zhao's heart was dripping blood. Having entered the mystic realm for over half a month's time, the men that their Heavenly Sky sect lost were not even as many as this short while. If this continued, the Heavenly Sky sect disciples would be slaughtered one by Yi Yuan. You guys aren't a match for these puppets. Quickly go out. Wu Zhao bellowed. Elder Wu, not that we don't want to leave, but we totally cannot go out at all. Ah. As that disciple was talking, he was stabbed by a sword puppet. Elder Wu, I feel that the surroundings are all puppets, all sword shadows. We simply can't find the way out. Elder Wu, quickly save us. This was the formidable aspect of the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation. The number of puppets was clearly about the same as the Heavenly Sky sect disciples. But each one of them would feel like there were many sword puppets surrounding them and beating them. This included Wu Zhao himself. All of the attacks interlocked, simply without any weak point to talk about. Those who did not know this array formation only had the outcome of being slowly ground to death by the sword puppets. Wu Zhao had already thoroughly crumbled. He originally thought that he could need the Tranquil Cloud sect as he pleased since he could unleash all of his strength. But who would thought that he did not succeed in needing a single one from the Tranquil Cloud sect, but now, was being needed to an inch of his life by Yi Yuan. Another disciple fell in front of Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao could not bear it any longer. Yi Yuan, stop. Wu Zhao yelled out. Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, you say fight, and we fight, you say stop, and I have to stop. How can something so good be true? Wu Zhao completely had no temper as he hurriedly said, Martial nephew Yi, I, Wu Zhao, admits my fault to you, all right. As long as you're willing to stop, any condition can be arranged. You're the one who said it. Yi Yuan said. Seeing that Yi Yuan had signs of easing up, Wu Zhao hastily said, I said it, I said it. Quickly stop, quickly stop. Yi Yuan's divine sense stirred and the 18 sword puppets kept their sword potential and withdrew back to Yi Yuan's side respectively. He was not worried about Wu Zhao going back on his words. If he reneged, then even if Wu Zhao could escape, the Heavenly Sky sect disciples could not run. When the sword puppets retreated, those Heavenly Sky sect disciples' pressure immediately vanished, making them feel like collapsing. These remaining disciples were all elites among elites. Their strength among crystal formation realms were very formidable. But facing the sword puppets, they did not even have the leeway to retaliate. Looking at their bodies again, the vast majority of them had injuries. Some people's clothes were already shredded into ribbons, looking just like a beggar. There was no Tier 9 formation master like Yi Yuan among these people. When they faced the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation, they could only deal with it passively. Previously, if not for Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' outcome would unequivocally be even more tragic than the current Heavenly Sky sect. Wu Zhao's expression was very ugly. His gaze when looking towards Yi Yuan actually carried a trace of fear. A puny spirit condensation realm martial artist actually took on the entire heavenly sky sect with his own strength. Breathing in deeply, Wu Zhao went forward and said, Yi Yuan, state your terms. Chapter 326, Massive Hemorrhage. Chapter 326, Massive Hemorrhage. Inside the void, two stunningly beautiful figures stood there. They were precisely Lear and Yen'er, master and servant. Miss, you couldn't resist making a move in the end. Yen'er said with a half-hearted smile. That was a sea transformation realm martial artist after all. Or perhaps I did something unnecessary, Lear replied coolly. What? You mean that, under that kind of situation, Mr. Yi still has leeway to resist? How is that possible? Yen'er said in surprise. When I made my move earlier, I clearly felt Mr. Yi's breathing fluctuate. Although it was only that split second, I sensed that Mr. Yi seemed to have detected me making a move, that's why he didn't react at all. Yen'er's pretty eyes narrowed slightly. She clearly also felt that it was relatively far-fetched. This is really getting more and more fascinating. Even I'm also very interested in this Mr. Yi now. Also, he can actually comprehend the array formation that the Grand Yen Divine King left behind. Truly an unrivaled prodigy. Yen'er giggled. Lear also smiled sweetly and said, yeah. I really didn't expect that this endless world was the land that the Grand Yen Divine King rose to power, and, Yen'er, what are you looking at? Yen'er's gaze pierced through the void and landed on Yi Yuan. She muttered, Miss, do you feel that Mr. Yi is very similar to that person? Lear's heart jolted, her gaze also involuntarily landed on Yi Yuan's body. It was fine if Yen'er did not mention it, but when she said it, she really had such a feeling. After a brief moment, Lear smiled bitterly and said, that person is already gone. How can he possibly be him? Aya, my missus. You already said that that person is already gone. Why does it matter if he isn't him? If we can get to the bottom of this Yi Yuan's unknown background, I feel that he is a perfect match for you. Although he is only at the spirit condensation realm now, he'll definitely be a figure who will cause a stir in the divine realm in the future. Yen'er said with a titter. Lear's gorgeous face was flushed red from what Yen'er said as she said annoyedly, you're not allowed to talk any more nonsense. Watch if I don't tear apart that mouth of yours. In the Great Hall, everybody stared at Yi Yuan, very curious about what kind of conditions he would raise. To the other 6 sects, this sort of opportunity to watch the fun was probably the first and last time. The Heavenly Sky sect had always been tyrannical in the southern domain. It had always been them extorting the other sections. But today, the Tranquil Cloud sect which ranked at the bottom actually thoroughly beat the Heavenly Sky sect until they were convinced. What conditions you have, just state them. But I warn you, don't go too overboard. I'm only a Heavenly Sky sect elder. I can't decide anything for the sect. Wu Zhao said with a solemn face. Rest assured, I'm not foolish to that extent. My demand isn't high either. Each person, 20 high-grade essence crystals according to the number of people. Additionally, I want 3 stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs, 30 stalks of quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs. Don't tell me that you don't have it, Yi Yuan listed his terms in one breath. What? You really dare to demand that? Wu Zhao nearly leaped up. It was no wonder that Wu Zhao's reaction was so big. Yi Yuan's conditions did not sound like a lot, but actually, it was demanding an exorbitant price. Among the southern domain's 8 great sects, what was in circulation was primarily low-grade essence crystals. 1 piece of high-grade essence crystal was equivalent to 100 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals, while 1 piece of middle-grade essence crystal was equal to 100 low-grade essence crystals. The problem was that there were many low-grade essence crystals, but middle-grade essence crystals were much scarcer. As for high-grade essence crystals, there was basically demand for it but no market. There were still a total of 10 people left in the Heavenly Sky sect. That was also to say that they needed to pass Yi Yuan 200 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. This amount was plenty to purchase a 16 restriction spirit artifact. 1. Had to know that a sect hall head like Xiao Jian was merely using an 8 restriction spirit artifact. For 16 restrictions and 32 restriction spirit artifact, normally, only the sect master or grand elder level individuals had the qualifications to use them. But Yi Yuan said apathetically, if you don't have it, let's carry on fighting all the way until we determine the victor. Wu Zhao was immediately mum when he heard this. He said with a solemn face, I'm only an elder, so how would I have so many high-grade essence crystals on me? As for them, even less likely. Yi Yuan grinned and said, doesn't matter, just take out whatever you have. Using middle-grade essence crystals and low-grade essence crystals to write off the remainder also works. But if you're making up for it, the quantity needs to be 20% more than normal. Calculating it this way, if using middle-grade essence crystals to make up for it, they would need 120 pieces, equivalent to buy 5 get 1 free. Yi Yuan obviously knew the scarcity of high-grade essence crystals. It was impossible for Wu Zhao to take them out. But as the number one great sect in the southern domain, the Heavenly Sky sect was also the southern domain's number one wealthiest sect. Their disciples were all obscenely rich. The quantity of 200 pieces of high-grade essence crystals, it shouldn't be far off by scraping it together. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Wu Zhao's expression eased up quite a bit. But he still grimaced in pain and said, then you wait a while. I have to go back and ask them if they can scrape together that amount or not. Wu Zhao was just about to turn around and leave but was halted by Yi Yuan. Hang on. I said each person 20 pieces just now. It refers to each and every one of you who entered the main hall, including them. Yi Yuan's finger pointed to those few Heavenly Sky sect disciples' corpses lying on the ground. Wu Zhao's expression, which had just taken a turn for the better, became as black as the bottom of a pot again. He bellowed, Yi Yuan. Don't go too far. Yi Yuan smirked and said, I just stated my terms and conditions. You can choose not to accept. Furthermore, compared to their lives, I don't feel that my terms are in any way overboard. The conditions that Yi Yuan raised were naturally not spoken at random. He had long calculated that these terms would make Wu Zhao uncomfortable, but also able to tolerate the pain. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, the elite disciples and personal disciples would get 5 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals and 1,000 pieces of low-grade essence crystals every month as an offering. But in reality, for pinnacle disciples like Ti Wujiu and Mo Yuntian, the amount of middle-grade essence crystals they had accumulated was still rather substantial. There was no other way. To a small sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect, they could only focus resources on a small number of extremely talented disciples. But when Luo Qingfeng introduced the Heavenly Sky sect to Yi Yuan, he mentioned the disparity between both sides' strength. Among it included the part about resource allocation. For disciples at the same level, the treatment for Heavenly Sky sect disciples was 10 times of the Tranquil Cloud sect. That was also to say that the Heavenly Sky sect's elite disciples could get 50 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals and 10,000 low-grade essence crystals every month. 20 pieces of high-grade essence crystals each. Computing it, that was also 2,400 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals per person. This figure, Wu Zhao and the rest could take it out, but it would absolutely slice off a very huge chunk of their flesh. Even if they still have some essence crystals left on them, it would also surely be rock bottom. Adding in 3 stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs and 30 stalks of quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs, the Heavenly Sky sect would absolutely hemorrhage massively. Indeed, after some time, Wu Zhao brought back that face of his. That was sullen enough that it was about to drop water and came in front of Yi Yuan once again. Wu Zhao casually threw a storage ring to Yi Yuan and said in an unkind tone, this is the essence crystals and medicinal herbs you wanted. Such a large appetite, I hope that you don't stuff yourself to death. Yi Yuan smiled leisurely and said, my appetite is perfectly fine. No need for Elder Wu to worry about it. Chapter 327, Relying on One's Own Ability. Chapter 327, Relying on One's Own Ability. Yi Yuan sunk his divine sense into that storage ring and checked over the number of essence crystals and medicinal herbs inside. Only the 3 of us elders have high-grade essence crystals. Tallying it up is merely around 30. The remainder has all been converted into middle-grade essence crystals and low-grade essence crystals. Not a piece is missing. Wu Zhao said with a somber look when he saw Yi Yuan checking over the inventory. Yi Yuan's calculation abilities were very heaven-defying. He just briefly scanned and knew that what Wu Zhao said was not false. The Heavenly Sky sect is indeed loaded. Carrying so many essence crystals on a trip to a mystic realm, looks like you're short of 10 pieces of low-grade essence crystals, but forget about it. Everyone says that the wealthier one is, the more miserly. It's certainly true. Then, many thanks to Elder Wu for gifting these, Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. Wu Zhao was stunned. He did not think that Yi Yuan just swept a glance over it and finished checking it. Furthermore, he actually even caught the missing 10 pieces of low-grade essence crystals. One could see that Yi Yuan's tallying earlier was not done carelessly. The essence crystals that they gave the Tranquil Cloud sect was pooling together all the low-grade essence crystals, only using middle-grade essence crystals to make up for it if it was insufficient. But the number of low-grade essence crystals was just nice, missing 10 pieces. Wu Zhao obviously did not wish to use a piece of middle-grade essence crystal to substitute it. Moreover, it was also not possible for Yi Yuan to check so attentively. Who knew that Yi Yuan just scanned once and caught it? This punk really had some capabilities. Since Yi Yuan already said forget about it, Wu Zhao obviously could not really haggle over 10 pieces of low-grade essence crystals with him. He snorted coldly and said, since that's the case, can we discuss the issue regarding the distribution of treasures later? On the surface, Yi Yuan did indeed thrash the Heavenly Sky sect brutally just now. But in reality, both parties could only be considered evenly matched in strength right now. If not for Yi Yuan being ruthless with his actions and reaped many Heavenly Sky sect disciples' lives, Wu Zhao probably would not have agreed to Yi Yuan's terms either. The Heavenly Sky sect had 3 sea transformation realm powerhouses here. If he really forced their hand, Zhao Yuyang's combat strength was not for show either, even if he was not a pure martial artist. But the combat strength of formation masters when compared to alchemists was much greater. If both sides really refused to stop unless they achieved their aim, the Tranquil Cloud sect might not gain any advantages. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan agreed to stop. Although the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation was powerful, when facing the peak 3rd level sea transformation realm Wu Zhao, it was at best the conclusion of both sides suffering heavy losses. Hence, this negotiation also embodied the argumentation of the main topic. But Yi Yuan said, no rush. There's still one other thing not taken care of. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and went in front of Yufeng. The present Yufeng was already like a dead dog. That move previously, Yufeng did not hold back at all, but it struck himself in full force. Now, he was on his dying breath. When Yi Yuan recalled that ripple in the void earlier, he involuntarily frowned a little. Since the beginning, he had a feeling like he was being watched. But he completely could not detect the other party at all. This sort of feeling made him very uncomfortable. However, Yi Yuan also did not expect that that person hidden in the dark would actually make a move to help him. The method of making use of spatial laws to draw the other party's attack into the void was an exceedingly profound spatial concept. Its strength was definitely mighty beyond imagination. Why would such a character target him? Also, why would they help him? Yi Yuan could not figure it out no matter how he racked his brains. He had rebirthed for close to a year. The strongest person he met was merely Skimaple. When did he provoke such a formidable existence? But looking at it now, the other party did not seem to have any intention of being detrimental to himself. Otherwise, with his current pathetic bit of strength, he would not even be enough to fill the crevices between that person's teeth. Since that mysterious person would not harm him for the time being, Yi Yuan did not think too much either. Anyway, thinking so much was also pointless. Yufeng, I originally have no grudge nor enmity with you, but your high clarity sect is bullying others too far. You reap what you sow, you only have yourself to blame for today, don't blame me for it. Go in peace. As for the other disciples, I won't do anything to them. As for whether or not they can walk out of this mystic realm, that will have to depend on their fortunes. Finished talking, Yi Yuan spat out essence energy. A palm landed on the top of Yufeng's skull. He died straight away. Everyone's hearts quivered. An exalted sea transformation realm powerhouse was killed by an 8th level spirit condensation realm just like this. Although many sea transformation realm experts already died inside this mystic realm, they were all struck to death by heavenly thunder. A sea transformation realm powerhouse was killed in front of them. This sort of feeling that shook the soul was totally different. Sea transformation realm experts were the mid-level pillars in sections. Every one of them was very precious. And the might of sea transformation realm was even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Sea transformation realm and spirit condensation realm were 2 realms that simply could not be linked together. But now, a spirit condensation realm killed a sea transformation realm. Other than Yi Yuan, there was simply no one who detected Lier making a move. The The way others saw it, the one who used bizarre means to severely injure Yufeng was precisely Yi Yuan. This also intensified their fear towards Yi Yuan. But when the High Clarity sect disciples heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help letting out a sigh of relief. They did not tag along with Wang Fan and Yufeng previously to find trouble with Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan settled the score with them, they could not get angry at all. Unknowingly, the only spirit condensation realm martial artist present became the most terrifying existence. This was probably something that nobody thought of before entering the mystic realm. After dealing with Yufeng, Yi Yuan dusted his hands and came in front of Wu Zhao. He said with a smile, "Elder Wu, we can talk now." Wu Zhao's expression was clearly not very good. When he was trapped in the formation earlier, he completely did not notice that Yufeng already ended up like this. He only found out what happened after inquiring about it just now and could not help becoming even more fearful of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was able to detect the minute ripples in space by relying on his knowledge and experience that surpassed this plane. He believed that apart from himself, it was simply impossible for the rest present here to perceive it. Hence, he went to finish off Yufeng personally earlier just so to awe everyone. Especially Wu Zhao, to make him even more fearful of him. If he did not do so, how could he take the initiative during the negotiations? Wu Zhao's face quivered, and he said, "I wonder what brilliant ideas Marshal Nephew Yi has." Wu Zhao originally already thought of a plan that was beneficial to the Heavenly Sky sect and planned on saying it first. But seeing Yi Yuan kill Yufeng with one palm, he somehow became slightly mortified. That was why he changed his words at the last moment. He asked Zhao Yuyang earlier, Yufeng ended up like that due to being struck by his own attack. Such methods were seriously unthinkable, leaving him unable to grasp Yi Yuan's foundation. If Yi Yuan really had such means and did this at a crucial moment, wouldn't he also be beaten to death by himself? Looking at Yufeng's appearance, Wu Zhao felt that this sort of death was seriously too vexing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Far from a brilliant idea. Everyone relies on their own abilities then. I feel that since everybody went through life and death to come here, we can't very well let everyone return empty-handed, right? Therefore, after heading up to the second level, everyone will rely on your own means and own capabilities. Whoever finds anything will belong to them. What does Elder Wu think?" Chapter 328, Restrictions Compass. Chapter 328, Restrictions Compass. When Yi Yuan finished saying this, the faces of the other 6 sects could not help revealing great joy. Presently, only the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect had sea transformation realms holding down the fort among the 8 great sects. They all thought that they no longer had anything to do with this. But they did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so kind-hearted to even give them a share of the broth. While they were thrilled, Wu Zhao was displeased. How can that do? If that's the case, what if they obtained some heaven-defying treasure? Wouldn't there not be our share? The 6 sects were originally unhappy with Wu Zhao already. With him saying these words, everyone greeted his ancestors all the more so in their hearts. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since Elder Wu doesn't agree, then you give your opinion." Wu Zhao hastily said, "Since only our 2 sects have sea transformation realms now, then obviously the 2 of us split the treasures. In my opinion, let's divide the treasures according to the number of sea transformation realm." When Wu Zhao said this, he was even more so cussed quietly by the 6 sects' disciples. Except, they did not have sea transformation realm elders holding down the fort now. They dared to get angry, but dare not voice out. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is Elder Wu kidding me? Your Heavenly Sky sect have 3 sea transformation realms while my Tranquil Cloud sect only has 1. You mean that you get 3 parts while I get 1? How so? Although you're not a sea transformation realm, these puppets you control have sea transformation realm combat strength. Naturally, you also get a share." Wu Zhao hurriedly said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Elder Wu, don't be too merciless when doing things. Since your Heavenly Sky sect invited everyone to explore the mystic realm together, you got to give everybody an account. We eat the meat, but we got to at least give people some soup to drink. How about this, our 2 sects take 40% of the treasure obtained. The remainder 20% will be given to their 6 sects to divide equally. On choosing treasures, our 2 sects have priority. No can do. We have 3 sea transformation realms. If we really fought to the bitter end, you guys might not gain any advantage. Why should we split equally with you? Wu Zhao immediately rejected. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, but his tone became frosty. Since that's the case, then that means the negotiations fell out. Fine then. Let's showcase our true abilities and talk after we finish fighting. As he spoke, Yi Yuan really displayed a stance like he wanted to fight and mobilized the sword puppets again. Wu Zhao did not expect Yi Yuan to fight at once and was taken aback. Yi Yuan was fully confident while Wu Zhao was simply unable to grasp his foundation. How would he dare to make a move? Hang on, hang on. Already at this time, what's there to fight about? Wouldn't we let others benefit if we cause heavy losses to both sides? Wu Zhao hastily said. Him saying this was already showing weakness. But Yi Yuan still behaved like he wanted to risk his life and said icily, since Elder Wu say that we don't have the qualifications to split the treasures evenly, then I obviously have to weigh up my own strength. If we really can't beat you guys, then there's no harm in you all taking a bit more. Wu Zhao was thoroughly defeated. He could only say, all right then, all right, have it your way. With Wu Zhao yielding, everyone also let out a long breath. Especially the 6 sect's disciples who were ecstatic with joy. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with gratitude. They were certain that if not for Yi Yuan, forget about drinking soup, they would not even be able to drink the swill. Although they only had 20% of the treasures, it was more or less not considered returning empty-handed. This mystic realm was dangerous, but the good stuff should not be few. Perhaps they could dredge out some nice treasures. Nice. Isn't everybody happy like this? Why must you make everyone part on bad terms? Yi Yuan grumbled as he put away the sword puppets. Wu Zhao was dejected and thought to himself, I was just fighting with you verbally, okay. Who knew that you would want to attack at a single disagreement? Wasn't negotiations all done like this? You were the one who didn't play your cards according to convention. Now, you're actually blaming me. But let's make things clear first. If there are 2 treasures of the same grade, everyone split equally. But if there is only one, it will belong to whoever gets it. But they must compensate the party that didn't get it. Wu Zhao supplemented. Yi Yuan nodded. He naturally did not have any objection to this. Everything was set. Everyone naturally ceased fighting and regrouped. But nobody noticed that in the Purple Mansion sex camp, there was already a person missing since who knew when. When Yi Yuan and the rest headed to the Eternal Splendor Palace's 2nd floor, a silhouette appeared in a hidden side hall on the 1st level. If Yi Yuan were here, he would instantly identify that this person was shockingly the Purple Mansion sex Lin Chao. This side hall was highly obscured. After Yi Yuan and the rest entered the Eternal Splendor Palace, they completely did not discover this place. But Lin Chao actually looked very familiar with this place. He was scanning left and right, looking everywhere in the side hall, as if he was searching for something. Roughly the time it took to brew a pot of tea later, Lin Chao touched a landscape painting on the wall and discovered that it could not be shifted and was immediately elated. Lin Chao took a step back, both hands forming a peculiar seal, and fired it onto the landscape painting. The landscape painting actually reflected that seal onto the center of the floor of the side hall. The next instant, a large hole actually fissured on the floor, revealing a passage. When Lin Chao saw the situation, his face revealed wild elation. Ha ha ha, our Purple Mansion sect endured hardships to plan for retaliation for thousands of years. We finally found it. As he spoke, Lin Chao's figure leaped and entered that pitch-black passageway. Only after Yi Yuan and the rest headed up the 2nd floor of the Eternal Splendor Palace did everyone discover that the 2nd level space was much larger than the 1st floor. This was clearly the use of some spatial array formation. One could tell from this that this Eternal Splendor place was undeniably an extremely powerful sect back then. In the Endless World, anything that touched upon spatial concept was all extremely powerful existences. What was different from the 1st level was that the 2nd level had quite a number of rooms. Even if these more than 30 people split up to search, they would likely need 2 hours too. Due to the hidden nature of the rooms, the division of treasures was also a huge problem. If everyone placed the items inside their own storage rings and not handed over, what freaking treasure was there to split at the end? What do you think, Yi Yuan? Wu Zhao looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Wu probably has a plan already, right? Just say it out. Wu Zhao nodded his head and fished out a compass-like thing from his storage ring. Yi Yuan fixed his eyes on it. It was actually a 16 restriction spirit artifact. The Heavenly Sky sect was indeed loaded as hell. 16 restriction spirit artifacts could be casually brought outside. Wu Zhao surveyed everyone and said, "This is my Heavenly Sky sect's 16 restriction spirit artifact, the Restrictions Compass. It has a function, and that is to plant restrictions on objects. As long as this restriction is touched, the Restrictions Compass will react to a certain extent. Hence, everyone, please hand over your storage rings now to let the Restrictions Compass place a miniature restriction. If you put treasures in your storage rings, the Restrictions Compass will know. At that time, he will be everybody's common enemy." Yi Yuan looked at the Restrictions Compass rather amusedly. This highly obscure auxiliary spirit artifact truly had some capabilities. Chapter 329, Tier 5 Medicinal Cauldron. Chapter 329, Tier 5 Medicinal Cauldron. The 16 restriction spirit artifact should not be Wu Zhao's own personal belonging. The Heavenly Sky sect really took things into consideration very thoroughly for the sake of exploring this mystic realm. They actually even anticipated this kind of scenario. Seemed like the Heavenly Sky sect was well deserved to be the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. They had quite a few capable people. Wu Zhao finished talking and involuntarily looked at Yi Yuan. He was clearly seeking his opinion. Yi Yuan smiled and took out his 3 storage rings and tossed them to Wu Zhao. "Since Elder Wu already worked everything out so carefully, how can I disagree? I also feel that this way is rather fair." Wu Zhao reached over and received Yi Yuan's storage rings, placing them one by one into the restriction compass's opening. Very soon, those 3 storage rings were placed under restrictions and appeared in Wu Zhao's hands once again. Wu Zhao threw the storage rings back to Yi Yuan and said, "Apart from placing the restriction, I didn't touch your storage rings. Take a look yourself." Yi Yuan swept with his divine sense and said smilingly, "I can set my mind at ease when Elder Wu does things." With Yi Yuan leading, the others naturally would not say anything else. They took out their storage rings in succession and passed them to Wu Zhao. Since this spirit artifact is called Restrictions Compass, it naturally has a search function other than placing restrictions. I've already set it up. If I find out that anyone secretly hid storage rings, don't blame me for being discourteous. Wu Zhao said solemnly as he placed restrictions for other people's storage rings. With him saying that, many people's faces changed and took out their hidden storage rings unwillingly. Majority of the sect disciples used magic artifact rank storage rings, not considered valuable. It was normal for a person to have quite a few. Spirit artifact rank storage rings would be extremely rare items. Yi Yuan only had 3 storage rings on him and were already all placed under restriction by Wu Zhao. But Wu Zhao probably never imagined that Yi Yuan still had a spatial spirit artifact on him apart from storage rings. The rank of the spatial spirit artifact was much higher than the restrictions compass. Even if the restrictions compass had a detecting function, it was also not possible to probe out. This restrictions compass of Wu Zhao indeed prevented everyone from secretly stashing treasures to the greatest extent. However, Yi Yuan was not subjected to the restrictions. Wu Zhao placed everyone's storage rings under restriction very quickly. Then, he casually took out a stack of storage rings and distributed them to everybody. These are all precious artifact-grade storage rings. It's sufficient for everybody to use this to store treasures. Now, everyone split up and go seek out treasures yourselves. In the end, you still have to gather back here. At that time, split according to the ratios that we agreed upon, Wu Zhao said. When Wu Zhao finished talking, they all nodded their heads. Such a distribution manner, the more treasures everybody found, the greater the amount each team naturally could get. Hence, no need to fear that they would not put in the effort. Yi Yuan spoke at this time, "Since the preparation works are all done, we can also start seeking treasures now. Elder May, I won't follow you guys this time. You all be more careful. This sect has quite a bit of foundation in terms of the array formations path. Don't be impatient when encountering any treasure. Always put safety first." Mei Jin nodded and said, "All right. You be careful too." Finished talking, Yi Yuan left alone. Coming to a place with nobody, Yi Yuan's finger twitched, and the cat-like white light immediately appeared before him. White light had not seen Yi Yuan for quite some time. He jumped on Yi Yuan's shoulder directly and extended its tongue to lick Yi Yuan's face. All right, it wasn't very convenient these few days, so I didn't let you out. It's now time for you to display your talents fully. There should be quite a few nice treasures here. Bring me to hunt them all out. Yi Yuan pulled White Light off and said. White Light also perked up when it heard it. Roaring softly twice, it turned into a beam of light and ran off. Yi Yuan was also taken aback by White Light's speed. This little fellow was indeed worthy of the name of White Light. With his current speed, ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artists most likely could not catch up at all. And White Light's cultivation speed was also highly outrageous. It was also middle stage tier 2, going to break through to late stage tier 2 very soon. But Yi Yuan's movement technique was not slow either. Executing Spirit Void shattering space, he caught up very quickly. White Light arrived at a slightly hidden room with a couple of bounds. Yi Yuan pushed open the door cautiously and could not help showing a thrilled look. This place was actually a pill refining room. What made Yi Yuan excited was that a square medicinal cauldron was placed in the center of the refining room. Yi Yuan recognized with a single glance that this was a tier 5 medicinal cauldron. He did not think that this inconspicuous room would actually have a tier 5 item. To an alchemist, medicinal cauldrons were their lives. Ever since rebirth, Yi Yuan had never had a handy medicinal cauldron of his own. He was basically scraping around everywhere when refining pills. Without a good medicinal cauldron, refining medicinal pills would unsurprisingly be all the more exhausting too. Tier 5 medicinal cauldrons naturally did not even count as trash to the previous life's Yi Yuan. But to the current him, it was an extremely hard to come by item. Although Yi Yuan could not unleash the full power of this medicinal cauldron now, refining pills or whatever in the future would obviously be much more convenient too. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame coupled with a tier 5 medicinal cauldron. What medicinal pills were there that he could not refine? Take medicinal cauldrons for instance. Medicinal cauldrons below tier 4 were very easy to find. But medicinal cauldrons tier 4 and above were exceedingly rare. Because starting from refining tier 4 medicinal pills, array formations would be inscribed within the medicinal pills. Ordinary medicinal cauldrons simply could not withstand it. Tier 4 and above medicinal cauldrons must be forged using special materials, and then have intricate array formations placed internally by tier 4 and above formation masters before it could take form. As for the preciousness of tier 5 medicinal cauldrons, that went even more without saying. At least in the land of the southern domain, it was impossible to have tier 5 medicinal cauldrons. Because there was simply no one who could refine tier 5 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan did not go to collect the tier 5 medicinal cauldrons right away. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. This refining room's configuration was relatively complete. Yi Yuan just swept a glance and could tell that the owner of this place should have been a tier 5 alchemist, which was also alchemy sovereign. In the endless world, alchemy sovereign was already an extremely powerful existence. Yi Yuan unwittingly held his chin and started pondering. He could sense that the Tao teachings that Lu Linfeng left behind back then was definitely extremely powerful. But why did it end up in such dire straits? This Eternal Splendor Palace had an alchemy sovereign. It surely also had a tier 5 formation sovereign existence. A sect possessing a tier 5 formation sovereign. How could ordinary people dare to provoke the sect? Just based on that heavenly thunder essence locking grand array outside, not many people would dare to come and aggravate them, right? The Divine Realm's Grand Yen Divine King, even before he ascended, he would surely have been an endless world legend already. Even if his disciples and followers were complete trash, there should also not be any problem to sustain for several thousand years. But looking at this Eternal Splendor Palace, why did it look like it vanished into thin air overnight? What in the world happened back then? What was with this mystic realm? Yi Yuan thought carefully and felt that there just seemed to be something not right. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's peripheral sight scanned and discovered a jade slip fragment on the operating platform. Chapter 330, Nameless Black Bead. Chapter 330, Nameless Black Bead. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand, and that jade slip fragment flew into his hand. He sunk his divine sense into it but discovered that the information inside was incomplete. Especially the content towards the back tended to only be a few short words. It did not even form sentences. Only invasion, bloody battle, death, These simple few words attracted Yi Yuan's attention. Looks like this Eternal Splendor Palace seemed to have suffered a catastrophe back then. That's why it met such an end. Or perhaps Lu Linfeng exhausted the sex destiny alone, resulting in the Eternal Splendor Palace bearing such an undeserved calamity. Yi Yuan sighed and muttered to himself. Yi Yuan put down the jade slip and came to the Tier 5 medicinal cauldron's side, only to see the word square on the side of the medicinal cauldron. This should be the medicinal cauldron's name, right? Square Cauldron. Very fitting, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Yi Yuan used divine sense to sweep over Square Cauldron and could not help praising again. Indeed well deserved of the Tao teachings that Lu Linfeng left behind. The array formations inscribed on this medicinal cauldrons is also so extravagant. The previous owner of this Square Cauldron had clearly already passed away a long time ago. Now, it was an ownerless object. Yi Yuan just had to leave his own divine sense imprint on it to be able to utilize the medicinal cauldron. But when Yi Yuan was planting his divine sense imprint, the Square Cauldron gave off a series of roars. It actually appeared to be rather opposed. This made Yi Yuan feel quite astonished. He sighed emotionally and said, "Profound artifact spirit link. Looks like you had very deep feelings with your previous owner. I wonder. How is that limitless cauldron of mine now, sigh?" Above spirit artifacts were profound artifacts. This Square Cauldron was a profound artifact. Spirit artifact already had spirituality. Profound artifacts were naturally even more attuned. The owner of the Square Cauldron already passed away for several thousand years, but it still did not wish to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master. It could be seen just how deep its feelings for its former owner was. Seeing this reminded him of it. Medicinal cauldrons were no longer an artifact item, but like their family members. A paltry Square Cauldron had such spirituality, let alone Yi Yuan's Tier 9 limitless cauldron. Seemingly sensing the sorrow in Yi Yuan's heart, the Square Cauldron's tremoring sounds became softer, sounding like whimpering. It actually produced a resonance with Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan stupefied. He smiled and said, "You staying here will only let a fine artifact be covered in dust. Do you want to lie in this place for thousands of years? I know that you have very deep feelings for your previous owner. But if you bump into another owner who treasures you, wouldn't it be 100 times better than you lying here? Rest assured, I'll let you give off even more dazzling brilliance than before." The Square Cauldron obviously could not understand Yi Yuan's words. But it could understand Yi Yuan's meaning through Yi Yuan's divine sense. Yi Yuan's confidence regarding the alchemy path simply did not need to be feigned. Because in this world, he was one of those strongest few people. Of course, if he was given time, he might perhaps be the strongest and not one of. Or maybe Yi Yuan's lament before moved the Square Cauldron, or perhaps Yi Yuan's powerful confidence infected the Square Cauldron. All in all, it did not resist this time and freely allowed Yi Yuan to leave an imprint on its body. All of a sudden, the Square Cauldron shone brilliantly. The dust on the cauldron body all fell off. A profound artifact that was covered in dust for thousands of years came into being once more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and put away the Square Cauldron into the spatial spirit artifact. Then, he patted White Light's tiny head and said, "Come, let's continue." To White Light, seeking treasure seemed to be a very enjoyable thing. He jumped up joyfully and led Yi Yuan to set off again. This time, White Light ran a very long distance and arrived at a room again. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that he was just about to push the door and enter when the door opened from inside. It was actually Wu Zhao who walked out from inside. He did not think that this room was actually grabbed by Wu Zhao first. And just as Wu Zhao was about to appear, White Light vanished with a swoosh. He actually hid inside the spatial spirit artifact already. When Wu Zhao saw Yi Yuan, he was also stunned. Right after, he said delightedly, "So, it's Martial Nephew Yi. You arrived a step late. I just found a 32 restriction spirit artifact inside. You don't need to go in anymore, haha." Wu Zhao suffered losses at Yi Yuan's hand repeatedly, but this time, he gained an edge over Yi Yuan. He immediately felt his spirit become refreshed. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate Elder Wu. Since this place has already been searched by Elder Wu, I'll go look elsewhere." Presumably, Wu Zhao would not leave him anything either. Entering again was naturally a wild goose chase. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the Heavenly Sky sect surely had their own method to retain treasures. It was just that he did not expose it earlier. Since everyone was relying on their own means anyway, whoever found it would belong to that person. Yi Yuan believed that with white light, this treasure-seeking expert, the things he found would naturally not be inferior to the Heavenly Sky sect. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left straight away. Wu Zhao saw that Yi Yuan had no reaction at all and unwittingly felt like his punch struck the air, incredibly depressed. Seeing Yi Yuan leave, Wu Zhao also left uninterestedly. But after Wu Zhao left, Yi Yuan's figure appeared at the entrance of this room again. Yi Yuan also thought that this room already had nothing much to search for. But after he had just left, white light appeared again, biting his pants as he dragged him over here. Could it be that this room still had some good stuff? But towards white light's judgment, Yi Yuan was still very confident. This room was rather like a utility room, piled full of all sorts of things inside messily. Sweeping a glance across, some places were already emptied out. Clearly, it was taken by Wu Zhao. White light took 3 steps as 2 steps and came to the corner shelf against the wall, holding a shiny black bead, and came in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out to receive the bead and involuntarily furrowed his brows slightly. This bead was too inconspicuous. At a glance, it was simply unranked. It was no wonder that Wu Zhao did not notice it at all. Yi Yuan could not refrain from playing with this black bead and tried inserting a trace of essence energy. But there was still no reaction at all. The unresigned Yi Yuan probed his divine sense inside again, but there was still no reaction at all. With this, Yi Yuan was completely bummed out. Presumably, the Eternal Splendor Palace person most likely tried all sorts of means after obtaining this bead as well, but was fruitless in the end. That was why it was cast aside like an old shoe. Otherwise, it would also not be placed in a remote corner like this. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he was also unable to tell what on earth this bead was, let alone other people. Could it be that white light made a mistake this time? This was just a very ordinary bead. Yi Yuan could not help looking over at white light and noticed that he was currently wagging his tail to claim credit. He involuntarily laughed and said, "I'm afraid that you misjudged this time." White light protested immediately when he heard that. He bounced up and down and bared his teeth, just short of roaring at Yi Yuan. Speaking of, it was strange, white light was already middle stage tier 2, but his physique actually did not change at all. He still looked like a kitten. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only put the black bead away in the spatial spirit artifact. But right at that instant, a wave of stabbing pain flooded Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. The golden characters gave off a blinding light, then that black bead vanished with a whoosh. Chapter 331, Underground Sudden Change. Chapter 331, Underground Sudden Change. Yi Yuan's divine sense fell into a trace briefly but recovered swiftly. He was secretly alarmed and quickly inspected his own sea of consciousness and could not help being taken aback. That black bead was currently suspended within his sea of consciousness quietly. And those golden characters were revolving around the black bead, appearing very serene. What kind of situation was this? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded for a moment. He had never encountered such a bizarre incident. What the hell was this black bead, to actually arouse the golden characters' covetous eyes? It was very clear that the golden characters forcefully snatched away the black bead from his hands just now. Looking at it now, this black bead was more than just special, it was simply a heaven-defying object. But when Yi Yuan checked his body over, he did not discover any sort of changes. He could not help heaving a sigh of relief but was also somewhat faintly disappointed. If this bead were really some heaven-defying item, it would be good to bring some changes to his body. Letting out a long sigh, Yi Yuan brought white light and exited the room. Different from the other people searching blindly, Yi Yuan had white light's help. Everything he found was top-tier treasures. After 2 hours, apart from the square cauldron, Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact gained many more things, large quantities of spirit medicine, over 20 sets of spirit artifacts, magic artifacts, as well as large quantities of essence crystals. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt like he became an overnight millionaire. White light brought him to an herb storehouse. Inside the herb storehouse were spirit medicines of every rank. Just the tier 4 medicinal herbs were over a dozen. But the most peculiar thing was that this second level actually had no danger whatsoever. Everybody returned to the gathering place perfectly all right, as if this second level was a place especially for people to seek treasures. Yi Yuan casually summoned the things in the storage ring. Only 2 or 3 spirit artifact and some medicinal herbs that he had no use of. When Wu Zhao saw the things Yi Yuan found, his face could not help showing an odd expression. Martial nephew Yi Yuan only found these. Yi Yuan sighed helplessly and said, yes. Luck wasn't very good. I didn't find anything good. The way I see it, there probably isn't anything good here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no danger at all here. Wu Zhao was actually very dejected too. The best thing he found was that 32 restrictions spirit artifact. He even showed off in front of Yi Yuan. But this did not seem quite right no matter how one looked at it. This mysterious sect was plainly very powerful. A 32 restriction spirit artifact should not be the best, right? Thinking up to here, Wu Zhao could not resist observing the restrictions compass secretly. But there was no reaction at all. That also meant that Yi Yuan did not cheat. It was really quite abnormal. He obviously did not know that the good stuff here were all lying inside Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact quietly. Tallying up the final count, 264 restriction spirit artifacts and 732 restriction spirit artifacts showed up. As for 8 restrictions and 16 restrictions, there was naturally plenty. Apart from this, the most that everyone found was still cultivation methods and martial techniques. Of course, that was because Yi Yuan did not take fancy to them. These were mostly tier 3 or 4 cultivation methods and martial techniques. They were simply pretty useless to Yi Yuan. The final thing was the issue of distribution. The Heavenly Sky Sect and Tranquil Cloud Sect, 2 sects possessed the greatest right to speak. After a round of intense discussion, the 264 restriction spirit artifact were split evenly by the 2 sections. As for the 32 restriction spirit artifacts, 4 to the Heavenly Sky Sect, and 3 to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Additionally, the Heavenly Sky Sect compensate the Tranquil Cloud Sect 4 pieces of 16 restriction spirit artifact. Among that included the restrictions compass. This was fought for by Yi Yuan. This restrictions compass was rather interesting. It seemed to be able to replicate inhibition array formations. This made Yi Yuan rather interested. As for the other spirit artifacts, they were divided up by the other 6 great sections. The Heavenly Sky Sect turned their noses up on these low-rank spirit artifacts, while the Tranquil Cloud Sect was also considered to have gained enormous benefits. They obviously would not haggle over this either. Those cultivation methods and martial techniques, the 8 great sects followed the ratio discussed beforehand. The Tranquil Cloud Sect also got to pick several tier 4 cultivation methods and martial techniques. So far, the Tranquil Cloud Sect could be said to be the greatest winner this Mystic Realm trip. They did not lose a single man, but obtained the most natural treasures and riches. Looking at the Heavenly Sky Sect, on the other hand, the lineup sent out this time was the strongest, but presently, only a mere 10 people were left. Although the 3 elders were all here, after they were extorted a sum by Yi Yuan, their gains probably did not even match the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Everything was distributed properly. A new problem appeared in front of everyone: where was the entrance to the 3rd level? There were still around 30 people left among the 8 sections. But these people all said that they did not see the entrance to the 3rd level after returning. Now that things came to this, everyone each had their own judgment in their hearts. This Eternal Splendor Palace should be a sect possessing tier 5 experts at its prime. But the things found by the 8 sects now were basically all tier 4 and below tier 4. Then, where did the tier 5 articles go? This was the key point. To the southern domain's 8 great sects, tier 5 was absolutely an enormous temptation. If they obtained a tier 5 cultivation method, their sect's strength would surely have a qualitative leap. One had to know that the Heavenly Sky sect's strongest expert at present was only at the 3rd level Soul Sea realm. Martial nephew Yi, I wonder if you have any way of entering the 3rd level. Wu Zhao was also at a loss as to what to do and could only ask Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan was also clueless at the moment and shook his head and said, no idea. Or perhaps, there isn't a 3rd level at all. Wu Zhao said, how is that possible? Tier 5 experts clearly existed in this Eternal Splendor Palace. And since we entered the Mystic Realm until now, all we saw were tier 4 stuff. What about tier 5 items then? Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's surprising about that? The Eternal Splendor Palace had clearly suffered a severe blow. Or maybe the Tier 5 items were plundered away by their foes. In truth, Yi Yuan was just saying. Even he himself did not believe it either. The first level and second level items were preserved very completely. That at least showed that this great hall did not suffer heavy losses. Then, the third level definitely existed. Except, where on earth was the entrance to the third level? Evidently, all the rooms in the second level were searched through by everyone, and they did not find any obvious entrance. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's heart suddenly gave birth to a hint of ominous premonition, as if there was some danger currently approaching. But when he surveyed his surroundings, he did not find anything dangerous. Yi Yuan could not help recalling the contents of that jade slip fragment. Could it be? But just as Yi Yuan was pondering, rumbling sounds suddenly came from beneath his feet. The entire Eternal Splendor Palace trembled at this very instant as if an earthquake was happening. Many people lost their footing and fell to the ground. Ouch, what is it? What happened? Such a violent earthquake, the mystic realm isn't collapsing, right? Touch wood. You crow's beak. Saying any more and your father will shred your mouth. For a moment, the 8 sect's disciples fell into a disorderly mess. Deep beneath the earth, a light flashed, and several silhouettes appeared. These people's looks were very rugged. Their attire was vastly different from Yi Yuan's company. Ha ha ha, it's been several thousand years. Our fierce-scale world finally descended upon the endless world again. A bushy-bearded burly fellow laughed wildly. Chapter 332, Fierce-Scale World Survivors. Chapter 332, Fierce-Scale World Survivors. Fierce-Scale World Survivor, Lin Chao, pays respect to your excellency. After that bushy-bearded burly man burst into wild laughter, a person came forward to salute. It was precisely Lin Chao. And how was the present Lin Chao some crystal formation realm martial artist? He was shockingly already a sea transformation realm expert. Turned out that when he was traveling together with the Tranquil Cloud sect, he had been concealing his strength all along. Even Yi Yuan surprisingly did not perceive it. That bushy-bearded burly man shot Lin Chao a glance and said in a booming voice, "Was this 6 Extreme Seals grand array broken by you?" Lin Chao replied respectfully, "Yes. Us survivors have been lying low in this endless world's southern domain for thousands of years and finally found the way to crack the formation and the location of the seal. Today, the fortune of cracking the formation is truly my Purple Mansion sect disciples' several thousand years long cherished wish." The bushy-bearded burly man chortled with laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, also considered that you guys have the heart. Back then, leaving you all in the endless world was the divine stroke of the previous generation's Wind Emperor. To think that it finally bore fruit today. You're called Lin Chao, right? Good, I've remembered you. I'll report your contributions to the higher-ups." Lin Chao was overjoyed as he said, "Lin Chao dare not claim credit for himself. My Purple Mansion sect all swallowed humiliation and shouldered heavy burdens to reside in the southern domain land just for today." The bushy-bearded burly man nodded and said, "All right, you don't need to say any more. I know well in my heart. Your strength is decent. It's just that such an appearance completely became this endless world's wuss-like look." Lin Chao smiled and said, "Didn't our fierce-scale world want to enter the endless world in order to become like this?" The bushy-bearded burly man was stunned, but then he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, what you said is correct. Oh, right, I'm called Lan Bao. These 3 are my clansmen, Lan Hu, Lan Feng, Lan Yun." Lin Chao clasped his hands and said with a salute, "I've seen the 3 lords." Lan Bao waved his hands and said, "No need to be so formal. Your strength is equal to theirs. Just address each other as brothers will do. This 6 Extreme Seals grand array is unbelievably powerful. Although you broke the formation's base from this side, only sea transformation realms can pass through right now. I've already informed the higher-ups. They will send people over very soon to continue cracking the grand array. Wanting to completely link the 2 worlds will probably still need half a year to a year's time. During this period, we have to guard this passageway well." Lin Chao nodded and said, "What Big Brother Lan said is right. Actually, the 6 Extreme Seals grand array is within a mystic realm in the endless world's southern domain. I snuck inside the team exploring the mystic realm and came together this time. As he spoke, Lin Chao briefly summarized the situation after entering the mystic realm to Lan Bao. Lan Bao was completely indifferent when he heard it and said, "Turns out it's a bunch of crystal formation realm little bastards. The few of us is enough. Brother Lin Chao, exterminate them together with the 4 of us brothers." Lin Chao said respectfully, "Yes." After a long while, the rocking Eternal Splendor Palace finally quietened down. But it was already in a big mess. The Eternal Splendor Palace had clearly been reinforced with array formations before. Although the swaying was extremely intense, it was not damaged at all. What on earth happened? Why did it shake so violently just now? Wu Zhao's words were directed at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head, but suddenly thought of something and his expression involuntarily changed drastically. His figure moved and came to a Purple Mansion sect disciple's side. Grabbing his collar, he asked, "Quickly say, where is Lin Chao?" That Purple Mansion sect disciple was first taken aback. Following that, he also had a sudden realization and said, "Senior apprentice brother Lin, why yes, where is senior apprentice brother Lin? When did senior apprentice brother Lin disappear?" Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and threw that Purple Mansion sect disciple onto the ground. He had been eyeing that disciple's eyes the entire time. If he lied, it definitely could not escape his eyes. That Purple Mansion sect disciple also did not know when Lin Chao disappeared or what he went to do. This was even stranger. The things that Lin Chao was going to do, even his fellow sect members were actually unaware. No wonder the first time he laid eyes on Lin Chao, he had a very strange feeling. Seemed like this fellow had a problem from the start. When Wu Zhao saw Yi Yuan lose his composure like so, he was also greatly startled. He came forward and asked, "Martial nephew Yi, what happened? Who is this Lin Chao?" With Wu Zhao's status, he obviously would not pay attention to a crystal formation realm martial artist. Lin Chao's disappearance made Yi Yuan's heart give rise to an intense uneasiness. He had a feeling that the earthquake earlier definitely had a link to Lin Chao. What in the world did he do? Yi Yuan briefly described Lin Chao's identity. In truth, he also did not know who on earth Lin Chao was. Looking at it now, Lin Chao most likely had some undisclosable identity. And his goal of entering the mystic realm was different from his group of people. When Wu Zhao heard Yi Yuan's words, he also could not figure it out and was somewhat uncertain. "We'd better leave this place quickly. I keep feeling like something is about to happen." At this time, Wu Zhao clearly also sensed trouble. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Already too late. I'm afraid that our exit is already blocked off." His words had yet to fade, only to see a flash of light. 5 silhouettes appeared in front of everybody. When the 8 sect's disciples saw these 5 people, they all felt an intensely oppressive feeling. The visual shock that Lan Bao and his 3 brothers' wild form gave everyone was too strong. When Wu Zhao saw Lan Bao, his eyes involuntarily became intent. 5th level C transformation realm. Wu Zhao sucked in a cold breath. A 5th level C transformation realm expert was simply not somebody that they could contend with. One Lan Bao could take care of all of them. But Yi Yuan's gaze stopped on Lin Chao's body and similarly felt a wave of inconceivability. Turns out, presently, that the 8th level crystal formation realm Lin Chao was actually already 3rd level C transformation realm. Lan Bao's group of 5. 1 5th level C transformation realm and 4 3rd level C transformation realm. How were they going to fight? Seeing such a lineup, everyone revealed despairing looks. "Brother Lin Chao, are these people the endless world people that explored the mystic realm together with you?" Lan Bao asked as if there was nobody else present. Lin Chao nodded and said, "That's right. 100 of us came on this trip. The majority of the sea transformation realm elders have already been smitten down by the heavenly thunder essence-locking grand array. Only these people are left." Lan Bao said with a disdainful face, "A bunch of ant-like existences. Are the endless world's people all this weak?" Lin Chao smiled and said, "How can the endless world's natives be our fierce-scale world's match? Back then, if not for the Grand Yen True sect sacrificing the entire sect's strength to seal the realm passageway, the endless world would have been our fierce-scale worlds long ago. How could they have the opportunity to wander these several thousand years freely?" Lan Bao guffawed when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, what brother Lin said is right. But before long, the endless world will be ours. At this time, a Purple Mansion sect disciple asked weakly, Lin. Are you senior apprentice brother Lin? Why you said something about fierce-scale world just now? What is happening here? Lin Chao looked at him and said with a smile, you probably don't know yet, right? Our Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons are all fierce-scale world survivors. Our mission for staying in the endless world is to open up the two worlds passageway to welcome the Wind Emperor's arrival. Junior apprentice brother Wang, you and I are fellow sect apprentices. If you pledge allegiance to my fierce-scale world now, I can give you a way out. Chapter 333, Battling Lin Chao. Chapter 333, Battling Lin Chao. Junior apprentice brother Wang clearly did not know what fierce-scale world was. But even if he was any dumber, he also knew that Lin Chao was not an endless world native currently. Hearing Lin Chao's words, junior apprentice brother Wang's face involuntarily became the color of dirt. For a moment, he did not know what he should do. But at the moment, Lin Chao's gaze landed on Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi, we meet again. This entire way, I'm really indebted to junior apprentice brother Ye's care. Lin Chao said with a smile. Everything that was happening right now seriously far exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Even if Yi Yuan calculated everything, it was also impossible to predict such a drastic change. During this trip, the greatest adversary from start to finish was the Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan's focus would naturally be placed on Wu Zhao. Yi Yuan obviously would not think that an 8th-level crystal formation realm could stir up such a large storm, let alone think that this mystic realm trip would actually involve the dispute between two worlds. At this very moment, Yi Yuan finally understood what the contents of that jade slip fragment meant. Invasion did not point to a powerful opponent in the endless world, but the invasion of the fierce-scale world. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun was born in the divine realm and grew up in the divine realm. Most of what he knew about the lower realms were understood from records. There were countless lower planes. Some worlds did not intersect with other worlds, while there were worlds with a realm passageway to other worlds. Once this passageway opened up, the two worlds would frequently have a fierce battle. There were even realms that would have a large-scale war erupt every few hundred years if things continued this way. Living in such a world was unfortunate, because they did not know when they would die. The origin of this sort of war was normally to plunder resources. But later on, it would become a mortal feud. Very clearly, the fierce-scale world attempted to invade the endless world several thousand years ago, but the passageway was sealed by the endless world. And now, this seal was broken by Lin Chao. The passageway opening up again could mean that the endless world would be plunged into an abyss of suffering from now on. Yi Yuan's current expression was not too good either. Lin Chao suffered quite a loss at his hands. Looking at it now, seemed like he was enduring it patiently. His goal was in order to infiltrate the Eternal Splendor Palace. Right now, Lin Chao had already completed his mission and even displayed his true strength. Using one's toes to think, and one would also know that he wanted to regain face. In truth, Yi Yuan knew that not a single person here could escape. It was just that Lin Chao was probably going to place heavy emphasis on him, right? If it was Lin Chao alone, then things could be settled. But that bushy-bearded burly man was simply not who Yi Yuan could presently match, even if he possessed 18 sword puppets currently. At this time, Yi Yuan was already spinning the gears in his head at full speed to think of a strategy to escape. He quietly entered heart-like still water state. Under heart-like still water state, his thoughts would become even calmer and more acute. Yi Yuan had no way of making himself maintain the heart-like still water state all the way. That would exhaust too much mental strength. But with the passing of time, Yi Yuan's cultivation in heart realm already advanced further. The time he spent in heart-like still water state now was already far longer compared to during the Danwu Academy's time. Senior apprentice brother Lin concealed so deeply. If senior apprentice brother Lin displayed your cultivation sooner, I also wouldn't dare to show off my inadequacy in front of you. However, talking up to here, Yi Yuan's gaze became sharp. Since you concealed your cultivation back then senior apprentice brother Pang's score, I've noted it down. Looking at it now, back then when Lin Chao lured the wolf pack over, it was clearly because he did not wish to expose his strength in front of his fellow sect members. No matter what objective Lin Chao wanted to achieve, since it was intentional and it harmed people close to him, then this was completely a different case. Lin Chao's scheming was deep. Presently, their side had the absolute overwhelming strength. Why would he take to heart Yuan's threat? What a coincidence. I also came to find junior apprentice brother Yi to settle scores, Lin Chao said with a chuckle. Yuan suddenly thought of something and put away his cold expression, changing into a smile and said, "Oh, right, I nearly forgot. Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin wants to take back the soul jade on me." But these words from Yuan were said to Lan Bao. Soul jade. Lan Bao had clearly also heard of the name soul jade before. Hearing Yuan mention it currently, he could not help showing a curious look. But Lin Chao was secretly alarmed and wished that he could tear Yuan into pieces immediately. This move from Yuan was too ruthless. To see transformation realm martial artists, soul jades were essentially an irresistible temptation. Even if Lan Bao did not know the function of soul jades, Yuan would likely say it out too. This was a blatantly open plot, an undisguised sowing of dissension. But Lin Chao was also somebody with an exceedingly sharp mind. The expression on his face did not change at all as he said to Lan Bao unperturbedly, "Prior to this, I was fortunate enough to acquire some soul jades. But along the way, the greater part of it was extorted by this brat. I was just planning on killing this brat to retrieve the soul jades to offer up to big brother Lan Bao." Although Lan Bao's strength was powerful, in terms of mind games, he clearly could not compare with Lin Chao. He involuntarily nodded and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Leaving such a priceless treasure like soul jade on a spirit condensation realm brat's body, isn't that a waste of God's good gift? Quickly kill him and be done with it." This Lan Bao evidently had a violent and tyrannical personality. He could not even be bothered to waste any breath on these people. Lin Chao sniggered coldly and looked at Yuan. Third level C transformation realm aura was suddenly released as he attacked Yuan. But what awaited him were sword puppets. 18 sword puppets appeared abruptly. Lin Chao instantly fell into the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Lin Chao was frightened by this scene at first and thought that Yuan unleashed some mighty move. After he saw that these sword puppets only had late-stage crystal formation realm strength, he involuntarily sneered coldly and said, "Paltry tricks." But he discovered very soon that he was too naive. These dense sword shadows forced him until he simply did not have the strength to counterattack. Lan Bao's aura locked onto Wu Zhao, Mei Zhen, and Elder Zhu, these 3 people the whole time. As long as the 3 of them dared to move, he would give a thunderbolt-like attack. In Lan Bao's opinion, Lin Chao, a 3rd level C transformation realm, dealing with an 8th level spirit condensation realm was definitely gave an instant kill as the conclusion. Who knew that Lin Chao was actually blocked by a bunch of late-stage crystal formation realm puppets? Did brother Lin Chao stay too long in the endless world and your combat strength fell until you can't even beat a group of crystal formation realm puppets? Lan Bao said with slight displeasure. Fear-scale world martial artists all revered their own personal strength and completely did not understand profound things like array formations. Hence, he totally could not see through the actual situation with these sword puppets. Lin Chao was crying bitterness in his heart. There was simply no way of talking reason with this boorish fellow. Even a fool could tell that these puppets were extraordinary. "Are you poking fun at me? Big brother Lan Bao, these puppets are controlled by Yuan using an abstruse array formation. It's very powerful. I can't handle it alone," Lin Chao said while dealing with the sword puppets. Although he really did not wish to admit it, he truly could not take down these sword puppets within a short period of time. Even if this was not Yuan's true combat strength, Lin Chao still felt very disgraced to ask Lan Bao for help. He originally even thought about showing a good performance. Who knew that he lifted up a stone to smash his own feet? Chapter 334. Chapter 334, Forcefully Withstanding 4 Mighty Sea Transformation Realms. Lan Bao's impression of Lin Chao was originally pretty good. After all, to the fear-scale world, he performed an outstanding service. But now, Lan Bao's disdain towards Lin Chao came from the bottom of his heart. The fear-scale world's martial era was extremely prosperous. Martial artists all had extremely strong faith in their own combat strength. Lin Chao, a sea transformation realm, actually asked him for help to deal with a spirit condensation realm. The way Lan Bao saw it, Lin Chao had stayed too long in the endless world and already lost the pride that a fierce-scale world martial artist should have. But Lan Bao also knew the severity of the matter and said to Lan Yun at the side, "Lan Yun, you go and test out what amazing aspects these lousy puppets have." Lan Yun nodded and said, "Yes, big brother." Mei Jin saw these boorish men going to join the fight, and in a panic, he wanted to make a move. Lan Bao snorted coldly and said, "Whoever dares to move will be the first to die." The words were brief, but the deterrent was impactful. That powerful aura from Lan Bao crushed the three people until they were completely out of breath. Mei Jin also knew that once this Lan Bao attacked, it would surely be earth-shattering. He would certainly not be a match. But Yi Yuan was fighting too alone now. Could it be that he had to fold his arms and look on just like that? For a moment, Mei Jin's inner heart incomparably anguished. Lending a hand, he most likely would not even have the chance to make a move. Not lifting a finger, this ridge in his heart could not be cleared no matter what. "Calm down, Elder Mei. I can still hang on." Just then, Yi Yuan's voice transmission arrived. Not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mei Jin's anxious mood immediately calmed down. Lan Yun's aura was the weakest among the four people, only the likes of early-stage third-level C transformation realm. He came in front of the formation and released his aura. The faces of the 8 sex people all changed. Is this really the aura released by a third-level C transformation realm? Zhao Yuyang exclaimed in shock. Elder Zhu's face was solemn as he said, "I feel that. I'm not his match. This person called Lan Yun is definitely someone who is a veteran in battle. His true combat strength is extremely strong." Seeing this scene, Mei Jin's heart that had just calmed down surged great waves again. Lan Yun did not hesitate, charging into the formation directly. Lan Yun's aura billowed, a set of fist technique struck until it was impermeable. For a moment, clanking sounds could be heard without end. Lan Yun actually forcefully clashed with those myriad sword shadows with a pair of iron fists. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. This Lan Yun's strength was truly powerful to the extreme. Wu Zhao and Mei Jin had all fallen into the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation before and was deeply aware of the prowess of this set of array formations. Just those sword shadows that might come out of nowhere at any time was enough to drive people insane. But this Lan Yun could react right away no matter which direction the long sword came from in the array formation and perform an accurate response. This was completely the instinct of fighting. Lan Yun's actions totally did not need to be processed through his head, and his fist would arrive already. Such formidable fighting instinct made everyone draw a cold breath. Even Wu Zhao was also measuring himself with Lan Yun's strength. His realm was that tiny bit higher than Lan Yun. But if they really faced off, he might not be able to gain an advantage. Nobody noticed that among these endless world folks, there was someone looking at Lan Yun inside the array formation with sparkling eyes as if he was absorbed in thought. Lan Yun's fist art had an extremely strong personal style. Although he had not formed true intent yet, he was already not far from it. Ti Wujio's eyes were fixated dead at Lan Yun's fists. A hint of comprehension was gradually born in his heart. This Lan Yun is so strong. Yi Yuan. Can he hold on while fighting two alone? Tian Yu could not help worrying. No idea. But at present, I'm also at my wit's end, Mei Jin said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan, you definitely have to hang on. You must stay strong. Tian Yu gritted his teeth and said. Ever since his divine soul reached the perfection of alchemy master, although Yi Yuan's soul force did not increase much, his endurance soared tremendously. Presently, facing the 2 third-level C transformation realms within the array formation, while it was somewhat taxing on Yi Yuan, it was still far from his limits. Lan Yun's strength also amazed Yi Yuan quite a bit. But this fellow was clearly a moron who knew nothing about array formations. After he entered the array formation, he was of completely no help at all to Lin Chao. The two of them were fighting their own battles. If Lan Yun understood array formation slightly and joined hands with Lin Chao to break the formation, the pressure on Yi Yuan would immediately be much greater. Facing the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, there was basically only breaking the formation using strength this sole path. Though there were 2 people inside the array formation now, they were fighting separately and were unable to focus their attacks. The threat to Yi Yuan naturally also reduced quite a bit. But at this time, Lan Bao finally perceived that something was not quite right. He was very clear about Lan Yun's combat strength. While his strength among the four brothers was the weakest, facing these few guys opposite should not pose an issue. But even so, after Lan Yun entered the puppet formation, he actually did not even stir up a single wave. In a twinkle of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, but the puppets were still as stable as Mount Tai. That 8th level spirit condensation realm brat actually did not show the slightest hint of being defeated. Lan Bao's face fell. He said to Lan Hu and Lan Feng, "You two go as well. I don't believe that a puny little 8th level spirit condensation realm can overturn the heavens." Once Lan Bao's words came out, Mei Zhen and the rest were greatly startled. "You people. You're too shameless. Foresee transformation realms fighting a spirit condensation realm, do you guys still have shame?" Mei Zhen said in a great rage. Lan Bao grinned and said, "What? Are you very unresigned?" Mei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "So what if I'm unresigned?" Lan Bao turned to Lan Hu and Lan Feng and signaled with his eyes to make them attack faster. Mei Zhen was very anxious and wanted to stop them. Suddenly, there was a blur in front of his eyes which involuntarily gave him a great shock. He hurriedly retreated. But that figure was even faster than him. Too slow. Lan Bao's words sounded beside Mei Zhen's ears like a nightmare. Then, he did not know anything anymore. Lan Bao lightly tapped Mei Zhen's body. Mei Zhen's vision went dark, and he collapsed gently on the ground. Elder Mei. Elder Mei. When the tranquil cloud sect disciples saw that Mei Zhen was subdued by Lan Bao in one move, they could not help being terrified, their faces turned pale as they all cried out in alarm. Lan Bao grinned and said, "Relax, he isn't dead yet. You all don't move. If you move again, my temper isn't going to be so good anymore." Mo Yuntian and the rest felt indignant but did not dare to speak out. Lan Bao was seriously too powerful. When Mei Zhen saw that scene earlier, he felt he was about to suffocate. It was true that he was stronger than Mei Zhen, but it was not possible to be way more powerful. Since Lan Bao could defeat Mei Zhen in a single move, dealing with him naturally would not take too much work either. Although the 5th level C transformation realm was much stronger than the 3rd level C transformation realm, it was not to such an extent that Mei Zhen did not even have the chance to retaliate, right? Could all these fierce-scale world martial artists be this strong? At this moment, Wu Zhao and the rest revealed thick fear in their eyes and could not give rise to any hint of resisting in their hearts anymore. When Lan Bao saw such a situation, he was very pleased. The effect he wanted was achieved. And right then, Lan Hu and Lan Feng, these two 3rd level C transformation realm experts had also already joined in the fight. Chapter 335, Unmatched Scheming. Chapter 335, Unmatched Scheming. "Miss, quickly make a move. If it continues like this, Mr. Yu won't be able to hold out much longer." Yen watched Yi Yuan battle 4 C transformation realm powerhouses with his own strength and could not help becoming very anxious. But Lier shook her head and said, "Mr. Yi should have his own plans. We'd better not make a move rashly. Otherwise, he will be unhappy. But there's still a 5th level C transformation realm glaring with hostility. It's not possible for Yi Yuan to be lucky this time, right?" Yen'er asked. "That might not be so. Let's watch first then say. Just a measly little 5th level C transformation realm. He can't stir much of a wave. If he really can't, it won't be too late for us to make a move then," Lier said. Lan Bao was obviously unaware that the mantis stalks the cicada, being unaware of the oriole behind. But his present expression was not too good either. After Lan Hu and Lan Feng, the two of them, entered the battlefield, they still could not break the stalemate. An 8th level spirit condensation realm brat actually fought to a draw with 4 3rd level C transformation realm by controlling a group of late-stage crystal formation realm puppets. If the endless world were all as strong as this boy, then what the heck did the fierce-scale world still had to fight for? At this time, Lan Bao obviously would not really be dumb enough to think that Lin Chao's strength was lacking. This brat was bizarre. Having been through these few rounds of great battles, Yi Yuan's operation of the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation also became even more proficient. When Yi Yuan himself was inside the array formation, the sword puppets were just lifeless objects which would not modify the array formation according to the opponent's variation. But now that Yi Yuan was manipulating the array formation, it was completely different. Lin Chao still had slight knowledge in array formations, but the Lan clan three brothers were completely ignorant. Hence, Yi Yuan mobilized the sword puppets to separate Lin Chao and the three of them completely and not let them have any chance to converge. As long as they could not come together, they would not be able to cause lethal damage to the sword puppets. The array formation would also naturally not be broken so easily. In a twinkle, another 100 rounds passed. But Yi Yuan still had yet to show the slightest hint of being overpowered. The people from the endless world who were watching had shock written all over their faces. The Tranquil Cloud sect really picked up a treasure, to actually groom such a monstrous youth. If Yi Yuan doesn't die, the rise of the Tranquil Cloud sect will be in the near future. Yeah. If I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I simply dare not believe that this is real. He's only at the spirit condensation realm. After he reaches crystal formation realm or sea transformation realm, how horrifying would he become? What rise is there? No eggs can remain unbroken if the nest is overturned. This fear-scale world is going to attack soon. The sect masters are most likely still unaware of this matter. Furthermore, will Yi Yuan be lucky today? Sigh. It's too bad for this unparalleled genius, another person said. That person involuntarily shot a glance at Lan Bao, the despair in his heart welled up once again. This man was extremely powerful until it made people unable to give rise to the thought of resisting. And at the moment, Lan Bao's eyes were staring at Yi Yuan like a cheetah. That unconcerned and leisurely feel was already gone. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance finally made Lan Bao take him seriously. A peerless genius like this, once he let him mature, there would be countless fear-scale world martial artists who would die in his hands. Therefore, Lan Bao's figure moved, vanishing instantly from where he stood. When he appeared again in the next instant, he already arrived beside Yi Yuan. Everyone watched this scene in terror. Especially the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Their eyes unwittingly revealed despair. Careful, Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples cried out. But their cries were not as fast as Lan Bao's action. That deadly palm of his had already landed like lightning. Everything seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. Ah. No. Yenna covered her eyes in pain and could not bear to look at this scene. But Leah's pretty eyes flickered by the side. She still did not have any intention of making a move. An ugly sneer flashed across the corner of Lan Bao's mouth. This sort of thing, like destroying geniuses, made people feel the greatest satisfaction. Especially a monstrous unrivaled genius like this. Clang. A dull colliding sound undulated out across the second level, vibrating everybody's eardrums until it hurt. Under everyone's disbelieving eyes, Yi Yuan's figure flew out like a cannonball. And in his arms, he was hugging a large square cauldron. Yi Yuan did not die. Facing imminent danger, Yi Yuan actually released the square cauldron and defended against Lan Bao's certain kill palm move. At the same time, Yi Yuan even put away all of the sword puppets inside his storage ring. Very clearly, he had calculated that scene earlier long ago. Hence, he was ready long ago. Keeping the sword puppets and pulling out the square cauldrons were actions done in just a blink of an eye. Therefore, Yi Yuan escaped this calamity. Wu Zhao watched this scene dumbfoundedly and dare not believe that this was real. Even he could not quite follow Lan Bao's actions earlier. Yi Yuan actually carried out a perfect defense. Goodbye. Don't bother to see me out. In midair, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out leisurely. Yi Yuan's inverted flight speed was extremely quick. But he was evidently well prepared. Putting away the square cauldron in midair, just as he was about to collide into a wall, he lightly tapped with the tip of his feet and turned toward a passageway. His figure disappeared. Lan Bao did not chase after right away. He placed his palm behind his back. If there were people standing behind him right now, they would notice that his palm was currently trembling faintly. Very clearly, he himself also suffered a tremendously powerful recoil from that palm just now. Tier 5 Profound Artifact. Lan Bao clenched his teeth and enunciated each word. His face was currently livid with rage. It was apparent that he still could not quite accept the truth. A spirit condensation realm brat actually escaped from his hands. Big brother, what now? Lan Hu asked. Take care of these people first. The passageways here are all sealed off by us. He can't escape. Lan Bao said. Hearing Lan Bao's words, the people from the 8 sects all turned ashen. Lan Bao came in front of everybody and said in a solemn voice, I'm very angry right now. So, all of you have to die. Hold your horses. Lin Chao suddenly said. Lan Bao frowned and said, What? Big brother Lan Bao, weren't you planning to turn into them slaves and send them to the fierce scale world previously? In my opinion, it's best not to kill them. Yi Yuan, that brat is extremely cunning. These are all his fellow disciples. Just in case we can't find Yi Yuan, we can use them to force Yi Yuan to show himself. Lin Chao said. Lan Bao pondered for a moment and nodded his head as he said, What you said makes sense. Do as you say then. Although it was just a brief single exchange, Lan Bao could deeply sense Yi Yuan's boldness and cautiousness. But when Mo Yuntian heard that, his face spontaneously became ashen. That bit of joy from Yi Yuan escaping instantly vanished into thin air. Want to take us as hostages? Dream on. Mo Yuntian cried out and was about to commit suicide. But Lan Bao said coldly, Want to die? Have you asked me? He just casually tapped, but was even faster than Mo Yuntian's own actions. Then, Mo Yuntian collapsed softly like Mei Zhen. Lin Chao, seal off their dantians and escort them back to the fierce scale world. Lan Bao said coldly. Following that, he came in front of Wu Zhao and the rest again, saying, It's your turn now. You people can choose to die, or become slaves. Chapter 336, To Catch a Turtle in a Jar. Chapter 336, To Catch a Turtle in a Jar. Actually, the instant Lan Bao and company appeared, Yi Yuan was already racking his brains on how to escape. After he saw Lan Bao's strength, he knew that wanting to bring everyone away was already something impossible. Yi Yuan was not a foolish person, being fully aware that he was outmatched. If he went on, it would be a certain death. That was not bravery, but stupidity. Staying behind to die together with Mei Zhen and the rest was the most stupid choice. Furthermore, if even he was sent inside too, then it would really be hopeless. As long as he, Yi Yuan, did not die, there would always be a chance to rescue everybody. Hence, from that time, Yi Yuan already made preparations to escape alone. Yi Yuan had made the decision long ago. If Mei Zhen, Mo Yuntian, or the rest suffered anything untoward, he would definitely bury the entire fierce scale world with them someday. This might perhaps be as hard as ascending to the heaven to others, but to Yi Yuan, it was not far off. Yi Yuan did not say any threatening words before leaving because him threatening at this time was overly feeble. Other than infuriating Lan Bao, it served no other use. Yi Yuan scuttled along. The entire second level's rooms and passageways appeared clearly inside his mind. There was only one exit in the second level. Then where was his path to survival? There was only one life road, which was the third level. From the beginning, Yi Yuan had never thought about leaving through the exit on the first level. After Lan Bao came up, Yi Yuan quietly entered heart-like still water realm. He wanted to find the third level's entrance. Hence, Yi Yuan recalled the entire process of seeking treasure in the second level desperately. Finally, he discovered a clue. The second level had many big and small rooms. Naturally, there were also big and small aisles. When Yi Yuan mapped out all the roads he walked through in his mind clearly, he unwittingly came to a sudden realization. The setup of the second level was essentially an array formation. This array formation was not some entrapping formation or killing formation, but it was an array formation set up in order to conceal the third level's entrance. Starting from the entrance, if one did not know array formations, no matter where the person walked, he would never find the third level's entrance. Want to find the entrance leading to the third level? The only way was to crack this array formation in order to find the correct route. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan also could not help sighing emotionally at the ingenious mind of the person who designed this Eternal Splendor Palace. And this Eternal Splendor Palace was a legacy that Lu Linfeng left behind. Using this sort of method to conceal the third level's entrance also matched with the theme. It was just that there was no obstruction whatsoever entering the second level. Everybody entering the array formation was also equivalent to placing themselves inside the game. As the saying went, those closely involved could not see clearly. That was not said for fun. It was an exceedingly difficult matter for a person inside the game to want to see through the puzzle. Even for a Tier 9 array master like Yuan, when he did not enter heart-like Stillwater realm, he was also completely clueless. Or maybe, the designer of this Eternal Splendor Palace was Lu Linfeng himself. Starting from then, Yuan started to plan his escape. Yuan did not run away immediately, because he simply could not escape. Lan Bao's movement techniques were definitely much quicker than him. Provoking Lin Chao to confront him, then luring the other three to attack, but the final goal was to bait Lan Bao to come and attack him. This was Yuan's method to force himself to his wit's end, leaving no room for escape so that he would fight out of desperation and win. It was also a solution that was not a solution. When Lan Bao attacked, Yuan was still inside heart-like Stillwater heart realm and could barely keep up with his movements. Hence, he released the square cauldron to forcefully withstand Lan Bao's strike and to borrow the recoil strength of this blow from him to escape swiftly. The square cauldron was a profound artifact. Even if Lan Bao's attack was stronger, it would also be hard to shake it in the slightest. Even the escape route was also planned out by Yuan long ago. That strike from Lan Bao did not deviate, sending Yuan exactly to his planned route leading to the entrance of the third level. And because of the backlash, it would definitely hinder Lan Bao's speed of pursuit. In addition, he was wary of Wu Zhao and the rest and might not choose to chase after right away. All of this and everything was all within Yuan's calculations. He succeeded. Yuan's movements were extremely swift. He mustered up all the essence energy within his body and did not dare to rest at all. He was afraid of Lan Bao and Co chasing after. With his present strength, he was completely not Lan Bao's match. Soon, almost there. Still a bit more left. Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood surged to his chest but was forcefully suppressed by him. Lan Bao palm was no joke. That palm shocked his own hands until it went numb. One could imagine just how great the power was. Even if there was the square cauldron blocking in the middle neutralizing much of the force, that impact force still caused severe injuries to Yuan. In truth, when he received that palm, Yuan's internal organs already suffered serious wounds. His viscera felt terrible as they had shifted positions. But Yuan had no time to be in pain. He had to escape at the first moment. Therefore, he forcefully persevered all the way until now. The current Yuan was relying completely on his last trace of willpower to forcefully hang on. However, mustering essence energy with full force aggravated Yuan's injuries even further. His consciousness had already become increasingly blurry. Yuan already cracked the array formation in his mind previously and figured out the route. But walking toward it at this time felt so distant away. He did not have the opportunity to retry once more nor the time to fall unconscious. He must find the entrance to enter the third level. Finally, Yuan saw a light pillar ahead. That was the third level's entrance. But the present Yuan had already reached his limits. Is this as far as I go? Yuan desperately wanted to move his feet, but they become increasingly heavier. The several dozen feet distance was a short distance away, yet poles apart. PHHSST. Yuan's injuries finally could not be suppressed anymore and erupted. Fresh blood wetted the clothing in front of his chest. The landscape before Yuan became increasingly fuzzier. He reached out, desperately wanting to be able to reach the light pillar ahead. But he collapsed in the end. In a trance, Yuan saw a strikingly beautiful woman appeared out of the void and reach out a pair of elegant arms to support him. A wave of fragrance hit his nose. Then he was out cold. Lear sighed lightly and said, "You have done enough already." Roughly an hour later, Wu Zhao and the rest had their dantians sealed, restricting their essence energy. And at this time, many more people appeared from the underground passageway again. These people were mostly Crystal Formation realm martial artists. Lan Bao passed the 8 sect captives to them and let Lan Yun lead the escort to send them into the Fear-Scale world. Once Lan Yun left, Lan Bao said in a grave voice, "Lan Hu, Lan Feng, you guys bring people to guard the entrance area. If Yuan shows up, kill him on the spot." "Yes." Lan Hu and Lan Feng received the orders and blocked off the entrance completely. Lin Chao, you follow me together with others to ransack this second level completely. I want to see where that brat can hide. Lan Bao said. Since Yi Yuan fled, Lan Bao's heart had been raging the whole time. If not because the passageway matter was important, he would have long brought people to seek Yi Yuan out. Now, everything was settled. He was going to catch a turtle in a jar. Chapter 337, Grand Yen Space. Chapter 337, Grand Yen Space. Lan Bao brought his subordinates and launched a large manhunt. But after half a day passed, there was nothing. The irate Lan Bao slapped a palm on the wall. The wall was fine, but his hand vibrated until it tingled. The whole Eternal Splendor Palace had been reinforced with array formations before. It was incomparably sturdy. How could a sea transformation realm damage it with one palm? Lan Bao did not wish to lose face in front of his subordinates. He held back the pain and said furiously, "Where on earth did that brat hide to?" Finished talking, he turned to look at Lin Chao. Lin Chao smiled bitterly. How would he know where Yi Yuan went? The second level was only so big. Places that should be searched had been searched. One could really say that they dug 3 feet underground but did not even catch a shadow. They completely did not find another exit in the second level. Could it be that he could fly up to the skies? Lin Chao suddenly thought of something and said, could it be that he went up the third level? Lan Bao's face also changed as he asked, the third level? Where's the entrance? Lin Chao shook his head and said, I don't know. We've already searched all the places here. We even scoured the corners of every room. We totally did not find the entrance. With their knowledge, it was simply impossible to think that this second level itself was a large formation. Hence, they remained at a loss as to where the hell the third level's entrance was. Just like this, another half a day passed. Lan Bao finally gave up. The passageway had just opened up. There were too many things to be done. Lan Bao also could not possibly place all of his energy here constantly. But he did not give up, leaving Lan Feng behind to guard the exit. Miss, why did you not bring Mr. Yi away but send him into the third level instead? Yen'er asked, being somewhat puzzled. This place is the Tao teachings that the Grand Yen Divine King left behind. Even I'm unable to pry into any secrets in the third level. Perhaps this might be a fortuitous encounter for Mr. Yi, Lier said. So that's the case. But Mr. Yi really took every conceivable possibility into account and found a feeble thread of life in the middle of a hopeless situation. This second level is actually a large formation. We didn't discover it before this, but not only did Mr. Yi notice it, he even found the entrance to the third level. Truly remarkable. But sadly, he lacked just a tiny bit in the end. If he didn't encounter Miss, he'd probably. Lier smiled beautifully and said, maybe it's already foreordained by unseen forces for me to help him cross this tiny bit. This thing called fate, who can say it clearly? One can only say that Mr. Yi was fated not to die. Yen'er's eyes swirled around, and she asked with a slightly mischievous smile, Miss, then do you think it's fate that guided the two of you to come together? Lier was secretly surprised but shook her head repeatedly and said, you lass, keep spouting nonsense. Quickly follow those people. Otherwise, we'll lose them. As she spoke, Lier ignored Yen'er and left first. Yen'er giggled and also followed. Turned out that the two of them, master and servant, actually followed the escorting team into the fierce Gale world. Not knowingly how long had passed, Yi Yuan's consciousness finally started to recover gradually. He struggled to open both eyes, but what he saw was a simple yet elegant study room. This. What place is this? I didn't die again, right? Yi Yuan moved his dry lips and muttered to himself. Young man, you aren't dead yet. Right then, an elderly voice was heard. Yi Yuan recovered some strength and struggled to sit up. He discovered an elderly person currently sitting at the desk leafing through books. Except, his body was transparent. He was actually the same as Lu Yen, a soul body. Yi Yuan shook his head hard and tried his best to recall what happened previously. When he finally remembered what happened, he could not help exclaiming in surprise, Old man, could this be the Eternal Splendor Palace's third level? The old man ceased his actions of thumbing through books and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "That's right. This place is indeed the Eternal Splendor Palace's third level. Its name is Grand Yen Space." Hearing Grand Yen Space, these three words, Yi Yuan nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood again. Lu Linfeng, this fellow, he really. Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression was odd, the old man was also rather perplexed. This reaction was not quite right, yeah. A spirit condensation realm brat actually had no reaction at all seeing such a profound and mysterious place. "Senior, forgive Junior for being unable to get up to salute," Yi Yuan said. "It's fine. May I ask, Senior, did you save me?" Yi Yuan asked rather uncertainly. "Indeed," the old man shook his head and said, "I believe you can tell as well, I'm just a soul body. I can't walk out of the Grand Yen Space. Only by entering yourself can you see me." Yi Yuan could not help ruminating when he heard this. A lithe and graceful image surfaced in his mind. Was it possible that that was not a hallucination? I clearly remember that before losing consciousness, there was still several dozen feet distance away from that light pillar. But why did I already enter the third level after waking up? But who was that girl? Why did she save me? Yi Yuan tried to recall with all his might, wanting to remember that face he saw before fainting. But no matter how he recalled, it was a very fuzzy face. But even if it was hazy, Yi Yuan could also tell from the outline that that was absolutely a kingdom-toppling beautiful face. Yi Yuan unwittingly remembered what happened when Yu Feng ambushed. Could it be that the one who made a move back then was this woman? But when he did know a major power like this? Yi Yuan thought for a long time and also could not figure out the reason why. No matter what, it was naturally a good thing that the woman saved him. Yi Yuan secretly remembered that blurry profile. The next time he met her, he definitely had to thank her properly. The old man saw that Yi Yuan was absorbed in his thoughts and did not interrupt him either. He just observed this young man quietly by the side. He noticed that Yi Yuan did not have the average young person's rashness and had prudence unsuited with his age. Although his realm was not high, for his age, he was already a talented genius. After Yi Yuan recovered, he hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, Senior. I was lost in thought just now." The old man smiled kindly and said, "It doesn't matter. I've already been inside this Grand Yen Space for several thousand years already and have long polished my edges and corners. Why would I mind this sort of minor thing?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Senior. Talking like this is overly rude. Junior will consume some medicinal pills first to recover a bit of strength before talking with Senior properly. Please excuse me, Senior." Finished talking, Yi Yuan fished out a medicinal pill from his storage ring to consume and began refining the medicinal strength. When that old man saw that medicinal pill, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Although the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan took was only tier 3, its quality was exceedingly high. Furthermore, with his experience and knowledge, he actually could not tell the origin of the medicinal pill. One had to know that the Grand Yen True Sect was the Endless World's strongest sect back then, not one of them. The Grand Yen True Sect had alchemy sovereign existences. What Endless World's tier 3 medicinal pills had he not seen before? Yet, he had not seen before the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan consumed. Then, something that made him even more flabbergasted and tongue-tied happened. Chapter 338, The Two-World Secret. Chapter 338, The Two-World Secret. Under the old man's perception, Yi Yuan's aura was rapidly recovering. After an hour, Yi Yuan's injuries were basically already under control. Seeing Yi Yuan's complexion go from pale white to rosy, the old man's eyes were glued to him. He had lived for several thousand years and had yet to see such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Yi Yuan woke up to the old man's expression and could not help asking, "Senior, what's wrong with you?" "Ah. Oh, what medicinal pill did you consume earlier? To actually have such miraculous effects? Your injuries were very severe. Although you had already taken medicinal pills to treat internal injuries, it's hard to recover without a month of quiet rest. But you actually recovered in an hour," the old man exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's Azure Profound Heart Nourishing Pill. It has some effects in treating internal injuries. My master imparted me the pill formula. Azure Profound Heart Nourishing Pill. The old man searched his brain for a moment but apparently did not find the relevant content. In order to prevent this old man from thinking too much, Yuan changed the topic and said, "How should I address Senior?" Only then did the old man return to the present and hurriedly said, "This old man is Wei Xiao. You can call me Old Wei." Yuan went forward to greet, saying, "Junior has seen Old Wei. Is Old Wei somebody from the Grand Yen True sect?" Wei Xiao nodded happily and said, "That's right. You actually know the Grand Yen True sect's name. Could it be that my Grand Yen True sect's name is still circulating in the world?" Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Actually, I heard this name from the mouth of a fierce-scale world's martial artist." Wei Xiao's smile instantly froze on his face. He said in bewilderment, "What are you talking about? The passageway between the fierce-scale world and endless world has already been sealed off by my sect's 6 extreme seals grand array. How can you possibly have met a fierce-scale world's martial artist?" Yuan recounted the events in the mystic realm for Wei Xiao to hear. Wei Xiao was silent for a long time after listening to it. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "My Grand Yen True sect sealed off the realm passageway by sacrificing the entire sect as the price, but to think that it eventually fell short of success one day." Finished talking. Wei Xiao's tears already covered his old face. Yuan thought to himself that it was indeed like so. But he asked curiously, "May I ask just what in the world happened back then, Old Wei? Why did the Grand Yen True sect sacrifice the entire sect to seal off the passageway?" Wei Xiao sighed faintly, his eyes revealing a reminiscing look as he said pensively, "Recalling back then, when my Grand Yen True sect was flourishing in its heyday, we awed the entire endless world using the array formations path. Our limelight knew no equal. But the weather can change abruptly. Turned out that roughly 4,000 years ago, the endless world and fierce-scale world, these two worlds suddenly converged together and formed a spatial passageway. Ever since then, the fierce-scale world launched a large-scale invasion from the spatial passageway. Different from the endless world's comfortable living conditions, the reason why the fierce-scale world was named fierce-scale was because over there, piercingly cold gales blew all year around, 4 seasons a year. Harsh living conditions as well as scarce cultivation resources made each martial artist who matured very powerful. Some inklings about this point could also be somewhat seen from the Lan clan brothers. The endless world had rich resources, and the living conditions were very mild. How could the fierce-scale world let this chance pass by? Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, "Fierce-scale world martial artists are indeed powerful. In the same realm, endless world martial artists will most likely find it hard to contend with them." Yuan's judgment was exceedingly high and had long seen through the differences between the Lan clan brothers and the endless world martial artists. But Wei Xiao said scornfully, "It's true that fierce-scale world martial artists are strong, but our endless world's resources are abundant. The overall strength of our martial artists is not weaker than theirs. Furthermore, when our Grand Yen True sect was at its prime back then, exterminating the other side's divine traversing realm powerhouses was a cinch." Yuan did not refute. Lu Linfeng, that fellow's character was somewhat wretchedly miserly, but he truly had the capabilities. The Tao teachings that he left behind was bound to be unbelievably powerful. Furthermore, calculating the time, Lu Linfeng should not have ascended for a long time back then. At most several hundred to 1,000 years. Wei Xiao saying that they were at their prime was naturally within reason. Then that was odd. With the foundations that Lu Linfeng left behind, the Grand Yen True sect should not go so far as to sacrifice the entire sect to seal off the passageway. Unless... Yuan's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Is it possible that the fierce-scale world is actually a high-order small world?" This time, it was Wei Xiao's turn to be perplexed. "Looks like you know quite a bit. To actually even know about high-order small worlds." "That's right, my Grand Yen True sect only came to know later that the fierce-scale world's realm lord is actually a boundless realm powerhouse known as Wind Emperor. If we allow the war to continue developing freely, the aftermath would be too ghastly to contemplate. Putting aside the divine realm, there were countless lower realm small worlds. And they were split according to the small world's degree of essence energy limitation, dividing into high order, middle order, and low order, these 3 levels. The limit that high-order small worlds could withstand was Tier 6, Boundless Realm, while the limit for middle-order small worlds was at Tier 5, Divine Traversing Realm. Theoretically speaking, when martial artists surpassed this world's essence energy limitations, they could shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Only then did Yi Yuan saw the light. He mumbled, "So that's how it is." Wei Xiao said with mixed feelings, "My Grandian true sect reigned above the endless world's sects and enjoyed innumerable resources. Naturally, we also have to take on responsibilities. Hence, the sect master made an extremely tough decision. All 6 of the sect's formation sovereign powerhouses cast the Tier 6 Grand Array, 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array, by sacrificing their divine souls as the price, and moved the entire sect to the sealing area using a great arcane magic to hold down the seal." Listening to Wei Xiao finish speaking, Yi Yuan also felt great respect. Sacrificing oneself to achieve a righteous cause. Speaking of such things was easy, but when it really came down to their turn, it would require immense resolution. Let alone back then, the ones sacrificing themselves were not just the sect master alone, but all of the sovereign-level powerhouses in the Grandian true sect. Lu Linfeng's character had always been held in contempt by Yi Yuan. But his disciples and followers left Yi Yuan no choice but to hold great esteem for them. Not everyone could shoulder such a responsibility. It was precisely because of the Grandian true sect's sacrifice that exchanged for these several millennia of peace for the endless world. Tier 6 Grand Array was a grand formation that surpassed the limitations of the endless world. Divine traversing realm experts naturally had to pay a price if they wanted to cross this limit. And the price was their lives. Yi Yuan got up and bowed deeply towards Wei Xiao, saying, "Senior and the rest's actions fill people with deep veneration. Please accept this bow from Junior." As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan's soul was not an endless world's native. But he rebirthed in Yi Yuan's body currently, so he naturally counted as a person from the endless world too. Even so, Wei Xiao was not worthy of a bow from Yi Yuan anyway. This bow from Yi Yuan was done on behalf of Yi Hang and Ren Hongling. Without the Grandian true sect's sacrifice, there would also naturally not be Yi Hang and Ren Hongling, and there also would not be the present Yi Yuan. Wei Xiao waved his hands and said with a sigh, "You don't need to bow to me. I just hate that my realm back then was insufficient and was unable to participate in the setting up of the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have let Sect Master personally join in no matter what." Sect Master was an incredible prodigy who would surely have been able to follow Founding Father's footsteps and ascend to the divine realm. But he suffered such an undeserved catastrophe. Sigh. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly. He could also tell from Wei Xiao's words that the Grandian true sect master back then was definitely extremely powerful. After ascending to the divine realm, he could probably have been able to follow by the Grandian divine king's side. Becoming a divine king powerhouse would not be hard. Chapter 339, Array Formations 3 volumes. Chapter 339, Array Formations 3 volumes. Old Wei has guarded here for thousands of years. Just this loneliness can match the people who died in battle back then. Yi Yuan consoled him. It was unlikely that Wei Xiao hold himself up inside this Grandian space in order to avoid the chaotic war. He definitely had a role to fulfill. Wei Xiao sighed again and said, "Since the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array is already broken, the endless world will surely fall into a chaotic war again. But in this time and age, who can execute the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array once again? Forget it, forget it. This is already matters after one's death. Leave it to you young people to worry about." His gaze turned to Yi Yuan and said again, "You've already seen through the second level's array formation and found the Grandian space's entrance. This means that you're a fated individual. My Grandian true sect's inheritance needs to rely on you to carry forward." Hearing Wei Xiao's words, Yi Yuan's expression unwittingly became odd again. Back then, he wanted to obtain Lu Linfeng's Formations Path 9 scripts but did not get it. Who knew that vicissitudes of the world would change? He actually became his successor now, becoming his disciple. If he met Lu Linfeng in the divine realm in the future, would he jeer at him or not? Once he thought of that smug smirk of Lu Linfeng's, the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth involuntarily twitched. When Wei Xiao saw Yi Yuan's expression, he thought that Yi Yuan did not wish to receive the Grandian true sect's inheritance. He urged, "What is it? Could it be that you're unwilling? Young man, do you know what my Grandian true sect's inheritance signifies?" Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, "Old Wei has already said before to Junior. How can Junior not know?" Since that's the case, what misgivings do you still have? Wei Xiao's facial expression became somewhat unhappy. When the Grand Yen True Sect was at its zenith, it was one sect with 6 sovereigns. Such a lineup was rarely seen since time immemorial too. Such an amazing inheritance, giving it to others, they would have already been moved long ago until they were wailing inordinately. This brat actually had a face full of unwillingness. Yi Yuan was filled with resentment in his heart. Even if you, old man, are a freaking genius, you also won't be able to guess what scruples I have. When he met Lu Linfeng, that old man in the divine realm, next time, did he have to go forward and give a deep bow and call him founding father? Just thinking about it felt absurd. If I dared to bow, would that old man dare to accept? Better not say that. He might really. No, he would definitely dare to accept it. Hey, screw him. If I behave shamelessly and refuse to acknowledge when the time comes, what can that old punk do to me? Old Wei misunderstood. You don't know this, but this junior is one of the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, Tranquil Cloud sect disciple, someone with a master. I'm afraid, Yi Yuan casually found a reason. Old Wei did not become angry when he heard that. Instead, he nodded approvingly and said, you respect your teachers and esteem truth, which shows that you, boy, are worthy of my entrustment. Don't you worry, I don't want you to enter the Grand Yen True Sect. But you have to promise me to definitely find a successor to pass on my Grand Yen True Sect's Tao teachings. Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, that's of course. Junior thanks Old Wei first. Seeing Yi Yuan flowing with true sentiments, Wei Xiao lauded even more in his heart. It was hard to come by that this young man actually respected his master and teachings so much. He was surely an honorable person. How could Wei Xiao know that Yi Yuan did not even have a sectarian bias in his heart at all? He was fine with acknowledging anyone as master. Just so long as he did not have to call Lu Linfeng that old fellow, founding father. At the thought of that proud look from Lu Linfeng, Yi Yuan would feel abhorrence in his heart. Since Yi Yuan did not need to enter the Grand Yen True Sect, then he naturally did not need to call him founding father. Yi Yuan obviously flowed with true sentiments. But Yi Yuan was not that kind of faithless person. Things that he promised Wei Xiao, he would naturally accomplish them. Wei Xiao waved his hands and said, no need to thank me with words. For you to be able to pass through the layer upon layer of trials to arrive here means you're the person selected by my Grand Yen True Sect. I waited for thousands of years here for your sake. Old Wei's meaning is that the various types of array formations in this mystic realm was in order to select a successor. Yi Yuan's mind was astute. When he recollected everything that happened along the way, he involuntarily produced a hint of understanding. Wei Xiao nodded and said with a smile, that is so, of course. After the 6 extreme seals grand array was completed, the sect master set up this selection method before passing. One who is able to pass through the layers of tests to enter here will be my Grand Yen True Sect successor. Yi Yuan could not help being filled with a vicissitude of emotions again. That generation's Grand Yen True Sect master was indeed a prodigious talent. The ingenuity of his mind, the might of his strength, were matched by few. The entire mystic realm was enclosed by the heavenly thunder essence locking grand array. Firstly, it could prevent high-level martial artists from entering and destroying the seal. Secondly, it could lower the age and realm of the selected individual. The confounding mist forest was similarly extremely profound. Without exceedingly high array formation attainments, one would simply be unable to walk out of it. At the back, there was the even more powerful absolute blaze barrier grand array, as well as seeking out the array formation for the 3rd level's entrance. Each layer was interlinked. Although this level of design was a little brutal, it could genuinely select the person that the Grand Yen True Sect needed. It's just that I never thought that the one who arrived here, in the end, would be a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Wei Xiao shook his head and said with a smile. Oh, is Old Wei looking down on me, this spirit condensation realm martial artist? Yi Yuan also said with a smile. Haha, you, boy, are quite persistent. I like that. But some things, you got to accept it even if you don't want to. Your realm is too low. To be able to reach this place most likely has a large part to do with luck as well. Yi Yuan asked with a smile, how so? Wei Xiao ignored Yi Yuan's deriding look and continued, don't be unconvinced. I know that your attainments in the array formations path likely isn't shallow. But my Grand Yen True Sect's pinnacle inheritance is the Array Formations 3 volumes. Before founding Father Grand Yen True Lord ascended to the divine realm, he left this within the Grand Yen space. It's not some secret cultivation law, but it requires you to comprehend it yourself. Sect Master's talent back then was immensely high. But even with 9th level divine traversing realm cultivation, he only comprehended 50% of it. At your young age, do you want to challenge Sect Master? Yi Yuan chuckled but did not dispute it. Although he knew that the Sect Master was a prodigious talent, Yi Yuan himself was likewise a peerless genius. This point, he had never humbled himself unduly before. One was a lower plane's pinnacle genius, while the other was a divine realm's pinnacle genius. The two people were not even on the same plane to begin with. Even if Yi Yuan refuted, Wei Xiao naturally would not believe either. But the name of this Array Formations 3 volumes drew Yi Yuan's attention. He knew that Lu Linfeng's greatest asset was the Formations Path 9 scripts. Presumably, it was derived from this Array Formations 3 volumes. This Array Formations 3 volumes should be Lu Linfeng's pinnacle work before ascending. It was just a pity that after he ascended, nobody else in the Grand Yen True Sect could reach his level anymore. Of course, this was also a normal phenomenon. After all, the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng, was an existence that could laugh proudly and wander the divine realm as he pleased. How many people could measure up to his talent? Seeing Yi Yuan's disapproving look, Wei Xing unwittingly shook his head inwardly. This Yi Yuan indeed had exceptional composure. But he was still young and spirited after all, and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But who was not young before? Even the Sect Master at that time, didn't he also fear nothing and no one? Let this brat take a hit, then he will know and repent. Chapter 340, Stone Book. Chapter 340, Stone Book. All right then. Since that's the case, follow me, Wei Xiao said and exited the study room first. Walking out of the door, Yi Yuan's eye suddenly lit up. It was as if he had arrived at an otherworldly paradise. A small bridge over a flowing stream, pavilions, terraces, and towers. There was even a peach blossom forest in full bloom right beside. The stunning scenery gave people a completely relaxed and refreshing feeling. Yi Yuan could not help sighing in admiration. Lu Linfeng actually already had such strength before ascending. No wonder he could affirm his Tao as the Grand Yen Divine King. There was an open space not far from outside the door. 3 stone book volumes were placed in that open space. This is the Array Formations 3 volumes? Yi Yuan asked uncertainly. Wei Xiao nodded and said, that's right. Insert your divine sense into one of the volumes, and you'll naturally understand. Yi Yuan nodded his head and sent his divine sense into the left-hand side stone book as told. Suddenly, a suction force appeared. It actually sucked all of Yi Yuan's divine sense into the book volume. By the time he recovered, Yi Yuan had already plunged into limitless darkness. But Yi Yuan did not panic. With his experience and knowledge, he could obviously tell that this was a place that was the same as consciousness space. Looked like Lu Linfeng's Array Formations realm before he ascended had already surpassed this plane by far too much. Without making Yi Yuan wait for too long, a smidgen of light started to appear within the darkness. That was a light mote. Right after, more and more light motes began appearing. The dots of light made Yi Yuan feel as though he was within a vast expanse of starry sky. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, but he shook his head and said with a laugh, I didn't think that a casual choice would hit the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. If one did not understand array formations, they would naturally be unable to comprehend the meaning of these light motes. But Yi Yuan was a Tier 9 formations emperor. Comprehending it posed no difficulty at all. The array formation looked unbelievably profound. But any great Tao would go from simple to complex, from easy to difficult. Even more complicated array formations could be broken down into single individual small units. This small unit was known as an array element in the array formations path. And the meaning that these light motes represented was each array element of the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Formations path was the same as martial artists comprehending concepts. They were all stuff that could only be sensed, but not explained in words. There was simply no way of using words to describe them. Hence, Lu Linfeng set up such an array formations 3 volumes consciousness space to let descent disciples enter inside to comprehend. But Yi Yuan already fully comprehended this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, so he naturally did not need to waste any more time. But the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation here was quite a bit more profound than the one Yi Yuan comprehended. Evidently, Lu Linfeng's comprehension of it before ascending went up another level. Yi Yuan spent an hour's time to fully comprehend the improved lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. His divine sense willed and he withdrew out of this consciousness space. When Wei Xiao saw Yi Yuan exit, he inquired with a smile, "How do you feel, young man?" Comprehending formations is extremely time-consuming. There's simply no way to accomplish it at one stroke. You'd better stay here to cultivate diligently and slowly comprehend it. Yi Yuan flashed a brilliant beam and said, "Feels very simple. Old Wei, I'll go comprehend the next array formation." Finished talking, Yi Yuan came directly in front of the second stone volume and sunk his divine sense into it once again, leaving Wei Xiao with a frozen look on his face. The corner of Wei Xiao's mouth twitched twice, and his expression became odd. Simple. This boy is putting up a front in order to look impressive, right? Originally, I still thought that this boy was rather reliable. Why does he look increasingly less trustworthy now? Would the things left behind by a heaven-defying character like Founding Father be simple? One had to know that Founding Father was only at the divine traversing realm when he ascended. But he had already created a Tier 6 array formation like the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Wei Xiao's face unwittingly showed thick disappointment. Seemed like he still needed to use some means to make this boy study the array formation's 3 volumes in a down-to-earth manner. But he had already stayed in the Grand Yen space for thousands of years. There was no rush to do it now. After entering the second array formation, Yi Yuan's pressure clearly became much greater. Of course, that was with respect to the first array formation. Comprehending the array formation in this consciousness space was vastly different from the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation comprehended previously. At that time, the pressure that those sword puppets gave Yi Yuan was huge. Yi Yuan needed to place most of his energy on dealing with the sword puppets. But in here, not only were there no threats from sword puppets, Lu Linfeng even broke down the array formation into each individual, most basic array element. Yi Yuan comprehending it was naturally twice the result with half the effort. This second array formation was none other than the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. To be able to seal off the passageway between 2 worlds, this 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was obviously impossibly powerful, and also exceptionally profound and complex. Yi Yuan spent a full half-day's time to fully comprehend it as well. One had to know that Yi Yuan only spent 4 hours on comprehending the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. This to others was a result to be extremely proud of. But to Yi Yuan, it was not something worth flaunting much. After all, this was only the array formation that Lu Linfeng left behind before ascending. While it was already powerful to the extreme in the lower planes, to Yi Yuan, this Tier 9 formation's master, the difficulty was not that great. If Yi Yuan was made to comprehend the formation's Path 9 scripts, he reckoned that without 1 or 2 decades, it would be hard to have minor accomplishments in it. The Grand Yen Divine King's present strength was far more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than when he ascended. The degree of complexity of the formation's Path 9 scripts was simply incomparable to this array formation 3 volumes. Yi Yuan's divine sense withdrew again. He noticed that the eyes Wei Xiao looked at him with became somewhat different, an exasperated look like he failed to live up to expectations. What? The 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array is also very simple. The time spent this time is a little longer, eh? Yi Yuan could noticeably tell that Wei Xiao's words carried thick displeasure. He laughed and said, also not too difficult either. Let's talk again after I finish comprehending the third set of array formations first. Wei Xiao's eyes opened wide as he said, "You're not saying that you've already fully comprehended the first 2 array formations, right?" Yeah. With that, Yi Yuan's divine sense sunk one more time into the third stone volume. Wei Xiao was so angered that he nearly cuffed Yi Yuan's ears. He said huffily, "This child can't be taught. If the array formation's 3 volumes are so easy to comprehend, then wouldn't my Grand Yen True Sect be a joke?" It was just that Yi Yuan's divine sense had already sunk into the stone book and could not hear his words. The third set of array formation, Yi Yuan spent an entire day. This was an illusionary array named Azura Confounding Formation. This Azura Confounding Formation was only a Tier 5 array formation. But the comprehending difficulty was even greater than the 6 extreme seals grand array. When he finished comprehending this set of array formation, Yuan also felt like collapsing. Although this set of array formation was an illusionary array, the danger level was absolutely even greater than the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. It was just that with Yuan's current strength, he was simply unable to set it up. But having finished comprehending these 3 sets of array formations, Yuan also had a clear understanding of Lu Linfeng's array formation system. His formation's Path 9 scripts should have been progressively developed and evolved from these 3 sets of array formations. Wei Xiao saw Yuan's dog-tired appearance. He did not have the slightest hint of pity. He said in an icy tone, "Young man, already know how daunting it is. Don't reach for what's beyond your grasp as a person. This array formation's 3 volumes is enough for you to digest for the rest of your life." Chapter 341, Being Enlightened. Chapter 341, Being Enlightened. Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "But these 3 array formations really aren't hard." The disappointment on Wei Xiao's face grew even thicker. Still being stubborn. These 3 array formations are where the essence of Founding Father's formation path lies. You, a tiny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, actually dare to outrageously say that it's simple. Truly unaware of how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Yuan was helpless. He knew that no matter how he explained, this old fellow would not believe it either. Nonchalantly taking out a pile of low-grade essence crystals, Yuan said to Wei Xiao with a smile, "Old Wei, look closely." Finished talking, Yuan casually struck out those low-grade essence crystals around the vicinity of a peach tree. As the last piece of essence crystal got in position, those essence crystals suddenly lit up, and actually flew on their own, surrounding that peach tree as they spun. Finally, the brilliant rays of light radiated by those essence crystals covered the peach tree. After a few moments, the luster dissipated completely. That peach tree did not exist anymore. It was actually utterly obliterated already. Wei Xiao's face was filled with astoundment. His shock was obviously not because of the peach tree's annihilation but due to the array formation that Yuan laid out. This is the simplified version of the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, Yuan said. As he said, he took out another pile of low-grade essence crystals and casually struck them out. A huge commotion of light like before, but it thoroughly isolated the peach tree. This is the simplified 6 extreme seals grand array, Yuan continued saying. Yuan was still waiting to lay out the Azura confounding formation when he was halted by Wei Xiao. No need anymore. I believe you. But, how is this possible? Wei Xiao's gaze when looking at Yuan was like he had seen a ghost. Wei Xiao had stayed in this place for thousands of years and was all too familiar with these 3 sets of array formations. Although the simplified array formations did not have such incredible might, the principle was the same. Yuan's technique when laying out the formation flowed smoothly and naturally. Clearly, he was already crystal clear with the array formations. Wei Xiao only gradually digested this outcome after a long while. Except, the bewildered look on his face grew even thicker. Back then, the prodigious sect master took 500 years to comprehend 50% to 60% of the array formation's 3 volumes. You're only at the spirit condensation realm. How did you do it? Wei Xiao was even somewhat tongue-tied when speaking. Yuan put on an innocent face and said, "I don't know either. I just looked at it like that and understood it." Yuan was also not deliberately trying to anger Wei Xiao. He could not very well say that he was a Tier 9 array master in his previous life and understanding Tier 5 or Tier 6 array formations was not all that difficult, right? But Wei Xiao was still riled. The expression on his face right now was fascinating to the extreme. If he was not a soul body currently, he would probably spew out 3 liters of blood, right? What did he mean by just looked at it like that and understood it? Something that others might not necessarily comprehend even if they spent hundreds and thousands of years, you understood after looking for less than 2 days. Do you still want people to live? The one Wei Xiao admired most in this lifetime was Sect Master. But looking at it now, there was utterly no way of comparing Sect Master to this youth in front of him. This was too depressing. Nothing was more dismal than your idol being defeated. This sentence from Yuan also blocked off all of Wei Xiao's questions. I'm just this much of a genius. No other reason. Things that were as hard as climbing up to the sky to others was as simple as turning over my hand to me. What did you want to ask? At this instant, Wei Xiao really felt like he was an old person smacked down by the new generation. All right then, since you've already comprehended the array formation's 3 volumes, follow me now. Yi Yuan followed Wei Xiao back to the study. Wei Xiao beckoned with one hand. A small and exquisite flag cut through the air into Yi Yuan's hand. Wei Xiao said, "This is my Grandian True Sex Sect Master's token. With it around, my Grandian True Sex legacy will never be extinguished. In the future, when you look for a successor, pass these 3 sets of array formations and this flag to him, and it will be considered as fulfilling my long-cherished wish." Yi Yuan played around with the flag and exclaimed with some surprise, "This flag is actually a profound artifact." Wei Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. This is an array formation profound artifact named Profound Water Flag. Using it can raise the speed of you setting up array formations by 50%. Tier 3 and below array formations can be instantly formed through the flag. The larger scale the array formation, the longer the setup time. It was already very heaven-defying for this flag to be able to raise the speed of setup by 50%. Yi Yuan said in delight, "Excellent stuff. Additionally, your realm is too low. This Grandian space still has an array formation setup within it. Its name is Enlightening Formation. As for what realm you can break through to, that will have to depend on yourself," Wei Xiao explained. That's excellent. Thank you very much, old Wei. Let's hurry up and begin. My fellow disciples' life and death are currently unknown. I'm very worried about their safety and want to go back quickly. Yi Yuan gave thanks to him. Wei Xiao nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll activate the array formation now." Wei Xiao brought Yi Yuan to a hidden room and made Yi Yuan enter it. The array formation activated and then colossal amounts of essence energy began to gather within the secret room. Enlightening Formation was an array formation even higher rank than the Spirit Gathering Formation. It could amass enormous amounts of essence energy instantaneously and provide it for martial artists endlessly, just like swallowing cultivation medicinal pills non-stop. Soon enough, layers of fog appeared inside the hidden room. The thick essence energy had already condensed to form mist. Yi Yuan absorbed the essence energy greedily into his body and refined them. In truth, ever since Divine Soul Perfection previously, Yi Yuan could have taken advantage of the momentum to break through to the 9th level Spirit Condensation realm. But he kept lacking the opportunity. Now that he was refining essence energy unceasingly, the spirit liquid within his body condensed with exceptional speed. Very soon, he broke through the bottleneck for the 9th level Spirit Condensation realm. Outside the formation, Wei Xiao was astonished once again. Why would this boy absorb so much essence energy to break through to the 9th level Spirit Condensation realm? Furthermore, his breakthrough to the 9th level Spirit Condensation realm actually did not have any hints of a bottleneck. Looks like his cultivation realm comprehension had long surpassed the standards of 8th level Spirit Condensation realm. This boy is truly remarkable. At this time, Wei Xiao no longer doubted Yi Yuan's degree of genius. And right then, the spirit liquid within Yi Yuan's dantian became increasingly more satiated and gradually reached a saturated state. Peak 9th level Spirit Condensation realm. The next step was condensing and forming crystal. Right at this moment, the cultivation method that Yi Yuan was revolving changed quietly. The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts Human Chapter's 3rd level cultivation law revolved in full force. He actually wanted to break through to the crystal formation realm directly. What? Does he want to break through to the crystal formation realm right away? Too reckless. He went from the 8th level Spirit Condensation realm to peak 9th level Spirit Condensation realm. In between, he crossed an entire minor realm. He actually didn't even consolidate his realm and didn't cross it from half-step crystal formation realm, breaking through to the crystal formation realm directly. Seriously too reckless. Wei Xiao was frightened by Yi Yuan's act. He made Yi Yuan enter this formation to let him break through to peak 9th level Spirit Condensation realm, not to let him break through to the crystal formation realm directly. Who knew that this boy kept doing some unimaginable things? Without even catching his breath, he broke through to the crystal formation realm directly. Yi Yuan did not have so many misgivings and completely did not plan on crossing from half-step crystal formation realm either. He planned on breaking through to the crystal formation realm right from the start. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.